groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Step good, hold down, kick on its way. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the Clutch Commanders. They do it again. We'll see you in Detroit. And Johnny Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second round of the playoffs.
Jeez.
And with that, we start the Monday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt is out a few more days on vacation. We got Peyton Phillip Russell firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Washington Commanders got a Josh Harris bounce last night to move on to the second round. I am convinced that if Dan Snyder was still owning the team, I've been through it. I've lived it for way, way too many decades and years. That bounce screws Washington, and Tampa Bay is moving on to round two.
It'd have gone the other way. It would have been doink towards the field or doink out.
Yeah.
Either way, but yeah, that was quite the finish, and Baker really kind of he's wearing it today because he did have the costly turnover. And he talked about it in the post game, which is, it's a bummer for him. But you heard
that type of stuff happens with Baker. Like, you just don't know. He's got a fumbling problem anyway, and then sometimes he will throw the ball up for grabs. Yeah. He's a very good player. He's completely turned around his career. I think he's deserving of every compliment he gets his way, but he can be a wild card.
Yeah, he really can, and they've put themselves in a position. They really should. They had them stopped. They get it. They get the ball back with it was early fourth, right? It was like 14 minutes to go, and they stopped at the goal line, and then he fumbles right there. It's like, okay, they had a chance to really put the stranglehold on this football game, and they didn't do it. And that's now a Washington team that got it. This was going to be the toughest one for them. Not the toughest one for them to win, but from Daniels, this theoretically should have been his worst game, first playoff game, rookie. Road game, you get that monkey off your back, and all of a sudden now it's like, okay, let's go to Detroit and see what happens.
He's got that poise.
Oh, he does, big time.
I need to see his production on third down. It felt like he didn't have this mind-blowing, crazy superstar type game, but I felt like on many of the big third downs and that fourth down touchdown, he stood in there and he made the throws. As a team, they were 8 of 15 on third down, but I would like to see his numbers broken down even more. They were 3 for 5 on fourth down, as Dan Quinn was saying, green light every time.
You're the underdog, right? If you're the underdog, go for it. Give them the green light. You have nothing to lose. They're in year one of a rebuild, and the great thing is when you get a quarterback, you're never in a rebuild. The moment you get a quarterback, you're out of the rebuild, and they've got a quarterback. That dude could play.
You feel like he looks that much different from RG3? Remember the early RG3 hype?
Yeah, I think he's a better thrower than RG3 for sure. I think he's much better. I think he's got more staying power because he's going to stay healthier. RG3 just he put himself in harm's way way too much.
All right, so the Commanders giving Cowboy fans just another reason to be bitter. Magic Johnson had this quote afterwards about ownership and the front office and their philosophy and giving credit to everyone, and people were comparing it to Jerry Jones and what he says about the situations around here. But the new ownership group with their brand new quarterback move on as Jaden Daniels, for the third time this year, quarterbacks a game with no turnovers and no punts. You think the Commanders are scoring 40 when they're not punting the ball at all? No, they're just going for it on fourth down. No rookie had ever done that before. 3 times rookie season, no turnovers, no punts. When he meets Jared Goff this weekend, they will have accounted for 17% of those games. No turnovers and no punts.
Yeah, Detroit doesn't. They don't punt that often, and when they do, it's a bad game for them. Look, this is going to be one of those games this week where I have a feeling that Washington is going to try to limit possessions. I don't think they want to get into a track meet with Detroit. They want to keep that thing to about 8 possessions if they can.
Dan Quinn on the value of his Commanders playing close games all year long.
Being in a lot of those close games and not winning them all, there's a lot of lessons to take off of those. There's been a lot of Tell the Truth Mondays that we went down to the end. We talked about why it went right or why it didn't. In that space, collectively, you can feel the belief from the team on the sideline. This is a really connected team. They believe in one another. You have to have connection to also have belief. I think they kind of go hand in hand. Like I said, early on, we hadn't had an identity yet, and we didn't have the belief in one another yet, meaning the opening game. It took a lot of work to get into that space, and this team has now bonded and connected, and in these winning time moments, they have a lot of faith.
I imagine you were for every single fourth down attempt that the Commanders were trying out there, as they basically left 6 points on the field with the 2 failed fourth downs and then hitting the touchdown on the third one.
Yeah, there was one. I can't remember which one. There was one that I was like, I wouldn't go for it there. But I mean, when you're down there at the goal line, as close to the end zone as you were, and I think it was a 4-point game at that point. You're in the fourth quarter. The field goal doesn't really do much for you. I mean, I guess if you stop them
in a low-scoring game,
it's a low-scoring game. But you're making a one-possession game still, so it doesn't do a ton for you. It does put you in a position where you can kick a field goal to win if you get a stop. But if they score a touchdown, now you need a TD and a 2-point, or they go for the 2-point to make it 9, which would put it back to 2 possessions. I thought they did generally a pretty good job on the fourth downs.
We stay in the NFC East with the middle game in filthy.
Hurts in the gun. Hurts takes the football. He is going to throw. He does in the flat. The nice catch by Goddard, who breaks the tackle across the 5. Touchdown!
Goddard, beast. He beasted him.
Yes, he did. He threw 3 stiff arms on that touchdown on Eagles radio with the call as Philly dispatches the Green Bay Packers 22-10, and they controlled this one throughout. What happened to Green Bay where was last year's Packers team?
I know. Well, everyone was talking about the elbow injury for Jordan Love, the throwing injury, and maybe that played into it. Their
Did they
offense
mention
did
that
nothing.
on the broadcast a lot?
Did they mention it on the
Yeah.
broadcast? I didn't hear it much.
I don't remember hearing it a lot
No,
either.
I didn't hear it much at all. I mean, you heard it during the week, but not on the broadcast. I don't know if they basically were like, hey, look, he's fine, and there's nothing to talk about. But, look, it started out so poorly. You had the opening kickoff fumble, which, was that a helmet-to-helmet?
I don't know if it was helmet to helmet. I know it was Packers ball.
Yeah.
There was a clear overhead shot recovery by Green Bay multiple times. Am I crazy?
I thought
Am
I saw
I
the
crazy
same
that
thing.
Green Bay had the ball on the ground and touched? The Packers recovered that football?
I thought I saw the same thing, but they don't they can't even review that, can they?
They reviewed it.
No, but they can't review who has possession, right?
Well, I don't know. They went to a review and said it's Eagles football.
I wasn't sure if they were
what
trying
else
to,
are they reviewing?
unless they were trying to review of whether he fumbled or his knee was down. I don't know. I thought for sure though that they got it back, unless the greens got mixed up in our minds.
That made it 7-0 quickly.
Very quick.
Just like that. The ball was on the 28-yard line. John Dotson, first Eagles touchdown of the year.
Because Romo talked about stealing a possession in the Bills game, Bills Broncos, and that's exactly what Philadelphia did. They kicked it off, and all of a sudden they get the ball immediately. That's a stolen possession. In these playoff games, the margins are so slim in the NFL. You have a turnover, a stolen possession like that, it changed the entire course of the game right from the start.
Jordan Love was off, though. This was not a fun performance. They were shut out in the first half. They had 3 points through 3 quarters, and then, of course, only ended up with 10. No touchdowns, 3 interceptions for the offense that completely shredded and took apart the Cowboys. I kind of knew the answer to my own question when I said, where was the Jordan Love versus Dallas against Philly? And Tolos came back and said, no, Philly actually has defenders within 10 yards of their receivers. They also lost all their receivers, but basically their top 3 gone to injury.
Yeah, Watson and Dobbs during the game. And look, Jalen Hurts did not play particularly tremendous football. He didn't have to.
No.
He didn't have to. They played a very safe kind of football game. I don't know.
A.J. Brown reading books on the sideline.
Yeah, they got into it, and they were like, man, they can't beat us. Let's just play this thing safe. Let's move on to next week, and they'll get the Rams-Vikings winner.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And then, of course, earlier in the day with the matchup in Buffalo, as we just got another playoff beatdown.
Allen back to pass, has time, and he's got Curtis Samuel wide open at the 33. Cuts it back inside at the 20. Puts on the Jets. Gets away. 5. Touchdown. Curtis Samuel goes all the way.
Denver started off fun.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Payton, Bo Nix saying, cut it loose, let's go down the field. Nix had that long bomb and only ended up with 144 yards passing as Buffalo rolled 31-7.
It was basically back-to-back plays. It was, two out of the 3 plays. It was the long pass over the middle to Sutton, and then you did another play, and then you had the bomb. And that was the peak. And that was the end.
He had 100 yards throwing outside of that pass.
Oh.
That was a 43-yarder on the first drive. Bo Nix had 100 yards after that as Buffalo rips off 31 unanswered.
It was, I mean, look, this is a situation where Denver was a playoff team, like in name only. We had talked about it. They didn't beat anybody good during the regular season. They were 1-6 going into the final week against teams with winning record. 1-6. And they beat a Chiefs team that didn't play anybody. We knew this was going to happen. Denver's a bad football team. They're not a playoff team. They got into the playoffs because of the way the NFL manufactures playoff teams with the schedule change year to year. You know, next year they'll play I guess they're going to play a third place schedule next year, so they might actually be in again.
Did you bet Buffalo?
Oh yeah, Buffalo, Baltimore, and then I teased Buffalo and Baltimore, and I took the Rams tonight.
So you took the 8 and 9 point spread.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And ended up hitting with it. You felt the Denver desperation with a fake punt that Sean Payton pulled out to the Bills 42. But
you got to do when you know going in that you can't beat them straight up. You've got to do that.
And then James Cook. I mean, Buffalo, you just feel the balance. You can see it. I know I saw it on my championship-winning fantasy football teams with James Cook, Pepe, 23 for 120 with a touchdown on the ground. I think I saw the stat. Buffalo's the first team in NFL history with 30 passing touchdowns and 30 rushing touchdowns in the history of the league. That's the balance. And Joe Brady's name. Remember him from LSU?
Yeah.
Joe Brady's name is sizzling hot.
Well, he went to Carolina with Matt Rule, and he was there for 1 year, and they did nothing. And then he went back. I think he bounced around for a little bit.
He was under Sean Payton for a couple years in New Orleans, they pointed out.
Yep. So, I mean, look, he's a good offensive coordinator. He was good in college. Now he's good with Buffalo. Maybe he gets a job. Maybe he does. Like, you want to find these. The trend is to find guys who broke wind near Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan. And I guess if you're around Sean Payton, that's another one. That's a good one to be in the vicinity of.
And of the teams that lost, I think, probably Liam Cohen could be the number one name, Tampa Bay offensive coordinator. I can't think of anyone with Green Bay. I can't think of anyone necessarily with Pittsburgh. And I can't think of anyone with the Chargers right now of the hot stove coaching rumors that will pick up even more today.
No, it would be Cohen, and he'll probably get a look. Other than that, I mean, there's not really the guys that are out there right now. Like that's who, or they're with Detroit. Like the Detroit factor is going to be into it. Aaron Glenn will probably get a job if he's a hot commodity. Ben Johnson's a big name. I would believe Ben Johnson takes a job when he takes a job, though.
What about the games on Saturday? How we were all wrong about the armpit. We got Monday Night Football this evening. And what the heck is going on with Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones? Just getting started with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ live with the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek! The Odyssey app is a guarantee.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, but
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Visit us at BERKEYS.com today. TECL 30739.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Herbert looking, firing left side, and intercepted. Murray across the 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick six. NRG Stadium is rocking as Eric Murray makes a house call. The Texans up 2 scores.
Texans radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Hopefully you had a fantastic and safe weekend. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is listening, but still out on vacay over the next few days. That boy can sleep in. I mean, you'll get a random 11:15, 11:30 sleep in for Roberto.
Yeah, you will. You will. I mean, when you wake up early, you find times to sleep in, right, on the weekend, I guess. But I'm surprised that his kids never come wake him up. Ever.
Well, they're probably not used to him being home anyway. They probably don't even think he's home.
Right, they probably don't even know who he is.
Yeah.
They don't recognize him.
That's
Who is
right.
this guy?
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Pepe with you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That was the call on Texans radio. I mean, we were all feeling pretty good about picking the Chargers in the armpit to beat the Texans. This was an early 6-0 lead. It felt like it should have been more. I was like, the Chargers are dominating this game early on, and then bam, 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 a 20-0 Texans run as they end up destroying Justin Herbert in LA 32-12.
Man, this was there was those 2 possessions. Now Disley hurt him. He had that 2nd and 19. He dropped it. It was right in his hands. They were going to get either a first down or about right to the 1 yard away, and then he drops it. It turns into a 3rd and 19. They got to set up for a field goal, but dude, they should have had a 14-0 lead. They should have had a 14-0 lead early on. Who knows if the game changes at that point? Who knows what Houston does after that? But this was a bad performance from Herbert, and I want the people to go at him. With the same intensity they went at Tony Romo.
RJ3, you and RG3 are basically totally in sync. We need a RG3 number, Bobby, if you have one, or we need you to go ahead and work on that because it's RJ3 with the Cowboy comparisons y'all have been making.
I want the same intensity for Justin Herbert, the same hate that the national media gave Tony Romo and Peyton Manning for their starts of their playoff career. They all started 0-2. Same intensity.
Nick Wright is giving it. He's like, never played well in a big moment. 4 interceptions, but God, that was a beautiful incompletion.
Oh, it's great. He sucked at Oregon, and he sucks in the NFL. He doesn't really suck.
14 of 32.
Yeah.
For a 41 passer rating.
I mean, look.
14 of 32.
It doesn't matter. It wasn't Brandon Staley. And it ain't Jim Harbaugh, at least in these games. Now, he's still, look, that's the thing. He's still young. We have to give these guys time. There are plenty of examples of guys starting out their career poorly in the postseason.
How old do you think he is?
26.
Yep, on the dot.
Yeah, look where we are. Look where we are with Jared Goff versus where we were 5 years ago. About the same time in his career. I think Goff, had been in the Super Bowl at that point, but like people were ready to write him off.
Look, the whole strategy and credit for the Chargers this year and turning things around, it's that old say it out loud theory. our whiz kid franchise greatest of all time quarterback who belongs in the discussion, according to his head coach, we are going to really dial it back. We're going to make sure that the rest of the football team helps contribute. Now, there is something to be said, right? We don't want Dak throwing it 40, 45 times a game, but the Chargers lacked explosiveness all year long. They played a lot of these boring games just like the Kansas City Chiefs did. They were 11th in points at 24 a game, 19th in passing yards, 17th in rush yards. So I guess, this isn't all that surprising that they lost, but we all did pick the Chargers. I know I did.
I did.
It was more about Houston disappointment.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It was Harbaugh love, which I do have. It was Harbaugh splash and flash combined with Houston disappointment.
They were a home dog. I mean, like that, they were a home dog for a reason. A lot of that was Houston didn't perform all that well this year. They just didn't.
Rex Ryan said the Chargers had a bye.
They had a bye. That's right. And it turns out Houston had the bye. But I mean, Justin Herbert. Trevor Lawrence gets way more heat than Herbert does. Way more. Now the expectations on Trevor were higher, but it's not like there was no expectations on Herbert. I mean, he was a top 6 pick, top 7 pick. So, but it is funny how the heat.
And I wonder why. They're both dead quiet. Neither one of them seem unlikable at all. Very keep to myself. Don't want the attention headlines, but Justin has dodged it.
He's dodged it. Yeah, I mean, people I think just didn't
Staley got the blame.
I mean, but Trevor's not been in a great situation. These are Urban Meyer and Doug Peterson, and Jacksonville's train wreck anyway. But I think people just push back. Anytime you're told someone is the next big thing, people automatically push back on it.
Yeah.
And they set an expectation bar that you just can't reach. You'll never make someone happy.
Cowboy bitterness, second opportunity for you to be worked up over the weekend as the King and Lamar rolled.
Jackson will hand it off. Derrick Henry up the middle. He's in the 30, 20, leg race, gone, touchdown, Derrick Henry, and they're going wild at M&T.
Ravens radio with the call. Derrick ran for 186. Lamar added 81 on the ground. The Ravens had 300 rushing yards total against Pittsburgh until the Lamar kneeled down, leaving them at 299. That is the most that a team has had in an NFL playoff game in 12 years. Ravens absolutely roll the Steelers, and the number one trending topic in all the land has been Tomlin. Tomlin right there in Pittsburgh, but Baltimore just handing off and punishing them as the Steelers end their year with 5 straight losses.
This was not, the score of the game did not even show how bad this game was for Pittsburgh. I mean, it was much, much worse than the score actually shows. And now it's going to be, what do you do? What does Pittsburgh do? Because they're a real... It's really interesting because they are a team, and Tomlin's career has been, it was very front-loaded, right? He did all of his winning early on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of similarities with McCarthy. There really is. McCarthy in Green Bay and here, and then Tomlin. All this, their biggest runs of success were essentially at the same time as each other. And it's been, just flat.
Yeah.
Flat since. Not bad, but flat.
Steelers' last playoff win came in 2017. They have now lost 6 straight postseason games. They have been outscored by 96 points in those games. And offensively in this one, they had 280 yards on offense with less than 30 yards rushing. But Tolo Curtis said not calling Derrick Henry will go down as a top 5 Jerry Jones malpractice in his era. So some Derrick Henry bitterness, and we all missed on that. We all said, no. I wish the Cowboys would just come out and admit it. Way too late for that, but during the blow-up, or we've asked Jerry about Derrick Henry. Steven's been asked by the other shows about Derrick Henry. I wish they would have just come out and said, look, we overrated the death of the running back position. I did it. We all did it.
We did it. I think what they also could say is, Derrick wouldn't be doing that here. He probably would not be averaging.
Well, Jerry said that. And look, I get that, but that still doesn't mean.
It doesn't mean you ignore it.
If I get if I go shopping for steak and I get a filet mignon, I'm not going to make it as good as Gordon Ramsay, but I still have a filet.
You got to make it very good. He's from England.
That's right.
They don't make good food.
I'm not going to make it as well as Brandon Hurtado.
There you go.
But I still have a better dinner.
Oh, you have a better dinner. There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
Just because Derrick Henry is not doing that here doesn't mean that Derrick Henry doesn't improve the Cowboys. That's the point.
That's the point. And you're absolutely right on that. And they'll wind up. They're going to overcorrect this year. They will overcorrect this year. They'll either pay.
Don't need to. We got Rico.
That's right. They'll either pay somebody or they'll draft somebody in the first round. They'll overcorrect a little bit. But look, this was never, to me, this was never a contest. That's why I bet Baltimore the 9.5. Pittsburgh in 4 of their last 6 playoff games have trailed by 21 at the half.
Woo!
21-0 here, 21-0 last year, 21-7 in 2021, 35-10 in 2020, 21-0 in 2017.
And your boy, TJ Watt, last 127 snaps of his season, 0 tackles, 0 assists, 0 sacks.
I mean, it's almost like when you're a undersized try-hard guy. That's what happens. What happens to me? You're a try-hard guy. That's why I want talent. I want elite talent. I don't want try-hard folks. JJ and TJ Peyton are try-hard people. They're just try-hards. That's all they are.
So we got Micah talking about the playoffs. TJ.
TJ's watching them now. TJ looked like he was just watching the playoffs too the other day.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Pepe, of all the wild card games, what were the top things that jumped out to you from the weekend?
I mean, the only one that I actually made time to watch was Packers-Eagles. The other ones, and we said Friday that the Commanders and Buccaneers was going to be a toss-up game, which it was. It was really close. We liked it. But the only one I really made time for was Eagles-Packers, which I can't believe I gave the Packers a chance. I was watching the game just like you, Sean. I was like, where was this team last year? Because I had put a tweet out there, last year, the Cowboys got prime Brett Favre.
Yep.
And this year, the Eagles get Nathan Peterman.
Yep.
Basically it was. And now people will say, oh, well, the Eagles' defense was better than the Cowboys' defense last year. I mean, the Cowboys still had a top 5 defense last year.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bad defense. And they were at home. They had a 16-game home winning streak. It wasn't, night and day difference. But
all the little things that crept into my Cowboy mind while watching Green Bay, like Jordan Love was off. He was not off against us. I think they missed a kick yesterday.
Yeah.
They had a chip shot field goal. They make like these clutch 50-yarders against us. I'm talking about not last year, over the run of the rivalry between the two. They have guys making sideline catches in big-time moments, right? Yesterday, that game ended when the Packer came down out of bounds. Like all the little thing kicks.
The dumb penalties. They had like 3 or 4, unnecessary roughness penalties. Like, what was that last year against us? They didn't want to push us out of bounds or anything?
Yes. So that was the one you really made time for, and that was it. The NFC matchup.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Bomani Jones had the tweet of the weekend when it comes to getting ready for the divisional round. Ravens-Bills is going to feel like Lakers-Celtics in 84. I can see it already. White-black. Allen Lamar, MVP, Buffalo build-up, Baltimore hate.
2 guys who can't win. I like them both, though.
You could, he's slinging it.
I'm just trolling.
You're firing arrows this morning.
Just troll. Well, Bobby's not here. Someone's got to.
That's right. So we are set now for that divisional round. Houston against Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo, my goodness, Washington, Detroit, and then the winner of tonight against Filthy.
It's going to be fun.
Saturday games, Houston, KC. Houston again, the early spot. Washington, Detroit at 7, and then Sunday at 2. Eagles host Sunday at 5:30. The Monster.
So Washington's on a short week because it's Sunday to Saturday, and they're playing a team coming off a bye. Oof.
What's that early spread? Don't even look.
I didn't look.
Go ahead and guess it first.
I would say Detroit 6.5.
8.5.
I don't like it.
8.5. You don't like it?
Nah, I take Detroit. I'm sorry, take Washington.
Take Washington. All right, we'll see.
I don't feel good about this game if you're the Lions.
Really?
They don't handle
all the extended rest and short week, and
they don't handle running quarterbacks well, or quarterbacks that can run. He's not a running quarterback, but he can run. They don't handle that well, and we have talked about the teams off a bye generally don't cover the spread.
college football kegger with Peyton and Bobby's Longhorns going down. We'll get to it at 7 o'clock. We got a brand new ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on, but we're still waiting. We thought Friday was the beginning of the end for Mike McCarthy's contract extension. What the heck is going on now, and who else was hired that Jerry could have talked to? Inside the Star with McCarthy. Watch next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gill.
products. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
To see you tonight with your Rangers station 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
College football kegger is coming up at 7 o'clock as the national championship is set. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you. Thanks for listening as part of the 6 a.m. Club. Best listening audience of the entire show. We want to hook you up with a brand new ticket giveaway to the Dallas Open with the commercial-free expressway at 7:20. But as we closed out the week, Friday in Crosstalk, the news came out from Tom Pelissero, very close with Mike McCarthy, that the Cowboys were supposed to open up contract negotiations on Friday. So I was like, okay, this is it. Let's go ahead and lock this thing up. Well, as you probably know by now, nothing official has happened. Adam Schefter with the update over the weekend.
Mike McCarthy's contract with the Dallas Cowboys expires on January 14th. And while there have been substantial conversations between Mike McCarthy and Cowboys owner Jerry Jones regarding football issues and questions, there haven't been any substantial discussions between Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones regarding a future contract. And as long as that's the case, you have to wonder now, what is Jerry Jones waiting for? Clearly no deal has been done by now. Jerry must have an idea in his mind, another plan as well, about what he would do if and when Tuesday comes and Mike McCarthy is allowed to talk to other teams like the Chicago Bears that already have been requested permission to interview him and denied from the Dallas Cowboys. But the longer this goes on and the less conversation there is about a deal materializing for McCarthy, the more you have to wonder if the two sides are even going to get one done. I think that's in question right now at best, and I think we will get clarity early this week. But again, no business conversations so far. Jerry likes to wait late in the game. We saw that with Dak Prescott this year. We saw it with CeeDee Lamb. But right now, it seems like Jerry must have some other ideas as well.
You know, sometimes they say, like, the best moves are the ones you don't make. I think Jerry just lives his life like that. He just lives his life with inaction.
So annoying.
Exhausting. The only thing I've come away from this with two, I believe, truths here.
So this is Schefter basically saying what Pelissero said was supposed to happen on Friday did not happen. They've had all the football talks, no contract talk.
Yeah. So that's true. Like, I think there's only two conclusions I could come to. One.
And that makes me think, by the way, I'm sorry, Mike thought Friday they were going to talk money.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Because he told Pelissero that.
Absolutely.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would assume the same thing. So it leads me to believe, I can conclude from this, that Jerry doesn't think that any of the currently available coaches are an upgrade. And that includes Vrabel, because Vrabel would have been somebody he could have talked to.
Yep.
He doesn't believe any of them are an upgrade over Mike. That's one part. And then the other part is he wants Mike to return, but he wants to play this and wait this thing out so long that Mike has no other options and has to take his cheapo deal that he's going to throw his way. Otherwise,
is he waiting for someone, back to your first point, to tag on that, is he waiting for someone to be eliminated?
Maybe.
Was he waiting for someone to be eliminated?
Yeah, I mean, he could be waiting for Green Bay to say goodbye to LaFleur or Pittsburgh to say goodbye to Tomlin.
They're not saying bye.
I don't think so. I saw an article this morning. It was talking about, will the Packers fire Matt LaFleur? Sporting News.
Okay.
I mean, that was from our youth. It's like, will they fire LaFleur after, they said his seat's getting warm? They're not going to do it. But, I mean, I've seen stranger things happen. We've seen coaches get run. I mean, that was a bad performance. They're not going to fire him. They're going to wait for Pittsburgh to fire Tomlin.
Was he waiting for Kellen to get knocked out? We don't think he's going to be sitting here talking to Liam Cohen now that the Buccaneers were eliminated. Right. Was he waiting for Kingsbury to get knocked out? Was he waiting to talk to someone who advanced?
Maybe. But now we're going to keep waiting? I mean, you can't start your offseason until you hire a head coach. Unless this team thinks they can. Unless they don't need. They say, we don't need a head coach to start our offseason. We'll just go.
Yeah, there's a lot of organizations who, to me, surprisingly, they either fire the GM right before the draft or fire him right after.
Right after.
So it's like, okay, Will McClay and them are probably making the picks anyway, right? And they're saying, hey, I like this free agent. I like that free agent. Jerry, Stephen, what do you all think? You think McCarthy, would weigh in on that, but
right, because you want a player to fit the coach.
Right.
Now, maybe they could say, we already know what Mike wants, so we don't have to rush to bring Mike back. What if it's not Mike? What if it's Kellen? What if it's Cliff? What if it's Liam Cohen? What if it's Tomlin? Any number of guys.
Here's another question. Has McCarthy pushed around his weight a little bit? When does McCarthy get sick of this? Tomorrow is the deadline.
Right.
His contract expires tomorrow. He can talk to the Bears tomorrow with or without Jerry's permission. When does McCarthy have Don Yee, the agent, hit up Jerry and Steven and nudge them, poke them, push them because they're sick of being in limbo and waiting? Does Mike dare do that?
Well, let's just say this thing expires and we get to Wednesday morning and the Bears call up again, or 6 other teams call up. Whoever has the openings calls up.
Yep.
Jerry said he wants the guy here that wants to be here. If Mike, is he baiting Mike? Is he baiting McCarthy to take an interview? And then the moment he takes that interview, he goes, you obviously don't want to be here, so we're just going to walk away.
Right.
And then that's what Jerry used. Now he goes to the fans and say, look, we hired a coach that wants to be here. I mean, he does want to be here. He's sitting there right now.
Yeah, he does want to be here. But is it under Jerry's terms? Man, this is maddening. A lot of people thought that Jerry would just announce the extension during this NFL weekend.
Yeah.
It's not surprising at all. He's dragging this out until the very end.
He is.
I'm trying to think of an analogy for this timing that drives you. It's like when you know your significant other every single time. You're like, okay, she knows that I get irritated that we're late. I'm not talking about my wife. My wife has had an early problem with this, and now I think she's phenomenal with timing, for real. Even with 2 children, she's not listening right now. That's not why I'm kissing up to her and saying that. But it's like, okay, maybe now they'll make the adjustment. They'll be early. We'll be on time today. Nope, every single time you are going to be a few minutes late, and you're going to push it to the end of the clock. That's what Jerry does with every single one of these.
Every time. Doesn't matter what it is, what contract, what player. I mean, he waits. They don't.
He's going to get my damn hopes up. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to start getting my hopes up here that we're going to hear about friction, and we're going to get this blockbuster hire and a change and a name out of nowhere, and then it's just going to end up resulting in Mike coming back on a 2 to 4 year deal. You know, they're either arguing about length, money, control.
Or they're not even talking to either one of them. Like, what do we?
Yeah, Schefter says, I guess they're not even talking about any of it.
Because Mike's going to be like, dude, I can't coach again on a 2 year deal. Like, I can't. I need more than that. Like, that's and look, as a coach, he probably is right. He probably is right. You know, you need to have more than that. You got to have a 1 year deal for a coach is the same thing as a 1 year deal for a player. There's no faith. There's no sign of any kind of trust there. But, you know, if you're Jerry, like, you just saw this thing end year 5 here where it didn't go as planned by any stretch, even before all the injuries. So what are you going to do? Are you going to not sign him? You're going to go, just play this thing out, fart around here for another week or two, let everybody else get hired, and then have to pick up the scraps? Or is that what your plan is, to make sure that McCarthy has no other options? Like, you wait this thing out until his only option are here or unemployment.
If I'm Mike, I'm still operating out of fear. It's like when you go to your boss and you kind of let them know, I'm not going to stand for this. I'm not going to take this, but you don't have a backup job. You're bluffing. I'm going to guess. I could be dead wrong. Other insiders have said I'm wrong. Broadus would say I'm wrong. If I was McCarthy and his agent, I would operate that I'm not getting another job. You know, Ben Johnson can get hired anywhere right now.
Except here.
Except here. I would operate from a position of I still need them more than they need me, because I'm not counting on the Bears or the Saints or one of the other openings to hire me.
Yeah, I mean, who's the other one? The
Raiders,
Jets.
Yeah.
I think it's obviously it would be less than 50% that he gets a job, because I think that there's so many candidates out there and there's not that many job openings. But I mean, I could see the Saints and I don't see the Jets they seem to always be going towards defense. I think you're down to the Saints, unless the Bears and Ben Johnson's just like, I'm done. Because what are you going to do what are you going to do to the Bears? If you want Ben Johnson, you're going to, and let's say Detroit goes to the Super Bowl, you going to wait till the middle of February to hire him? You just sit around?
Well, you have to know it's a done deal.
I guess you would have to.
With him and his agent. Mike Vrabel's off the board. Vrabel and the Patriots reached a multi-year agreement to make him the Pats' next head coach. 7th individual to become, trivia time, RJ, 7th person to become the head coach for a team he won the Super Bowl with as a player. Can you name the others?
Mayo.
One.
That's it, man, Mayo.
One was here. One is on TV. One was a Raider. One was an old school legendary Packer. You won't get the other. Forrest Gregg.
That's the Packer.
No, there's an old school Packer that I'm referring to.
Oh, an old school Packer.
Yeah. I don't know who the hell Forrest Gregg played for.
Forrest Gregg played for the Packers.
Okay.
He was part of that wall, right? Their great offensive line. I'm drawing a blank.
Think recently here.
Oh, Jason. I didn't even think of him winning a Super Bowl.
Guy on TV for a team you love.
Guy on TV for a team I love.
Loved. AFC.
Who's
the AFC team that you loved?
The Browns?
Nope. Another one.
The Jets?
Nope.
The Colts?
Jeff Saturday.
Oh!
Garrett Saturday, Art Shell, Raiders.
Art Shell!
And Bart Starr. So there it is. Mike Vrabel with the other former player hire that Robert Kraft is making.
All right. I mean, look, this is defensive coaches generally. They love them up north. They love them. They love those. They love those guys in Boston. They're going to go another defensive coach. This is what they do. I mean, they've had. I mean, we talked about this with the Patriots and the Jets, how they've go back to the 80s without hiring offensive coaches.
Are Texas fans more furious with Sark or Quinn? It's part of the college football keggers. The national championship is set. That and a brand new Tolo ticket giveaway with Sean and RJ after this. And this is the Low T Center.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Ewers set to toss. Ewers being chased, hit by Jack Sawyer, knocked the ball out. Sawyer's picked it up, and he's running down the right side. Jack Sawyer hits the 50-yard line to the Texas 40. Sawyer to the 30, to the 20 of Texas. Jack Sawyer is going to take it into the end zone. His second fumble recovery of the season. Jack Sawyer, a 27-14 lead over Texas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Ohio State radio? That was very subdued for the home radio broadcast, was it not? Very subdued. You would think you'd be going hooting and hollering.
Yeah.
You know,
oh my God, a professional broadcast booth. Who would have thunk it?
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? But Ohio
a bunch
State,
of homers up there.
Ohio State really put the dagger into the University of Texas's hearts over the weekend, as they go and they move on and they are headed to the national championship game where they will take on Notre Dame after a 28-14 win in a game that was, I mean, it was tied.
Oh, it was not 28-14 game.
No, it was not.
No.
It was not. It was a tie ball game heading in the fourth quarter. And all of a sudden, Ohio State gets a touchdown late. Texas comes right down the field and then calls perhaps the most odd sequence of plays of Steve Sarkisian's career, Peyton Russell.
Yeah, not sure what he was thinking on that. Not sure at all. You're at the 2-yard line. You need 2 yards here. You got 4 chances. Run up the middle every single time. Or put Arch in. Put Arch in, run, left to right a little bit. Do something. Don't sweep toss. That play hasn't worked in a while.
You had first and goal at the 1. You had Gibson run, no gain. You had second and goal at the 1. You had a loss of 7.
Where will toss left fall? What other plays in DFW history can you just immediately recall like that? You get some Cowboy catches. I don't know what the Dwight Clark play call was. What are the calls that will live in infamy, like toss left for the Longhorn fans, that they'll never ever be able to get over? And Sark gave the whole Parcells explanation afterwards. I think it was Parcells.
There are no bad plays, just bad execution.
And we block it up. If we block it up, as many Longhorn fans were even more furious, saying Sark didn't take any accountability. That it was an execution thing, not a play call thing. Toss left, loss of 7.
So loss of 7. So now you've got third and goal. Now from the 8, incomplete pass, fourth and goal, fumble. Jack Sawyer, who was a menace on that final stand too. I mean, he blew up about 3 of those plays.
Is he the one who tried to fight Michigan after?
Yeah.
That was him?
They're playing their flag on our field, man.
Well, that was going to make him a legend, and Ryan Day afterwards says there is now 0 doubt.
I can't say enough about Jack Sawyer. He's a guy who loves being a Buckeye. He loves his teammates. He's done everything we asked him to do. He's a captain. He's everything that we could possibly ask for in a captain, and to make a play like that in that moment, that we talked about before the game, if you want to leave a legacy behind, you become a legend. He just became a legend in Ohio State.
People are furious at Quinn for smiling and being cool with Sawyer afterwards because
simmer down.
They were roommates. Twitter, if I'm a Texas player, I'm ticked off. Why the F is Quinn laughing right after that? I don't care. It's a nasty look. Ewers is chuckling and laughing, and Ewers smiling after blanking up that game is crazy. So the Longhorn fans are upset. Bobby chiming in with load left. That's a great one. Cowboys failing to get 4th and 1 late in the season against Philadelphia. Switzer almost lost his job for that. Load left, toss left. A lot of things going left.
It's never good to go left. Okay, folks, never good.
I knew that was
Look, Texas shouldn't even have been in this game. They were get outgained by about 2 yards of play. That, over the course of a game, turns around to be about a 21-point difference. And they were tied. And they were going to be tied again. It was going to be 21-21. I mean, they had it right there. Yeah. And that's a couple of questionable play calls, whatever you want to, not putting Arch in, toss left, whatever. They should have absolutely tied this game up. That would have been like one of the more improbable victories had they won this game based on how the game went.
Pepe, where were you watching it, and what did you do as this was transpiring?
So I think from the 10-minute mark in the fourth quarter, maybe 11 or 12.
You're at the casino.
I was. I found there were TVs all around, so you couldn't miss it. But I had to find a little area where there's a TV and just like a slot machine I could just sit at. I didn't play or anything, but I was just focused watching. But I watched probably about 8 or 9 minutes of game time, and then whenever Jack Sawyer took it back, I think I was at the craps hill by the time he reached the end zone. I was like, I got to find something else to do. But I was wearing my Longhorn gear, so it was double frustrated. But once again, I mean, this is a Longhorns team that their season ends in the red zone. They did the same thing last year against Washington. They had, a great drive down the field, and then 15 seconds left in the game. They can't, get 10 or 15 yards to the end zone. And they're 2 yards away from tying the game. Probably, hopefully get another possession down the line in the fourth quarter. But once again, they have red zone issues.
Are you more furious overall with Sark or Quinn?
See, the Quinn hate, I've kind of come to an agreement on. Yes, it's frustrating sometimes watching him play, turning the ball over. But again, the last 2 or 3 years, it's been the best 2 or 3 years Longhorns have had in a long time. So, you can't really complain about that. He's been to 2 back-to-back semifinals. You can't complain about that. But that toss play really frustrated me because, once again, it's the red zone for Sark. He did this crap against OU last year. They lost OU because he couldn't convert in the red zone.
This is another game where it felt like Art should take over, but Quinn did respond. He did it against Arizona State. I'm expecting him to go ahead and fold up. He's going to totally crumble. And then he did revive. And in talking to Bobby over the weekend, he's like, so what? I'm not giving him flowers for having a second half revival. I want it from the beginning of the game if you're that hyped up and you're supposed to be a national championship contender and winner. But people were calling for it, including me. I'm like, all right, let's at least see not a full takeover from Arch, but some Georgia Bulldog cameo appearances as the Longhorn offense was dead to start and dead for the first half.
It was, and that's where the 2 yard per play average really was. It was in the first half, not in the second half. And that's, Ohio State really should have probably been up more at halftime, but they weren't. This was very odd. This was a very odd end of the game for Texas. I think Quinn gets far too much hate compared to what Sark gets. I think it needs to even out a little bit more. I always say it's the reverse of the Cowboys. The Cowboy fans go after the head coach, and the Longhorn fans are going after the quarterback.
Why should Sark get more dislike?
Not more.
Because it feels like they're winning because of defense, right?
Their defense was tremendous. It had a really good performance.
Yeah. Many more opportunities to criticize Quinn than Sark because, Quinn's the side of the ball in which people wanted to see more from. They were hoping for more offense out of such a hype name.
Right, but it's also... that's Sark's thing. That's Sark's side of the ball too.
Yep.
It's he's got to wear some of that. Quinn. I also think Texas fans need to get their standard in order here. They act like they're they should. This is below them back-to-back Final Fours. This is the same school that in the last 50 years has the same number of titles as Pitt and BYU and Georgia Tech and Colorado. Slow your roll. Change your standard. This isn't the 60s anymore. This is making the Final Four back-to-back years is pretty damn good.
I had my troll hat on, too, Friday night.
Yeah.
I said, oh, yeah. I was going to pour more brown liquid the later this game went. Started off. I got a couple Longhorn fans engaged and then just decided to be ruthless. I was already ticked off over the know-it-all attitude after the Arizona State Target debate, and then Bobby put me over the edge when he wanted to be a jackass throughout the week. So I was thrilled. I was very, very happy that the Longhorns lost. Look, if you're going to look at a box score and say that you are going to hold Jeremiah Smith to 1 for 3. It's kind of like the Packers with A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna hold their star receiver to that, and you still end up losing. That's really disappointing. They did a phenomenal job. I thought Jeremiah Smith may have gotten hurt.
Their defense played tremendous. It really did. It was a really good defensive game plan by Texas. It really was. And there's a reason why that they were still in that game. It wasn't the offense, and that's on Quinn. That's on Sark. They both got to wear it. And, the Fantex saying, the hate for Ewers only exists because Arch is there. There's a lot of truth to that. The backup quarterback is the most popular man on campus.
And I think the Ohio State NIL thing also factors in for me. I'm like, oh, this was a million kid just like that already. He must be this. He must be that. So him getting paid all that money with the Buckeyes set up a hype and expectation level, at least in my mind. And then you factor that in with Arch, who, everyone wants to be the chosen one.
Yeah, I mean, and Quinn's dollar amount that he got, I think it was like $1.5 million when he went to Ohio State. I mean, that's chump change now.
Yeah.
That's chump change for quarterback. You got 2 $4 million quarterbacks out there right now.
Especially after Carson Beck. But Pete Thamel reported Quinn expects to enter the draft.
Yeah, so he's expected to enter the draft. And that's if there is a big number out there, like if you're say Oregon and you want to throw $5-6 million at them because they're gonna need a quarterback. Maybe he changes his mind because let's be fair. You go to the NFL. You know what happens in the NFL? You get cut. They're not going to cut. It's a free $6 million to go to Oregon. Take your $6 million, then go to the draft the next year. You probably won't improve or drop. You probably won't drop your draft stock any. He'll get drafted where he's going to get drafted.
Yeah.
So just steal the extra $6 million. I don't know. That's an option for Quinn if he wants to go that route. But Ohio State moves on 28-14 over Texas.
What's that early Penn State spread?
I saw it it started at 10. It's already dropped down. I got it at 8 or 8.5 Ohio State, and I only had to lay 105 on the juice, so it was a little bit less juice. There's a lot of money coming in. 75% of the money is on Notre Dame, and a 20% pro betting advantage.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Penn State.
Yeah, Notre Dame. Yeah, so it's a 20% pro betting advantage for Notre Dame, and 75% of the money is being bet on Notre Dame plus the 8.5 right now. I don't know what the money line is on that one, but I'll be interested to see how Notre Dame stacks up because, they have not gone up against in this playoff like a truly great offense. Georgia's offense is not truly great, right? Indiana's offense is not truly great. The Penn State offense is not truly a great offense. I'll be interested to see how they handle with Jeremiah Smith.
Apparently, Jerry was shown on the video board at AT&T, and he was booed. Saw that from Tolo Sean McFarland. Clarence Hill said Jerry and Micah were talking deep into the night afterwards, as Micah was watching the game there as well. So college football kegger part 1, the Longhorns have their hearts crushed. It did not feel like they were the better team in the game, though, did it?
No, it didn't. I mean, it felt like their defense played a tremendous, really had a good effort.
Yep.
And you wish for more from the offense, but no, they didn't feel like the first half. Like I said, Ohio State had over 2 yards per play more in the first half than Texas did. It should have been up more.
Does the NFL have a college football problem after what we just saw during Wild Card Weekend? We'll talk about it in the commercial-free Expressway with a brand-new Tolo ticket giveaway to hook you up for checking us out. Commercial-free. NFL, college with the same problem? Next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy and keep you healthy. It is the new year. That's right. You're in the new year, and you want to be able to stay healthy. Get healthy. You can do it with...
products? I gotta remember that. Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. Oh, no, I'm saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Tonight with your Rangers station, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Dixon takes it at the goal line, and he does not reach the 30. He is hit hard.
Ball came out. The Eagles have the ball.
The Eagles have it, a turnover on the very first play of the game. The Eagles come up with the football. They hit by Oren Burks. How about that way to start the game?
Cheating. Those referees, I'm convinced, scared of those animals in the stands.
Yes.
So they did not keep the ball with the Green Bay Packers. It was a clear recovery. Clear Packer recovery. They just gave it to the Eagles. Bam, 7-0. And Green Bay goes on to make it, what, a 3-for-3 wild card weekend? Or was at that point, it was 4-for-4 with really boring, unwatchable games? It's Sean and RJ, commercial-free Expressway right now and every day throughout the week on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. We're going to thank you by hooking you up with tickets to the Dallas Open. You're going to have 12 of the top 50 players in the world right here in the Metroplex. We're going to send you to it with the friends and the family. Jimmy Johnson said just trade coaches. Just swap out Mike McCarthy for Mike Tomlin. We'll dive into that at 8 o'clock here on The Fan. But, Choppy, do we have a college football playoff problem with Wild Card Weekend?
Well, we might. Let's go back and look at this. And I went back and looked. This is coming into this playoff. And it actually got worse. 80% of the games that we've seen in this year's playoffs were decided by 10 or more. So 4 of the 5.
Ugh.
All right. But if you go back and you look, and when they expanded the playoffs to 7 teams in each division, to 14. So I went back and looked till, I guess it was 2020. Of those 24 first-round playoff games, 14 were decided by 10 or more. Now you add this year's in, it's 18 of 29. 18 of 29 decided by 10 or more. It gets worse. 15 of the 18 were by 14 or more. Okay? And now 10 of those 18 by 3 scores or more. So basically, a third of the games that you've seen in the first round in this expanded playoffs are decided by 3 scores. And way more than half of them are decided by 10 plus.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Well, is it?
I mean, it's not for the NFL because they don't have problems. Nothing sticks to them.
But what do we expect? What are you supposed to do? There's a reason that people say the divisional round is the best football weekend of the year, right? Because you're moving on past the wild card stuff. This is what it's supposed to be, though. The top versus the bottom, right? What else are you supposed to do? I don't want the top dogs totally upset in the first round. Now it was bad football. It was a bad weekend. Houston, LA turned into unwatchable. The Baltimore game was a total complete beatdown. 31 unanswered for the Bills. Denver never scored after their first drive. Philadelphia, Green Bay was ugly. And last night was the only good and close game. That's it. And then we'll see what happens tonight in Arizona with the Rams and the Vikings. But isn't this what it's supposed to be?
Well, I think what it's showing is it's just showing that
it's so much better than the NBA, though, because you don't
one
get...
and done. It's 3 hours.
It's 3 hours.
3 hours.
3 hours, it's not 5 games.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So, yeah, it's way better than the alternative, and the alternative is, like you said, like the NBA. Is the alternative to go back to 6? I mean, they're not going to put the genie back in the bottle. You've already had 7.
Yeah.
Like you're far more likely to go to 8 than you are to go to 6. Look, the only thing better than football is more football. Like that's the only thing better, right? That's where we are. But when you have options to go elsewhere, the ratings are still going to be through the roof. When you have the options to go elsewhere for your money and your entertainment, having blowouts in the first round can't be good. And year after year, it's like this. I don't know what they can do. I don't think they can do anything. I think what this highlights, though, is that.
And by the way, in the National Football League, like this was a bad result for. I actually compare the NFL and college the same this year in that, hey, it felt like upsets could have happened in both, right? A year of parity in college.
Right. It felt like it could have.
And then when we were making picks on Friday, I said, ended up being wrong, I could see upsets everywhere. I picked the Chargers, but you could easily see the Texans. And I felt like, John Gruden picked Denver to go ahead and beat Buffalo. Pepe thought Green Bay was going to give more of a challenge to Philadelphia. We knew last night could be close.
Yeah.
It felt like things could, and they will happen over the years.
They
with
will
the
happen.
parity of the league.
There's no doubt about that. They will happen.
And now the parity of college with everyone paying and not just, outside the big dogs in the SEC.
Yeah, it just, what it showed in college, what it showed in the NFL this weekend, in the first round of college and the first round of the NFL, that there are, like, you have your haves and your have-nots, but among the haves, there are tiers of the haves. The teams that moved on, Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly, right? And then in college, and these are one of the first round games, the Ohio States and the Notre Dames. They're the billionaires of the wealthy, and then the other teams are just the millionaires, right? There's still tiers among the haves. Like, these are all good teams. But the NFL does manufacture playoff teams every year. Denver was a surprise this year. Washington popped. Washington popped from nowhere. You're going to have that every single year in the NFL. It's just the way it is. It's the way the league manufactures teams in the playoffs.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. If you have a better idea for this, something to do, hit us up on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Some wildcard weekend leftovers. A.J. Brown was reading a book on the sidelines. Says he always does it. Says he always does it. But this is the first time we've seen it on. Now, LeBron James caught a lot of heat for this.
Read a book?
And he was inactive, I believe.
Yeah, he was inactive.
He was not playing, right?
No, I don't think he was playing. It didn't look like it.
Inner Excellence was the name of the book, and AJ was asked about it after.
Why do you read during the games, and what does it bring to you?
Man, it gives me a sense of peace. That's a book that I bring every single game. My teammates call it the recipe. It's the first time I heard that y'all got me on camera. But that's not the first game. It got a lot of points in there. It's a lot of mental game, a lot of mental parts about it. And because for me, this game is mental. I physically believe I can do anything and everything, but I got to make sure my mental good. So it's something like how I refresh every drive. Regardless of if I score a touchdown or I drop a pass, I always go back to that book every drive and just refocus. And nothing matters, nothing happens, and reload back in.
What do we think of this? Is he going to catch any heat for this? Would he catch heat if they lost? He ended up on the day 1 for 10. I'm trying to think of what Bobby would say about this. I think he would shred A.J. Brown.
I think he would shred it, too.
Does this make you think this guy is a little bit bonkers upstairs? You'd be focusing on an iPad, talking to coaches. What do you think? How will the world react?
Oh, I think the world will react generally negatively to this. Well, at least Philly fans. Philly fans are like, but also I understand his take. Like, when you're on the bench, you're getting a breather. Like you come out of an NBA game. You're coming out for basically one reason, right? To rest. To rest. We never think about mental rest. We only think about the physical rest. But is keeping your mind calm not a major part of playing sports? It makes sense. I don't know that generally people are going to love it, but people, we don't talk. We do not ever talk. We are slow. We're talking about it now more, but we don't talk about the mental side of life very often. Especially men don't.
The internet came after him. Justin and Val and Chris, wide receiver for dummies. After the game, he showed where it was highlighted and underlined. The snarky internet said, "Why'd you need to do both? Just do one or the other."
Yeah.
So people getting on A.J. Brown for just breaking out the book and reading a little bit. It does help that it, has to do with something that seems motivational.
Right?
It's not like Harry Potter Part 8 or whatever.
There's only 7, right, Peyton?
No, I think there's 8 now.
Is there 8?
Yeah, I think they got an 8th one in there.
What's the last book you read, Pepe?
Oh, gosh. It was probably one of the Harry Potters, but I haven't read actual books since 5th or 6th grade.
I was in college. It was Frankenstein.
Well, my aunt, people get on us for reading, and I was like, we read the most.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think of what other jobs I can immediately think of.
Attorneys, I think. Attorneys would. Doctors probably, right? You're reading
charts and
the medical journal. Hey, what is this? He's got pus coming out of there. What is that? What is that affliction?
It makes me think that I'm not going to make the biggest deal of it, but I'm like, AJ Brown, he's someone who he has to be managed. I mean, this guy, he could fly off at any time. If they lost and he had one catch, they would lose their minds about this, but they're not going to do it now in filthy.
Roberto coming in, the text said, I'm fine with it, whatever he needs to stay locked in.
Whoa.
Okay. I tend to agree with that. I mean, like, I don't think, to being out of the game is just for physical rest. I think, if you rest your mind too.
Well, Bobby's it
will probably make you a better player.
Performance enhanced user during events as well.
Absolutely.
No doubt
so about that.
Whether it's white and chalky or white and papery.
We see,
he believes.
Like, I get annoyed by this, but in golf, like Jason Day, he would always be sitting there taking his pulse before he hits. He wants to calm himself down. The mental side of sports is huge. Like if you can stay calm and not race, I think you're better.
George Pickens.
Somebody said put it on the Kindle. No one would ever know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you just put it on your tablet.
That's right. George Pickens, after the Steelers lost their 5th straight game, offense was a dud, was asked about the growth of the Pittsburgh attack and whether he has confidence. The follow-up was amazing. How much confidence does he have in the offense moving forward?
Yeah, I seen signs of growth for sure. From past, the first year I've been here, just way more growth for sure.
Does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
That's so good. That's so good. I laugh every time I hear it. Nah.
Nah.
Nah. How good is that? Does it make you optimistic moving forward? Nah. We will talk about the Mike Tomlin from Mike McCarthy swap that Jimmy Johnson proposed at 8 o'clock this morning. The other thing I was noticing yesterday, before Zane Gonzalez came on the field for the Commanders' game-winning doink kick, he kept messing with his head. He kept combing his buzz cut, and I was like, what is this guy doing? Dude, you have no hair up there. Like, he just twitch, up, down. It came out that he has OCD.
Oh, yeah.
Since he was a freshman at Arizona State, he's been public about coping with it, so we saw his tick of constantly fixing his hair.
Get it?
He did that before the kick.
I get it.
Is that your nail thing? Is that OCD, you biting your nails? Or no?
No, I don't think so. That's just more like anxiety, maybe. I don't know that it's OCD. Maybe it is. I don't know. I've had stuff
My
like this.
brother used to curl his hair and yank it.
That's like a coping mechanism.
And there'll be little patches of hair. And this was way before anyone talked about any of this stuff. And I've always been curious, what was that? He'd pull his hair out.
That's that. I wonder what that is. I've heard of that. I don't know what they call it, but I've had. I used to, when I was a kid, I used to have to I would turn on all the lights, turn them on, turn them off, turn them on again.
Oh,
everything had to. It was just I had my own little OCD stuff. I've tried to outgrow it, but I still find myself when when NCAA tournament rolls around, Tennessee's in it, I find myself trying to figure out what did I do last time they lost, and never try to repeat that again. I still go and drive myself nuts a little bit.
This guy is Pepe. You have any of those tics? You do any of those things?
I think sometimes I kind of twirl my wrist a little bit, just kind of move around. But
twirl your wrist a little bit, like what?
Sitting here going like this.
Yeah, I mean it's under the desk, obviously, but I just kind of
I don't know. You better stop there, man.
Good. I was wondering where the Lubriderm went in here. I twirl my wrist under the desk.
Just moving it around. I got to move something around. I can't stand still.
Can't sit still.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy is not in the postseason, but one more wide receiver clip. Xavier Legette, the best audio in all of sports, wanted to prove to everyone he was not joking around about eating wildlife.
I think they think we really be faking when we say we do this. We done bust the squirrel out the tree and open them up. Know what I'm talking about? Take the clothes off. That's step one. I'm going to show y'all the rest of what it is.
Legette is holding up this.
Totally skinned.
Yeah, kids, earmuffs for a second. I'm like, this poor guy's going to catch it. He is going to catch it from PETA.
Oh, yeah.
And the wildlife. He was hunting skinning, and getting ready to cook up some
You know
squirrel.
what I'm talking about?
I mean, that's the way it is, man. The guy's awesome. He's a treat.
Isn't he?
He is a treat.
God, I love the guy. I love him so much. Why couldn't they have traded for him
Instead of Mingo?
instead of Mingo?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it would have taken more than a 4th-round pick, but that's Leggett making Jerry Jones proud. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, and then we want to hear about everything you did this weekend.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Dallas Open on February 3rd and 4th at the Star in Frisco. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Mike McCarthy for Mike Tomlin. How would you feel about that? Jimmy Johnson has that idea. That's at 8 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. But every Monday at this time, let's recap what you did.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Best and worst. Tell us the great thing. Tell us the awful thing. Everything. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. I'll start off as, I don't know, whenever NFL playoffs roll around, I want to get out of the house to watch the games either for a wild card Saturday or a divisional round Saturday. And we needed to get out of the house. Sunnyvale, unnecessarily, this overrated snowstorm, shut down our schools, had the kids for 4 straight days, and I got to get out of here. So the wife went to the massage with her girlfriend, happy birthday, Melissa, and I tried to round up a few of the fellas to watch the games, and we met at Christie's on Greenville Ave. Shout out to Tolo Chase, who stopped Bobby and myself. It was me, Bob, Chiafalo, and Jake Riepma. Jake Riepma flew in his girlfriend for her 30th birthday. So we sat there and chilled to watch the games to about 7:30. It's fun to get out of the house. Very fun. It was a happening spot. Bobby decided to go ahead. I was like gonna, order shots for the table and Chase. And I was like, how much are the shots? And they're like, 10. I said, do you have any shot specials? I started there.
Yeah.
And they're like, what? And I was like, okay.
Saturday?
I thought maybe. And she said, what do you want, some green teas? I was like, how much are your shots? She's like, 10 apiece. I was like, never mind. Hell no. There's probably like 10 of us. So I was like, no, not doing that. Bobby then orders shots for the table. Kristen, turn this off if you're listening. Bobby, turn it off if you're with Kristen. Double XO whiskey shots. Doubles.
Oh, really?
For the whole table. TX whiskey, I'm sorry. And I was like, oh my goodness. I know Jake was hurting. Chiafalo, who went to the Shane Gillis show. He was pre-gaming with us before with Marion before heading on over. He said he was hurting a ton in the morning. So that was Bobby going big time. I said, what are you doing, man? That's going to be a crazy, insane bill.
Yeah, it is.
He just still did
$200.
Still did it for the shots.
Look at that.
But it was fun. It was fun to gather up for a little bit.
Yeah, I had the kids, so that was getting out of town, getting out of the house was not going to happen because these kids, all they want to do is be chauffeured around. I'm not a parent. I am an Uber driver.
Yeah.
I am an Uber driver. Can we go here? Can we go there? Can we go there? Can we go there? I want to go stay at this guy's house. I want to go to Ninja Kids. I want to go hit. I want to go to the rec, play basketball. It's always something. It never ends. You are an Uber. Just wait. Just wait. When they get friends, it's the worst. You want your kid to be popular, and then you realize that when they have friends, it is the absolute worst.
Don't you want them to, like Luca has his permit, don't you want him to befriend someone who has the actual license? That way you don't have to drive him around?
I don't know what the rules are with driving with other kids. I think when you're like...
No. Like, the kid drives Luca.
Yeah,
you want him to have a friend who's a little bit older, who officially has the license?
But I think there's a rule page like where if you're like 16, you can't have more than one passenger in the car.
Yeah, I got busted for that when I was 16.
Wait, 16 you officially get your license?
Yeah, but you got to go like 3 months, I think, before you can have more than one person in the car. That's not an adult.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't a thing when we were kids. When we turned, I guess it was 17 for me. You just get your license, you're good.
Yeah,
but I don't. I think that's the rule. I don't know.
It makes sense.
It does. I have no idea how we will feel about him drive with somebody else anyway.
Right.
Because kids are stupid. Let's be fair.
Yeah,
kids are dumb. So but yeah, they wanted to go everywhere. But I'll tell you the best for me. I did get to try the 4-wheel drive out in the truck.
Oh,
with the snow.
Okay,
because we got about 4 to 6 up there in Roanoke, and it was. I got to try that out. It is a huge game changer. Such a game changer. Going up hills, going down hills, braking. Nothing matters. Nothing matters with the 4-wheel drive. It is. I don't know how I could ever go back to the 2-wheel.
This is the first vehicle that you've had capable of doing it.
Yeah, because I was always a
car guy.
Yeah, I was a Brian O'Connor, Dom Toretto, Fast and the Furious kind of wannabe, right? I wanted to get myself a GTR or Skyline. I always wanted one of those. But now it's like I feel like I got the truck and the 4-wheel drive.
So you didn't learn from your neighbor who did what he did over the holidays to his car, his vehicle?
Oh no, I didn't. He went off roading. This guy, he went off road. He busted his drivetrain, and that was a big fix. That was a big fix.
But you felt more powerful.
Way more. Yeah, I was able to it was. I was following Sarah, and she was like fishtailing everywhere, and I'm just like, fine, just plowing right through. I should get a snowplow. I should get a snowplow for the front and just plow everybody's driveway, make some cash.
And then worst of the weekend?
We did do the funeral planning for Big Ralph. At least I didn't do it. My mom did. And it appears that she hates Valentine's Day.
Yes.
She is going to make because he's getting cremated, so we can do it whenever. And she's planning when everybody can come into town. We got, sisters and nieces and uncles that are going to come in for the funeral for my dad, who died on New Year's Eve. And so she's going to do it the day before Valentine's Day.
How far out is the average? Like, this is extremely far out from the average wait time of a funeral, right? I wonder what the average is. Is it 2 weeks? Is it 2 weeks max?
So I had a buddy who died right around Christmas, and they did his funeral, I think, 4 days later. 5 days later. Let's see. No, he died on a Saturday. They did it on a Friday, so it was about a week later. But when you get cremated, you can do whenever you want to. There's no rush. So when my aunt died, they did it like 3 months later. So they were just trying to get people. They were going to do it up in upstate New York, and they wanted the weather to be good. So they wanted to wait for summer. They didn't want anybody to come in there in January because it's it's freezing. There's a foot of snow.
Yeah.
So
did you bring up your mom? This the day before Valentine's Day.
No, I didn't. I was like, all right. She was like, because we're going, we have the Super Bowl that week, the week before, and then we're going to the Combine. So this is when she wanted to do it in February. I was like, all right, well, I can't do it here.
Yeah.
I can't do it there.
I'm going to Cabo that weekend.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Do you have your hotel all set up?
Yep, it's all set up.
Nice. You're gonna love it. You been to Cabo?
Well, I was trying to make it more of I have to miss your dad's funeral, not a vacation preview. RJ's already thinking about the drinks for me. He's like,
it's the day before Valentine's Day. She's gonna make us all sad right before V-Day.
How is she? How are you all doing?
We're okay. She wants me to speak. I'm like, you don't want me to speak. I'm going to roast the hell out of that old man.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to talk about all of his faults. I'm going to talk about I'm going to make fun of him. Like, you don't want me to speak. I will get up there if you want, but I don't know. But she's doing okay with it. I think planning the funeral was tough because there's a finality to it, and that'll be, because you're going to see him in this little box, this little tiny urn.
Yeah.
And
better than an open coffin.
Oh, that's
the break moment. That's the break moment for me. You walk up there and you see.
Oh yeah.
That's when I crack.
That hits. And then the box, the urn. I mean, it's not even him.
Yeah.
He might not even be in there. I don't even know. I don't even know. That could just be ashes from anything. I don't know what they actually do. Now,
the cremation is not something you need to attend, right?
Oh no, he's been cremated.
Oh, he has.
Oh yeah, they did it the day after.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it within 24 hours. So he's already been cremated. You don't attend that. We had to cremate Sarah's dog. So that was
Is the dog in the house?
Yeah. It's in her bedside table. Right next to all our other goodies that are in there.
Moving the wrist under the table.
Yeah. Dog's surrounded by pink things. But yeah, so we took Bentley, her dog, the night that
you
she
guys have
passed.
never knocked over the urn. It's never fallen.
It's in a box.
A pillow.
Yeah, it's
or
in a box. It's in a
pillow.
little box.
Oh no, the dog.
Yeah,
I was gonna make a really bad joke.
We never knocked over the dog, but no, we took her in, and
She's like, RJ, doggy, and you're like, what? And she's like, no.
They're eating the dogs.
On the ground. No, on the ground. And you're like, okay. She said, no. It's spilled. No, not that either.
Come on, bark like a dog
Not
for
that
me.
either. What was the dog's name?
Bentley.
Oh, all right. Don't ever yell that in the middle.
No, yell rolls.
All right. Yeah. That's all I got for that. So you got four-wheel drive and funeral. Best and worst of the weekend here on DFW Sports Station. Pepe, Mr. Celebrity, going on treacherous roads just to get recognized in Oklahoma.
Yeah, my best usually would be my casino winnings that I dominate once again. By the way, I had quite the comeback at the casino. You've heard of 28-3. This was down 400.
Whoa! And
then I walked away up 160. I said that's enough for me. It was after the Texas loss. I was down 400 just going to the Texas game.
Was Mackenzie like? She doesn't love the casino, so she's there watching all the losing happening?
Yeah, she's watching.
And what's she doing during that? Because she grilled me over not paying you over a chicken tender, so I can't imagine she was cool with watching you just pee away $400.
So she doesn't know how much I'm actually losing till I tell her. She just sees chips, go back and forth, and she goes, okay, how much are you up? And I go, well, I'm down 200, down 3. She goes, well, it's been 30 minutes. How'd you lose $300 in 30 minutes? I'm like, well, that's how the game goes.
Was it all blackjack?
Yeah.
No, it was crap. So that's my game to go to.
Yeah.
Blackjack is screwed me over so many times. I'm done with blackjack.
So how much per craps turn do you play? I have no idea how to play craps.
Oh gosh, I think at some points I have like I'm not playing super risky. I have like $80 probably out there on the field and stuff. So but roll 1-7, you're out. You lose all $80. So you have to go on a run there. But I found the bubble craps finally. The video version of it. Where you have the dice in front of you, you kind of prop it up there. So that was my game to go to. But it wasn't about the casino winnings, but getting noticed once again. The Tolos just love me, I guess. And it wasn't my looks this time. It was my voice.
What?
So at first it was the casino. Ben hit me up on Instagram, said, hey, he was listening to the Friday shows, heard that I was going to be out there. He's like, hey, I'm going to be out there around the Texas game. Let's meet up, get a couple drinks or something like that. So I met him for a little bit.
Nice.
He was out there on a work trip. Shout out to Ben. And then it was yesterday I was getting a haircut. I was at Sports Clips, and a guy comes up to me as I'm sitting down. He's like, by the way, he was talking to the girl that was cutting my hair. He was like, by the way, this guy's super famous. I listen to him every morning.
Look at that.
Wow.
I was like,
famous.
wow. This is Colin Rockwell that introduced himself. And he said, it wasn't your looks or anything. It was your voice. I heard you talk. And I was like, that's super cool. Because, I'm still new in this whole radio, morning show stuff. I don't feel like my voice is like out there like y'all's. Like people have heard your voices for over a decade. They know your voices. They don't know my voice. I get a lot that, I see you on the Twitch and the YouTube, the fan cam.
It's like this texter who's all butthurt at like 5 a.m. when we were replaying, you talking about wedding plans. No one cares. No one cares. And I was like, I need to write this fool back.
You got his ass, Sean.
You must be new to the show. Pepe's a part of the program. He's a rising star. We got to talk about major things in his life as well.
Yeah,
Chill out, relax. It's Monday. Don't be so angry.
I still get starstruck by it. I love the attention. Just love the people come up to me like, hey, I listen to you in the morning. I still love it every time.
Did Mackenzie, did you guys stay over?
Yes, we had a free hotel room, so we stayed over Friday, which again, it was like, I thought about all week canceling the room because it was like the bad roads and everything, but they were getting better, but the drive up there was bad. Because it's quicker to go the back roads to get up there than just try and get on 75 and go north to Durant, Oklahoma. But man, you go 15, 20 miles north, and the roads were still really, really bad because no one's driving on it. And we saw one car, I think, flipped over, a couple that were stuck, their wheels were just spinning there in the snow. Yeah, it was scary, but we just had to go like 45, 50 the whole way there.
It's like the line of it was like I-20, and then it kind of went east. So if you were north of 30 or I-20, like in Fort Worth, you got doused with snow. And then in Dallas, I feel bad. I feel bad for the kids. In your area, I know they got 2 days free days off of school.
Feel real bad for them.
But they have 2 free days off school, but they didn't get any snow out of it. As a kid, you want the snow.
Yeah.
You want the snow. You want to play in the snow.
All right, this guy still looks a little hungover.
Oh, is it that obvious?
You're wearing like 3 jackets. It's 85 degrees in here.
Yeah, be calling all Texas soft,
listen,
and here you are with your 14 turtlenecks. Jake Riepma
Did you hear
in
what happened
studio.
to me? Karma bit me in the ass so bad on Friday.
What happened?
I was, like Peyton, I was going to get my hair cut. I run my mouth. I talk about how soft everybody is. Dead battery. Car didn't start.
Good.
I deserved it. I did.
Deserve it.
I honestly was in that moment. I just was like, double palms up. This is on me.
Yeah.
I ran my mouth. I deserve this.
And then the girlfriend, Sydney, flew in from West Virginia, turning 30 years of age. He was partying up for brunch in Deep Ellum. He had late night dinner plans. Don't mention any places. And then we all met up. We all
Shout
met
out
up,
Sandler.
We all met up in between. What'd you think? We finally got you out socially to go ahead and party it up.
I had a heck of a time. It was so fun.
Let me tell you about this guy. Major social violation with this guy right here.
Oh,
you know how
no. I know what you're gonna say.
Drives me crazy when we're all on the way to meet up and no one is returning the text messages. PayPay's the only one I can rely on.
Okay.
To be on time. And I said, all right, I'm gonna be at this place at 3. Basically trying to say, who else is going to be there at 3?
Yeah,
Do I need to get the table? How many people are bringing who?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's there has to ask for it.
Surface level, without the context, makes total sense. That's on me. Now, add the background. I had just pulled off the surprise brunch. There were a lot of different friend groups for Sydney, friends from Austin different friends from Dallas. So I felt like a coordinator role.
True.
And you're facilitating that social brunch.
Yeah.
And you had just pulled off the surprise, so I was not on my phone. But again, hand up. That's me.
So I walk in this packed bar at Seat Yourself. I find one booth at the very back, awful setup, no TV in front to watch the game. And I'm like, crap. I'm just like looking around. Where can I steal a table? Who's cashing out? Who's getting ready to leave? Who's got to-go boxes? And I thought I see Jake's girl sitting at this big table for like 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I think that's Riepma's girl because I had seen on your story surprising her. Now look at this SOB is sitting there. He's been sitting there the whole daggone time as I'm getting ready to order food and drinks. I walk up, I said, yo, you been here?
He goes, check your phone. I looked, there's like 15 unread messages.
Oh, yeah, prime time table. Chiafalo, of course, is on G-Bag time. He's going to show up 2 hours late. Bobby's showing up an hour late. Bobby's like, why do you always pick places that are 45 minutes away? I said, you need to check your GPS traffic. You need to check the traffic. I don't think Choppy checks the traffic. Always check the traffic, with the roads.
You got to check.
You ended up getting the awesome table, and we had a blast.
We did. Oh my gosh! And Sydney had a blast. We were both laughing Saturday night after full brunch, lots of drinks, obviously.
And you had to host yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that hurt.
Yeah, but you rally. You
got to rally.
Overcome a little adversity. That's grit.
All right, Jake Riepma, right here. Look, he's got 4 layers on.
Look at that.
And
a long coat.
Peyton's wearing shorts, and RJ's got a T-shirt for us soft Texans. And here's Riepma. It's all getting ready to go build a snowman. Let's trade McCarthy for Tomlin. That's Jimmy Johnson's idea. You down for it? Next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys. Look, maybe you were driving like Pepe to Oklahoma. Maybe you just live.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Touchdown, Derrick Henry, and they're going wild at M&T.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt out for the next few days. We got Pay running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. The Pittsburgh Steelers get trounced by Lamar, Derrick Henry, and the Baltimore Ravens, and Mike Tomlin is just trending. They're sick of it. They want to run him out of there. At least a lot of people do. It's a national conversation after Lamar ran for 81 and Henry ran for 186. And Lamar taking us back to his childhood with a little Derrick Henry comparison.
It looked like a movie clip. Like, you know, when, like, I'm going to give Cars. You watch the movie Cars? You're a little bit too old to watch Cars, but anyway, for kids, I was a kid when I watched Cars. I was a kid when I watched Cars. That's all I'm saying. But you know when Lightning McQueen just flashing past, and then it's like, that's how Derrick looked when he was running past, and all those guys just it looked like a movie, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'd rather be watching it than being on the other side of the ball. I know that.
Ravens with 299 on the ground. Last time that a team had more, 2013. San Fran had 323 in a win over the Packers, coached by Jim Harbaugh. This, of course, was John, and he said, my dad's proud. He liked to pound the rock. That is what we did. But now, RJ Choppy, all the focus and heat is on Mike Tomlin. Last playoff, go through the Tomlin numbers of disappointment.
All right, so they lose four straight in the year, right? Late in the year, they lost the four games, and then so they play themselves out of the division. They were in control of the AFC North, and they play themselves into a road game against Baltimore. He's lost 6 straight playoff games. The record is 7 by Marvin Lewis. He is one of 3 coaches to not win a playoff game for 8 seasons in over 8 years. The only other 2 are Marvin Lewis and Jim Mora. And, you know, they were both were eventually fired. Yeah, but the Steelers they operate under a different way. And I still think it's below 50% they fire him because they just don't do that. I think any other organization might. But the Steelers, in 4 of their last 6 playoff games, they've trailed by 21 at the half. 21-zip here, 21-zip last year, 21-7 in 2021, 35-10 in 2020, 21-zip in 2017. You know, but it's not Tomlin's career is not just these 8 years. You can't break it down like that. you've got to give more. There's a lot more context to his career. Like a lot of these teams that are in the playoffs weren't really playoff teams. He has to get credit for getting them to the playoffs, and then they get to the playoffs, and they're either overmatched, undermanned, or unprepared.
So there are very rare instances where the sports world gives you as a host an absolute free gift. And that is what the sports world is doing for me with this Mike Tomlin argument. Everybody has the whole thing wrong. It's amazing. And the only person that I've seen get it right is one Desmond Bryant, number 88. Mike Tomlin, he should be celebrated for this year. I have not seen the name Russell Wilson attached to all this ire and rage over the past 48 hours. Haven't seen it. You tell me that the Pittsburgh Steelers are making the playoffs with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields? I'm throwing you a parade. You know who the best, most genius PR team is in the entire sports world? The man doing it for Omar Khan. Does anybody know anyone know who Omar Khan is?
Shad's son?
Not Shad's son. Peyton, do you have
he's the Steelers GM, right?
He is the general manager of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And somehow, some way, this man has dodged all of the turmoil. He's dodged all of the fire. He got out of California first. And Mike Tomlin is there, left to hold all of it. Mike Tomlin is sitting in the house that's burning to the ground. Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers front office is to blame, in my opinion, for the Pittsburgh Steelers getting eliminated out of all these postseasons. For 5 straight years, you have not had a quarterback. 5. Russell Wilson, Kenny Pickett, and the dead corpse of Ben Roethlisberger's right arm. We all knew that Ben was cooked for the final 2 years at least. And we're killing Mike Tomlin? Now, if Mike Tomlin has a Belichick say and control of personnel, he could get criticized for that. But until
I have no idea what his...
Right.
I don't know. I can ask my guys at Pittsburgh. I have no idea.
Ask them. Until I find that out, the Mike Tomlin has to be fired, Mike Tomlin has got to go sentiment is one of the dumbest, most uninformed sports takes that I've seen in a very, very long time. Russell Wilson's the quarterback. What did you expect? Are you kidding me? Justin Fields was brought in. At the beginning of the year, I was making fun of all these first fake shows. Why are you giving so much time to the Pittsburgh Steelers? They're a non-factor.
Unlimited.
They're boring. Why are we dedicating this? Because they're a blue blood? That's why. It's the Packers and the Steelers, just like the New York Knicks, got a lot of the basketball discussion. Look at the quarterback. And we're going crazy over Tomlin. That is my take, and the entire sports world seems to be missing it.
Look, it's
5 years, and they made the playoffs.
They made the playoffs in several of those.
In several of those.
Yeah, it's look, they and here's the thing, because they beat Baltimore during the regular season. They beat them. I think what I've come to figure out with Tomlin is that I think he's the arguably the greatest motivator we've ever seen. He has to be in order to get these teams to the playoffs. And then when you get to the playoffs, that motivational advantage is gone because every team is motivated in the postseason. They're all equally motivated in the postseason. And now the flaws of the roster show up. And that's what's happened. If you're Pittsburgh, it's a couple of things. His career was very front-loaded. The knock on him is that he won with Cowers players. He took over in 2007, and they win the title in 2008. So I asked my buddy from Pittsburgh, and he already responded. I said, how much personnel control does he have? He goes, an S-ton. Him and Omar are at worst equals, and more than likely Mike dictates to Omar on most decisions. When it comes to any of significant weight, he has the final say.
Yeah.
Makes sense. He's the made guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he is. He's the...
But Roethlisberger was done in 2018.
Oh, yeah.
He was cooked.
He was done... Yeah.
2019, he played in 2 games, and then they had, remember that lucky season where we all knew that they
10
were...
or 11-0 to start.
He had 33-10, touchdown to picks. That looks good. The QBR was a 52. And then we saw... we talked about how awful and unwatchable the Steelers' offense was. It was nothing but screens and horizontal passes and swing passes. Like, I need to know who was responsible for not getting the quarterback there. And maybe Mike Tomlin doesn't need personnel control.
Well, the reason they haven't gotten the quarterback is because he doesn't ever really lose.
Yeah.
You've really got to stink to get a quarterback. Like, that's your goal.
They have a 9-8 pick at best.
Right. What they really need is for Tomlin to get Sean Payton and get suspended for a year. So they stink. And they fall off and they draft a quarterback high. But I mean, look, he's a really good football coach. I wonder how.
But I saw, Antonio Brown, by the way, I had to follow Antonio Brown this weekend.
You didn't follow him before?
No.
Oh, my God.
The stuff he's putting out.
It's so over the top.
He did the slow progression from Mike Tomlin to Doc Rivers.
Yeah.
Booger
McFarland said he subtweeted. It was a very subtweet. It said, sometimes the voice of the room just gets old and stale. That very well may be what it is. I mean, there's the parallels of McCarthy and Sean Payton and Mike Tomlin's careers are they're running neck and neck. They all won their titles back to back to back, 08, 09, 2010. Right there, all three. And then they've, steadily they've both gone to conference championship games since. And they've just steadily kind of flattened out.
So the idea from Jimmy Johnson on Fox was for the Steelers, disgruntled fan base, Cowboys, disgruntled fan base, to just make a swap.
I've got no inside information, but, things are stale in Pittsburgh. Things are stale in Dallas. And just food for thought. How about a coaching swap? Mike McCarthy's a Pittsburgh guy. Let him go to Pittsburgh, let Mike Tomlin go to Dallas. Both franchises would be excited.
But then the only problem is, you said they're both stale, but one continues to make the playoffs and the other one doesn't. That's not stale.
Hey, I'll tell you,
one's having more success.
So that's Strahan taking a shot at the Cowboys. If we set up because...
well, hang on. But that's also not really true. Like, the Cowboys continue to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Strahan just has to take his little giant shot. So Chris Mack in Pittsburgh, host that we had on, sent us this, and then the audio and video came out. We should set up a dual city poll. They retweet it there. We retweet it here. Would you all be down for that? And McCarthy-Tomlin swap. I believe the Metroplex would instantly sign up for it. I think Steeler fans, I'd be curious to see, are they so sick of Tomlin that they would want Pittsburgh Mike to go back home?
They are sick of Tomlin.
Because from a national perspective, I don't know about right now, I think people would view that as a win for the Cowboys in that trade. Now, you just did a segment a couple weeks ago that they're basically exactly the same guy.
They are. They are. Their resumes are in pretty much the same exact thing. Same with Sean Payton. I don't think Mike Tomlin and my buddy's from Pittsburgh, he's like, those two would not work together, Jerry and Tomlin. They would not work well. Mike has out of the ball. He's not an X's and O's, Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay, Ben Johnson type guy. He's a motivator. He's a culture guy. I love that. I love that about him. I think that is so undervalued. I would take a Tomlin, Dan Campbell, all those guys. I like those guys. But if you're looking for like a unique coaching advantage, right, you're not going to get it.
Well, the coaching advantage, I don't need you to be an X's and O's genius. The biggest thing for me around here was to improve the culture. That's the number one thing. I like that Mike McCarthy is liked. I don't know that he's feared. That's my opinion. The Cowboys are too loose.
I think the Cowboys culture, I don't know that it's going to change. I think their culture's toxic, not because of the coach. I don't know that if you bring Mike Tomlin in here, I don't think Mike Tomlin is given the same ability.
Okay, but to Bobby's text, and Bobby was ranting about this while I was asleep last night with you guys. What do you do then? Bobby's point is you can keep saying it's not the coach, doesn't matter. Well, okay, then you don't do anything. You have to operate around things that are realities that you're stuck with in life. Jerry ain't going nowhere. Steven ain't going nowhere. So you have to do something around it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that just getting a culture guy, I don't know that works here. I don't know that works.
So what is your solution?
Honestly, I have no idea. Like, I really don't know. I really don't know. I don't honestly. I don't think there's anything you can do. You have to do, like, the only time this team won with Jerry is they made a trade that would never be made again. They got a quarterback that they took pick number 1, and they had a coach that knew every player he was drafting, and they had a run. They had a 4-year run. Like, other than that, it's been the same thing. It's been the same story. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, I think the answer, and I don't want this type of coach. I don't like these I'm smarter than the room kind of guys. I think that's kind of what you probably have to have here. You have to have a coach that is such a unique, unicorn from a play calling X's and O's standpoint to overcome everything else.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports Steelers don't plan to move on from Mike Tomlin despite another one-and-done postseason. And Florio was talking about trading for coaches anyway. Like,
yeah,
he says you can't trade a coach for a coach.
Yeah, I don't know what the rule is in the NFL. It looks like
again, it's a fun fantasy hypothetical from Jimmy, but it's more so saying, all right, they get rid of Mike Tomlin, let McCarthy walk, and just go to each other's city.
Yeah, it's happened. I mean, you've traded picks for coaches. It's happened 8 times where you've traded picks for coaches in the NFL, dating all the way back to Don Shula, going from Baltimore to Miami. I mean, it goes back a long ways.
All right, let's see what the Tolos say. Let's just carry this over a little bit more on the fan text. If you would trade out Mike McCarthy for Mike Tomlin, would they do it in Pittsburgh? Plus, we got to recap the Mavs and Stars weekend next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jokic has it. Jokic in the lane, spots a man. Watson for three. Payday!
Denver TV with the call. We will get to the crushing Mavericks loss. Little afternoon basketball yesterday at the AAC. This is Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. In case you did not know, Bobby Belt will be back on Thursday. We got Peyton and Carter here live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Before we get into the Mavs and Stars weekend recap, just to finish up this Jimmy Johnson idea, just swapping mics between Dallas and Pittsburgh. Tomlin comes here. McCarthy goes back to Pittsburgh as we continue to wait to see what McCarthy and Jerry Jones are doing. Adam Schefter said no contract talks whatsoever as of the Saturday update. After Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, McCarthy's guy on Friday, said they were supposed to start talking contract to finish up the week. Pepe, what are the Tolos saying? I'm going to guess they would absolutely swap mics and bring Tomlin here.
You have a lot of Tolos leaning towards having Tomlin in Dallas and getting rid of McCarthy. But, I mean, it's not as like, you know...
It's not 80-20, 70-30?
It's probably like 65-35, a little shocking there. You have 214 that just says keep McCarthy outright. Tomlin isn't Jerry's type from the 817. 682 says Cowboys need D'Amico Ryans. And 817 says they need a culture change regardless.
Choppy, when does it happen in terms of the trades? It's trading for coaches, but it's draft picks. You can't trade straight up.
It's draft picks, yeah. It's Herm Edwards, Belichick, Sean Payton. Those guys were John Gruden. Goes all the way back to Don Shula. Happened in baseball. You traded a coach, a manager for a manager. Joe Gordon for Jimmy Dykes back in 1977. Cleveland and Detroit.
Oh.
Lou Piniella was traded to Tampa for a player. Not a pick, a player. So
I just want to know who went to the Steelers season and said, all right, let's have exciting, high expectations with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. I just want to know who said that. Because if your expectation was anything more than what you got, you're a fool. You're a football fool. That can't be the plan. Whose plan was that?
Is that
Omar Khan, the general manager? Is that the ownership? Was that Mike? Like, whose ever football philosophy was, yeah, we can compete for a championship. So any reaction that is totally surprised by what took place, to me, is foolish.
Look, you can't be surprised they lost.
Now, it doesn't speak for giving up 300 yards on the ground defensively. That's not good. But Russell Wilson is a guy we make fun of. Russell Wilson had a nice year.
Yeah, he was fine.
I'm giving Mike Tomlin a no-doubt thumbs up for the season, not thumbs down.
Well, you got to ask yourself, like, what is this? You talk about standard here. What's the standard there? You know, like, is this, if you're Pittsburgh, is this good enough? Mike is, from what we've been told from people in Pittsburgh, Mike is basically in charge of everything. So, not finding a quarterback is on him. They drafted Kenny Pickett. That was all they've tried. Like, they had Ben. They didn't try to draft. That's the thing. They had. Let me go back to
Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, that was a third-round pick. You know, like, that's
kind of trying. I mean, we did.
I don't consider that. See, I don't consider the Cowboys trying to get a quarterback. A first-round pick is trying to get a quarterback. I mean, the 12 of the 14 quarterbacks in the playoffs right now are first-rounders. Like, that's trying. The Cowboys and Steelers are the same team. They don't try to find a quarterback. They try to get one on the cheap. That's not the refusal to. It's organizationally they have a refusal to stink. Why would you get Russell Wilson? Why would you bring him in this year?
Yeah,
Russell Wilson is a progress stopper.
Yeah,
he doesn't help progress. Play Justin Fields the whole year. You either win with him or you lose with him. And if you lose with him, then you try to win with somebody else next year.
So they did not make the playoffs in 2022. Otherwise, they've made it in 4 out of the last 5 years with no quarterback. That's an impressive coaching job, y'all. I don't know where this is coming from.
He's a really good motivator. He is a tremendous. I think he's the best motivator in the league by far. And then, you know, then the talent disadvantage, or I should say the quarterback disadvantage. Their talent's fine.
Yeah,
the quarterback disadvantage takes over. You know, they just don't either they don't prioritize the position, or they don't know how to evaluate the position?
Nah.
Because
they grow receivers.
Like every team has got that thing they do well. The Cowboys apparently, the Cowboys, they know how to evaluate offensive line. The Steelers apparently know how to evaluate wide receivers. It's no surprise, though, that the 3 championships won by Tomlin, Sean Payton, and Mike McCarthy combined all came with Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Like all those coaches should know firsthand the importance of the position. And McCarthy has a good one. Payton just drafted one, went to the playoffs. And Tomlin is sitting there. I mean, he tried with Kenny Pickett, but everybody knew Kenny Pickett was overdrafted and his 8.5-inch hands. They've got it. I don't know. I think they're picking around 20th, something like that this year. There'll be one available. Maybe it's Jalen Milroe. Maybe who knows, right? There's going to be somebody there for him.
All right, let's talk about what happened to the Mavericks yesterday.
Well, they blew it. Now, if this was with Luka and Kyrie, this is a much bigger deal, right? It's a much bigger deal. But, they still had a 19-point late third quarter. There was like 4 minutes to go in the third, and they're up by 19. You should never lose a game when you're up by 19 with 16 minutes to go.
And 12 early in the fourth.
And how about this?
It's a 33-12 fourth quarter.
And how many points did Joker score in the fourth?
Was it 2?
3. You had a 19-point lead with 16 minutes to go. Joker scores 7 points in that time.
Jason Kidd was trending yesterday like Tomlin. He's getting roasted. He's getting torched, roasted.
Yeah, and it's not like Denver hit the bonus with 9 minutes to go either and just made it up from the free throw line. But the Mavericks went 0 of 11 from 3 in the fourth. By the way, Denver went 0 of 11 from 3 in the third.
Wow.
Little funny stat there. But it was just, this is what happens. It was a brutal loss. Not just you blow a 19-point lead.
Yeah.
You blew it and you lost by double digits.
Lost by double digits.
Like that's a tough way to go.
People mad that Dinwiddie, it was Dinwiddie ball. They were calling it down the stretch. Clay gave him a chance. Clay had 25, hitting 6 threes. But Denver starting to get going a little bit. The Mavs fall to 22-17.
But what are you going to do? You should have been up. A team without Luka and Kyrie probably shouldn't be up 19 on Denver anyway.
No, they should not. They're the 5th seed now in the West. They're a half game up on the Lakers. They're 1 game up on the Clippers. They're a game and a half behind Denver. They're 3 games behind Memphis for the 3 spot in the Western Conference. They're going to do it again tomorrow as well. Dallas versus Denver. And then you got the Dallas Stars on ice.
With how good the Stars have been. Here's Pinto cutting in front. Save. Rebound off the post and then scored. Felt like 4 different chances for Ottawa. And they finally cash in. It's Highmore who gets it, an immediate restore of the 2-goal lead.
Is that a more annoying horn than we're used to? Did they change the horn?
Man, either that or the crowd mics are really close to the horn.
The Canadians, the Canadian
annoying,
horn.
Man.
Good Canadian horn.
That was a victory plus. Saturday night, Stars pulled off a shootout win over Montreal. That was hockey night, 2-1. Winning streak was up to 7 with a 9-game point streak, their 5th straight W. Then yesterday in the back-to-back, they played Ottawa, where they had not won dating back to March of 2016. That streak continues. Senators win 3-2. Spittle pointing out a couple of Stars playing real well right now. Jamie Benn, 10 points in his last 10 games. Robo, 13 points in the last 10. They still sit in 3rd place in the Central and end their 5-game road trip tomorrow night in Toronto. Spits and Suds, your hockey podcast, to get even more.
Yeah, you had to Smith and goal for the Ottawa game, off the back-to-back. I don't know how much. Obviously, the Otter put in a really nice effort on Saturday against Montreal and allowed the 1 goal.
Bryson DeChambeau with an awesome, cool moment.
This is cool. Okay, the Bryson DeChambeau transformation of his perception continues. Now, he has this...
Because he and Brooks are good now?
Yeah, they're good now, man. They join Liv, and they're all good. But, so Bryson built this amazing house in Grapevine. And he's been going on social media all fall, trying to hit a hole-in-one over his house.
And the house is nothing but glass.
I know.
Not that he's going to hit it.
Yeah, he's not going to skull one. I mean, he might.
But he
that
let
guy
a
could've.
random stranger get Caitlin Clark there to hit one.
Yeah.
Shatter the whole damn house.
So he's been, so Bryson's been trying to hit a hole in one. He's got a green in his backyard. Really tight pin placement, too. So he offered the chance for this guy to do it. I don't remember how this came about, but the guy had 7 hours. He had 7 hours to hit a hole in one. And he would get $100,000 if he did it.
Now, Bryson was out there with him to start this. When does Bryson go inside or leave?
I think
he can't sit out there the whole 7 hours. You're going to let this random stranger sit at your house firing shots at your all-glass side?
Yeah.
Were Bryson going to sit out there for 7 hours?
I mean, he's got to have. I mean, if he's going to give up the cash, right? He's got to have. He's got to be there to see it. So it took Bryson 16 days. It's a 95-yard shot, right? It's just a sandwich. Took him 16 days. Probably a 60 degree for Bryson. Took him 16 days to get the hole in one. This guy did it on his 5th shot. This guy did it on his 5th shot, and he got the hole in one. And they went bananas.
Oh, that's solid. That looks really good.
It's in! No! It's in! What?
Man.
No!
Winning $100,000 right there.
This is the, I don't want to go out for 18 holes with Bobby and get thrown off a course.
No.
This is the Bobby punishment. We'll just steal this from Bryson and from Barstool. Bobby's got to make a hole in one on a par 3. And he's got to sit there and
until
he
he does.
That's it.
He'll be there all day. He'll be there all year. He'll be there all year. He'll become a really good.
881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean, RJ. We got Pepe and Carter in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Which rebuild should we believe in more? We got some teams that have dropped out of the NFL playoff race. We'll recap the weekend. I want you to rank the rebuilds. And, of course, that brings about some more Dallas Cowboy misery in comparison. Below the Belt is next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do.
Herbert looking, firing left side, and intercepted. Murray across the 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick six. NRG Stadium is rocking as Eric Murray makes a house call. The Texans up 2 scores.
The armpit making us all look bad on the morning show, and it felt like the Chargers were the overall pick from everyone looking at these games this weekend. Texans 32, Justin Herbert, and LA 12 after 4 interceptions for Herbert as he's getting absolutely roasted. Finally, it feels like, from all the different media. Threw 3 picks in a game for the first time in his NFL or college career. Since the merger, quarterbacks, when throwing 4 or more picks in the regular season, are 55, 551 and 2. In the playoffs, 3 and 33. You got 3 quarterbacks throw 4 interceptions in a playoff game and actually win. He threw 3 picks in the regular season. That's it.
Wow.
3 interceptions during the regular season, but Stingley, God, I love that guy. He is a freaking beast. He grabbed 2 of the career high 4 interceptions. I want to focus on the rebuilds, though. I want you all to rank the rebuilds as we recap.
I think he was one of 3 players in the game that had multiple catches from Herbert. Ladd, McConkey, Disley, and him.
And Stingley?
Yeah.
Rank the rebuilds at 877-881-1053. You got the Chargers. You got Denver, who got blown out by Buffalo. And then you have Dan Quinn and the Commanders, who got the win in the only good game last night over Baker. Tolo Jeremy sent me this. Jarrett Bailey tweeted, since Mike Tomlin's last playoff win, Dan Quinn took the Falcons to the Super Bowl. Dan Quinn was fired by the Falcons. Dan Quinn spent 3 years as Cowboys DC. Dan Quinn got hired by the Commanders, took the Commanders to the playoffs, and won a playoff game. I think their first one since 2005 against Tampa Bay, getting a playoff victory. And this clip is going viral. A lot of people are comparing. This is the Magic Johnson clip, Pepe.
The Commanders weren't even a team when Tomlin Tomlin has last playoff win.
A lot of people are comparing this to the way things are done here in Frisco. This was Magic Johnson alongside the new owner, Josh Harris, after the win.
This man right here. No, this is serious. You said, what does it take? New vision, new owner with a strategy, picking the right people first. Our coach, Coach Quinn, Adam Peters, and then we all step out the way and let them do their job.
Talent, culture, and people.
There it is.
Talent, culture, and people.
So that's it. Don't make this about us. It's about those guys.
Yeah,
well,
Magic, did you envision it happening this fast, 2 years?
Quarterback.
How could you?
Got to get a quarterback.
We'll see you guys in Detroit. It's going to be cool.
Make it about those guys.
So there's partial owner Magic Johnson celebrating what they're doing in D.C., getting ready for the Lions. But
that's it. That's all it is. It's like he said it. Quarterback. Got to get one. It's that simple. Like this is really a simple sport. You just got to find a quarterback.
So I want to focus on those projects and see how y'all would rank them 1 through 3, 3 through 1 between Washington, Chargers, and the Broncos. feel best about their 3 to 5 year run?
Well, two of them really had a problem organizationally. The Chargers are the Cowboys of the AFC. They always let you down. There was a problem there. And then Washington had Dan Snyder to overcome. And now they've got the new owner, second year in, like you said. Yeah, Denver really didn't have that. Denver's been throughout the course of their history, they've been fairly stable. Since, their Super Bowl in 2015, they've been bad. They've been a bad football team. I don't know that they've had a culture issue. You know what I mean? Certainly not like Washington has had.
Yeah.
I still put the Chargers last on the rebuild because they had the least to rebuild. They had a quarterback. They had Justin Herbert. He was a rookie of the year. He has been. He's been a good enough player.
Okay.
The other two, they had to find a guy, and they both appear to have hit. I think the sustainability of Washington is higher because I like Daniels higher. I like Daniels more than I like Bo Nix.
Okay.
I think Jaden Daniels is. I think he's the real deal. And if I was Detroit, I'd be scared to hell because, they might have the most talented player on the field. You know what I mean? Like Daniels is that. He could be that guy. It's still early, but he could be that guy. So I think the rebuilds I think Washington has the most sustainability between them and Denver. I would think the Chargers have more sustainability than Washington is. I do think Herbert's a little bit better than Jaden Daniels, but the division they play in is going to be a problem. They're never going to have a home playoff game. Like, when are the Chargers ever going to get a home playoff game? It's not going to happen. So I think that's a problem.
And even when they do get one, it's L.A.
It's L.A. It's a road game.
Pepe, what do you think? Between the three, moving forward, you feel best about who?
The Commanders. It just seems like Jaden Daniels, his job is more sustainable. I think that's a Dan Quinn team that can really build around Jaden Daniels there. Bo Nix, he has the upside, but I got to see more of it. 1 year, I don't think it's sustainable there. But RJ's right. LA has their quarterback here.
The thing with Bo Nix is he's shown more of an arm here than he did in college ever.
I was just about to say, my point was about Nix. I'm like, he does something during a game where I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy. He's about to put up 350, 400 yards, and then Denver gets blanked after the first drive, and I'm like, whoa, look at that athleticism, look at that arm, look at that throw, and then it kind of disappears.
Right, I don't know where it happens. It's, there was a, he was called, there was road Bo and home Bo at college. When he played at home, he put up numbers, man. It didn't matter whether he was at Oregon or Auburn, he put up numbers. But when you took him out of the home environment and you put him on the road, it was like he never learned how to play the position before. He seemed to get better at that. And that's, one of the things that Sean Payton was talking about. He liked two quarterbacks a lot. He liked J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix because they could both run his system because they had been in the league. They had been in college for 6 years. I know Bo did. Bo played forever. McCarthy not so much, but he still saw a lot. He saw a lot of plays, and he ran he had a more of a pro style throws at times. So those two guys, he could throw a lot at him. And that was good for Peyton because he didn't have to treat it with kid gloves this year.
I'd probably lean a little bit towards the Chargers because of Harbaugh. For the next three years, Jim usually wears out his welcome.
Yeah.
Longer than that. There's a burnout factor dealing with him. So I'll probably go Chargers and then Washington and then Denver. I just wanted to see if anyone would give more points to Sean Payton or Harbaugh over Quinn. But I did know deep down Chop would just boil it down to the quarterback. Jaden Daniels last night, I don't think overall he had this mind-blowing game. He had awesome moments. He was big on third down. He made some throws on third and fourth down where it's okay, this is big boy time. They could not stop McLaurin. I thought the X Factor matchup was Lattimore against Evans. And since Mike Evans annihilated and destroyed Marshawn Lattimore, I think I ended up picking Tampa in the game. But Lattimore was no match for Evans. So I felt bad for Mike Evans there as he played a phenomenal game. But Washington was able to overcome it. The Baker fumble was crippling. But Jaden on third down, fourth down made some big throws.
I will say this.
He's calm.
This was the first win against the playoff team they had all year. Like, they beat Philadelphia, but that was when Philadelphia lost Hurts in the first quarter.
Washington?
Yeah. So they lost Hurts in the first quarter. They were already winning the game, and Washington had the big comeback. But, I mean, you're not playing against Philadelphia. You're playing against Kenny Pickett.
And they look pedestrian against us.
Yep. So they lost to Tampa 37-20 to start the year. They lost to Baltimore 30-23. They lost to Pittsburgh 28-27. They lost to Philly 26-18. They lost to the Cowboys. And they go and they beat Philly 36-33. Again, that was the game where, Jalen Hurts gets knocked out, I think in the first quarter, maybe early second. But, you're probably not winning that game if Hurts plays. So they haven't, I wonder what they're going to be like, next year when they play a little bit tougher of a schedule. They'll be playing a second-place schedule. We'll see.
Dan Quinn talked about the importance of this year's schedule and all those tests, all those close games to test Washington.
Being in a lot of those close games and not winning them all, there's a lot of lessons to take off of those. There's been a lot of Tell the Truth Mondays that we went down to the end. We talked about why it went right or why it didn't. In that space, collectively, you can feel the belief from the team on the sideline. This is a really connected team. They believe in one another. You have to have connection to also have belief. I think they kind of go hand in hand. Like I said, early on, we hadn't had an identity yet, and we didn't have the belief in one another yet, meaning the opening game. It took a lot of work to get into that space, and this team has now bonded and connected, and in these winning time moments, they have a lot of faith.
Teddy Bruschi said Jaden Daniels is the best rookie quarterback he's ever seen.
Well, I mean,
whoa.
I guess Tom wasn't technically a rookie. Right? He was a second-year player when he came in. He had set the bench for a year, but best rookie quarterback he's ever seen. That's
who else is on that list?
I mean, look, Dak had a great year, his rookie year.
Yes.
Weren't they the 1 seed? 13-3?
He's so poised, he's so calm. It's whenever I watch someone like Jaden Daniels, I'm like, man, I hope my kid ends up like that. My daughter's not. She's psycho temper like me. I hope just calm, cool, chill, not too high, not too low. Jason Garrett always call it. Coaches always say acting medium. That's the thing that jumps out the most to me right now from Daniels. I'm not looking at a throw and being like, whoa. I'm not looking at him run and say, that's Lamar. He's not Lamar running. But again, those 3rd and 4th down throws, he believes he's got quiet, calm, chill, and he believes he's the man out there.
Yeah. So here we go. I just found this. I looked up best quarterback rookie seasons. Russ 2012 was on there. Herbert 2020. Cam 2011. Didn't he have? Oh, that's Cam
most passing yards, most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback, most combined yards by a rookie, offensive rookie of the year.
Who's this? Cam?
Yeah. RG3 2012, Marino 83. All right, come on, Teddy.
Yeah. By the way, Cam threw for 400 yards in each of his first 2 games in the NFL.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, he threw for 400 yards. I'm going to go back and look at this, but I believe so. I know he did that in the first 2 games. How many games did he throw for 400 yards the rest of his career?
4.
0.
Shut up. 400 the first 2, then blank?
I'm pretty sure I'm going to go look it up. I'm almost positive that's it.
All right, 877-881-1053. It is a football Monday. No one's going to cover more of it than DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. We have another hour to go. Choppy has a college fill in the blank for you. Quinn Ewers was what in college and what at the University of Texas? A college football kegger after Friday night and the championship game set. Final hour. Sean and RJ after this. And this...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Ewers set to toss. Ewers being chased. Hit by Jack Sawyer. Knocked the ball out. Sawyer's picked it up, and he's running down the right side. Jack Sawyer hits the 50-yard line to the Texas 40. Sawyer to the 30, to the 20 of Texas. Jack Sawyer is going to take it into the end zone. His second fumble recovery of the season. Jack Sawyer, a 27-14 lead over Texas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
All right, that is Ohio State Radio with the call. And now we have to figure out just exactly what is going to happen with the University of Texas moving on from here.
We don't have to figure out anything.
Yeah, we do.
What? What's there to figure out?
Well, like how
Arch Manning's
what
the
is
quarterback.
Arch? Yeah, what's Arch going to be? Like that's what they got to figure out because they don't know. Because obviously they didn't think enough of him to use him in all in this game. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I was screaming early third quarter, like, hey, put him in here and there. The Texas offense just was not there. I've never been the biggest fan of Quinn Ewers anyway. And, of course, toss left has many Longhorn fans furious that he was not used down there at the goal line.
Yep. I mean, you had first and goal from the one. Sounds like a pretty good spot to use him.
Or hand off, or sneak.
Or hand off more than once up the middle. Like they handed off once, they got stopped. They're like, okay, we're just going to abandon this. We're going to go left. And you're going to toss left. And all of a sudden, and you did it for the pistol. Right? So you're already, that running back is 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he gets that ball.
God, I hate when they go shotgun. I hate when teams go shotgun. Just 4 straight sneaks. You're going to get a yard.
You're going to get a yard. and just that's where you put Arch in, right? So the Quinn Ewers era will go down in history as what at the University of Texas? He was there. He took him out of the doldrums, goes to back-to-back Final Fours, but never wins the championship. So it will go down as what?
Pepe, you're the Longhorn fan in here. You want to start off?
I mean, it'll be top 5. It'll be a top 5 moment, top 5 era. I mean, in Longhorn history, I think. You're going to back-to-back playoff appearances, back-to-back semifinals. You didn't win a championship, I get it, but, I mean, like RJ said earlier on, you have one championship in the last, 45, 50 years? You know, there's not many crazy moments before that. You know, I mean, look, I get the hate. You know, I've kind of taken back a little of my hate with Quinn. You know, it's frustrating to see, you know, because you compare him to Vince Young and Colt McCoy, what they did and stuff, and you can tell he was the lesser of the 3, obviously. But I mean, he's right up there. He put a hell of a career together.
Top 5 is the first thing that comes to mind.
It might
for
be
you?
5, but top 5. Yeah.
I'll say a little disappointing.
Okay.
Now, I allowed the Ohio State, the NIL hype, people trying to tell me he's going to be the number 1 pick, a first-round quarterback. All that factored into me in my thinking, and I would just watch him and say, really? I was waiting for Arch to take over. I understood why he had to stick with him. But in the big game moments and big matchups, it never felt like we found ourselves saying, we never came in here and said the Longhorns are going to win this big-time matchup because of Quinn. We never did. It felt like he was holding them back. It felt like it had to be the defense carrying. And he did wake up in the second half of their last two games when I thought he was going to crumble and just fold up. Arizona State, and then what happened on Friday night. But a little bit disappointing. I was hoping and expecting for a little bit more based upon the hype. So I'll go, Peyton's going positive with his review. I'll go a little bit more negative. As he's told Pete Thamel, or Pete Thamel's reporting, he is going to come out for the draft.
So it's really tough because, you know, the program wasn't a bad spot. Tom Herman, Charlie Strong, they didn't do what Mac had done. You know, they didn't continue. You know, Mac had that was a great run that Mac Brown had when they won the title, and they won it in 1970, and then they won it again in 2005. So, we're talking 55 years here since they've won. They've had one title.
Was Quinn at the wheel for it, or did Quinn drive him to it? That's the big question. Where do you land on that? Did Quinn, bust out of the garage, or was Quinn behind the wheel for Sark's tenure?
Quinn was a good player. I mean, he was.
I'm not calling him a bum.
Yeah. I mean,
but how responsible was he on the list of reasons that the Longhorns had for the last 2 years?
I don't think. Okay, so when I think of a bus driver in college, I think Greg McElroy, Stetson Bennett. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Quinn is appreciably better than those guys. And Greg was good. Greg was a good player. Greg also played probably on the worst of the Alabama teams. Like that was the very beginning of the Alabama run. AJ McCarron. Like it was, do you think AJ is a guy who busts through the door?
No.
And then, at the end of Alabama, Tua was like, they won a lot. Now those teams were loaded too. But yeah, I think he was I think he was a really good player. I don't think he was Sam Bradford at OU.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think there's any question about that. But
let me ask you this.
If you had to tell me, like, is Arch going to have a better college career than Quinn? Like, if I were to ask you that.
Right.
Like, what are the odds that happens?
The odds are not high that they go as far. But I think he can play as well with the numbers, his own individual performance. Does that make sense?
Okay, his numbers can be better. Yeah.
I'm not just judging it by, two final... Like, how did you get to the Final Four? How did you get to the later rounds of the playoffs? Tolo Trey said, Quinn coming to Texas was the beginning of the turnaround. When Sark landed that recruitment win, more followed. Obviously, NIL assisted more, but when you land the number one guy, more will come.
Yeah.
Sports Buckaroo, yes, Ewers was just behind the wheel. Couldn't even get on the field at Bama. So these are some of the Tolos weighing in. And let me ask you this. Were you saying
what did he said about Bama?
Couldn't get on the field at Bama? I don't know. If Quinn told you, you're Sark. Quinn told you, I want to come back here. What are you telling him?
That's tough.
Because if you're not saying come back after this resume we just went down, that answers the question of how great he was.
Well, I'm sure they have it would be a real tough thing, PR wise.
I think
the Mannings are here. The Mannings are the problem, not the problem, but like.
But I think the fan base wants Arch now too.
I think the fan base does want, because the fan base wants something different.
Right.
They want to change.
Right. It's like us and the Steelers with this Tomlin McCarthy thing.
Like Steeler fans want Tomlin gone.
Yeah.
Cowboy fans would love him. And Cowboy fans want McCarthy gone. And Steeler fans might love him.
Right. Just because mainly it's something different.
It's something different.
That's where I am. I need to see something different.
Something different.
I'm not absolutely sold the Cowboys win the Super Bowl with Mike Tomlin. I'm ready for something different.
Fine.
That's it.
That's honestly, like, that's sometimes the best argument for change. It really is. It really is. So My one holdup on that question, that what if Quinn says I'm coming back? Sark has seen Arch every day. Do we really think that Sark would have not put him out there at all if he was really playing like the truth?
Right, like some packages.
Right? I mean, it's the Final Four. Like, I'm sorry, F your feelings, like, at this point, right? Like,
yeah. But do you throw... When I was watching that game on Friday night, I was like, do I bring in Arch here in case something catastrophic happens? I don't want to lose this game. Maybe my defense can win it for me. Do I risk having this brand new player out here for 10 to 15 plays? A pick six can end this.
End it. Completely end it.
Mishandling a fumble when he's not used to it.
But
we all say
Quinn
put
did
him
that
in.
too. Quinn did that too on the fourth down.
Yeah, but we all say put him into the goal line. Well, what if Arch fumbles the ball or has a Baker Mayfield type exchange, and we're like, the guy wasn't ready. The guy had no game reps, and you threw him in there cold? This was Sark talking about Quinn's growth over the years.
I'm super proud of Quinn, and he's taught me a lot, probably unknowingly to him, because what he went through every year dealing with injury, what he goes through, where I don't know if he'd ever live up to the standards of what everybody thinks he's supposed to be. But at the end of the day, all he did was show up every day and work and be a great leader and be a great teammate.
And, of course, no matter what you think about Quinn, Sark is getting more heat for toss left. Toss left, loss of 7. Sark, afterwards, blamed it on execution. These coaches, every play will work if you execute it properly. It doesn't matter if 9 guys were overloaded to the left. It's still supposed to work with the way we block it up. But Sark is getting destroyed, and that will be a call that Texas fans never forget.
No, they won't. They won't.
Nor should they.
Like next year, like just and I think the reality is that Arch probably has more upside than Quinn, but more variance because, he's going to be. He's essentially a freshman quarterback. He's not, but he's essentially going to be one. Like their first game is at Ohio State. And then they got to go to Florida. And they have to go to Georgia. And we've seen this year how important home field is. And those are 3 of the best home field advantages in the sport.
Quinn kind of, I'll keep it in the family. Quinn kind of reminds me of Eli. Good player, seems like a great kid, great guy, handled all the noise and all the BS that comes with that position. Not super talented, not going to blow you away with their play. A nice player. So I'll keep it to I'll keep it to Arch. Well, it's not his family. I'll keep it within Arch's family.
Keep it within Arch's family.
Yeah.
Look, I think if I was Sark, if you know that what you've seen from Arch in practice is like, okay, this guy's gonna be it. He's it. Then let's go. Let's move on. But if you're scared at all, like if you've seen some inconsistencies that you don't like, and if he says he wants to come back, then I don't know.
College football kegger here with Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
So, Arch, Quinn, we know what's going to happen next year.
And Carson Beck returning?
Carson Beck is returning to college. He is going to the University of Miami. He is going to replace Cam Ward, who's either going to be the first or second pick in the draft this year, and he got $4 million to do it. That is the new going rate for a quarterback in college. The Duke kid from Tulane, he just got $4 million, and now Beck is getting $4 million. He's going to join his lady friend Hannah Cavender.
Oh,
they've been dating. He is 24-3.
Is that's Ferg's girl? The same? That's Cavender.
Yeah, it's her sister.
The sister. Yeah.
So it's Ferguson's girlfriend's sister, or whatever they are. I don't know what. I assume Ferg is still together with him. He's 24-3. He is. Yeah, he isn't the best. He's good enough to win.
Yeah.
I think Georgia feels they would have beat Notre Dame if they had him. I don't think Stockton was a problem. I just, he's inconsistent and there's not experience. That matters at this level. So, but now more is on his shoulders in Miami.
I hate this.
That he's going to go there, or
that
he's not going pro.
I'm not mad at him or whatever. I'm not putting the hate on him. I hate that. Carson Beck, I just want to think of him as a Georgia quarterback. I need some continuity in college.
You ain't getting it.
That's the big problem with college basketball. It's like, all right, they're not there long enough for me to learn him. You're not going to have these great teams stick together.
Yep.
I hate that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Carson Beck should be the Georgia Bulldog quarterback. I think just in my mind, what feels right.
Yeah.
Not just skip it on over. Again, get paid, do your thing, good for the kids. I hate this from a continuity standpoint.
Well, we've seen it, and we're going to continue to see it. I mean, Penix was at Indiana, he goes to Washington. Bo Nix at Auburn, he goes to Oregon. Dylan Gabriel was the OU, and then he goes to Oregon. You're going to see this. Riley Leonard was at Duke, he goes to Notre Dame. It's the new way. This is just the way college football is right now, and it's I don't know who the next guy who's just going to go to one school and say. I mean, Arch. I don't think Arch is transferred anywhere.
Yeah.
The way they're paying these guys, they're paying them good. I hate it, though, because Carson Beck, I agree, he feels like he's just the Georgia quarterback.
Yeah.
That's it. He's Carson Beck. He's the Georgia quarterback, and now he's going to move on. Jalen Milroe, same thing. What if Milroe left Alabama and went to, Michigan? It would look a little weird, I think.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I thought this McCarthy contract was about to be done. Friday, crosstalk. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. They're starting talks. Another NFL insider says, not so fast, and I want you to rank your Cowboy bitterness while having the Cowboy glasses on during Wild Card Weekend. We'll give you the options in the McCarthy update as we go inside the Star next.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jackson will hand it off. Derrick Henry up the middle. He's in the 30, 20, leg race, gone! Touchdown, Derrick Henry! And they're going wild at M&T!
Ravens Radio with the call. We are going to rank the Cowboy bitterness from Wild Card Weekend here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt out for the next few days. We'll crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. Thanks for being a Tolo and checking us out. Radio, Odyssey app, or live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Before we get to Cowboy bitterness, Tom Pelissero, we think Mike McCarthy's guy in the media, one of them, Friday, NFL Network said they're going to start contract talks today. That broke at the end of our show in Crosstalk. Well, then, was it Saturday or Sunday when Bobby sent us this from Schefter?
This was Sunday morning, right?
I think it was yesterday morning.
Okay. Well, over the weekend, after Pelissero's report, Adam Schefter said this.
Mike McCarthy's contract with the Dallas Cowboys expires on January 14th. And while there have been substantial conversations between Mike McCarthy and Cowboys owner Jerry Jones regarding football issues and questions, there haven't been any substantial discussions between Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones regarding a future contract. And as long as that's the case, you have to wonder now, what is Jerry Jones waiting for? Clearly no deal has been done by now. Jerry must have an idea in his mind, another plan as well, about what he would do if and when Tuesday comes and Mike McCarthy is allowed to talk to other teams like the Chicago Bears that already have been requested permission to interview him and denied from the Dallas Cowboys. But the longer this goes on and the less conversation there is about a deal materializing for McCarthy, the more you have to wonder if the two sides are even going to get one done. I think that's in question right now at best, and I think we will get clarity early this week. But again, no business conversations so far. Jerry likes to wait late in the game. We saw that with Dak Prescott this year. We saw it with C.D. Lamb. But right now, it seems like Jerry must have some other ideas as well.
That was Saturday morning, actually. So right after Pelissero's Friday report. What the heck is going on?
I don't know. I think Jerry is a couple of things here. One, they didn't like or they don't like any of the other options.
Then why isn't the McCarthy deal done?
Because I think they're also trying to wait him out to where all the other jobs are taken and he has to settle for whatever Jerry wants to give him. So, like, I don't think that my assumption is, because if they felt these guys were upgrades, they would have just moved on. I don't think they think Mike Vrabel would have been an upgrade. Maybe they didn't want to work with him. Maybe they thought he would be a pain in the butt. He's too heavy-handed.
I'm an idiot.
Vrabel signs with the Patriots.
Yeah, which was always he was always going there anyway. I know, right? I mean, that was it made the most sense. Obviously, it was his first choice. He jumped at the chance. You know, he interviewed on Thursday or whatever, and then he goes and signs over the weekend.
A lot of people are killing Robert Kraft for making a mockery of the Rooney Rule because of this hire. That's something out there over the weekend.
They interviewed Byron Leftwich.
Yeah. And like Aaron Glenn turned it down, and they're like, he knew it was just a check mark for the Rooney Rule.
Right. So I think that obviously they obviously to me did not view any of the candidates as upgrades. And then I think the other thing that plays into this is that I think now Jerry, the reason he's waiting is he just wants to make it so all the other jobs are taken. And Mike's got to either he's baiting Mike.
Well, guess what? They're not all going to be taken by tomorrow when his contract expires.
And that's the other side of this.
The Chicago Bears are open. The Jets are open. The Saints are open.
This is the bait. This is Jerry not wanting to look bad. And he could get away.
He's looking bad right now.
I know, but think of this.
People think he's just letting Mike dangle out there.
But then, let's say Mike hits the free agent market. And the Bears come calling. And the Saints come calling. And he says, yeah, sure, I'll interview. Well, now Jerry has it out to say, we want somebody who wants to be here. See, guys, he doesn't want to be here. He's interviewing for other jobs.
Okay, but then you go ahead and Mike fails your test, you let him go, and you have waited while doing what in the interim?
Yeah,
who have you talked to? Who have you done your homework on?
Well, they may do homework already. They may be doing homework. So they haven't really missed out on anybody other than Vrabel. And they may not view Vrabel as a good option anyway.
Yep.
So if that's how they view it, to them, they haven't missed out on anybody. Ben Johnson's still available. Aaron Glenn's still available. Kellen Moore's still available.
Liam
Cohen's still available. There's a bunch of guys that are out there. So I don't know that the Cowboys view this as we've missed out on anybody.
I hope that Mike interviews with the other teams. I hope this is for my own personal entertainment. I hope that Mike possibly ticks Jerry off by taking the other interviews.
I hope he interviews.
If I was Mike, though, I would not, because in my estimation, and this is Mike's agent's job, I think you should just view the Cowboys as the only job that you would have left. Maybe the Saints. The Bears, I don't believe, are going to hire Mike McCarthy. The Jets are not going to hire Mike McCarthy. The Raiders are not going to hire Mike McCarthy. This is just my opinion.
Jacksonville.
Maybe Jacksonville. That kind of feels like Doug Peterson 2.0. Maybe Jacksonville would. But that's the way I would play it right now.
I mean, here's what I would love to see. And I like Mike. I would like to see. I have no problem Mike coming back. I want things to change. I want a completely.
You
new
want the
offense.
big splash OC to be the change.
Yes, I want the OC to be the change. And the GM. But what would this do to Jerry if Mike took an interview and just said, you know what, screw it. I would rather coach the Saints than deal with this anymore. Like the ego hit to Jerry, who thinks, I would assume, that this is the big room, that this is the job that everybody wants.
Yep.
And he always tries to do this with the players, right? He wants to, hey, you take less money. You take less money and be here.
Yeah.
And, you're going to make up in the end. Whereas McCarthy would just be like, you know what? I'd rather go coach the Bears. That's a massive ego hit, is it not?
It should be. I don't know that it would land.
I don't know that it would land.
So you think today will speed things up? The whole deadline makes deals. Deadline's tomorrow.
Deadline's tomorrow.
The contract's over tomorrow.
If he lets it go till tomorrow, do you think he would be doing that to give McCarthy the test?
That combined with you have to take our low ball offer, our incentive-laden offer, which is what I thought after he spoke in the post-game, after the final game. Who the hell knows? It's still not done. 877-881-1053. Maybe he's waiting for Kellen Moore. Maybe he was waiting for certain people to get eliminated this past weekend. Or Ed Werder said maybe he is evaluating the way Kellen calls plays, which he didn't have to do much of because they shut down Jordan Love and the Packers. By the way, we have an AEW ticket giveaway coming up here in 5 minutes. We now have 9 a.m. giveaways. The bosses gave us the green light for that. We're like, you know what? We got to hook up the Tolos in the final hour of the show, not just during the commercial-free expressway. So if you listen at 6 a.m., you can win it at 7. If you're listening at 8 a.m., you can win it at 9. An AEW ticket giveaway that I know that Kevin Hagelin and Alec Medford will be jealous of. And tonight, we got the special live Hot Stove broadcast. It's going down tonight with Marcus Simeon, Jared Sandler, the Texas Rangers, free Whataburger, 6:30 to 8 o'clock. Doors are going to open at 6 downstairs at this building, 4131 North Central Expressway. That's the radio station. 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Rangers, Hot Stove, Marcus Simeon, and free Whataburger starting at 6 p.m.
See the soon-to-be 2025 AL West champs.
RJ Choppy.
There you go.
High on your Texas Rangers. All right. I want you to, by the way, other coaching rumors. Let's get into this. Ian Rappaport says Tom Brady is personally recruiting Ben Johnson to be the Raiders' next head coach.
You got to be.
Tom Pelissero says the Bears are looking to interview Marcus Freeman. So these are other rumors that are out there. It sounds like Brady's trying to get Ben Johnson. Pelissero trying to get, Pelissero says the Bears want to talk to Marcus Freeman.
Man, if Ben Johnson gets left out again, now this was the last year that seemed to be on his own doing.
Yeah. I don't think he's getting left
He's
out.
not. But I got to be. If Ben Johnson leaves Detroit to go coach the Raiders with nothing, they have no quarterback. I mean, you're better off just sticking around waiting.
I don't know. What pick do they have?
Number. What they want? Oh, Tennessee's one. They have. I think it's top 3. They're going to get. They'll get Shador or Cam, the leftover. Right, they're pretty high up there.
You're going to get a quarterback. I think the Tom Brady thing. I'm just getting the Raiders are 6.
Oh, that's right. They went on a winning streak at the end of the year.
The Raiders are 6. It feels like the Tom Brady credibility could be playing a major role with Ben Johnson. Being like, all right, it's not the same old mess. If Tom's going to be there, maybe he views Tom as like an idol.
I mean, what are you going to do? You going to overdraft a quarterback at 6? I mean, that's a massive overdraft in this draft.
Michael Lombardi, friend of the show, now the GM for Bill Belichick at North Carolina. He went on Jim Rome, and he addressed the Belichick to Vegas rumors.
We knew what was going on in the NFL, and we knew what the jobs were going to be open. We knew that based on what was happening, and that just, to me, wasn't appealing. Look, the Patriot way came out to the Raiders when Josh McDaniels got the job. He didn't even last 2 years. They didn't even give him 2 years to install the program because most of the players went to the owner and complained about we're working too hard. It's too hard to do it. So why would coach want to go back into a situation where the players are talking to the owner about how hard they work and they don't want to work? Remember, they smoked cigars last year after they won a regular season game. Is that really the Patriot way? I don't think so.
I love Lombardi trashes.
He just trashes everyone.
Yes. I love it.
And look, I mean, Belichick he would be picky. But would he be? I mean, depends on how badly he wants to be in the league. It's a lot harder for Josh McDaniels to demand the Patriot way than it is for Belichick, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah,
Bill goes there. He's got a lot more skins on the wall. Josh McDaniels has no skins on the wall. He's an offensive coordinator.
And they're saying Josh McDaniels may be the OC for Vrabel.
Yes, so that's it's they wanted to get so far away from the Belichick tree, and they did, and now they're like, 1 year, we got to go right back to it. They're going to Vrabel and McDaniels.
Chris Mack, our friend from Pittsburgh, let us know that Jimmy Johnson proposed the Mike McCarthy for Mike Tomlin trade. And I just wanted to go and look at his Twitter account from Steeler fans, and the majority are saying, no. Why would we want to do that? We want Mike Tomlin gone, but not in exchange for Mike McCarthy. Everyone wants that young, new,
they want
fresh.
the young. That's it. That's what you want. But I don't believe Jerry's going to do that. I think Jerry's going to go with a coach that's coached before.
Yeah, he's going with Mike McCarthy. And what would be the backup plan? What would be the wait and see? Is it John Gruden out of left field?
Yeah. It's Gruden.
Was he waiting for Kingsbury to get wiped out? Probably not. I think that's a little too fresh, too young for Jerry.
It's Gruden.
Kellen. All this Kellen talk.
Yeah, I don't know that he would. Maybe Kellen. Kellen's the one coach I think that doesn't have coaching experience that he would take. Just because there's a familiarity there,
and his discovery,
yeah, he gets to claim him. But you're looking at if Todd Bowles gets moved on from, it's somebody like that. He's going to have somebody with experience.
Let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on. We're going to have a 9:00 giveaway moving forward. Let's do it.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see AEW on July 12th at Globe Life Field. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next.
After we get
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Snap good, hold down, kick on its way. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the Clutch Commanders! They do it again! We'll see you in Detroit! And Zay Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second round of the playoff!
No mention of the doink on the call.
Which I thought it was obvious. That's why they waited for it, right? And then they're like, nah.
Commanders Radio with the call. This is Crossout with the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
At 10:20, will we destroy Justin Herbert for being awful at football? We do that at 10:20. Don't forget what I just said. 10:20.
Do you want to tease
Justin
3
Herbert
hours later?
What's that?
Do you want to tease 3 hours after that?
Combo platter?
That's only 2 hours later.
At 1:20.
Uh-oh.
A man that murdered his wife. Should he be a Hall of Famer? We do that at 1:20.
He's about to get voted on tomorrow.
OJ?
Not OJ.
It's not OJ. It's a different person.
OJ's already in.
What sport?
Football.
Yeah, they do tomorrow. They have the Zoom calls tomorrow.
For what?
Hall of Fame.
And who murdered his wife?
Nobody knows except for Kevin.
Got to tune in at 1:20.
1:20 today.
How surprised are you, Michael, that... Yes.
I also have one other thing to tease, Sean.
Yeah.
My apologies. We pregame all day for the event downstairs right here, 105.3 The Fans Building, 4131 North Central Expressway, the Caravan. Marcus Simeon, Cody Bradford. Get after it today.
Thank you. How surprised are you that Mike McCarthy's contract is not done after what happened Friday?
Oh, 0%. Because he does not want to be part of, he can't lose it. Jerry's PR first. He's a genius at this.
But you didn't think he would do it during NFL weekend?
Well, once he announced that he got the headlines Friday, and then going into Saturday's pregame, he got the headline. Now it's about, all right, I got to stay away from today, because today is we are talking about all of the results of the playoffs, even a little bit of college football. Yep. Tonight is a football game, a playoff football game. So I think he waits. Now, maybe he does do it tomorrow because the contract's up, but I think he waits till Friday. I think Friday Mike McCarthy signs his 2-year, I'll guess 2-year extension, but maybe it'll be a 3-year.
Does Mike McCarthy take another interview until then?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think they're negotiating. And I think it's just about how much. I said this Friday. I know I'm using a tough term here, and it's obviously this isn't happening, but I just feel like how much can he castrate his head coach so that there's even more power and control by the Jones family?
Let me ask you this then. Do you think if Mike McCarthy were to tell the Jones family, hey, I'm going to go do an interview, and the Jones family is like, well, if you got to do an interview, we got to do some interviews. I mean, first of all, I think that's a bluff, but do you think that's what they do?
That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to bait him into taking an interview. I think they looked at the candidates. They don't love them.
Sure.
They don't love any of the candidates. I think that was evident. Otherwise, they would have just moved on.
And then they found out they had to pay if they want to bend.
And they have to pay. They do have to compensate them with dollar bills. And then now they're like, okay, well, we don't like any of the candidates, so let's bring Mike back, but we're going to bring him back 100% on our terms, incentive-laden deal. And we're going to bait him into taking another interview, or we're going to wait him out until all the other jobs are filled, and then we'll just say, oh, you can't go anywhere else. Where are you going to go?
He's not getting any of those jobs, right, though?
Like, I think he would get
Chicago?
the Saints.
I think not Chicago.
I don't think he would
I
get
think the
Chicago.
Saints and the Jags are the two.
He would get those jobs?
I mean, I think he'd be
more in the running.
In the running, yeah. I think he's in the running for Chicago. I mean, they obviously asked to interview him.
Yeah, I think you asked to interview a lot of people for sure.
Sure.
Do you think they asked to interview him, or do you think he asked to be interviewed by him?
For sure.
Question.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what I think is he asked to be interviewed by him, but I also think that, like, I love the idea for us that he goes, I want to go talk to Chicago. I want to go talk to the Saints. And then Jerry's like, good, let's bring some more in. And they talk a little bit and everything. And then they just wind up getting McCarthy. And they're going, it was a big show the entire time. But I love that idea. But it makes more sense for McCarthy if he really wants to be here to be like, this is always where I wanted to be. Let me go ahead and ink that deal, Jerry. I appreciate it. I always wanted to do this. Now let's get to work.
I just hope he calls if it is a bluff, like he calls the Joneses bluff.
Yeah.
And, tests the dare.
I'd be like, you got Glazer's number, right? He'll tell you who to talk to.
Yeah.
If he left, let's just say he leaves on his own. Like Wednesday rolls around and the Saints say, hey, we'll give you this, and he just takes the Saints job.
Yeah.
Would Jerry actually view that as an ego boost? As an ego hit? Like somebody decided they wanted to coach the Saints instead of me.
I kind of think he would. I kind of do think he would.
I root for that to happen.
Would that get him to change his ways at all?
I don't know about that.
You know the answer.
That's why I said kind of versus. It's not going to turn into an Ebenezer Scrooge type situation and it's Christmas Day all of a sudden.
Bassick, I want your thoughts on whether this did this ever happen in the bullpen, and how would you feel about what A.J. Brown did yesterday? Reading a book on the bench. Inner Excellence was the name of it. What do you think about that?
Is during the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your closer and your setup guy don't come out to the bullpen till the 5th inning, most of them.
They're just in the
they're
cards.
just in the clubhouse with the game on the television and just doing whatever. They don't want to engage in the game at all. Now, A.J. Brown is playing in the game at the time. So if I don't know, if one of my teammates was pitching in the game and then in between innings was reading a book, I'd be like, I guess that's his deal.
I can see Greg Maddux doing that.
But yeah,
I can see Greg Maddux like in between innings just open up a Dean Koontz book and just reading.
That's what you think he's reading?
I think so. Michael Crichton, maybe. I don't know.
R.L. Stein, maybe.
I just wish they would have lost because they'd be destroying him there.
Yeah, but do you think it's possible it could have helped? Like, because it sounds like a sports psychology book or a psychology book in general. Is it possible it could have helped him in the middle of the game?
Yeah,
I'm being dead
I think it's
serious.
possible. The best tennis I ever played, I read Brad Gilbert. He used to coach Agassi. I read his book before a lesson, and I was just thinking about the things in this, and I felt like I could play pro. It was in my mind.
Yeah.
But I don't know, during the game in the moment.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. It's like that's something you see every day.
Like, didn't people kill LeBron for this? And he wasn't even playing?
He was reading a book? I don't remember that.
Remember he always reads, they say the first...
He's always on the first page, though, of every book.
I don't know. That interview where they asked him to kind of give a book review didn't sound like he's reading a book.
They asked him to what?
Oh, they asked him to... They're like, so you're reading this book or whatever? He's like, it's a very good book. It's a book about... And he just named the person. And this author does a really good job of putting, chapters together, and it ends very well. I enjoyed the ending, and boy, the middle part of the book, there were times where there are times where I thought it was good, but then other times where it really made me think, and you're like, you didn't read this book.
Yeah,
like this is the fakest book. Like, this is what you do when you didn't read and your teacher calls you to
Treasure Island.
Tell me about this book.
Yeah. This was a really good movie. I mean, book.
Yeah.
Kevin had a moment.
I liked it when Leonardo DiCaprio, Peter came in. You're like, hold on.
What about that time that you had a bunch of kids ask you about
oh, man.
about the book you were reading to them?
I dropped the ball on this.
You lied to a bunch of kids?
Oh, no. I told them the truth, and I should have lied to them. So Plano ISD used to do this thing where at the paper called Reading with the Stars. Maybe they still do. And it was great because I got the mayor of Plano to wait for me to finish before they got to go on. But somebody asked me in the little group of middle schoolers, what's your favorite Harry Potter book?
Oh, Sorcerer's Stone.
Okay, that's a great answer. Any of the 7, great answer. But I didn't think that through. RJ, I just spoke. And I didn't take any time to process it. And what I actually said was, I haven't read any of the books, but I've seen all the movies. And then my brain, like, the alarm goes off. My brain's like, stop talking. And then I was like, well, that's just because I haven't had time yet. But I'm going to get time, really. Which one is your favorite? I panicked so hard because the whole point was reading. And my response to them was, I've seen all the movies.
Movies are better. I never read the books.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
okay,
really
but that's not the message you want to give to those kids.
You were there for a book club?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know there was a kid in the back that was
really
looking at his
dropped the ball
teacher
on
going,
that.
he was going, see, even this guy does it.
I regretted that very much.
It's like hosting a sports talk show and being like, A.J. Brown was reading a book? What?
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Were you
I had small group, so I was praying with my small group. So I did not get to see that.
How do you feel now,
game.
Sean?
I did get to see that.
bad.
I
Feel
was
guilty.
watching the game up till our small group meets at 4:00, and it was 4:01. I didn't realize. I looked at my watch. I was like, "Crap!" Because I was watching the game, and then that was about the end. I came back, and it was 16-10. Then Philadelphia scored, and I was like, "All right, that's the end." And then I saw the stats. I was like, "Well." Jordan Love didn't kind of have, I didn't say he was going to have, but I was like, if he gets hot, he's the scariest guy in these playoffs for like a lower level team to go, man, we can't stop him. Obviously, he just needed to play against the Cowboys defense for that to happen.
Corey, let's have some Jimmy Johnson fun real quick.
Right.
If the Steelers were like, yeah, we'll swap, we'll trade Tomlin for McCarthy.
Deal.
What would you say?
Yeah, 1,000% take Mike Tomlin. And I agree with Choppy this morning listening after I dropped off my kid at school.
Yeah,
He's just watch the Hard Knocks that they're doing, and you get what he is. You get his personality, how much respect he has for those guys. It's whether or not Jerry can get out of the way to allow him to create the toughness that they really need, the toughness and discipline that this team really needs. I think McCarthy wants to create that. Mike Tomlin knows how to do it. So that's just, can you?
You think Jerry
would
gets
that
in the way
change?
of that?
Yes.
Yeah.
How so?
You can go to Jerry still. You know, you have that relationship. You know what the idea and concept is. And I also think that Jerry needs to be the one at the top of it, demanding more out of it too. I think he's just like, nah, everything's fine. What's the Jalen Smith quote? Hey, if the owner's cool with it, we're okay.
Yeah.
And I think if the owner needs to be a little more heavy-handed about things.
This is not the exact scenario, but I can definitely see like, hey, we got to double down in practice today, blah, blah, blah. And Jerry comes to the side to talk to Mike McCarthy or Mike Tomlin. It's like, hey, I see what you're doing, but remember, Mike has got an interview with GQ today. So we got to make sure that we get him out unscathed for his photo shoot and everything. I'm not kidding. I could see something like exactly like that.
I would say go to YouTube, and Colin Cowherd, this is a few years ago, interviewed Dave Wanstead. And Dave Wanstead talks about the moment where it really changed with Jimmy Johnson, and he realized that Jerry's going to do his own thing and undermine the head coach's message.
The presser.
Yeah.
Y'all's interview. Yeah, I mean, Jerry gets on the microphone and everything changes.
Would you trade McCarthy for Tomlin, Bassick?
I would, but I don't think Mike Tomlin would be able to coach. Look, he hasn't won a Super Bowl in a long time. He has Dak Prescott right now as quarterback up there. It's impossible to win with Dak Prescott as your quarterback. You can
Russ?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you think
I know he won a Super
Russ.
Bowl. I think they're in the same tier.
Wow!
I think Baker Mayfield. I think there are these guys that win 10 games, maybe even up to 12, you know.
We should have started with that.
But like that's their ceiling. They can maybe win a playoff game against a bad team, but they'll never beat your Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen's or a team as good as Detroit or Philadelphia. They're just not capable of it. They're in that category of quarterbacks 8 through 15 that are good enough to make the playoffs, unless you have the Baltimore Ravens defense of 2000 or the defense of Tampa Bay when Brad Johnson won. Like, you can do it that way. You just have to create like one of the best defenses in NFL history.
We're back tomorrow morning with a Monday night
You're off.
playoff Monday night playoff recap and 2 Tolo ticket giveaways, including AEW for the 9 o'clock hour. KMC Masterpiece next on the Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I thought we were going to talk about one thing, but it looks like now we're going to talk about something entirely different. I just want you to know, it was going to be, what was your favorite game? I mean, I assume for most people's Commanders and Bucks, or number one takeaway from Super Wildcard Weekend besides Justin Herbert. We'll get to him in just a minute. But instead, I know the people in this room and Alec are fascinated by my headphones. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the soon-to-be more famous Alec Medford. And yes, if you thought I was throwing a temper tantrum at the end of Friday's show by not having Corey, Zach, and Eric on, I did really break my headphones. It was the connector to the 1/4 inch. I bent it to the point where it was like not hanging on anymore. And
did your knee hit the thing or something?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That happens to me all the time too.
And so now everyone made fun of my my big headphones. Now I have little headphones, which apparently is causing a lot of people concern about how weird I look.
You look like you tried on one of Noah's tiny hats.
Yeah, it doesn't. And those are normal headphones. I guess we've gotten so used to you having the biggest
another pair of headphones
that when you were doing crosstalk, I didn't realize it. I was like, did he shave his head? Like something looks different about Kevin, and it's just the regular size headphones that make him look like, I was just calling him right before break, the Big Show or something. Like he's.
It's not that you have a giant head. It's just that we're used to.
You look like you have a giant head because you've made your huge earpieces look normal size now.
Yeah, it's like Mike. It's like swinging a bat with a donut on it. You know, you got this feeling for so long that you're just used to it. And now we look at it and it's lightweit for us.
Yeah,
so.
Or you give Aaron Judge like a 30-inch bat. You'd be like, wait, what the crap is going on? This doesn't look right.
I'm going to switch these headphones out in the break.
You look weird. And to be honest, you look weird today.
You sound great, though, and that's important because the Tolos notice right now. And thank you, Tolos, for dealing with what we did last week and letting Kevin get back at it. You sound a lot better, man.
And in case you're curious about the future, I do still have 2 ear, nose, and throat appointments set up. One of them's tomorrow. So we'll see if there's anything long-term that's an issue there. But to the playoffs, I don't know if it's your favorite game, number one takeaway from Super Wildcard Weekend. Where do you guys want to start? Because there's a lot of different avenues that we can attack here.
I will honestly want to start with the fact that last night's game was the most exciting game of the entire weekend. And going into the weekend, I told Mike and you and Alec and everybody else, the whole world, that was the game I was least excited to watch. Like, I cared the least about that game, and it turned out to be the most interesting of the games. And good God, is Jaden Daniels comfortable? He looks like he's been playing in the league for years. He just looks like he's
as comfortable as Zion sitting out a basketball game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, except for, not eating on the sideline. But yeah, he looks like he belongs in those moments. And I'm actually not shocked by it, honestly. Watching what he did in college, seeing what he's done all season, he just looks like he's here and we got to deal with it.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever. Let me just ask a question. Would that narrative still be out there today if it weren't for the Tampa fumble? Like, I agree with you that Jaden Daniels looks like he's going to be problematic for a while, but they didn't convert on 4th and goal. Did they get jobbed on a no-call pass interference in the end zone? I think that's a very fair argument to make, but they didn't get it. Tampa Bay gets the ball back, and then pretty quickly they fumble. If it weren't for that fumble, would that narrative be going today, or would people be like, I don't know, maybe I've been giving Baker Mayfield S for way too long?
I'm just asking. No, you are right. That's the fairness, or I should say the unfairness of NFL playoffs. And I thought Jaden Daniels, I know that the guy was pass interfered on that 4th down, and then, I don't know, 2-3 plays later, you have the fumble. Is his, I believe his running back, if you rewatch that play, out to the left, he takes off to the left as soon as the ball snapped. He's open immediately. Now, you had to hit it immediately because I feel like Tampa, as the guy was running his route, getting closer to the end zone, picked him up. But that was maybe that Baker Mayfield fumble, if that doesn't happen, to your point, we're looking at Baker Mayfield going, oh, he won a playoff game. And now you're looking at Washington going, really good team. It looks like they have a bright future, but probably just being a rookie quarterback in the playoffs, maybe just a little too big. You had moments, but not the moment you needed late in the game. But to your point, that doesn't matter. They won, so now Jaden Daniels is a winner in the playoffs.
And maybe that was the most evenly matched
one win away from Dak Prescott.
Yeah, maybe it was the most evenly matched. You know what? I want to play a game. I want to play a game tomorrow.
Okay.
And Atola's let me know if y'all would be in on this game. We try to not mention the Cowboys in non-Cowboys segments. Do you think that I'm dead serious? I was thinking about this last night, and if we do, then one of us has to jump off of the roof of the building. I don't know what the payoff is on this.
With the parachute,
maybe something
I'll
lighter.
be jumping off the roof because I take shots at the Cowboys in these moments.
No.
I wonder if we could play or we tally it up and see at the end of the week who mentioned the Cowboys and non-Cowboys segments the most, and just see how that goes. But I'm sorry I didn't bring this up in the conference room. I should have done that, not on air. But yeah, it was probably the most evenly matched playoff game after everything was said and done with that we got. Because the AFC had a bunch of teams that were really good at the top that got some really good matchups.
And I know you brought this up Thursday or Friday, Mike, and this will really hurt our gameplay tomorrow. If Washington defeats Detroit, I know that'll be a pretty sizable underdog. But if Washington defeats Detroit, then it will be the Cowboys who have the longest streak in the NFC without making it to the NFC Championship game. And correct me if I'm wrong, that makes you a Washington fan this weekend, does it not?
Good question. So I should probably speak since we're on radio. Because I'm thinking about it. I guess I'm more of a Detroit fan. I like Dan Campbell. He is a former Cowboy. Detroit, I get Washington has been just in the crapper for a long time. 2005 was the last time they won a playoff game.
I think it was 06.
06, okay. With Mark Brunell, I believe they said, as their quarterback.
Correct.
Who I was a big Mark Brunell fan, being a current left-hander, and honestly, Mark Brunell's a current left-hander too. I'm going for Detroit.
Okay.
But I see your point of if Washington does this, I can at least. Cowboy fans will just throw up, but it doesn't matter. Is now you'll be the worst in the NFC, the longest streak. And, my opinion, I do think this gets close to what Detroit had from the 1950s to 2023. I do think that's what you're in for, Dallas Cowboy fans. The Detroit era of football. You'll make the playoffs a lot more than Detroit did from the 50s to 2023. But
I'm always interested in a team.
Detroit making it back to back.
I'm always interested in a team that built their way to something and then gets to that point where they can't get over the hump, and how they approach that. Do they say, we're going to stick with what we got and what got us here? We're going to add small elements, or they go, you know what, maybe Jared Goff isn't it for us, and we got to make something different happen there. So that's where I want to see Detroit, finish this, because I like Dan Campbell so much.
Yeah, and then I see people adding in, you could still potentially get an all NFC East conference championship, and that makes them sick. I was actually looking it up. It's been a while since you've had multiple NFC East teams win playoff games in a playoff where the Cowboys didn't even advance to the playoffs. And so, this is as rough as it's been for, I think it's been since 08, 09, or 08. It's been a while. And so it's kind of a bummer that not only did you not even make the playoffs, but both of the teams have advanced to the final 8, and you're just sitting there going, hey, we were 4 games out of the playoffs.
The other thing that I think captured our hearts and our minds, and that's very important in this world, is, Kevin, you predicted a blowout from the Baltimore Ravens, and I'll quite honestly say that was a over-the-knee, bare-hand spanking. That definitely was a spanking from Baltimore against Pittsburgh.
Which
I turned it off at halftime.
And that's
I'm good.
Yeah, and that's fair. It ended up being a 14-point game, and the Ravens were driving.
Wasn't really ever that close
to close the game out, and they just decided to kneel the ball. They could have ended that game. I mean, I'm to your point, Mike. I'm with you. When it was 21-0 at halftime, I was like, this game will not be competitive in the second half. And At no point to me did it feel particularly competitive. Did you see the note, though? There are early rumblings that Zay Flowers might miss another week. Now, it's going to be a totally different story. At least you would think it's going to be a totally different story against Buffalo, because that's what I'm most excited about. That was my number one takeaway from all these games this weekend. I didn't care who won what or whatever. I needed to see Baltimore against Buffalo, so then at least one of those teams will most likely play the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. Sorry, Houston. I mean, do your best. Try really hard out there. But you get the matchup that you want to see, and you're going to get a version, I would think, of the AFC Championship game that you want to see. And if you don't, well, hell, we'll have a whole different set of things to talk about next Monday.
Can you imagine if they were able to take down Buffalo without Zay Flowers, though, and be able to do they do what they did, run the ball effectively. They're a powerhouse, and then they're like, oh yeah, now we've added this bat to our lineup too. Don't forget, Isaiah Likely almost stiff-armed somebody into Bolivian. It actually happened. I saw it. I know Bolivian's not the right word, but that stiff arm was amazing, and they looked like the tougher, more physical team, and that's not usually Pittsburgh matches it. And Baltimore's ready for it right now.
Yeah, the opposite of the Denver-Buffalo game, where it was competitive at halftime, but you're like, gosh, I guess Denver's in this game because all they have to do is score a touchdown, and then they would be back in the lead, and then by the time you got midway through the fourth quarter, you're like, this is a blowout. And how did Denver score to start the game and then look like a team that won 5 games this year?
They ran out of plays. I don't know.
They put all their plays into that first drive?
Honestly, my opinion on that is they're just not quite ready yet. There were a couple plays where Sean Payton was furious that they didn't execute the way that they needed to on certain plays, but Bo Nix looked fine. He looked like he looked not as comfortable as Jaden Daniels does, but he looked like, oh man, there's some good things, some really good qualities about this quarterback you're going to have to deal with for a while. But Buffalo and I've never seen a team just look like it was That's what it looks like when your dad goes out there and plays you when you're 5 years old in basketball.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. He's out there just kind of shooting shots, and you're just like, what is happening right now? I'm trying as hard as I can.
So I've just discovered something, that we have a new biggest winner of the weekend, and it is Jim Murphy. Do you know who Jim Murphy is?
Oh, yeah, Atlanta Braves.
No, that's Dale Murphy.
MVPs. No, I think he should be in the Hall of Fame.
I agree with that.
Former Rangers left fielder.
No, that's David Murphy.
All right.
No, Jim Murphy is the author of the book Inner Excellence. If you go to Amazon right now,
sold out.
The number one bestseller in all of books is Inner Excellence. Train your mind for extraordinary performance in the best possible life by Jim Murphy. It is the number one book on all of Amazon right now.
It was released May 1st, 2020.
This book is almost 5 years old.
Right in the middle of COVID.
Right in the COVID. He was like, let's release a book.
He COVID'd this book.
People are looking for something to read right now.
Now, I really want to know, what were the book sales? Did the book sales actually thrive during COVID and everything? Or has this thing been a clunker ever since it came out? And now
it's at half price books. Let's say it was $24 hardcover, and it's at half price books for $15. But if you had it and brought it in there, they'd say they'd give you 10 cents for it.
Yes.
It's an amazing thing. I got all these books I want to sell, and they're like, all right, we'll buy these 20 books for $1.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, I'm going to go shop. These books must be really cheap. And you're like, hey, it says half price. These aren't even half price. These are more than half price.
From Todd on Amazon, Kevin, he said AJ Brown recommended this book, so I'm looking forward to reading this. And then I can't read what he said, but it is there saying in 2021, Deanne said, I wish I'd read this book 50 years ago. A lot of these, Kevin, are in 2024. In 2021. So a lot of the reviews are coming from there.
Hey, if you're looking for a steal of a deal today, probably because of the popularity of the reading on the sideline, you can get the Audible audio book of Inner Excellence today. Normally, $24.95. Low price, 99 cents.
So that's what you have to do. If you're an author, you just find an athlete that's in the playoffs and say, read this on the sideline. and then your book's going to go nuts.
And apparently he already has
What team does JaVale McGee play for? Because that dude, he drinks milkshakes and reads books on the sideline.
You imagine that Bo just sitting there and he's just holding a book in his hand, hanging it over the thing during the World Series. Everybody in Texas is buying that book.
By the way, it already has a blurb on the book from Stuart Sink.
Of course it does.
Former British Open champion. Yeah. So who knew?
And John Dishwasher.
Don't know that to be the case, but that is very
Boach
clever.
reads the book, How to Be the Best and Then Rebound After a Tough Year.
And then he's like, I wrote this book, guys. Don't worry about it.
That's our hope too here. Is like, how to be the best,
and
then
rebound.
Not be very good, and then be awesome again.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, after another spectacular playoff failure, will Justin Herbert finally get more national scrutiny? Let's do that next right here in the Fan.
You've made
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Herbert looking, firing left side, and intercepted. Murray across the 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, pick six. NRG Stadium is rocking as Eric Murray makes a house call. The Texans up 2 scores.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to Justin Herbert in just a second, but first I want to go over to, I guess, the faux Corey news desk for an update that you don't really think is an update.
Is this what Dawson refers to as media watchdog here? Mike, you worked with him for a while. All right, so Adam Schefter has tweeted out, and I want you to go back and find the Ian Rappaport one from Friday. I think it was Ian Rappaport on Friday. But Adam Schefter's tweeted out, with Cowboys head, listen closely to the wording. With Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy eligible to talk to other teams after midnight Tuesday. That's tomorrow.
Okay.
There still haven't been any negotiations on a new deal with Dallas per sources, which was the case on Friday, whenever there was no negotiations, but we were told they kind of agreed that they're ready to move on with each other. Here's the rest of it. It's now looking like McCarthy will indeed become a coaching free agent, with Chicago and New Orleans both expected to be interested in speaking with him. This is not an update from Friday. This is the same information we knew on Friday. Hey, Tuesday night's the deadline, and we'll see what happens after that. More likely, Jerry's going to let this thing drag out as long as he possibly can because that's what he wants. Did you hear anywhere the Cowboys have moved on and are prepared to do a new coaching search?
No.
You did not hear that Mike McCarthy has agreed to any nothing is different than we needed to update the 24-hour news cycle because it's Monday. We went into Friday with the news, and now we're coming out of Monday hot with the news as well because they need to stick in the headlines. Sorry. It frustrates me, Kevin, how this organization puts this first rather than saying we got to make sure we have everything in order for this team because we need to have the best team out there.
But you think there'll be people out there who will breathlessly catch wind of this and be like, oh my God, update.
He might, you know what? He might go interview with Chicago and New Orleans and then come back and say, well, here's the offers I've got, Jerry. Are they as good? When Larry Allen wanted out or wanted to seek free agency, they said, go out there and look, see what you can find, and then come back and talk to us.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys are a lot like that. If you can find a deal that says that I can't pay you that, then I'll pay you that. Otherwise, you're going to try and agree to my terms. And if they're trying to work some other terms with him and McCarthy's like, I don't like that at all, then he needs leverage. He needs Chicago. He needs New Orleans on his side.
And I keep thinking I don't know if how often this plays into your leverage. And this is just me speaking as a fan. I don't know if the Cowboys feel this way at all. If Mike McCarthy, let's say 12:01, it's so in the middle of the night tomorrow, or maybe don't think it's the middle of the night, 12:01 a.m., technically Wednesday, Mike McCarthy signs a deal with the Saints.
Or agrees to a deal?
Yeah, or agrees to a deal with the Bears. You know what my reaction to that would be? All right, that's fine. And I don't know if that's problematic for his leverage, because that's just what I think. I don't know what the Jones family thinks, but that feels like that would be problematic for your leverage. That if that person left, you're like, all right,
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating with this team. Sorry, Cowboys fans.
Speaking of frustrating, let's talk about Justin Herbert. I feel like we have been on the right side of this and being ahead of. We're not afraid to criticize Justin Herbert. But I think it was Blogging the Boys, and I apologize if I'm getting the credit wrong on this, yesterday. 2 days ago, essentially said, what will be the national media's reaction after Justin Herbert blows another playoff game? And it's interesting because he's only had 2 playoff games. Both losses have gone down in absolutely spectacular fashion. He was ahead. Him and the Chargers were ahead of the Jaguars in 2022, 27-0. and they lost. And then you look back at the game this weekend. Justin Herbert threw 4 interceptions. I realize one of them's not on him, but still, 4 interceptions. All regular season, he had thrown 3.
Okay.
So, like, both of the losses are you throw as many interceptions or more as you have all regular season, and the other one was you gave up a 4-touchdown lead. And those are your 2 playoff games. Do you think he will finally kind of get more scrutiny? Because I feel like people pick on him here and there, but not as much as you might think for like a golden boy quarterback who hasn't panned out.
No, he plays for the Chargers.
And so nobody cares.
Right. Let me ask you, did people pick on number 1 overall pick in 1990, if I have it right, Jeff George?
Not really,
because
that's who I think of with Justin Herbert.
Yeah, like Jeff George had all of this talent and ability, but it never worked except for 1 year, it might have been 2 years, with Minnesota. Because he had Chris Carter and Randy Moss and Robert Smith, and it was just like, hey, you have a great arm. Just throw it as far as you can and watch Randy Moss go run it down. You know, Chris Carter has unbelievable hands. Just throw it 1,000 miles an hour, and even if it's a little bit off target, he'll just snatch it out of the air for you. And so I feel like Herbert, to me, is the modern-day Jeff George. One, he's not going to get picked on because the Chargers really don't have a fan base. And I mean, I'm telling you, I don't even think they have 1 million fans.
Like real fans.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I don't know if they have 1 million fans in the United States of America, because I think most people in San Diego said, screw you guys. A few stuck with them. I don't think the city of LA or in around that area was like, I'm going to be a Chargers fan. No, they got the Rams back. If you were a fan, you're like, we got the Rams back from St. Louis. My dad was a Rams fan, or my grandfather from Los Angeles area was a Rams fan. So they have so few fans. They don't move the needle at all.
That's what
on
I think.
ESPN or NFL Network. So, yeah, he has had a disappointing career. He stinks in the playoffs, but it's the Chargers.
I wanted to look at their pass attempts and versus their rush attempts in this game, because I felt like they went against what they were for most of the season, and they had 510 pass attempts this year to 463. And that's what 52% of theirs was passing the ball, which is a very balanced game. It felt like this game was more, hey, let's put it on Ladd and let's put it on Justin Herbert to win this game. And maybe, that comes with, they only had 16 rush attempts in this game. That's not the way that they played football this year. So they changed the way, and granted, late in the game, they were having to try and throw the ball a lot more, but I felt that way early in that game too.
So I don't know if you saw this, but what Mike is pointing at is literally what you said, Corey, would play out. You said this would play out like 5 minutes ago, is the way it's played out. Now, I realize that ESPN is also going to push this if it's from Schefter, because that's his thing.
Yep.
But what are they talking about right now?
Breaking news.
The breaking news is that Mike McCarthy is eligible to talk to teams after midnight Tuesday.
That was always the case.
That was always the case. That's been the case in his contract for years and years and years.
It's not breaking.
But
do you feel like they have this set up like last night, like ESPN and Adam Schefter, I'm just saying their producers or whatever, say, hey, at approximately 10:30, like this is our first take show. These are our segments. We want you to throw this out at this time and kind of get confirmation from probably Mike McCarthy's agent, I'm going to guess.
Sure.
Is just like, they already has it. He's just like, I just know exactly what time to put it out. So we are going to break news at 10:30. We've been doing this show for, I think, an hour and a half. We've been talking about the football games. Now let's jam a huge Cowboy topic in there that's going to sound like, oh my gosh, can you believe this is happening?
Go look at Twitter right now and see all the quote tweets on the Adam Schefter thing right now. A lot of people, they're not negotiating with him. They haven't been. That's just the case. That's just the way that it is. It's not anything new.
And so this is what I think when it comes to why Herbert doesn't get more criticism. Because, and by the way, he deserves more criticism. He really does. And just the Chargers don't move the needle at all.
Right.
And everything the Cowboys do seems to move the needle somehow, some way. And then I did see somebody text this, and this is the vibe that I kind of want to get into because I still think that this is the point. From the 682, Herbert is better than Dak. This will never be false.
Okay.
And this is somebody who I just think accepts the narratives of football and doesn't decide to do any of the research themselves.
Somebody else did text in and say, I never want to hear y'all say that Dak's not better than Herbert again.
Okay.
So there's two different sides of this coin here.
And I've been on the train for a long time. It's not that I didn't even dive into the Dak Herbert thing. I just didn't like the idea that Herbert was just a top 5 or 6 quarterback no matter what, because he just was.
Because of the talent.
Yeah, exactly.
He has supreme talent to most NFL quarterbacks.
And I don't dispute that whatsoever. But let's take a look. Are we so sure? You're so sure that Justin Herbert is better than Dak Prescott. And I'm not saying he isn't. But for the people who are like, that's a stupid conversation, what do you think Justin Herbert's career record is?
500.
41-40.
That's above 500.
That is true.
Well above.
He's 40. I don't know about that.
He's going to stay above 500.
It's a whole game.
Yeah, until
For
at least
one more
September.
game. Okay, that's a great point.
Whole game right there.
So he was the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2020, and he's made the Pro Bowl one other whole time. So, look out. Here are his QBRs since he's been in the league. 11th, 5th, 11th, 3rd, and 13th. All right? So if you average that out, clearly that's going to be outside the top 5 or 6. But if you come at me with, well, he was 5th last year, wasn't he? Great. Dak was 2nd. So my point just is...
And 2nd in MVP voting.
Yes, I'm well aware of
forget
that.
that.
Although I will point out, in 2021, when Herbert was 3rd in QBR, Dak was 11th. So obviously, advantage Herbert. But you look at a lot of these years. Herbert in 2022 was 11th. Dak was 12th. So...
Are you defending Dak Prescott here, or are you just trying to have a conversation about facts?
I'm trying to have a conversation about facts.
Okay.
And what I would like people to just not assume as the narrative is Justin Herbert is automatically in a class above Dak Prescott. And if you tell me he clearly has better arm talent or the physical traits or whatever,
I'll agree with you.
I hear you, and that's great. How did that work out for Jeff George? How did that work out for Ryan Leaf? I'm not saying Justin Herbert's in that same category, but right now, if you're a Chargers fan this morning, do you think you're like, yeah, but don't worry about it because he's got the prototypical size and arm strength we need? Or are you saying, what the crap in hell? He threw as many interceptions, even if you don't blame him for one of them. He threw as many interceptions in that playoff game as he did all regular season. That's a problem.
During the C block today, Kevin, during hits and misses, I do have a hit regarding his completions. We'll discuss in the C block today. But somebody also said, Herbert's so much better than Dak. He doesn't get injured. We have to factor that in. Dak didn't get injured until his second contract, really.
Yeah. Justin Herbert is in that part of the time.
It was time for his second contract, and he got injured, and the Cowboys paid him. That was bad on their part, okay? The thing we were saying before that, though, was when we were arguing Dak versus Carson Wentz, it was Dak's there. He's physically there. He's available, and Jerry would throw out availabilities. And we were like, look, yeah, we agree with you on that, Jerry. Now... he's at a point where his body is starting to have problems with that. That's just where Dak is at this point. But he's an older quarterback, too. He's at that age where that's going to happen.
And people conflate conversations that I actually think are two different conversations. Would you rather have Justin Herbert or Dak Prescott right now? I can definitely see how the answer is Justin Herbert because, if nothing else, he's 5 or 6 years younger than Dak Prescott. I agree with that, but that's not the conversation I'm having. I'm saying your quarterback hierarchy of who's the best right now, I think Herbert slides on a lot of this just because, and when people bring up his age, they're like, just wait to see what he becomes. And he might, but he doesn't get as much flack as he probably should. And part of that, going back to Mike's original point, is who gives a crap about the Chargers?
Somebody, Mike, ex-Cowboy, on the Twitch said, what the crap in hell? And then posted a picture of you wearing your huge headphones. And I missed those.
That's fair. We have a set of huge headphones.
I'll tell you what, I've always made fun of your huge headphones. You don't look right in these. you don't. Something is way off with Kevin.
We
when
have
you look at him.
We have a pair of big headphones in here. I'll see if I can try
It's like
those
you got
on
plastic
next.
surgery this weekend.
And here's let me add one other thing. Somebody said, let's talk in 5 years. I didn't read. I'll read the rest of it later.
But that's not the point. That's not the conversation we're having.
Here's what I'll tell you about that. In 5 years or so, we'll probably go, yeah, and neither of them had championships, and that's where they're defined the most. And that's where we'll end things.
And
is
probably
they
not
were
get
quarterbacks in
close.
the
That's
NFL.
the tough part.
They played quarterback in the NFL.
And I just want to say that's literally not the conversation we're having at all.
One played for the most highly marketed team in the NFL, and one played for a team that didn't have any fans.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, new headphones, but also baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
It's Sasaki week, and are the long-term contracts done this offseason? Next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 The Fan, where, yes, I legitimately switched out my headphones in the break because somebody put a sweet WCW Rick Steiner burn on me when he had his little wrestling helmet on. And I was like, okay, I need to switch out my headphones.
Michigan jacket.
Yes.
Hey, you looked like whenever I would put on my kids' sunglasses. You know, like it just, it was just a little bit small. But now it kind of looks right.
Or
almost.
the style back when Michael Jordan won a championship is he had sunglasses that literally just covered his eyes. And that was it.
Or like his mustache, where it was just like just barely on his lip.
If you had any other sweet burns you wanted to throw out there, shout out to Kevin Gray. I know you're listening. Appreciate it, buddy. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Okay, so on MLB.com, there's an article that says 7 free agents who are better than you think. Now, number one, they have these guys. They do go into further detail. They just said, here are the best free agents remaining. Sasaki, number 3 overall free agent in the offseason before it started, right? You had Juan Soto, number 1. But he hasn't been able to sign yet. Wednesday is the first day that he can sign. My conspiracy theory is that the Dodgers had a deal done back in October with him.
It's hard to argue against that.
And I think because they saved $2.5 million of their international spending money from last year and weren't able to use it because I think MLB stepped in and said, hey, you shouldn't have been able to. I'm just assuming this. Like, you shouldn't have been able to do that. So then the Dodgers just didn't spend $2.5 million on prospects, as far as I could tell. Maybe they did, and I just missed it at the end.
But the money was bookended there.
Everybody thought that.
And they had by far the most money available for that.
And so I don't think he'll sign Wednesday with the Dodgers because that would look maybe a little fishy too. So I think he's going to wait at least till Friday, maybe early next week, is when Sasaki will make up his mind. From what we've understood, at least from his agent, is when the signing period starts on Wednesday, Sasaki's probably going to pick his team very quickly.
Can you, and I don't want to derail where else you're going to go with this, but can you just walk through how humongous it would be if he's like, I'm going with the Rangers?
It would probably be as big as Yu Darvish signing here.
Okay.
And now Yu Darvish is a little bit different because there was like whatever that was, hey, I'm picking the Rangers because they paid my team the most money, and now there's a negotiation. But you knew every time you did that, you won the player. You just didn't know the years and the money they're signing to. Sasaki would be coming in as a guy that you have 6 years of control of. So you would, I don't know if you'd be paying him league minimum. I guess you could. You can maybe give him a little bit more than that, but you'd be getting a dude that would be a signing bonus. But then you're just paying him kind of what you'd be paying Cody Bradford next year. Number 5, Alex Bregman. We haven't heard tons about Alex Bregman. We've heard rumors here and there. Then you have Anthony Santander last year, who had 40-plus home runs, 100-plus RBIs. The second best hitter for Baltimore. You could argue maybe the best, but Gunnar Henderson would probably have something to say about that, who finished top 5 in MVP voting. But he's great. I heard so many people around baseball last year, especially at the end of the year, just in love with Anthony Santander. Now, he's 30 years old. Pete Alonso is number 8, and Jack Flaherty is number 10. So it says here, right now, 5 of the top 10 free agents going into this offseason are still unsigned, and Tanner Scott, who's a very good relief pitcher, is number 11. So you have quite a few really good free agents still on the market. Suzuki's the only one that couldn't have signed yet. He was not allowed to sign yet. And it makes me wonder this. Did the teams that have the budget and the money give out their long-term contracts already? And people like, I don't know this, Bregman, Santander, and Alonso come to mind. Big-time, everyday players that can be in the middle of your lineup. And I will say this. All 3 of them are somewhat limited defensively. Alex Bregman's the best defensive player by far out of the 3. Bregman won the Gold Glove. I think Gold Glove's a weird award. It has to do more on your offense than it does on your defense. Even though it's supposed to be just a defensive award, your offense plays a major role in getting it. But I'm just wondering if Alonso wants a 6-year deal. I've heard Bregman wants around a 6-year deal. And I'm just wondering if what's happening right now as we get to mid-January is agents are running up against, hey, we gave the long-term deal to Soto. I know that wasn't a long-term deal to Evaldi, but you just look around and Blake Snell, Corbin Burns, some other big-time free agents. Everybody who was willing to do a 5+ year deal, they're done. I'm just wondering if now these guys are going to have to do kind of the Blake Snell and the Jordan Montgomery and whatever of last year, Cody Bellinger, where they get to a point where they get to close to February and go, here's the deal. The best I can get you is maybe a 3-year deal, but more likely a 2-year deal that maybe we can opt out of after year 1.
Well, you pointed out Boris tried to get all his clients done quickly.
This year for them. I have to look at all of these clients and just see who their agents are. But
some of the big ones,
Soto,
he wanted to get those done real fast so that he could
Snell.
be like, he didn't run into the same situation he ran into last year.
Yeah.
And I wonder if some of the other agents, and that might just be the case now. There are going to be a few that get signed early, and everybody else, good luck for that. Because that just seems how the way that the GMs roll with this.
Because I want to give it to you
wait till spring training, because that's when we have more leverage.
Perfect. And that's exactly what I think. If the teams, I get why Boris is like, hey, let's go the opposite way of last year. But how many teams do you think out there are like, and I know you're not supposed to do this is collusion, but how many teams out there do you think talk behind the scenes and they're like, hey, we just wait this out until, the end of January. Players will come to us and be ready to negotiate.
Now, I'll be honest. I'll be scared to death if the Rangers get to February 10th and they're reporting to spring training and they don't have a closer.
Yes.
That I'll go, oh, no.
But you think they might be waiting for Suzuki,
I think so. I don't know this. I'm just going off of theories. It's always fun to kind of play general manager, I guess president or whatever now is you just look at and go, I wonder why Chris Young on Foul Territory is a great interview. If you want to go back on YouTube and watch it, it's like a 23-minute interview. He was like, high leverage guys are Chris Martin, and they traded for Robert Garcia in the Nate Lowe trade. At least he feels like going into spring training, those are probably his 2 highest leverage guys he thinks that he can use in kind of the 8th inning. But he pretty much said they're not closers. Right now, we'd have to do it by committee. If we had to play a game today, it would just be, hey, we got 8 guys out there, and we have no effing clue who's going to close the game. We're just going to hope somebody shines in the moment, and maybe after a month they stop shining, and then we have to try somebody else. Or we just every day go off of matchups, and our matchups in the 6th, 7th, and 8th inning used our 3 best relievers, and we're in the 9th inning, and we're just hoping this person who's our 4th reliever in our pen can get the biggest 3 outs of the game in a 1 or 2 run game. I don't think they want to go into that situation where you have no clue who's closing games, and you don't even have anybody who's really ever done it in their career either. And not like Teodo, and I'm not saying he should be, but you just look at him and go, well, maybe he does have closer stuff. He does not throw enough strikes to be a closer at this point. But he does have the stuff to possibly be it later in his career.
And if his control had already clicked, that would be your guy.
I think so, unless you do believe he can give you 130 to 160 innings a year
as a starter.
Okay. But right now, you would look at your rotation and go, gosh, we have depth right now. I don't see how Kamar Rocker honestly makes the rotation unless there's an injury. And guess what? There probably will be.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to say that DeGrom, Eovaldi, Bradford, Malley, and Gray will all be healthy on March 27th to start the year. There'll probably be somebody who had a setback, somebody who needs a week or two to get ready for the season because something happened in spring training, and that would give Rocker a major opportunity to be in your rotation, or a Jack Leiter or somebody like that. But you look at some of these names, and I know I'm out of time, so I'll just say this real quick. Max Scherzer, I didn't get to him. I'm just wondering what he's looking at right now. We haven't heard anything about him. And remember how good of a year Profar had. Have you heard a team talk about Profar at all? It's almost like, I think most teams are like, we get it, career year. We're not paying for that career year. We saw what you've done your whole career, and we are not believing that that is who you are now.
And if you're the player or the agent, obviously you're going to be like, no, that's the guy. Pay for that.
So then you're fighting all the people, general managers and presidents going, you saw what he did. He was an all-star. He was a major contributor to the Padres. And it seems like maybe people like him are going to go, sign another one-year deal. You do it again, maybe we'll believe it a little bit more.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I thought I was going to cough, and I tried to stop it. That's what happened just then. Coming up next, it was a couple of losses, but let's have the Mavs and Stars super segment next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for a Mavs and Stars super segment. Now, I realized when we did this on Friday, you were coming off double wins. Now you're coming off double losses, although I know the Stars also won on Saturday, so that part is nice. So do you want me to give you happy audio for the Stars, and maybe we could just pretend that everything kept rolling on Sunday?
Let's get happy Stars.
All right, great. Go ahead and give me cut number 11. Let's just go ahead and pretend that everything happened just fine with Ottawa.
Going, Hintz is in, finds Robertson, he scores! Dallas strikes first, Jason Robertson, 4.5 minutes in.
Now, that was a big deal because Jason Robertson made his presence known the night before when they won in the shootout. And then when he got the Stars on the board, you just heard it, about 4.5 minutes in, I was thinking 8-game win streak, here we come. Because you just hit 7 the night before against the Canadians, or the Canadiens, if you prefer. And now you're going up against Ottawa, and you got off to an early lead against an Ottawa team that's fine. They're not great. They're not terrible. They're fine. And
they stink at Ottawa, though, right? Like
that, yeah.
They're terrible at Ottawa. Hold on, let's go back. Is it 2016 was the last time that they won in March of 2016, Kevin?
Is that right?
Was the last time that they won in Ottawa. The streak continues.
Okay, I did not know that. That is, I was about to say impressive, but it's
it's impressive for Ottawa.
It is. For the Stars.
For the Ottawaians.
Not, I don't know if that is the official terminology or not, but you do end up taking the loss. No points. The Stars have been playing phenomenal, though I've been really impressed at how it seems like they've gotten better on the road. I know yesterday's game notwithstanding, but I've been very impressed. Oh,
Kevin, this is breaking news.
Oh.
And do we have sponsors? Can you hit them up, Balak?
Yeah, so breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Tom Pelissero reports his sources say Mike McCarthy is out as the Cowboys head coach.
Whoa!
The sides could not agree on length of contract, and the sides could not agree on length of contract, and McCarthy will pursue other opportunities He leaves Dallas with a winning record and 3 playoff appearances. That is breaking news. Mike McCarthy out as the Cowboys coach.
Holy freaking
So the
moly.
Mavericks.
No, sorry.
The Stars.
I'm sorry, Mike.
I think we're gonna have to, Mike. I'm going to have to jot that down as one of those moments where we were in a non-Cowboys segment and I had to talk
Jerry
about
heard
that.
his tease.
So there you go.
Who's saying this again?
That is Tom Pelissero. And that is just as reliable of any source that you can find out.
So
there.
essentially,
So Schefter comes out with his report, and literally 30 minutes later, it's
Tom
over.
Pelissero's like, nope.
And granted, Pelissero has. You'll have to ask Bobby and Broadus about this, but I'm pretty sure Pelissero's been in one of those that kind of got in with McCarthy very well because McCarthy's done a good job of opening up to those NFL Network people and some of the national people. So he's one of those that probably has a really good conversation with him and his agent.
Does this sound like then that, and correct me if you think I'm off, does this sound like Mike McCarthy stood his ground against the Cowboys and they were like, that doesn't work for us? And he goes, well, you know what, brother, that doesn't work for me. And he walked out.
Oh, wow.
I'm assuming. But like, because everything we talked about, think about, let's just go back an hour.
McCarthy wanted a longer contract.
Okay, and
right?
let's just go back. Okay, because
Yeah,
so
the
two
sport-
things
yeah,
on that.
Everybody's reporting it now. Yeah.
An hour and 20 minutes ago. So an hour and 20 minutes ago, we're doing the crosstalk, and I think, I'll admit, I fell into this category. I thought that Mike McCarthy would just go along with whatever deal it is. Let's just say they give him a 2-year deal, $10 million, some of it's incentive-based, whatever. And Mike McCarthy is like, no, man, that's not going to work because we're going to do this exact same thing over again. I need at least a 3-year deal, or I need at least a whatever year deal, and I need at least $6 million, or I need my base salary to be guaranteed, or whatever. I know part of that is speculation at this point, but an hour and 20 minutes ago, I stood just a few feet to the left of where I am right now, and I thought for sure that Mike McCarthy would give in to the lowball contract offer of the Dallas Cowboys. And here we are, and it sounds like he sure as hell did not.
Well, good for him, but when you're looking at this as a Cowboys fan, you do have to look at it this way. The Cowboys wanted Mike McCarthy back under their terms and really to undercut him and just be the babysitter of the team, and Mike McCarthy said no. So now do the Cowboys look for a babysitter or do they look for a head coach? I know that's another topic, but I'm just thinking, Mike McCarthy said, no, if you're cutting me down to being a babysitter where I don't have any control over my staff, I don't have any control over the offense. Obviously, Mike Zimmer, I'm assuming, is going to be the defensive coordinator if I come back, and I'm going to assume they had a great time doing it together. It's like they ended up getting along, figuring out how to work together. But Mike was like, no, I can't give all of this up and just be a babysitter here. And so now the Cowboys move on and look for a babysitter?
That might be the case. I think there's a lot of things here. One, everything that comes along with being the Cowboys head coach, understanding how much money the Cowboys do bring in, but everything that goes along with it, Mike McCarthy was like, I deserve to be paid more for this. There's a lot of extra stuff being the Cowboys head coach, and I deserve more.
Can I ask you a question about that statement? I don't disagree with that statement whatsoever.
I also am tired of getting stabbed in the back.
Okay.
At the turn of the corner.
Okay. Do you think if I boiled it down to essentially it was with all of the S I have to eat with this job as opposed to let's get back to football, this is what I want?
Yeah. I mean, that definitely could be a massive factor there. We do have Bobby Belt on the line right now. If we'd like to have a conversation with the man. You're on vacation, Bobby. What are you doing right now?
Bobby, is this the greatest day of your life?
I know. I just wrapped up DallasCowboys.com. We were doing the draft show. Now I'm driving over to Plano to go see draft prospects at Exos, and saw the news that come through, and it was starting to feel. I definitely think this morning you were starting to get a sense. More people were starting to talk, and you were starting to get the feeling of like, okay, this isn't looking good for Mike, or this is trending towards the direction of a divorce, and now we enter a period of evaluation where they try to figure out who they want to bring in here. I think that...
Hold on, wait. Bobby, wait. Before we move on to the evaluation, I want to take a quick step back because of something you said. Can you expand on, it looked like it was trending towards a divorce? Because our initial reaction here is, it sounded like Mike McCarthy said, I'm not going to take your lowball BS contract. I want something better. And that's why this is falling apart.
Yeah, I think that this is something where the more you talk to people who had an awareness of what was going on, it sounded like this was just building to this point as of this morning where people were saying, yeah, I think there's some frustration here that, there's not as much movement on, are we going to get this done? Are we going to figure this out? Are we going to actually figure out the terms of a potential return? What are we doing here? And I think that building frustration caused a little bit of animosity potentially for both sides. And what you see is, I think a mutual divorce at this point. I don't think the Cowboys may position this as, hey, we wanted him back. He clearly wanted to go. But I think it feels very much like the trying to get somebody to quit so you don't have to fire him type of move.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
The Bobby Belt breakup special.
Yeah, Bobby's been through this before. He knows how it works. I see how that goes. The
now you said, Bobby. Now you said they will look ahead to. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that before we looked ahead to anything. Yeah. Mike asked the question about what the hell kind of next head coach are you looking for? Where do we go now?
So they have always wanted experience or familiarity. That's what they want. So when you start thinking familiarity, I think the blinking light is obviously Kellen Moore.
Wow.
Kellen, I think that Kellen is that they would have to do some repair here. Kellen had a bad exit from Dallas. As much as it was reported, they decided to move on or they decided to give Mike the keys to the car or whatever you say, that is not how that breakup went. That breakup ended with Kellen asking out. And so I think that they would have to do some repair. They're probably not anything impossible to repair, but they still think very, very highly of him. Jerry and Stephen Jones think really highly of Kellen Moore. And so I think that that's an obvious fit right there. It's just, all right, how damaged was that? How much work do you potentially have to do to get Kellen Moore to want to come back here? But look, we've thrown out the name. I've thrown it out for months now. Mike asked Jerry about him. I do wonder if Jason Witten will get a look here. Because it's just, I think just familiarity is a big thing to them. And they say, you had Kellen Moore essentially walk off the field and become an offensive coordinator. You had Jason Garrett walk off the field and become an offensive coordinator. We just need a CEO here. And go look back at an article Tim Kalishaw wrote about Dan Campbell last year when they were end of the 23 season when they were facing Detroit. And he interviewed Jerry and asked Jerry some questions. And Jerry took a left turn out of nowhere and said, I think Jason Witten has a lot of the same traits that Dan Campbell has.
Yes, he did.
And so, I don't know, I think familiarity, Witten and Kellen make some sense. Obviously, we'll see. I could definitely see them wanting to talk to a Doug Peterson.
What about Aaron Glenn?
Potentially a jogger. Aaron Glenn absolutely is somebody that they could want to talk to. That's somebody who's been here, somebody that would get a glowing review, I imagine, from Dan Campbell, who they trust. But yeah, they got a couple of different avenues they can go here. I would say to me, before we get a chance to kind of talk to people, I think early on, knowing what they think of Kellen, to me, Kellen Moore seems like the obvious lead candidate right now.
Bobby, as far as timeline goes, how much of an urgency do you think the Cowboys are going to approach this with? I feel like Steven would probably approach it with a little more urgency.
Well, let's figure out if it's Jason Witten and Kellen Moore, like I just mentioned. If those are guys they're considering, there's probably no urgency there. Kellen Moore is, he's in the middle of a coaching playoff run. He's gotten some interviews, but I don't know that he's been as much of the top name in some of those areas as he would be here. Witten's obviously just coaching high school football right now. If they wanted to interview Doug Peterson or John Gruden or somebody like that, those guys, some of the candidates that I think make sense in terms of previous experience that are offensive-minded head coaches, there's not a lot of buzz around those guys right now. So that may be why when Jerry was, talking to you guys about urgency, he was like, no, there's really no urgency. And the field of candidates, when Alec asked him, does the field of candidates impact at all your decision here? He's like, no, not really. Because I think he felt comfortable that the candidates he would want or the guy he was targeting may not be somebody that they have to fight for.
That is the lineup right there. We'll start, making a long list And a short list, Bobby threw your short list together just now. So if you're listening right now, you already got the short list together. That's what's I think is going to be confirmed shortly. But the long list is we'll have lots of conversations about that over the next few hours.
Yeah, and I mean there'll be obviously, we mentioned Aaron Glenn there, but the Rudy rule says you have to interview 2 minority candidates.
That's a fact.
So there'll be another name there, whether that's minimum Brian Flores or, maybe Robert Saleh or some of these, various coaches out there that have been in the running and have been discussed. And so that'll all be there. I would imagine whoever they hire is an offensive head coach that has either previous NFL coaching experience, or if they don't have that, it's somebody they are very familiar with within the walls of the Star. So start, narrowing that down pretty quickly. All right, previous head coaching experience. Gruden, Doug Peterson, Arthur Smith, Cliff Kingsbury. Not that those guys would be on the list, but that's the pool of names you're looking at. And then, familiarity, Kellen Moore, Jason Witten, offensive side of the ball, guys like that, I think you should start, keying in on.
This might be a dumb question. It probably is, and I know the Cowboys would never come out and say if there was. But when you talk about the Rooney Rule, this is still a franchise, unless I'm totally blanking, that has never had a not white head coach, right?
That's true.
Yes, that is true. And so, yeah, it's something where, I mean, it's a league mandate. They're going to have to, whether they, I need to pick my words carefully here on how you want to talk about the legitimacy of a candidacy for the Cowboys. I don't want to, make accusations just because it looks a certain way. But I think that when you look at their history, yeah, they brought in Marvin Lewis for an interview. And then that felt like checking a little bit of a box. I mean, New England just was guilty of that. I think a lot of people felt like you had Vrabel in mind, and then you were checking a box. And that's not fair to those candidates. And so I don't think it's fair to the process totally. So, I mean, we'll see how this all plays out. I would imagine Aaron Glenn, like we mentioned there, Saleh potentially. Maybe not Flores, maybe Flores. It just depends on how – I don't know how much the Cowboys would view. Do we want to get involved with somebody who's in an active lawsuit with the league?
Yeah.
And so that may complicate things a little bit. But definitely I think that, if you start saying who makes the most sense here, it's Kellen at the top. And if they start zeroing in on him, then you might just see, all right, we're trying to run through boxes that we're checking here.
Appreciate it very much. I hope this makes your vacation even better.
I love you all.
When you coming back?
I'll be back Thursday, but I'll probably be on the morning show tomorrow at some point.
Why don't you hop on with us tomorrow?
I mean, I can do that too.
And then the next day?
We just talk to him.
Okay, never mind, Bobby. We'll talk to you later, man.
We'll find out. See you.
All right. I think this is the next thing that I want to talk about, because I've seen a couple of people text this in. I'm going to tell you right now, and if I'm wrong, I think that's a great thing. I don't think this is the start of some movement where the Cowboys are going to start changing the way they do business. So here's how I'm going to set it up. Because a couple people texted in, the Cowboys fans have started to speak this year. Now Mike McCarthy's like, I'm not going to accept it. People are starting to stand up to the Cowboys. I'll tell you this. I don't think that's what's happening, and I don't think that's going to change anything about the way the Cowboys do business. But maybe y'all disagree. But we'll talk more about that. And Mike McCarthy out as head coach. And just wait for that statement from the Jones family to be like, what's the big deal? Like, his contract expired tomorrow. So that's just what happened. So there's nothing to see here, as if this is not a big deal.
They can still hire him back.
Yes.
I have
Because his contract expired, still not fired.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
Here's one of my lineups, Kevin. McCarthy, 4 to 5 years. Jerry, 2 years. McCarthy, nah, I'm out. Wait. No, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody I'm out. You deal with it after that.
Yep. We'll talk more about it next right here on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Why? And this is why you come here for breaking news. We had people texting us 10 minutes into our segment about Mike McCarthy being out as the Cowboys head coach to tell us that Mike McCarthy was out as the head coach. Appreciate y'all jumping over to where we actually break sports news first, guaranteed. And Mike McCarthy is out as the Dallas Cowboys head coach. Right now, let's bring on Sean Sharif. Sean, do you want me or Corey to update y'all's tease for tomorrow's show?
Yes, please, and include the AEW ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour.
Can do. Can. Are you surprised? Because the first thing I said, Sean, I admitted when we were in crosstalk, I thought Mike McCarthy would take whatever deal was offered his way. And it's sounding like that was the attempt the Cowboys made where they were like, hey, we'll keep you if you're willing to do this. And he's like, I'm going to pass on that.
Definitely surprised. I totally agree with you. I was trying to think of the perspective of Don Yee, his agent, and what I would tell Mike. And I would say, it's kind of like when we all go into negotiations, right? You want to have a threat. You want to have a real leverage play. And I didn't view any of the other teams as real leverage plays that actually hire McCarthy. You cannot sell Mike McCarthy in Chicago. Now, maybe the ownership doesn't care. The ownership is just too stupid. But they took a poll, the other day, and it was like 90-10 no. Can you sell Mike McCarthy as the New York Jets head coach? No, you cannot. Now, a place like Jacksonville, I think McCarthy falls into like a Doug Peterson discussion. A place like New Orleans, who may not rip you apart if you go ahead and bring him in and you're just looking for any type of stability, maybe you can. But I would have approached this now Don Yee knows, right? He's talking to the other teams. I would have approached it as, hey, let's take a little stand with Jerry here, but let's not go too hard because we know we have this job, and let's not give it up even if we have to take less.
Sean, give me both perspectives on this, Jerry and Mike McCarthy's. What was the breaking point for either one of those guys, you think?
Well, it sounds like with Jerry, it's like, hey, I'm doing you a favor by even having this as the discussion point. Like, I could have got – again, I don't know right now. I was on the phone with Bobby when the news broke, and I was listening to you guys even before that. But
Tolo.
Oh, my God, Bobby, what a bad week to go on vacation with your Bobby, by the way.
That's a good point.
You have to give him one of the snow Comrexes to do the show from home tomorrow on vacation. He would probably do it. I'm guessing. If I'm Jerry, I'm like, I'm doing you a favor by even offering you the opportunity to come back. I should have and could have gotten rid of you after the Green Bay game. So I'm not going to sign up for a 4 or 5 year deal. This is 2 or 3 years max, and that's what you have to take. McCarthy probably got sick of it around here. We know that, he's more of a Pittsburgh, Green Bay type of guy. Yeah. All this noise and all this circus is not something that, like, the Mike McCarthy book and the leaks that are going to come out on working here are going to be so juicy because that he could not have been a fan of it. Or Mike knows that the Saints and the Bears are legitimately interested. Those are the two ways that I'm looking at it right now. Now, I heard Basic's reaction to it, and first off, and I'm not trying to be cruel to Mike McCarthy. Mike was awesome with us on Friday. He's way better than Garrett ever was. But y'all, I'm pumped. I'm freaking doing backflips. I'm so excited because you had to have change. I don't care whether the change means a regression. So after my initial excitement, new coach, going to meet them at the combine, Friday interviews, all that stuff. Can this person actually break through? I do think it's important to get to Mike's point of, like, why did this happen? Did Jerry Jones do this because he wanted to uphold the standard, or did Jerry Jones do this, which is probably the case, what I'm about to say, because Mike McCarthy didn't take what's the word I'm looking, an inferior contract, a lowball insulting deal, right? Because if that's the case, I agree with Bassick, and Mike, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I think where you're going, it's like, does that inspire you in the faith of the quality of candidate that Jerry Jones wants to replace Mike McCarthy with? The answer to me is no, but we need to change, and now we're going to get it, in my opinion.
My answer to that is no as well, Mike, and I want to get you involved in this conversation. I think it was a simple matter of, and now we can call you Mike.
Yep, I outlasted. I told everybody, stop calling him Mike. I'm the Mike. He's the McCarthy. I was here before him, and I outlasted him.
I think they looked at the prices in front of them, and I'll just say they were like, hey, we'll give you $3.5 million plus incentives to come back. And he was like, no, I want $5 or $6 million. I think the Cowboys just sat there, and they're like, well, no, you're in our lowball bid. Like, there's another coach we can go offer $3.5 million with incentives. If you want 5 or 6, I'm going to go to the next bin, and I'm not going to get the store brand coach.
I like what you're saying, and Sean, here's what we don't know is, was it more about the money, which I would disagree. I think that had something to do with it, or was it more about you're not going to have Shoddy back, You're not going to call the plays.
Okay.
We are going to hire the next offensive coordinator. You will now oversee everything as the leader coach of the team. And I think that was more of the thing that Mike was. I thought he was going to accept I call it a babysitting role.
I did too.
At that point, you're a babysitter of the team, not the head coach of the team, especially the way Jerry runs things here. And I think Mike did not like that at all. And Jerry said, if you don't want to be the babysitter, I'll find somebody else. And that's where, Sean, I just don't know if really Jerry wants a real head coach.
Well, it makes me feel better to think, well, first off, everything you just described, Jerry Jones, in my opinion, would be entitled to. Like, you want to stay here and keep control and babysit? Well, you cannot call the plays. We have to get some type of spark for our offense and spark to the fan base. And I would feel fine with that scenario. I feel much better if it's a control thing versus an embarrassing, cheap, lowball type offer thing, because that would make me feel like the Cowboys are just like frugal and you're not going to go out and pay for a big time coach who should hold this position. If this is about control, I'm totally fine with that, because Mike McCarthy had 5 years for the most part to do it his way, and it didn't work. So, like, in my opinion, you don't gain more power in the position Mike was in. You should lose more power. So I would actually support Jerry in that scenario.
Thank you very much, Sean. Don't forget, tomorrow in the 9 a.m. hour, you can win AEW tickets with Sean and RJ. You got to be listening. Love me some AEW. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
I guess I'll say real quick, I feel like Mike didn't want to be stripped of more power. I don't think Mike wanted more power, McCarthy.
Okay.
I think McCarthy was looking at it going, my opinion, we have no clue. By the way, I have no clue how the negotiations broke down. But Friday, they were negotiating an extension or some sort of contract to be the Cowboys head coach. We assume for at least one more year, probably two.
Some kind
more.
of discussion happened.
And it broke down, whether it was last night, early this morning, it broke down. And now we're guessing, we're theorizing on why did it break down? And I'm thinking, my opinion is that it had to break down, or it could have broken down over, you're not going to be kind of the offensive coordinator, and we're going to hire a new one that brings in a system that Dak is more favorable to.
Okay, I'm going to throw this out there, and I want to make this very clear. This is what I think is going to happen, not what I want to happen. I want to make a very clear distinction there. I see people texting in, or you hear the hope, and I hope you guys are right as well, but you hear people say, oh, now's the time to go get Aaron Glenn, or now's the time to go do what I think is going to happen is, I saw a text saying people have started to push back against the Cowboys. Training camp attendance way down, year over year, way down, but those tickets still get sold. You look at the TV ratings, they were still bananas for the Cowboys this year, even if they were down a little, still unbelievable. I think the Cowboys are going to step out of this, and instead of going, well, maybe we can't do it this way anymore, they're going to be like, fine, you don't want to play ball? I'll find somebody else who will accept that they don't get to pick their offensive coordinator, or they don't get to call plays, or they are going to take my low ball contract offer. I think that's what's going to happen. I hope I'm wrong.
But I get it, Corey. This is the hope the Cowboy fans were looking for. Not that I don't think Cowboy fans were blaming Mike McCarthy for all the issues this year, all the issues the last 5 years. You can blame some of the issues. But, Corey, I think that right now Cowboy fans have hope, because this is the only way to have hope.
Yes. And Jerry knows that. And that's the recyclable part of, well, we got what we could. We squeezed as much juice out of this thing as we could. Now it's time to find something else. This was a frustrating season for everybody involved.
Sure.
Jerry was frustrated at midpoint of the season when he realized, I'm probably already out of the playoffs and I have no shot to get back in this sucker. We're going to try and sell the hope for the rest of the season. Hey, look, we got 1%. Just like, sarcastically said most of the year, Kevin, we got 1% of chance. So let's hold on to that glimmer of hope. And then it was gone. He's like, man, started to look around that stadium, started to get empty. This is not exactly what I wanted it to be this season. That's it, guys. We squeezed everything we could. How can I get the fan base as excited as they were 2 years ago when we were going to the playoffs and doing all these things? The only way is to move on. And for McCarthy's part, he was frustrated by the entire process of this thing.
I'm intrigued.
You can hear it in conversations with media and with Sean and RJ.
For sure. I'm intrigued by the last thing you said, because I would love to get an honest answer. Now, to the point I know you've made in the past, Mike, I don't know how you can or when you can get this honest answer. Is it on air or is it behind the scenes? And if you repeat it, he'll be like, I didn't say that. Does he care that those seats were empty, or does he care because he's like, they still all got sold? I still got all of the money. Because I do think he cares. I think he cares about the money a lot. But I also think he cares about the buzz factor.
Yes.
And that's why I think you're really onto something.
When he sees those, he tells us, look, I'm happy that they're selling, because that's one hat that he can put on as the sales manager hat. But when he looks and sees, but their other fans, my fan base is not as excited, I think that affects him. And I think it does affect his decisions.
And I want to throw this out there, and I see it, and I understand why people are saying this. I am going to fight against this forever. From the 817, what hope? Dak is still the quarterback. You cannot tell me that a head coach cannot make a difference. Minnesota Vikings went 14-3 this year with Sam Darnold. There's nobody who's going to tell me that Sam Darnold is that much better than Dak Prescott. I just won't hear of it. I'm not saying this fixes all your problems, but Mike, you mentioned it, Corey mentioned it, and I agree. It's the opportunity for hope. A coach can change a lot, or they can go the route they always do. Yeah. And they're like, let's just keep things the same, just with a different name that's following all of our orders.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm with you. There's not much to add there. That it can. If you hire the right guy, it can. Now the hope is that Jerry would interview the right people and then hire the right person.
Absolutely. Let's talk more about this. If you missed the breaking news this way, you got to be right here. Mike McCarthy is out as Dallas Cowboys head coach. What happens next? We'll discuss right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back to throw, they blitz him. He throws it left, it's intercepted at the 30. Right to the 40. Across midfield and the sideline, and this is coming all the way. It's a pick six for the Philadelphia Eagles.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where normally we'd be chopping up some playoff football, but the news is out. Mike McCarthy is out, and it's sounding more and more like it might have been his choice, not the Cowboys' choice. I'm sure that will be debated. I'm going to take you right now to Corey Majors. As we're doing the KNC Masterpiece kind of on the fly, we bring in Zach Wolchuk, who you, of course, know from the pre- and post-game extravaganza as part of the Dallas Cowboys, your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Zach, thanks for jumping on with us.
Of course, man.
I'm going to let you talk more in a minute because Corey needs to tell us information.
All right, one thing of housekeeping note from Ian Rappaport, clarity. Though Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy is under contract through tomorrow, a source says that he can now speak with teams immediately. So that's an interesting note because if your contract's still there, like how can that be? Well, I'm out of here. So I'm ready to move on from this. We've agreed to it. That could be that the Cowboys said see you later.
Yeah.
The other thing that makes me think that it's McCarthy is Calvin Watkins reporting that McCarthy has already reached out to his coaching staff to let them know and talk to his coaching staff. So in my opinion, I feel like if you had that and you were ready to just go ahead and start talking to your coaches about it, you were already, understanding that you were on your way out there. So those are two little things of note that can balance out this conversation a little bit more.
Now, Wolchuk, I think where you were before the show feels exceedingly relevant. Where were you? What were you doing? And you seem very surprised by this.
Stunned. Really, really am. So I was just doing the draft show there at the Star in Frisco, and we had Kyle Yeomans with us. I was with Brian Voch Lombardi, obviously Chris Beam, who produces it for us there. And there was no buzz of any potential McCarthy news. Everything seemed to be status quo. In fact, I was listening to you guys driving up over here afterwards, and you guys broke the news. I immediately called Kyle. I was like, dude, is this legitimate? And he said, yeah, this is legit, and this has caught us at least by surprise, it seems. Now, they're always prepared. They've got articles ready to go, whether he's staying, whether he's going. I mean, they're top-notch there with DallasCowboys.com with what Derek Eagleton and Nick Eatman are doing. But I don't think anybody really saw this happening, which you're right, Corey. That leads me to say, okay, this is probably a McCarthy decision. And if you're Jerry, I kind of understand. Look, the whole him being a little bit cheap when it comes to coaches, I think now is out there. I don't think this is a media-driven narrative. I think fans now, Cowboy fans are smarter and smarter every year with what we have with the internet.
Despite do you know the size of the check I would write?
Right. That's a bunch of bull. Yeah. It's not true. There's no salary cap for coaching. So the one way to put your money where your mouth is there is go out and get the best coach, get the best staff, and pay them as such. You don't want to do so. So Jerry's kind of in a limbo here where, well, Mike, if you go out there and this team S's the bet again, then I'm going to be having a conversation of, do I need to fire you? And one thing seems to be true to me. Jerry doesn't want to fire and then pay a coach to go sit and drink Mai Tais on the beach. That ain't something he wants to do. So now I'm going to give you a deal, and in a year I might be having the same conversation. So if Mike wants 4 or 5 years, Jerry's like, I don't know about that, because then I'm going to be on the hook if I got to can ya for paying you out on those other years.
So this is for all three of you, and maybe Corey, Kevin, Zach, you guys share this and just pass it around. Is if I am a candidate to be a head coach in the NFL, now we just saw Mike Vrabel was hired by New England. He just had his press conference, but there's other jobs available.
Real quick,
all right.
I you just pointed out Vrabel was having his press conference as the news broke.
Yeah.
The Cowboys news breaks. Robert Kraft gets covered up by Jerry Jones saying, I got you guys.
That's why you're not in the Hall of Fame, and you never will be.
Back to you, Mike.
So you have other jobs where they have $50 to $100 million of cap space. Maybe they have a quarterback, maybe they don't.
Sure.
You have a quarterback here who's locked in. You have no salary cap room. You don't have a lot of draft picks. You do have your normal amount of draft picks. You have a few more.
Except for your fourth.
But but you have the comp picks or whatever. But you don't have like 1 first, 2 seconds. You know, like you're very limited here over the next 3 years on what you can do to this team. You do have a great defensive player in Micah Parsons. You have a great receiver. You have a quarterback who is getting hurt on a consistent basis. When he's healthy, he's usually good, but not great. I'm just throwing this out to you. Maybe, Corey, you can be the first to take this. I
already have an answer for your question, too.
Okay, or Kevin, how much do you look at this job versus the others and just go, I'm just looking at the team and what I can do over the next 3 years?
And that's why I think the type of person you will draw outside of the I need a job candidate is the I can fix them candidate. And like that can be good if it works, but it can be disastrous because essentially, why would you come here? If you're like, let's just use Ben Johnson as an example. He seems to be somebody that like a lot of different teams want. Okay, if you're Ben Johnson, why would you go to the Cowboys as opposed to, let's use the Bears, who have their quarterback, we think, and a lot of money? It's because you know everything will be on you in Dallas. And if you believe in yourself that much or have that much of an ego, then you're going to be at least kind of interested in this job because you're going to know whatever you do in life, it doesn't matter. If the Chargers win the Super Bowl, that's going to be cool, and that's going to be awesome on Jim Harbaugh's resume. If he would have come here and won the Super Bowl, legendary forever. And I think that's the difference.
It's also a year too late. The name you just mentioned, I know, would have taken this job, and that is Harbaugh. And I think that would have gotten everybody pretty darn excited. Problem is, I don't know that Jerry really would have wanted a Harbaugh because if that coach comes in here and wins a championship, who's getting the credit then? It's that coach.
Yeah.
Right? And it does seem like from how the Cowboys are going about this whole coaching cycle right now, and now they're all of a sudden a team that's in the mix that needs to start doing some interviews when everybody else has already done some of these. One team's already hired a coach. You're late to the party again, which is a theme with this football team. But I really think Jerry believes what he said when he let go, him and Jimmy parted ways. Anybody could coach this team. What was the number?
500.
500 coaches. I really think he believes as long as I put together a good enough team, any coach can do it. That's proven to be totally false. Coaching absolutely matters, but I do believe that is how he feels. He does not care as much as we do about who is the coach of this team.
And my concern, Mike, this kind of is built into your question. My concern is, and I've used this analogy before, that Jerry still thinks the Cowboys are Notre Dame in the 80s and people don't have those same options. I don't think anyone will argue the Cowboys get the biggest spotlight. They have forever. They probably will for a really long time. But I still think he thinks that people are willing to take a discount or willing to do this or deal with that because it's the Cowboys. And I think the game's evolved, even though this is the biggest spotlight. You can still go to other places and still have great runs, and you don't need the Cowboys as much as I think he thinks people do.
Mike, would you do me a favor?
Yo.
Would you repeat the question?
The question is, if I'm a coach out there, Ben Johnson, that's who Kevin loves, whoever. I have a quarterback that's stuck at $89 million. I know I'm going to redo it, but I have no cap space. I can't bring in 4 players from the Detroit Lions I don't have the money to do it. I only have a first-round pick and then a second-round pick, and then from there, it gets really tough to have impact players as a rookie. I don't really have much here. I do have a great defensive player. I do have a great wide receiver, but I don't have much to change this team over the next 3 years. If you really look at where they're at, this is the team for the next 3 years besides draft picks. How bad do I want this job if Jacksonville is offering me, if Chicago's offering me, if New Orleans, and I'm not saying the Cowboys are the worst. They are not. But I might choose some other franchise over the Cowboys because of my control and then how I can change the team into my team.
Yeah, okay. The other jobs, I'm just looking at them. The Bears are really the best one out of the 5 that are left. And now the Cowboys being added.
I agree with that.
I think the Bears are because you got a elite receiver grouping there. You got a young quarterback that you can work with, pretty good defense. They just need some organization. They just need some direction. And that Bears group could be, now it's a tough division, but who cares? Let's go up there and try and win in that division. Other than that, the Cowboys are the first splash name. I mean, the Jets aren't a splash. It's the Jets. You got to deal with the Jets. The Saints aren't a splash. It's the Saints.
They're way more screwed on their cap than we are.
Jacksonville is a hole. Nobody wants to be there. So the Cowboys' name splashes. When the Rangers went to Ron Washington was like, I will take this job. That's what I see more than anything else. If you're getting ready to be a first-time head coach, you're looking at this thing going, I can take the Cowboys job or I can take all these other ones. I'll take the Cowboys job because it's available. They would want to do that. That's what they would want, the opportunity to do that. Other than that, Kevin's right. The opportunity to, I can change the Cowboys organization. There are only a few names that I really think can actually change this organization, and there would have to be a lot of people that would take seats back in that, but only a few names that I think can change them. Other ones would come in here and they know the organization well enough, they know Jerry Jones well enough that they can think they can work with him, but they'll get tired of it after 3 years.
Wolchuk, special person, man.
Okay, and what I'm afraid of, Wolchuk, is Bobby said something about, Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
Is that Kellen Moore is not a hot name anymore. He's not getting a lot of attention. He very well may never get an NFL head coaching job unless he's willing to come back to the big top. And he knows his role in the big top. I still fear that that's the coach the Cowboys are going to pick up. Somebody who like it, love it, don't care, you're going to deal with it. And that's they're going to find somebody who'd be like, yes, sir.
There's a lot of moving parts that you've got to juggle as the head coach of this team.
Yeah.
That you don't have to deal with anywhere else in the National Football League. The circus is real, and I think that's part of why Mike McCarthy's probably saying, dude, I've kind of had enough here. And I think you're absolutely right. Ben Johnson and like my brother-in-law was texting me, there's only one name I want to hear all day. Ben Johnson, will it into existence. Eliza deserves to see a Super Bowl in her lifetime.
True.
Like, I'd love that. I'd love to see a Super Bowl really in my lifetime. I was like 3 years old last time they won one over the Steelers. I don't remember it. I remember a box of popcorn that we brought for the Super Bowl party. That's kind of my recollection of that.
And that's why when James Grover on YouTube sends in, what are the chances they would interview Dion or Freeman from Notre Dame? I just look at it and say, that is the bad fit for the Jones family because those people have tons of options. Freeman right now, look, whether or not they win or lose next week, it'd be great if they won. But whether or not they win or lose, he's fine, and he can do whatever he wants. Dion can do whatever he wants. That's not the kind of coach I think we're looking for. I think we're looking for the kind of coach who's like, I already got 2 strikes. I need to make this work.
Those are program builders, and Ben Johnson wants to take a job where he's aligned with the general manager. When you're coming into this job, it's kind of like, all right, just don't get in the way. Jerry is going to be the orchestrator of everything. Steven, Will, they've all got their roles. As the head coach, you've got yours as well. Just don't go ahead and muck up what we've got going on.
We're out of time, but you also have to look at in the final 8 in the NFL is Philadelphia and Washington.
I don't think that has nothing to do with this. I really don't.
Did you just do a double negative?
That's right.
That equals a positive.
Exactly.
Let's go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've talked about it. We had Sean on. We had Zach on. Do you want to give it to the people? You want to take it to the phone lines?
Whoa, give it to the people. I think we can let the people call in, Kevin.
It's The Rock, man. It's the people's choice.
Okay.
People's champ.
Yeah.
People's champ.
Hey, hopefully
People's
your
elbow.
phone call will be less worthless than his promo was on Raw last week.
Oh.
We will talk to the people. 877-881-1053. Call in. Talk to Alec. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on the...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy is out as Dallas Cowboys head coach. Whether you think wasn't a big deal. His contract ran up tomorrow, or he made the decision, or whatever. It's done. So, we promised we would go to the people. Let's go to the people. Let's start with line number 1, Wayne in Athens. What the heck do you think about this whole thing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
So, we are in a spot that I think is a lot worse than most people realize because with Mike gone, unless Zimmer's the head coach, then we're going to have 3 different defensive coordinators in 3 years. We saw what happened last year with the slow start. If Zimmer's not going to be the head coach, then you're going to have somebody else come in. The biggest thing to me is that Jerry does not want to admit any fault because it all starts at the beginning. The way that they structure these contracts, lift these switches, and put all the money on the back end makes it where you can't trade anybody. Nobody has value because all the money is going to be on the team that wants to take the player. When's the last time we got a 3rd-round pick or better for any trade piece?
Herschel Walker.
Yeah, it's been a really long time. It's been a really long time. Now, that's something that I've been preaching for a long time is I don't like the way the Cowboys run their salary cap. And I saw somebody text in and said, you could theoretically create up to $100 million in salary cap room. That's not incorrect. But I don't think that the Cowboys have the stomach to do that for their new coach or anybody else.
They will, for their locker room's sake, they will have their 3 stars under contract.
Sure.
I mean, Mike is going to be under contract. I
agree.
That's reality. They will have that so they can go, well, we don't have to, the culture is going to be there because those 3 guys are there. That's what they're going to tell us. The culture right now just doesn't look good. And it really does rely on a coach to either come in and say, guys, I'm giving y'all the culture, y'all take it. Or the coach to come in and say, I am going to create the culture in this room. And that's something that they're going to preach. Every coach, Kevin, every hiring cycle, every coach gets up first thing he says, I got to change the culture in that locker room. That's going to be the first thing they discuss there. But they're going to say, the Cowboys are going to say, we're good because we're going to have CD, Dak, and Micah under contract, and we feel comfortable knowing that they're here.
I hadn't even really thought about the defensive coordinator change.
No, I was wondering, I'm sure that Jerry will try to sell Mike Zimmer.
Sure.
But I don't know.
Let's get wild here. Let's go to line number 9. This is Tommy in Atlantic City. Tommy, what are we to make of all of this?
Listen, my head's spinning. So initially, I didn't want McCarthy back. I'm like, I can't take him anymore. He's driving me nuts. Then I was reserved to the fact he's coming back. And now I'm glad he's not coming back. And I hope he stuck it to Jerry, where Jerry wanted him back and was lowballing. Because I've been a long-time fan living in Jersey. Now I live out in the Philly suburbs, which is sickening, as you guys could only imagine. But it's just, I don't have faith in Jerry anymore. I lost it. I lost it after last year. I can't take it anymore. I'm saying to my friends, I'm just like, my team's going to stink again next year. It doesn't matter who the coach is going to be. And one of my buddies, I just told that McCarthy's out. He's like, we need a wow coach. I'm like, we're going to get a wow coach, but we're not going to get the wow. We're going to be, wow, this is great. It's going to be like, wow, what the hell is he doing now?
Agreed. That is what I was thinking when he said a wow coach. I was like, I think that's going to be the negative kind of wow.
I was going to tell Tommy about the housing market here and the weather.
God. You were going to try to get him to move?
Well, he sounds like he's miserable living in kind of that Philadelphia, Jersey area, but Tommy can move here. Nobody's making you stay there.
I mean,
no state tax.
You're definitely right. I don't think you have to sell Tommy on it. It sounded like he definitely
I feel like I want to hang out with Tommy.
Look, something that Tommy said that I hope as well. I really do hope it was Mike McCarthy who said, so that's your final offer?
Mm-hmm.
I'm out.
Yeah, I completely agree on that.
I lean that way. The way this is broken down, I lean that Mike McCarthy was the one who said, look, I'm done.
Yeah, I think that would be great. But for the people,
Can I say something about this, though? Our friend Frank Provenzano, who messaged me on Friday, he was the former assistant GM for the Stars. He was also with the Capitals.
That's true.
One of the things he always said about firings or not re-signing contracts, which that's the case right now with Mike McCarthy. He did not get fired. It's just the Cowboys and him have not decided not to re-up their contract. You know before it happens. People start distancing themselves from you. The conversations are different. You know that you're not going to be back with somebody. And I can go look at this season and how it went. I bet conversations led themselves for Mike McCarthy to believe they don't want me back, and I don't know if I want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
The conversations probably just, you could see, I wonder, hey, bring in Mike Zimmer. Does that a sign that they're going to try and replace me with Mike Zimmer if something goes wrong? Like, there's lots of things that were leading itself and lending itself to something like this happening.
And it's not Mike Zimmer's fault, but Mike Zimmer represents to me old football. Not to say that he doesn't still have a place in this world, but whether it's Mike Zimmer, maybe Doug Peterson, I kind of feel the same way about Mike Vrabel. I think that's the old world of football, and I think they're going to bring in somebody like that you're like, okay, great.
Hey, don't we kill it at Buffalo Wild Wings in like the Fort Worth area?
That's true. You want to go
Shouldn't line 4 be our next call?
Line 4, let's go to TJ in Fort Worth. How are you feeling about Mike McCarthy being out?
Hey, what's up, boys? I love you all. I listen to you all the time. I don't think it really matters. No matter who the coach is, as long as the Jones family has their grasp on the entire organization, no one's going to be able to do what they want to do when they want it.
It's hard to argue with that. It really is, because that's what we talked about earlier, Corey. If people think, like, you got less fans at training camp, Mike McCarthy took his stand. If people think this is going to be the start of a tsunami of pushback against the Jones family, I don't think they care.
Corey, here's the great news, though. Jerry can sell. He sold Bill Parcells on
That's
Don't
true.
Worry, I'll Back Off. And he does to start off. Now, he's older. I don't know. That was 2004, I think. 2004 is, I'm kind of like, ugh. I think, though, Jerry can sell anybody on coming here.
Yes.
And then they regret it. I think, besides like Jason Garrett, I think 3 years into it, they kind of, you said this, I think earlier, kind of regret what they've gotten into.
Yeah, it becomes a frustrating thing because you're like, okay, he told me that these things would be this way. And Mike, who we call Mike here, he's pointed out many times, after the honeymoon's over, after that first year, if you didn't win the Super Bowl, Jerry's like, give me the leash back. Give me the reins back on this thing. That happens a lot. And then you're like, okay, well, I didn't do what I said I was going to do. So yeah, all right, Jerry, I'll acquiesce to this. I'll acquiesce to that. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're like, good gosh, this is what I'm dealing with for now. I think there's still plenty of opportunity, because if you have a shot in the NFL as a head coach, you have a shot to win something. I always am going to think that you have that opportunity to do it. There definitely is. But you just got to be able to figure out, and nobody so far has been able to, other than Jimmy Johnson, which was very different then. You have to be able to figure out how to go past all those other things that get in the way.
What'd you think of the show? Martin!
Love Martin.
Go to line 2. How y'all doing?
How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
What's up, Martin?
I heard you earlier. We need a 3-strike coach. Give it to Zimmer. When he was in the Vikings, I mean, yeah, he had a lose-out season. What, two seasons in a row where he lost out and they got rid of him. I think he got to. What do we got to lose? We're never going to see Dion. We're not going to see a nice coach. I mean, I'm glad we got rid of him.
All right. What do you think about the concept of Mike Zimmer? Because his name's already come up a lot. Obviously, Bobby, throughout, you'll probably hear something about
very
Kellen
comfortable.
Moore
I think that this would, for Jerry, this would be a very comfortable hire. He's known Zimmer for 30 years approximately. Yeah. I think that this would be a very easy hire to go to Mike Zimmer, but I think it would almost prove that, like, I'm not doing a coaching search. I don't want to meet anybody new. You stand there and do this, but you know what's going to happen here.
I do have a list.
Oh, great.
So I have written down names that I'd be like, okay, but I haven't put them in order or anything. But
okay,
you want me to?
Sure. We
got calls coming in, so we'll get back to that. But if Zimmer's the guy, this team's going to be a tougher team.
I'll tell you what.
I know that for a fact. Mike Zimmer makes teams tougher.
Let's go to Corey's list, unless we have a call from, I don't know, like Maryland or something.
The state.
Line number 7.
Mickey
Let's
Mantle.
go to Kurt in Maryland.
What's up, Kurt?
How are you feeling about Mike McCarthy?
Well, I mean, put it like this.
I didn't know what to think at first because I'm thinking, is he going to come back? Is he not going to come back? I know our offensive play calling has not been good under him. We still one of the most penalized teams in the league, so that never changed. It's clock management, so I'm happy to move on. But I hate to say the same thing that everybody else is saying because I don't think nothing is ever going to change, and I'll be the one to say it until Jerry Jones passes on. May he rest in peace, and maybe something will change in the front office. As long as him and Steven is still in there, we're going to have the same old, same old. If you're looking at two coaches, this is the coaches we're going to end up getting. We're going to get Kellen Moore or we're going to get Jason Witt. That's going to be our coaches. You watch what I tell you. No Ben Johnson, no Aaron Glenn. None of them guys are coming here dealing with Jerry Jones. Nobody's going to deal with that mess. We're going to get the yes sirs, the Jason Garretts, the Mike McCarthy, them type of dudes. We're not going to get no top-notch coach, so I wouldn't even waste my breath on it. Y'all have a good day.
That's the Ron Washington, right?
It's tough to argue against that.
Let me get somebody that I can control, I can. But I do think that they want somebody that has respect, that they don't have to build credibility with the team. Like, they don't have to go, hey, this guy's credible because, and then the team's going, what? I think they want somebody that has respect around the league first. That is something I believe.
I don't think Jerry would hire Ron Washington.
No, I agree. But that's when the Rangers hired him, nobody thought of Ron Washington.
That would be amazing.
It was out of nowhere. They just pulled that one out. They pulled a rabbit out of their heads. And same thing with Bannister. Like, that was the same way.
Jason Witten.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm throwing some Witten around.
What about
in
Mesquite? We got to show some love to Mesquite.
All right. Throw it over, Mike.
Harrison, line 6 in Mesquite. You better say something smart.
Hey, fellas. Hey, man. I'm happy and excited McCarthy's out of here. The players didn't even play for him from the start of the season. I mean, I'm excited. I don't know why everybody's acting down. Jerry don't tackle. He don't pass the ball. He did sign our elite players. Dak has got to play better. Your quarterback play determines on how far the team will go. The defense is there. Parson is a stud. Lamb is a stud. Okay, bring in, I'll take Kellen Moore back. He worked perfect with Dak. Keep Zimmer at defense. Zimmer is going to have a zero tolerance with the team. The team ran over McCarthy. Penalties, outsides, all kind of stuff, man. I'm happy he's gone. It's a change and we need it. And unless you go get Brian Flores in Minnesota or the guy in Detroit, that was coordinator, I'll take Kellen Moore.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take him. Thank you, fellas.
Yeah.
All right,
Harrison gives you the good
call.
like hope,
Yeah.
right? He's the hope fan right now, and there's plenty of Cowboy fans right now that are feeling hope. It's just a matter of,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because this is the only hope you have. If you're hoping the quarterback would change, that got broken down, I don't know, week 1.
Yep.
I can't remember the exact time that
day
Dak,
before.
Yeah.
Or
So
day of.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm glad that we go into Mesquite.
Corey, I'm intrigued because you said you have a list. Coming up next, we're going to move into the expressway, tons more content. My question is this, and I know we got a long time to ponder that and still give us your McCarthy opinions, but who is the person you want them to interview or hire? Is there a person, or are you of the does he coach for North Carolina right now? 877-881-1053. Let us know. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Who's the one person that you're like, that's who I want them to go get? And we'll get to Corey's list next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Brooks in motion. Trips left now. Shotgun for Rush. They send 4. He's got time. He's going deep. It's multiple coverage, and it's intercepted at the 15-yard line by Gardner Johnson again. Bringing it back up across the 30 to the 35.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Maybe one of the reasons that Mike McCarthy will no longer be head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you missed that breaking news, we've been breaking that down for about an hour and a half. I wanted to read this one text from the 512. Think back to what Dak said about Mike and saying he wanted him back, but as long as he let Mike do it his way. It does kind of feel like something came up with that. It was like, you got to let me do it my way or give me more money or something.
I got excited, but I have Mike Likes It coming up. Obviously, I'm going to continue the Cowboys conversation during Mike Likes It, but I want Corey to get to his list.
Okay. Do you want a tease? You have a tease built for Mike Likes It then? I know it's in the segment.
His
but
tease is going to be John Stephen Jones.
No. It's going to be real.
No,
that's I'm watching YouTube on my TV of us, or on my computer of us, because I'm really big ego. Because I lasted longer than the other. McCarthy. I was trying to tell Mickey Spagnola, and he wouldn't listen to me. What do you know? He's like, Mike. And I'm like, I'm the Mike. He's the McCarthy. See what happened, Mickey? All right, so anyways, my tease is, I wonder if there's going to be a podcast tonight.
Interesting.
And I think you guys might know where I'm going, because I want to know what's going to happen there.
I have good ideas of where you're going with that. I like it. All right, Kevin, real quick, Bovada, is that? Can we talk about that? They do have the numbers for week 1.
And that's for betting. Your best place to go for daily fantasy is Underdog, of course.
Tony Romo at plus 2,800. He's 6th favorite.
To be the Cowboys head coach?
Hold on, Mike. Matt Nagy at plus 1,800.
Okay.
Bobby Slowick at plus 1,000. Okay. Ben Johnson plus 325. Joe Brady at plus 200. And the favorite at the moment to be the Cowboys' next head coach, even according to Bovada, Deion Sanders.
Shut up.
So that's that. Okay,
even money bet on Deion is a terrible use of your money.
I did see, though, Jane did throw out that line, Kevin, of...
Who had Deion first in the whole wide world?
Mike Bassick.
In the whole wide world, I said, this feels like it fits the Cowboys.
Yeah.
This was before the season started.
Months ago. Yeah.
Before college football started. Shador, I knew, obviously, was done. His other son was done at Colorado. And I was like, if we're throwing out speculative things here... Now, this was before Dak had a contract. I said, let's talk about Deion in Dallas. And then about 6 to 8 weeks later, everybody caught up on, hey, this could be a possibility.
Right. The question I have for the Tolos out there and for you fellas as well, what does the next head coach have to do / be for you to be satisfied? And I'll give you all time to think about this because I want to go through a couple things.
I will say a quick general one was get to the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
I know that's not on coaching philosophy.
And that means
leadership,
a whole season before you're satisfied.
But that was what Mike McCarthy was brought in to do. Was we don't care about making the playoffs as a Cowboy fan. We care about winning in the playoffs. And we haven't been in this situation. Most people listening right now have never seen the Cowboys play in an NFC Championship game.
Okay, Corey, you just said something that I'm intrigued by. You said, so it's going to take a whole season. Is there honestly, just for you, and then we'll get to the list, is there somebody they could hire right now or in the upcoming week and be like, that guy's going to change it? He is not going to have to deal with Jerry's nonsense.
I know.
Okay.
But I think there are some names that I would go, I'm excited and satisfied for the season.
Sure.
By the way, this would be Jerry Jones' 9th head coach that he would hire in his tenure. How many did they have before him?
One. Okay. Just remember, though,
maybe
nobody
somebody
got fired.
had to be an interim head coach for a game. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Tom had to miss one game.
And I did see this quote from Mike Vrabel. Here's what I want, Kevin, the first thing I want. I do like this from Vrabel. I did not want Vrabel as the head coach, but I love this line. Quote, we're removing entitlement from our football team. We're going to earn the right to be here every single day. And
no interview here.
That feels like, that feels like a line that Mike Vrabel would say. That feels like a line that Bill Parcells actually did say whenever he got here. Hey, take the stars off the helmet, guys. They need to earn the right to be Cowboys. And that is something that I think a lot of guys walk into this place and they just feel like, I made it. And they're satisfied with being here and not there's no. So even with McCarthy, it felt like, hey guys, you're part of this and I'll call plays and we'll do this thing together. It's going to be fun.
Here's my concern with
Discipline was not a thing.
Yes. Here's my concern is that everybody agrees at the outset. Let's just use Joe Brady.
Okay.
We're going to get Joe Brady as our next head coach. Everybody agrees at the outset that that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the case until it's inconvenient for something that Jerry wants.
Right.
And then our definition of that is different. And that's what I'm afraid of. Whether you think it's going to be Kellen Moore, Mike Zimmer's going to stay, Joe Brady's going to come here, Ben Johnson, whoever.
And I'm going to name off all these guys.
Liam Cohen, whoever you think it's going to be. I'm afraid that they all agree in the interview or in the meeting, you're right. I need to change, and I'm willing to do that. That's Jerry to the new head coach, and they're all on the same page until you get to week 9, and then something inconveniences the Jones family about the way you're doing it, and they're like, that's neat, but that's not what we're doing.
Yeah, whether it's the scrimmage game.
Yes.
Hey, don't air actual stuff. Just air shots of us being around.
That's not what we're doing.
Well, I don't like that. I'm going to start with a name that I asked him about while you guys were out. John Gruden. John Gruden, Alec, do you remember exactly how it went? Because it was something along the lines of, guys, I'm not going to say anything about that. And it got quiet. And then I think he said, and then he tried to talk and I stepped on him. And then he goes, well, we're friends. Let's just leave it at that. Is that kind of how that went?
That's exactly how it went. He said, I don't want to talk about that. A few seconds go by. But he said he is a great friend and everything. I'm going to leave it there. Okay. And that's it.
So John Gruden is a name that he said a couple weeks ago, I'm ready to throw my hat back into the ring. And he is a friend. He is somebody that I think that would be a splash no matter what, and Jerry loves a splash.
I know this is going to annoy
and he's got
certain
skins
people.
on the wall.
Okay.
Got a lot of the things that they've always said they want.
He's a good communicator. He emails quite a bit.
And that was going to be my question. And I know some people will get annoyed by this, but if the franchise, I'm seriously asking, that's never had a black head coach hire somebody who got fired, at least in part, because he was throwing out inflammatory racial statements, among other things, how's that going to fly?
They have the infrastructure to do it. We've talked about this plenty of times. Greg Hardy, they have the infrastructure to outlast it. So
they probably do.
Another name, he was on Pat McAfee show just moments ago. Bill Belichick, who does have a clause in his contract. We discussed it last week.
Was it like $10 million?
Yeah, he can get out of that thing and move on with his business, and he's ready to go back into the NFL. As we were discussing, I think it was Tom Brady had reached out and had the conversation with him. I believe that if there's a shared vision, Belichick said he didn't have a shared vision with the Patriots anymore. Yep. About 4 years left, he was like, we lost sight of what we were doing. If there's a shared vision, I think that Bill Belichick, and if he has the hammer, if he truly is given the hammer, I believe that he can take this thing on. Nick Saban, 1 year in the limelight, being a personality, getting his opportunity to show that he's more than just a curmudgeonly old man. I don't know if that's the right word.
Right.
One of those old guys that just irritating, that'll step over you if you're having a heart attack on the floor. He's shown that he's hilarious. I mean, he's a blast with Pat McAfee. That's another name. And that dude knows how to build a program. All right. So, and these are names that you're probably going, I don't want those because I want a hot new name. That's perfectly fine. Joe Brady, Kevin, I will stick with him as
that's your guy.
He's
right?
the one I like, but I'll stick with him just like I will Ben Johnson. He's never been a head coach. He's been around them, but he's never been a head coach. So I don't know how he's going to coach compared to how he calls plays right now, because he doesn't have to be the one that answers all the questions the head coach does. Aaron Glenn, I think, is an interesting name.
We've talked about him a lot this morning.
He played here. I had some really great... Dude, I'll tell you this. When I got chances to interview Aaron Glenn whenever I was working at the Cowboys website, introspective, very thoughtful, understood, had great discipline in the game. I really liked Aaron Glenn a lot. I always liked my opportunities to go talk to him. I think I did about 2 or 3 stories with him. Steve Sarkisian was just here on Friday night.
Oh, fascinating.
Right here in Texas, and lots of different things there. Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, who has opened a lot of eyes this year because of what he's done with Lamar Jackson, a guy who everybody was like, we don't know. He's a square peg, round hole. We can't quite figure out exactly what we're doing here. And then all of a sudden, bam, like, oh, wow, this is actually working out.
So he gets some of the credit. Like, I'm not behind the scenes in Baltimore, but he at least on the outside gets some of the credit for Lamar becoming a better thrower, right?
Mm-hmm. I would have to say so. The way that they've opened up receivers, that's where Lamar became a better thrower, because the receivers are more open. And Dak is really known for tight window throws. Maybe he doesn't have to be if Todd Monken is calling plays. Al Harris is a name that I love, and Kevin, you and I got a chance to talk with him. I love him so much.
He was delightful.
He was delightful. Smelled fantastic, too. I don't know if you remember that, but he smelled so fresh.
I don't remember that.
But I think he's a McCarthy guy, and he's now spent his time here with the Cowboys. Does he look at this and go, yeah, this isn't the situation I want. I've just been able to coach this defense, and I love these guys. Or does he say, no, this is finally my chance? I also don't know if he has... I mean, they didn't even name him defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So what's the jump from secondary coach, assistant defensive coordinator, assistant head coach to that? I don't know exactly what that jump is for him. And then you got the other ones that we've been discussing all morning. That's the Ben Johnsons, Kellen Moore, Jason Witten,
Liam Cohen.
And Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen's an interesting name because he was an offensive coordinator for the Rams for a little bit.
He's been linked to Jacksonville pretty heavily.
And Marcus Freeman's name. Why would you leave Notre Dame?
Not for this.
I wouldn't leave Notre Dame.
So something Mike said earlier, if you told me I was going to a situation where, like, let's say you think Caleb Williams is awesome and that's where you're going, or you're going to a place that has $90 million in salary cap space, that I get, but not here.
If any college coach wants to leave his situation because he's really good and his team hates him is Ryan Day. Like, that's the one everybody, my fan
That's
base
a good point.
hates me. I'm going to win this national championship.
Well, you know what? You should come on down, Ryan Day, where the fan base is inherently probably going to hate whoever the next Dallas Cowboys head coach is. You're used to
But
it.
if you're winning, it's okay. And then Dion would be that last one kind of that I've put in this group of names on the list, Mike.
Let me ask you this. Which coach would you be shocked that Jerry hired out of kind of all the names that Corey
Ben Johnson,
said?
because he's never been a head coach and he's going to cost a lot of money. Would be, that's my preferred choice.
He's the hottest name on the market.
And that's my preferred choice. I would be shocked if that happened.
Now, I think I would too. As much as I love Al Harris, I just don't know. Like, I wouldn't. But I think Ben Johnson, just because he seems unattainable. That's the thing to me. He just seems unattainable.
Sure.
The name that I would just be like, what? Would be Sark. Like, that would be like oh my gosh, I was kind of just throwing that out there. But, like, that would be a very shocking one for me.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy would you be if it was Sark?
Whoa.
5.
Like a 5 or 6.
Okay, so you're shocked but not super excited.
Yeah, if I would be, Mike, shocked and excited would be a Belichick.
Or Ben Johnson.
I would be like a 9 or 10.
Belichick for me would be a shock and excited 9 or 10. Like, I'm dead serious about that, but just because, again, everything. And you're right, Brian Flores definitely does deserve to be on that list. I'm sorry I didn't throw him on there.
He does.
As well.
Bobby brought up an interesting business point. Not saying it should be this way, but I would be fascinated if the Cowboys brought on a head coach who has an active lawsuit against the NFL.
Yeah.
That does not seem like their way. That's not to disqualify Brian Flores, who's a defensive genius. That does not seem like the Cowboys' way.
That's what all I got for the coaches. Again, for me, I want a disciplinarian. I want somebody that comes in here and is able to, discipline some of the soft play that we may have seen at times, some of the penalties and just the mental lack of focus. I want that out.
And some of the names that have come across here, a lot of them are who Corey listed, but then people also listed their scared name. And Lincoln Riley has come up. Kellen Moore.
Remember 4 or 5 years ago how that would have been super exciting.
And so a lot of people are concerned, have names that they're sending in that are concerned. But Ben Johnson, Mike Tomlin seem to be really high up on a lot of people's lists, or Marcus Freeman has come up a whole lot, the head coach for Notre Dame. If you're not familiar, obviously they're having a phenomenal run to a potential national title. Now, we got Mike Likes It. What I'm sure we'll include some more football. But before we get to any of that, 877-881-1053, caller number 10. Now. Tennis biggest stars are coming to Texas to compete in the Dallas Open right now. Caller number 10 won a 4-pack of tickets to see them on February 3rd or February 4th. We'll be doing this all week long. Win tickets to the Dallas Open. Be caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, off to Mike.
As we've been doing this on the fly, thinking about Corey's question, and I said make it to an NFC championship game because that hasn't happened since the birth of most of the people listening.
I can see that.
Is the interview process, and I don't know how many people Jerry's going to interview. It's interesting, kind of the text I'm getting. Obviously, my dad is like, he's going to hire Dion because that will be kind of the biggest headline you could make out of all of these guys. And I'm not going to disagree with that. I don't think it's going to be Dion, but I could see where Jerry maybe interviews Dion. We had on Bobby Belt earlier. You do have to interview 2 minority candidates. Mm-hmm. That would knock out one, and that would be a very cordial, fun interview for both of them.
Buzz around this area.
Right? And now we hear that on NFL Network next week or whatever, Dion, I don't know if he still has residence like up North Dallas or Frisco. I have no clue. I'm assuming he just lives in Colorado, but I don't know. Is like that would be a really easy interview to knock out one of those. That being said, I'm not saying Dion wouldn't have a chance, but Dion's never coached unless his kid is the guy.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is now that I think about it,
seems like he stepped out and said he doesn't want to unless his kids are.
Yeah. And so doesn't the number one qualifying part of this job, and I'm sure Broadus will get to this from 2 to 7 on G-Bag Nation, you have to think Dak Prescott's the greatest quarterback you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
Isn't that like the first thing you have to come in here and say, whether you believe it or not? Because Mike McCarthy, we think, might have said some things that he didn't truly believe, but he knew saying it would help him get the job. I know you've had Troy Aikman, Jerry, but Dak Prescott is 100 times better than Troy Aikman. And I mean, that's what Jerry wants to hear from this person, is that Dak is the greatest thing he's ever seen in his life. In fact, you got him on a deal at $60 million.
And that's the reason. Like, that's the reason Jerry wants to hear that. I can win with the quarterback that you gave too much money to. That is,
you don't say too much. Say you got lucky that he accepted $60 million.
Yeah. He wants you to tell him that you can win with the quarterback that you have, because we can't do anything about it. So can you win with this guy? We're not changing anything for it. If your vision is, I'm walking in here and trying to sell you that I want to be the head coach of this team, we're going to draft a quarterback in a couple of years, and we're going to do that's not what Jerry wants to hear. He wants to hear, I'm going to take this quarterback, this team to a championship.
Like, I don't want to hear from you. Let's just say Ben Johnson. The dream comes true for you. Ben Johnson cannot say, but I tell you what, I know my first round pick probably needs to be in this category of player. But gosh, I really like Milroe from Alabama. I really think he could. You can't say that because you're done. And so he can't. Nobody can say they like a quarterback in this draft or they like a quarterback in next year's draft. Like, hey, I'll tell you this. Like, you have to say Dak is my quarterback for the next 5 years without a doubt. And that's what Jerry wants to hear first.
Now, a couple of things. First of all, I've seen a lot of people also have Cliff Kingsbury on their panic meter about being the next head coach.
Jerry talked about him to us, and I think the line was, I don't want to take this out of context, but I think the line was something along the lines of, once you've seen his offense the first time, you kind of figured it out after that.
Okay.
So that was, if I remember correctly, that was what I feel like his answer was about Kingsbury.
And I want to say props to the Bears, who supposedly want to interview Marcus Freeman as well as Mike McCarthy.
That makes complete sense.
What a wide spectrum of entrenched part of the NFL process for decades, or, hey, let's take the guy who's leading one of the hottest college
Isn't he
football
right around
programs.
the corner?
Yeah.
Like, he's literally right there around the corner from them, and it makes sense because you already have a fan base in that area that would love him.
How much more hope would you two have, or less hope, if Dak was a free agent and now you let go of Mike McCarthy?
Okay, I would have a lot more hope. And here's the reason why. And I know
it's almost a clean slate.
People hear what they want to hear. I just want to point out, I would have more hope because I'm going down an option that I don't know if it works or not. My opinion is that the way you've built your team with Dak, it doesn't work. And keep in mind, everybody keeps saying $60 million for Dak Prescott. You know how many years right now his salary cap hit is $60 million?
Stop doing this to us,
None.
dude.
It's higher every single year. Here is 4 years of salary cap hit. $89.9 million, $67.7 million, $61.7 million, and $71.7 million. And for Jerry, because I know this is what he sells, you just flip the switch. Awesome. Where is that money going? Because you're probably not going to have Dak Prescott, I would assume, after 2028. That money has to go somewhere. That's the reason you re-signed him in the first place, because you were stuck with a $40 million something bill on him. And so for me, I would take the unknown. And I know people will point out to this team, that team, what about the Jets? What I hear you. You might go for a rookie quarterback who sucks and send your franchise back several more years that I know Dak is way better than. I don't think the way you're paying Dak can win you a Super Bowl with the people you have in charge constructing the roster. Whereas if I got a rookie on the cheap, I think that would give me a competitive advantage and I'd have a shot. I would rather it be a clean slate.
I know that Dak is under contract, so this is all kind of stupid hypothetical conversation, but just have fun with me here. If Dak wouldn't have signed and you have the 12th overall pick, doesn't Deion Sanders become much more of a real possibility? Now, I get he's on the betting odds right now, this second, as the favorite.
I saw another site has Kellen Moore as the favorite.
But like, if you had the 12th pick, and I don't think Shedeur gets there, but we know that Deion could manipulate this, and Jerry probably could too. I don't know if manipulate him all the way down to 12 without anybody taking him, because he's like, I won't show up anywhere unless I'm playing for my dad and the Dallas Cowboys. But if you had Shedeur as a guy you think could change a franchise, and Deion saying, I'm going to coach my son. My son's never been coached by any other person besides me. I'm sure teams are a little bit worried about that. Like, going into the draft, whether you're whoever, the Cleveland Browns or whatever, you probably are looking at this going, hey, he's never been coached by anybody but his dad. Like, that could be an issue in the NFL. But I was just like, boy, if you didn't sign Dak, I do think Dion and Shador could be the Cowboys' choice. But that can't be the deal.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation there. I will say this, just watching Coach Prime and hearing him, just like I have with Tomlin, he's a real coach. Like, he's not playing coach.
But he only coaches his son.
Well, but he also coaches the rest of that team.
He's never coached a team without his sons on it. That's why I've always thought of him at Colorado or wherever. That he wasn't going to go into college coaching if his kids were like, Dad, I just want to be a computer science guy.
Right.
Like, he wasn't like, well, now you guys are going off to college. Now I'm going to stop my life now from NFL Network, and I'm going to be a college coach the next 20 years of my life.
Yeah, living a coach's life with him is living a coach's life and also being able to be part of watching your kid do it. But he does coach the other players like a coach.
I agree.
And I think that's a real thing of the experience that he's been getting and the messages that he's been sending. I've always thought that they didn't have quite the talent they needed to compete at the higher level. They did a really good job of going from last place to not really that great, but also not really that great again. But they, like, as things went along, he's a coach. He's lived that. I'm just trying to point out, Adrian's dad, whenever he first saw me do a sideline thing, he came over and he was like, "You're not just playing radio, you're really doing radio." And that's what I've seen with Dion, is he's not just playing coach. So I don't want that to be he's just a joke of a coach. I don't think that's a reality.
He's not a joke of a coach, but he only does it for his kids.
That is true.
Okay, that's my opinion. All right, now I move on to Micah Parsons. Is Micah Parsons going to do a podcast tonight? And this would be not the worst thing for the Cowboys, but he doesn't understand that he needs to, if he does this, to just be PR and go, I loved Mike McCarthy. I thought he was a great coach. I'm looking forward to whoever the Cowboys, like, that's what you're supposed to do. I don't think Micah's going to do that. I'm just wondering because he wanted Micah back. And we don't know about Mike Zimmer yet. I'm just wondering tonight, I am interested in how Micah's going to handle this.
And it's not good either way, but I guess, would you prefer if he was like, good, this was the right move, our head coach wasn't good enough, as opposed to, what the hell are we doing?
He wanted him back publicly. We don't know privately. Here's the next thing. Do you think Micah has called Coach McCarthy? I mean, no. He's only had one coach in his life in the NFL, is Mike McCarthy. I would reach out to, if I'm a stud player and that was my coach my whole NFL career or MLB career, I would reach out and just say, man, I'm sorry, this and that. I wish you the best. Whatever it is. Yeah. Now, unless you hate the guy, then you're like, good riddance. But I don't think they hated each other. I think they liked each other and respected each other. So I'm wondering if Micah seems to be a person that would do this. Mike, did you have a contract that you said no to? What were they saying that you couldn't get? Now, that's up to Mike McCarthy to share that. But I wouldn't put it past Micah Parsons to accidentally share that on his podcast, and we might get to know a little bit more of the inside through Micah. We will see what Micah gives us.
Well, because when it comes to media members, the Peliceros, the Jane Slaters, the Adam Schefters, they know the game, right? They know how to, I can give you this information, but I can't give this because I'll burn a source. And Micah doesn't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about burning a source. That's not my career. The reporters, their careers are based on, the information they can get. And if somebody doesn't want to be named in it, then they're like, all right, I'll protect you on this. But Micah doesn't have to. He can just be like, I had this conversation. Here it is.
Now back to Dak. Is Dak happy today?
I don't know, because you get information from a lot of different places, and for a lot of time we're led to believe that maybe Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott don't get along super well. But then not that long ago, you heard Dak say, I would love for Mike to be back and to do it his way, which leads me to believe that perhaps Dak
didn't
Prescott
get a chance to do it this year.
and that Dak Prescott does think that Mike McCarthy has a good formula that if it was just allowed to play out, he could be victorious.
Yeah.
So I'm honestly not sure, Mike.
Yeah, I think that's. And when I first heard it was, well, then Dak doesn't think he got to do it this year his way. He didn't. Whichever way that was. I don't think he's happy, because there's going to be another set of growing pains to deal with here. Maybe he's hopeful that the next head coach will come in here and have the message all built and ready to go, and the vision everybody can rock, and they can not miss a beat from the moment they step on the field in Oxnard.
All right.
But I don't think he's happy, but I think he's hopeful that they have something new on the way.
My next question is this, and it's kind of like Mike asking all the Cowboys questions. I might be wasting them because usually I have to do it tomorrow, is Will McClay, to me, is the only competent person in the front office. Okay, I do think he's very good. He's limited and in his authority and in what he can do for the team because of Jerry and Steven. I wonder who Will McClay would like to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, I would love for this. I know this isn't happening. I think Cowboy fans would agree with me on this. You'd love for Will McClay to really take over the coaching search and say, this is our guy and this is the way it's going to be done. You and Jerry and Steven and Jerry Jr. and Charlotte, party your butts off everywhere around this world and yacht it up and everything. Don't you worry. Go to the games, party it up. I got you covered. I know that this guy and me can put together something special, and you are going to be very pleased over time.
There's no part of you that thinks he likes that lifestyle too, and he's fine with it. Keep it on.
You might be right.
I agree with Kevin.
So maybe he's not as good as I think.
I agree with Kevin a little bit. I also agree in the mindset that he and Steven are probably more in lockstep than he is with Jerry. And he and Steven are the ones trying to communicate to Jerry more often than not. And it's the two of them. Now, maybe he gets to hide back a little more while Steven takes the conversation face to face. But I think it's those two working together on ideas. When it comes to players, I don't think Steven's sitting there going, I know everything about this player. He's probably turning to Will and going, what are your thoughts on him? And then he says, hey, I think this. And he goes, all right, let's go with that. That's my feeling on that. But I don't know if he's ever picked a head coach before. His job
for the indoor league.
His job has always been to just make sure he picks the players for whatever the head coach has described he wants.
And really, he picks the bottom part of the roster.
A lot of times out of necessity.
Like, I ain't watching that crap.
Yeah, so I really don't know the answer to that.
Then you have to become a real general manager. Like, I don't want to watch the lower tier players and see who can help me out. Players 45 through 60.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I have no clue what I want to talk about next, but we can do it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you've missed the big news of the day, don't know how you've missed it. A couple hours ago, talking about Mike McCarthy out as the Dallas Cowboys head coach after 5 seasons. Thank you. And right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, so I am working off some ifs in this conversation. If the reality is that Mike McCarthy said, I appreciate it, but I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Let's work off that, because that's just kind of the way I'm feeling right now about this. If that's the case, does that make Jerry sit back and go, hold on, I need to do something different here. I thought this guy would want, because the idea we've discussed with free agency is when Jerry wanted free agency, they'll come to the Cowboys because it's the Cowboys. We win Super Bowls. They'll all sign here because it's the Cowboys. A lot, and Jerry, when he sells to free agents, which, I mean, not frequent, but when he sells to people, he's telling them the Cowboys are a bigger deal. And he's selling that idea and that concept. If that's the case, if Mike McCarthy said, I appreciate it, but we are done here and I'm leaving you, does that make the guy say, I need to reassess what I've done? Or is he like, you know what, move on to the next one as quickly as possible? And I asked this question because when they moved on from Jason Garrett, what was the first thing that Jerry said? I mean, even before then, if Jason Garrett was to go somewhere else, he'll find a head coaching job within minutes. That was the line. He'll find a head coaching job so fast. And then what happened? He became an offensive coordinator. And quite honestly, that doesn't look like a misshine to Jerry. That's like, well, he wasn't the Cowboys coach. He wasn't good enough to be the Cowboys coach, but he can be an offensive coordinator. But somebody that might want to go somewhere else and be a head coach somewhere, that could definitely be one of those where Jerry may sit back and go, I can't believe somebody actually said no to this. Why would they say no to this? And for the reality of Mike McCarthy going to New Orleans, being a Saint, Alec just laid out. Alec, do you have all the notes that you threw my way just a minute ago? There are a ton of notes on the connection with the New Orleans Saints, and they have, yes, they are interested. They have not requested yet, though the Bears have.
Yeah, so I was talking with some people out there in New Orleans and found out a few things that are kind of interesting. Number one being, we know the connection with New Orleans already. He was the offensive coordinator out there for 4 or 5 seasons. Mickey Loomis, the GM out there, is familiar with him. But before Mickey Loomis, the GM was Randy Mulligan, who is still with the team as an advisor to Mickey Loomis. So another connection that helped bring McCarthy in. On top of that, the interesting part, we know that Mike McCarthy's agent is Don Yee. He also represents Sean Payton, who worked with the Saints for a very long time. And we've heard the rumblings just because of those connections already, but there's a lot of people in New Orleans that are starting to say this feels like a very real possibility.
So, Kevin, when the girl leaves you for somebody worse, you feel all right. You're like, hey, man, look at this.
Interesting.
I'm doing good. Jason Garrett leaves and becomes a New York offensive coordinator. Hey, I'm all right. Nobody else wanted that guy. Girl leaves you, and now she's got somebody just as, got all 3 of the F's, if you will. Fine, financially stable, and whatever the other one, funny. And now you're like, hold on, what did I do wrong? Hold on, was it me? And I don't know if Jerry Jones has that in him to say, was it me? Or if it would just be, no, it was never me. It's definitely whoever it is out there. All right, we got to go through this coaching search again. And I don't want to take too long to do this, so give me a couple names that I'd like to work with. I do think that the working relationship with somebody is something that Jerry wants to be very comfortable, very easy. He wants to work with them and understand that he has a lot of say and control in that conversation. So that's why when it comes to a Ben Johnson, Kevin, he seems a little edgy.
Okay.
When I watch him coaching, did you see how pissed off he was that they couldn't get a touchdown to their tackle whenever they were here going up against the Cowboys? He was ticked off about that. He seems to have a bit of an edge about him that I'm like, I don't know if that's exactly going to be comfortable for Jerry Jones. And I wonder, I hope. See, that's where I'm a little hopeful here, Mike.
I'm not.
I hope that Jerry Jones is now uncomfortable. I hope that made him uncomfortable and that changed him. But you might be right, because somebody to ask, hey, what about Jimmy Johnson? At 81 years old, I just don't know if he wants to jump back into that.
No, Jimmy had his time. It was very short in the NFL, but it was great. Jimmy ain't a coach anymore. Jerry ain't changing. Nothing's changed Jerry. The only thing that's changed Jerry over 30 years, the only thing that's changed him is he needed a new stadium in Dallas-Fort Worth.
So he went and got a legitimate, real football coach.
It's the only time in his life he's actually tried after, thinking he could do it on his own in whatever. I'm sorry, the exact year. Bill Parcells is 03.
Was he 03?
it's just like that was it. He needed a stadium. Besides that, he just wants to be comfortable. And then over revisionist history, he'll sell you that Wade Phillips coached 73 different teams to 73 different Super Bowls as a defensive coordinator, Jerry.
Should he be on the list, Mike?
Why not? And in fact, he's available. He said the biggest mistake of his life in the last 2 decades was the Wade Phillips firing. Hire him right now.
He was the linchpin. He was the key
obviously
to it all.
he's won all the Super Bowls ever since as the head coach, even though he was never a head coach again. I just don't think Jerry, this is why I hate hating the Cowboys, is Jerry's ruined my favorite team, one of my favorite teams, my hometown team, because I know he's not trying to win. And when I know that, when I can see all the facts, I'm not buying the words. This is like, I promise I won't cheat on you again. You've cheated on me 5 or 6 times with 5 or 6 different people.
This time it's different.
Yeah. Like it's over, Jerry. Like we get who you are now. He ain't changing.
Yeah, it does seem like over all of this time there have been games that the Joneses or the Cowboys organization seems to play. And they're fine playing these games. And there are certain guys, Parcells was tired of it at one point. And it seems like Mike McCarthy was like, I don't want to play this back and forth. If you want me, you want me. If you don't, then I can move on fast. But you're telling me all the work that I've done here in these 5 years wasn't enough to tell you that I should be back immediately. Then I will see you later. We now turn our attention to the G-Bag Nation's Eric Chiafalo, who has hopped in studio with us. Are you happy that Mike McCarthy is no longer a Dallas Cowboys head coach?
This is exactly, I think, what we wanted. The process by way it went down is a little, just on brand for them, but on brand for nobody else in the sport with the way they go about things. But yes, this is exactly what we wanted, right? It's not to say that they're going to do the right thing moving forward, but we saw what we saw with McCarthy. We knew what we had. We didn't have to do the almost decade worth of Jason Garrett thing, did we? Mm-hmm. A half decade is enough. And unfortunately, it's the same deal when it comes to the quarterback, but they still want to just keep seeing and trying, and maybe it can get better.
The reality on the quarterback, Kevin, I think, is they got out leveraged. They were defeated in the negotiation process from when they signed him to his original first contract after his rookie contract. That they got out leveraged from there on. They put themselves in a bad situation of, we're just going to have to keep stacking money on top of this thing. And that's the reality with the quarterback. The coach didn't allow them to. It sounds like he was like, I'm not going to allow you to out leverage me. You're going to feel like you do, but I'm not going to go through this right now. I'm here. I'm out. That's the process, it sounds like.
Yeah, you didn't cut short your vacation just to show up for this like we tried to get Bobby Bell to do, did you?
I heard him as soon as I get in my car, everything's happening. I'm on the way here and I hear Bobby. He can't stay away from all this. And he's throwing like confetti rain down in his apartment when the news broke.
Because he's been calling for this.
He's been begging for this.
Like year 2.
Do you think there was something already prepared confetti-wise at his home?
I do. I think Bobby's thorough enough. He's petty enough. And he's about the bit enough to really do just about anything.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the next step here, when you're starting to look forward to something, this is the question I'm kind of curious. What does the next head coach have to do, or the guy who you're interviewing have to do or have to be for you to be satisfied when they hire him?
I have to know that his offense is 100% advanced and with the times, and is like obviously Ben Johnson, like that type of thing is he would be the 1 seed. That's obviously not likely at all, but something like that is what I would prefer over anything. Give me a guy who can advance this offense and get it with the times, because I don't believe that we've had that at all. So I would love to have that.
Can he do that? Can he do that with this quarterback? I mean, like that you've, based on what you've seen with Jared Goff, you believe he can do it with any quarterback?
Oh, to Ben Johnson specifically? Yes. I think Ben Johnson can do it. Like, I think one thing about Ben Johnson is he's doing it with a statue quarterback in Goff right now. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we're dealing with Dak now moving forward, based on the injuries. I don't think you're talking about a very mobile quarterback. Right, so you need to be able to build an offense around a guy who can just hang in the pocket. And so that's what he's obviously done with Jared Goff. I think he could do that, and he's probably got so much more he could do with a guy who could move. But I think he's a guy that does, uses the guys that he has and gets the best out of them. So he would be the guy for sure that I would want. That's not going to be the case.
Nope.
So we'll see. I don't know. There's some other good offensive like Kellen Moore is not that. We couldn't wait to get Kellen Moore out of here. Why do you want to dip back into those waters? I mean, for them it'd be comfort, whatever. I don't know. And ultimately just like seeing it through to be like, yeah, we were the most right about Kellen Moore. We knew since day one. But what was he doing yesterday to really help out his offense?
Liam
give me a
Cohen
break.
do anything for you?
Liam Cohen definitely stands out. Now, that offense crapped the bed at the end of that game with some
Fair.
serious issues. So, like, he's not coming out of the gates, like, super hot right now with the way things ended. But, yes, that is a guy that would be on the list of dudes I would want to get to know. And I just saw for at least a few weeks in New Orleans, you get a good young offensive coordinator in there who has the health of the offense. And for a couple of weeks, Derek Carr can look like a super beast. So I think they can, if you have a stud, I think you can get the most out of Dak. And since you've just committed yourself to Dak, you've married him again, now all of a sudden you're going to have to get a guy who can really help him out.
Yeah, the other part of just not just Dak, but how much of this roster needs to change for whatever head coach comes in, and how quickly can he turn that roster around?
My question's how.
Yeah.
This is his team. Who's ever taken this job, this is your team. Don't tell me about the New Orleans Saints players you want to bring over here. Don't tell me about the Lions you like. We don't have the money to do it.
And my argument against that would be, and I realize that's not going to change anything, is you do have the money to do that if you want. You just have to go into an uncomfortable position with the salary cap. And that's not something the Cowboys want to do. They don't want to burn their cap in future years to go all in, like literally all in for this season. But you can absolutely create the money if you want to. But to Mike's point, they don't want to. And they have told us that. Steven has told us that. Jerry has told us that. That's not the way they think the cap should operate.
And so your co-host, Broadus, has been saying for a long time this year, I felt that maybe McCarthy was coaching and developing these players for other people, for somebody else to be the head coach. And that's what I think the Joneses are going to expect. Look, we have the team here for you. You just have to develop them. If they're not ready, then you have to get them ready. And if that's not the case, then you're not the right candidate for this job.
Yeah, Steven already set the standard for what it's going to be for this upcoming offseason. Like, this is a tighten up the belts kind of deal.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not very inviting if you're a coach coming in and seeing what talent you have to work with. So I don't know who they're going to be able to get here.
I'll say this, Corey, to your point of Jerry could change because Mike left him as he was offering him maybe not the best contract. Maybe that would change Jerry a little bit if he wants to interview Ben Johnson. He says, I don't want to interview here. He wants to interview some other people, and some other people come in and they don't take the job. They're like, we would love to offer you this job. Here's your contract. Here's all this stuff. And they say, I'm not taking that. Or they say, it has to be this way, or I don't want this job. And Jerry's like, well, then you don't get this job. And then Jerry's going, crap.
I got to get Campo again.
I'm down to, yeah, or maybe John Gruden has to take it because of where John Gruden's at in life and everything, but maybe, and I don't even know if that would change him, because then he has John Gruden sitting in, he has Zimmer would take the job. He knows what this thing's about, so he would still have other people, but maybe if he does want to go down the route of, I want to get maybe a new guy who could be the best. He could be the new Minnesota coach. He could be what Sean McVay was 7-8 years ago. And they all say, I don't even want to take the interview. I'll take the interview. And then after the interview, you're like, crap, there's no way I can convince him to come here.
Yeah, maybe so. That's C Block, man.
Thank you very much for jumping on with us, Eric. Coming up next, I do believe we're going to have Jane Slater.
Yeah, Jane said she'd hop on with us next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I guess we could preview Vikings-Rams, but what is much more likely is we will bring on Jane Slater to talk about all the happenings of the day with the Dallas Cowboys. Now, Jane, welcome to the show. We know Mike won't be back. What else can you tell us besides that?
Here.
Mike McCarthy won't be back.
Well, Bassick, I'm glad that you're still here. You know, there's been years with Jerry and you. I didn't know if you'd make it back, so we're glad to see that you've lived another day.
Thank you.
Has anything... further. Go ahead, Jane.
Yeah, I would just say I was beginning to get a sense that this wasn't going to move forward with Mike McCarthy. And I don't have this confirmed yet, but my sense, based on some of the conversations I've had, is it doesn't sound like this was Jerry deciding that he no longer wanted Mike here. This might have been Mike saying, I'm going to move on. And a lot of that, according to staffers that I've spoken with, had to do with this contract sticking point. You know, he was already frustrated, and, I mean, he's done this on the record, off the record, Mike, with us reporters and even up at the podium with fans, frustrated about how he and his staff went into this year with expiring contracts. I think they felt like that limited them, that it was tough on their families. You know, as I've gotten a little bit longer in the tooth, even with this job, you get to know the families, and it is hard. But I think everybody, it's, you know, as Jerry said, smallest violin in the room. Everyone knows that that's part of the business. But I think what a lot of people don't have the appetite for is, all right, the season came to an end. They were already on expiring contracts. Should this decision, and if you were going to bring him back, at least some parameters already be in place? And that didn't seem to be the case. I mean, the way it was characterized to me, these conversations with Mike in the last week weren't about hard numbers or length. It was really just about the end of the season, how things could have gone. And I think that started to rub him a type of way. And so I think when he ultimately came down here and then, you know, he was denied permission to interview for the Bears job, I think there was some frustration. Now, I will also say when I first heard about the Bears job, I thought this is just a ploy to get his, you know, to sort of like put chum in the water, so to speak. But I was told by both sides on this that the interest in Mike was real in Chicago. And I think Chicago is interesting, if I'm Mike, because of Caleb Williams, because of Roma Dunzier. I was just up there covering them in Seattle. This is an opportunity for Mike, if this was a job for him, to really put his stamp on the offense. I had spoken to somebody last week about just this offense and, you know, how much, you know, Mike's involved, how much has changed. And I was shocked to learn that it apparently wasn't that different from what Jason Garrett had here. I mean, there was obviously some elements that were different. And when I asked, well, how long would it take to, like, put this coaching staff, you know, mark on it, I was told, you know, tell me what we're working with and how long. So I thought that was really, really interesting. So, yeah, and then, you know, I think that the Saints thing is, you know, Mike McCarthy, I remember talking to the Saints because I also cover them a couple years back about Mike. And when I say he is beloved in that building, the Saints are not dissimilar from the Cowboys in the way they sort of, you know, they keep it in the family. There hasn't been a lot of change at the top. A lot of their regime over there is very similar. Obviously, he's got a relationship with Jeff Ireland and Mickey Loomis and knows Mrs. B well. So I definitely think that's in play, although I have not gotten that confirmed from Mickey Loomis that they have an interview set up. But I think it would make a lot of sense.
Jane, do you feel like this was a kind of a shock to the Joneses, to their side of it, and they're kind of like, okay, now we got to scramble and put things together, or was it more we are preparing for this?
Well, I don't want to get a call from Todd or Jerry and say that I'm wrong,
Gotcha.
but my initial sense feels like maybe they did not expect. And again, I don't know that for a fact.
Gotcha.
But I think that, Jerry and Stephen will always say deadlines make deals. I'm sure that maybe there was a thought that, given that Mike wants to be here, and again, I know the fans don't want to hear this, but multiple players wanted Mike back. I mean, a lot of them are big fans of him. Maybe Jerry thought that he could use that wiggle room to get a contract that was advantageous to him. But it sounds like once they weren't able to get really the length of it, because as was described to me, a coach told me that Mike had reached out to a bunch of the guys this morning and basically said something along the lines of, let's see what he said.
She's looking through her notes, Kevin.
Looking through my notes.
She's a notepad.
Looking through
She writes in
my
shorthand.
notes.
I get that.
Not agreeing on a contract link puts everybody out of a job.
Oh.
Okay, so
that's what he was saying to his staff, is what you just said?
Players, right?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So let's say that Mike McCarthy was kind of standing up for himself, standing up for his staff. I'm saying that, not you. Let's say that was the case. There were fewer fans at training camp this year for the Cowboys. There seems to be some optimism today in our fan text. This is going to spark some semblance of revolution that's going to make the Cowboys rethink the way they do business. Do you think there's any chance of that? Or are we going to end up with Zimmer, or we're going to get Kellen Moore as the head coach and business as usual?
I mean, I don't know. I would hope that this time around they would cast a larger net. I don't know if anybody's been able to disprove this, but I just remember the coaching staff as related to Jason Garrett. Mike McCarthy did that sit down with my colleague Tom Pelissero at NFL Network, and all of a sudden he was in the mix. Ron Rivera and Marvin Lewis. I don't remember there being any other coaches that they pursued. And then remember Jerry Jones Jr., and Jerry told us at that opening presser that they had gone out to dinner, and Jerry Jones Jr. leaned over to his father and said, I think we found our guy. And that's how it went down. I don't know if they were being tongue-in-cheek. That's how they described it on the podium that day. But I would hope that they would cast a larger net. Now, I know Sark's name's been thrown out there, and people have talked about Lane Kiffin. I'm working all these angles. Just keep in mind, particularly with a lot of these college coaches, they're going to be very careful about telling you interest or where they're going, because that impacts recruiting. And so I'm not saying it's true, and I'm not saying it's not true, but we may not hear as much about the college coaches just because of the recruiting stuff. I mean, that could even apply to Dion. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be, I think Jerry's picking up the phone today. I think they're going to be exploring the interests of a lot of these coaches. I do know that there are coaches that say, it's a no for me on an NFL job, but, as dysfunctional as it might look like to the outside world, the Dallas Cowboys, it is still one of the most coveted jobs. And I've gone to Combine, and I've had guys like Mike Vrabel and Cliff Kingsbury say to me, Jane, will you please introduce me to Jerry Jones? I mean, I joke with both of them. They were like fanboys this one day. And so there are people that will want to come to Dallas. I mean, this is why you and I work here, guys. Like, it is. But I've always said it's a little bit like the golden handcuffs, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
There are things that come with it, and because I get to go out and cover 31 other teams, I do know that it's a very unique situation. And also using the words of Jerry Jones, you do have to have an appetite for ambiguity. And I think with a guy like Mike, he's a Pennsylvania guy, he's a proud guy. There's a lot of jobs that are open right now. I think maybe that appetite waned at some point.
Do you get the sense from across the rest of the league, not the fan base, because that's what the fan base has told us a lot of the day today, that the Cowboys are perceived as cheap when it comes to coaches and coaching contracts, not just with McCarthy, but like, we don't want to pay a head coach after he's not here anymore. Is that perception around the NFL?
It's real. I've had two coaches tell me that Jerry has sort of led the league in his thoughts on how coaches should be paid. I mean, Jerry even told us as much post-game when he talked about this idea of, this incentive-based plan for coaches. Now, with that being said, I did speak to a coach about that, and they said it's not that crazy of a concept. I mean, if you think about it, players have that, right? And as Jerry put it, he thinks the fans would want that. I don't disagree. I think there are some fans that would see you get a head coach in here and, why pay this guy all this money, make him work for it, dangle the carrot, so to speak. I just think you have a hard time convincing a Super Bowl winning head coach that he has to work for those escalators. You might have more success with an OC that wants to become a head coach and do it for the Dallas Cowboys.
Boy, that'd be great for the fans if, like, the Dallas Cowboys had to now give the season ticket holders back 30% of what they paid for this year if we're doing the incentive-based thing for everybody, because I'm sure the Jones love it on their side. They wouldn't love it if they had to pay the fans back money. So it's pretty cool for the Joneses.
I'll be honest, though, guys, when I was thinking about this morning, I mean, we go through our own contract disputes.
Yep.
All of us. And I've had an agent, and a couple years back, I know mine went down to the wire, and it wasn't because of, not wanting me back. It was more just, where the contracts were and priority and stuff. But you start to feel a type of way when it comes down to the 11th hour. I mean, it's human psychology. Everyone wants to be courted in a way. And even if Mike had come back, I just wonder if some of those feelings might have lingered. And, maybe this is good for all parties, that both get this fresh start. But yeah, I think what's challenging though is, as Adam Schefter and Ian have brought up, a lot of these coaches that you would have courted, the Ben Johnsons of the world, if you wanted to go get Spags in Kansas City, if you wanted to go defense, they're shutting down those interviews so that they can get through wild card, and then they can, if they keep advancing the Super Bowl. So now you're sort of waiting, and it sort of becomes like musical chairs. And if you're not careful, you're left without a coach. Now, I'm not saying that Jerry can't go and find a coach. Like, he will find a coach. But if you had just made this decision about Mike last week, you could have already had interviews with these guys. Mm-hmm. And now you're having to sit here and wait a little bit. Vrabel would have been incredible. But I think probably New England made a lot more sense for Vrabel.
Two questions for you here, Jane. Is Dak going to be any part of the coach search? Because I would think that he would beg and plead for Kellen Moore. And then two is, I feel like Micah Parsons isn't afraid to speak his opinion. Is Micah going to be as PC on this as we know Dak would be if he was asked questions on this?
Yeah, I think Micah's going to volunteer his opinion on this, whether we ask him or not, which I appreciate, right? Mm-hmm. Dak will probably be more diplomatic. I know that, we had a far-ranging conversation with Jerry, and to his credit, he sat there and, answered all of our questions at the end of the season. What was it? It was like 48 minutes, and then maybe a little bit longer, even after we turned off, our recorders and kept walking. But he was asked how much of a say that Dak will have in it. And I think he said something along the lines of, like, obviously he'll talk to Dak, but I don't think Dak is going to say, here's my list if I had my druthers of who I'm, who's going to be in here. I would imagine someone like Jerry always has a plan B in the back of his mind. I just don't know if he was necessarily expecting where this road was going to take him down today.
Well, we appreciate the time
very
much.
I could be wrong. Jerry might call in here and tell you guys that I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Hey.
That old Jane Slater.
If that happens, he's going to be like, that's why I got rid of her, just like I threatened with Sean and RJ. So it could happen.
Oh, man.
It could happen. This year I've been making friends with, other teams. I might have to find a new home. Who knows? Don't do it, Jerry. I like Dallas.
Thank you very much, Jane.
That's just based on, I've been looking under every rock. I've even called to see if Pete Carroll's gotten a call. I just still think it's a little premature right now, but I think probably starting tomorrow we'll start hearing some names trickling out here.
Love you, Jane.
Love you guys.
There you go, Jane Slater, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Early for sure, but the betting odds continue to churn and change.
Is Dion out now?
No, Dion is second behind Kellen Moore, followed by Cliff Kingsbury, Joe Brady, Lincoln Riley, and Ben Johnson. Interesting side note to this. Ben Johnson is the leading candidate to get the Bears head coaching job betting-wise, followed by Mike McCarthy. And then there's a big gap until you get to anybody else. So when Jane was saying, hey, that could make sense in Chicago, the betting odds say It does make sense.
Is Gruden on the board to bet on the Cowboys?
Ooh,
I don't know, but I do know
22-1.
Can you imagine though?
$10 on it.
That's not a bad bet.
Can you imagine right now though? You were coaching a game yesterday, Saturday, whatever, and now you're getting questions from every reporter in the country.
Sure.
Hey, have you been contacted yet? Are you interested in this job? Like now it's already starting to roll, and you're getting ready for the next team. You're getting ready to go coach against the next team, and you're starting to get these questions that you have to. Kellen Moore, Ben Johnson, those guys are getting questions while they're trying to prepare for this next phase because that's what the Cowboys pull. That is what they pull, man.
There's one thing when Jane said it is, to some, still one of the most coveted, or if not the most coveted position in the NFL. I understand why that is. I also understand all the reasons that it's not. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
To forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Bays.
That first one?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Ford?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Tolbert in motion to the right. Rush back. Flushed. Fumbles. The Cowboys are going to recover. Maybe Steele is playing patty cake with it. And now the Eagles got on it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget about the Texas Rangers Caravan here tonight, 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. You don't got to sign up. You just got to show up. Autographs, Whataburger. Plus, if you want to talk Cowboys, I guarantee you Jared Sandler will have some thoughts about that as well. And normally, this would be a day where it'd be like, hey, Khalil Mack says he might retire. Tyson Fury did retire. Pittsburgh beat SMU with the largest comeback in the history of NCAA women's basketball. Texas lost on Friday night. A lot of stuff all fallen by the wayside because Mike McCarthy is out as Dallas Cowboys head coach right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Wonderful, Hagee. Had a great weekend. How about you guys?
It's been very busy today, but that's what makes the job fun and agitating and everything in between.
I love breaking news.
Absolutely.
It's totally different.
It's just sometimes you hear behind the scenes stuff about the breaking news that you're like, I'm just saying for me, I wish that our franchise, the Dallas Cowboys, that is, took this more seriously.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this should be an exciting time where we can talk about them going after, you know, some of the top candidates out there. But, you know, I feel like we'll get a candidate that'll kind of make us hope for the best, but acknowledge that it's not a great situation.
And that's where I feel like I'm not saying that these have to be your two guys. Your people that you want to be the head coach could be whoever. I would love it if the Cowboys sat back and said, we'll pay any price to get Ben Johnson, or let's go get Marcus Freeman. I know he's a college coach, blah, blah, blah. Let's go do it. We'll start our own bidding war and we'll get whoever the hell we want. Instead of, my sense, just speaking for me, nobody else, who will come in for $3.5 million on an option contract that has probably no other place to go, and that's why they'll accept everything that we put on them. That's the way I feel about the Cowboys. Not that they're going to go get a coach. They're going to say, who's the best of the people who will settle for what we offer?
Maybe that's why they always have to go to the well of who do we know? Who do we have a relationship with? Because they've built that. So somebody that comes in is not going to be surprised when they sit down and interview with Jerry and Steven and the rest of the hierarchy there. I think somebody that's unknown and is coming in like, man, I'm getting to interview for the Dallas Cowboys, and they sit down and they actually have that interview, are in for a rude awakening, and they probably leave thinking, oh my God, I don't think I want to be anywhere near this bleep show right now.
Okay, if that is option one, I think that is a very possible option. My other concern is Corey brought something up earlier in the show. What I'm afraid of is the coach sits down, is like, we got to get rid of the BS and the nonsense, and all the Jones family is like, couldn't agree more, and you're the guy to do it. And then a little bit into training camp or the season or whatever, something that the new coach classifies as BS and nonsense and goes to the owner, and the owner's like, no, sorry, we're doing that. Yeah, you're wrong about that.
Because that's a feeling that I wonder, and I would like to know what McCarthy was most offended by throughout the process of working with the Cowboys. Whether it was this contract situation and that was the thing that just, okay, that broke it all for me, or if there was something throughout the entire process where he was like, I can't believe that this soured me so quickly on working for this organization. I just don't know exactly where that stands yet, but I have a feeling over the next few days those stories will find their way out. They'll get out.
I imagine a tipping point might have come around week 5 or 6 for me when Rico Dowdle was showing the kind of potential that, he demonstrated in a big way in the second half of the season. And you're getting Ezekiel Elliott, a guy who's, not making it to all the practices and team meetings kind of forced upon you. That would just be too much, because that's your chance to win games, being able to run the ball for 4.5 of the attempt and give you third and manageable, after the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season. It should have been abundantly clear to everybody that Zeke didn't have it. Zeke couldn't put our offense in these kind of situations, and we're being essentially forced to play him. I can't imagine anything would be more maddening as a coach than not being able to determine your game day roster, and knowing the guy that is being forced upon you is making it significantly more difficult to win.
Broadus, I know you've been very busy, and that's why you got to listen to the G-Bag National show. We'll start right after us in about 9 minutes. What if anything, can you tell us that you've learned that anything?
Yeah, we got a show from 2 to 7 today. We're going to knock that out.
That's true.
Yeah. So, I think that when all the questions you've been asked, this is more about the front office than it is anything. When it comes to why Mike McCarthy is no longer here. Yeah. And we've had the discussions about, Mike deciding that he wanted to move on. I think that, to me, when you look at it, from the big picture of it all, it's Jerry Jones. It's his inability as a leader here to make Mike McCarthy feel like that that they were going to be going in the right direction here, and so that's kind of where we're at right now with that. I do believe that things are going to come out more as we go through the days, but I think that you could absolutely start with the front office and then their inability to make Mike feel like that things were going to be different, and it wasn't always. The thought is, and Dawson's been pretty, and others and Eric have talked about this. It's not about football all the time, and I think that's something that really, really, really bothered Mike McCarthy along the way. That when it turned into other things and more important things other than the football, then that's where he decided that he no longer needed to be a part of this, and that's why I think that he's moved on.
And that's got to be frustrating too. Sorry, Gavin, to step on this, but it's got to be frustrating too whenever you're talking to the guy and you're like, which hat is he wearing right now? Is he the football guy that I need to talk to, or is he the marketing guy? Which version am I actually having this conversation with?
I don't think there is a football guy hat. I don't think the winning and all that is existent. I don't know if that's the right way to put it in English terms, but I think it exists. Yeah, thank you. I think it's all about it's all about the money, baby. It's all about the Benjamins and what we're doing today, which is going to spend an entire 5-hour show not talking about Texas or the Mavs or the Stars, talking about the Cowboys. That's what Jerry wants. And I wanted to fight against that as a fan for basically my entire life. Now being in here and seeing how the sausage is made.
You got kicked in the D.
You don't want to eat there anymore, yeah?
Zero faith. zero faith this organization will be able to pull its own head out of its own ass.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think Mike was still willing to put up with all of that until
for a certain price.
Yeah, for a certain commitment. You know, the money was okay. The putting up with Jerry was okay, but once it's like, hey, maybe we want to give you a short-term contract and you're basically going to relive 2024 next year and maybe the year after that, I think Mike was like, man, if you can't even make a commitment to me after everything that I'm putting up with, I'm giving you the 12-win seasons and
I'm not sure it even got to that, Dawson.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it even got to the part of talking about what we're going to do. I think that the front office was in.
Well, that was the NFL.com report. That's all I have to go on.
No, I understand.
I'm trying to be humble after falling on my face with my assessment of the situation last week and going with what the insiders are saying.
No, the insiders will lead you along. I just, like I said, I don't even think they really talked about it. I think there was questions within the front office if they wanted to do it, if they didn't want to do it. And I think that starts at the top with Jerry Jones. I think that's the number one reason why Mike McCarthy's no longer here, because his indecision and what Mike determined that was he felt like that, hey, we're not going to go anywhere together here doing this, so that's why he made the decision to move on.
Sounds like a packed show. What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. I think we're going to spend 5 hours talking Mavs and Texas.
I like it.
Sure.
I like it.
Pass the ball, Spencer.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Go get Cowboys, Kevin.
I can't.
Okay, well, as long as you guys are having fun.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. On a breaking news, Cowboys Monday. Mike McCarthy is out of here. So we'll talk about it. General at your service. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Broadus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fixing to go 5 hours flawless. Radio producing, engineering, hosting, and more. Of course, you have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman, who's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you if you would like to react. I don't think I've ever been more wrong on a story. You know, I thought we were heading for Mike McCarthy back, but as the story evolved through the weekend and into this morning, apparently he decided he will not return as head coach in 2025. Contract with the Cowboys expired last Wednesday. The team had an exclusive negotiating window with Coach until tomorrow night. The sides have not had any negotiations regarding a new deal, sources told Adam Schefter on Monday. There's another report that suggests maybe they did talk or there was a feeling out process. NFL.com says the years on a new deal was the main significant issue. So that's kind of what we're working on here. I guess my reaction is I'm hopeful, but I can't. I'm not excited. I'm not optimistic. I'm just hopeful that they can stumble upon a coach that you know has the right answers and the right combination of traits. But after so many years, it's difficult to imagine that even if that coach had all the right traits, he would be put in a situation where those could manifest. So, you know, I'm not sure what to make of this. And then you look at the roster and the cap situation. I don't know. You know, like maybe 2014 to 2023 was the golden era for Cowboys football, like making the playoffs. And now we're heading for, you know, what can be a really tough place to compete with the Dak Prescott contract and all the dead money there. And, you know, Zach Martin moving along in retirement. It just doesn't seem like there's much to get excited about right now with this Cowboys franchise. And that's a tough place to be. I felt like for the previous 10 years, we at least had some hope. I don't know where to find that right now, guys. So that's kind of where I'm at with this Cowboys team.
No, I get it. I get it. I mean, I am thankful that the ultimate decision that they made, the way they got here was foolish because you should have they're not decisive at all.
Yeah.
In anything they do.
Yeah.
So, and then now they had this exclusive window to negotiate with Mike McCarthy, and now they've exclusively boxed themselves out of all the other studs that remain because they don't actually want a stud. They want to go just get a guy that they're just comfortable potentially making the playoffs with, and that they can undermine at every turn. And so there's no guarantee it gets better, but we knew what the ceiling was for McCarthy, and I'm so thankful that we're going to see a new offense. Hopefully it's not the Kellen Moore thing, and now we're just doing the exact same recycling, but I'm excited for new, man. I really am.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen Moore wouldn't surprise me at all. There's Pelissero up there saying McCarthy will not return. Sides could not agree on length of contract. So there's going to be a lot of reports. And, you know, I don't know if we'll ever get a full-on, like, objective truth on exactly what happened. But I think what the Cowboys are looking at is this next year is going to be even worse than last year. We want a coach that's willing to ride this thing out. And then maybe hire a new guy in 2026, you know, when we can maybe spend some money. Maybe by that point we've had a couple of, you know, good draft classes that have come around, and, you know, we'll be able to give a head coach a fresh slate and a chance on making a good impression. And if I'm Mike McCarthy in that spot, I don't want to come back next year for a team that's even worse. So I guess that's my read on the how and the why and the when of this situation. But, you know, the Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you. It's open for interpretation.
Yeah, I think Mike McCarthy loved his players. I don't think Mike McCarthy loved the front office.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the front office really loved Mike McCarthy, you know, and I think that's why we're at where we're at right now. I think Mike appreciates the fact that his guys played hard for him. I think he appreciates the coaches that worked with him. I think he got along great with Mike Zimmer. I think that was something, you know, you kind of, you always worry about with new coaches coming in and the coaches they brought. You know, I think he really appreciates that opportunity to work. You know, this front office is difficult, though. it's very, very difficult to for the way that it operates. With and Chief talked about it perfectly with the decisions and how quickly you come to decisions and how decisive you are on decisions. And, are you in a situation where, you're kind of talking in circles and those kinds of things? And that just kind of, I can understand why, Mike McCarthy, Brad Sham and Zach and I think and maybe Chief, I don't know if it was you in the pregame show, but Brad Sham, we were talking about, does Mike McCarthy, does he actually even want to be here? Mm-hmm. I think we got our answer today.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe over the weekend, to that point, maybe he'd heard that in Chicago and New Orleans, their interviews haven't gone great, and maybe those teams are starting to think we could really use a veteran with a track record of winning in multiple places instead of rolling the dice on an unknown.
Yeah.
And if I'm Mike McCarthy and I hear that, along with, Jerry, Hyman, and Hahn about giving me a 4 or a 5 year deal, suddenly those opportunities can look a lot more promising. I know there's a poll out today of former coaches looking at the Cowboys as one of the best opportunities out there.
Yeah.
But if you've been here for 5 years and you can see how the sausage is made, to borrow a quote from Wolchuk there during crosstalk, and now there's a grass is greener opportunity out there for you, either with a young quarterback with potential and a front office with an appetite for winning now, or New Orleans where you've worked before and is I think a franchise with a better chance of winning a Super Bowl than the Cowboys. Maybe a chance to find your next quarterback here over the next offseason or two. I think those opportunities could be more attractive at this point. So hopefully, he gets a chance to talk with those teams and we'll hear more from Mike, reflecting on his time with the Cowboys. It'd be a hell of a book.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, here we are now hoping that the Cowboys can find somebody better and believing, that they'll probably go with somebody they're familiar with or is an old retread, maybe probably not somebody that's going to get us that excited. What we do know is that they don't have a chance to talk with these coaches that are still active in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's, and that's goes back again to what Eric's talking about, their indecisiveness. They might already
deliberately indecisive.
Yeah, they might have
because they don't want Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
they don't even care.
But there's just no vision. There's no vision. There's no plan. I don't know that there ever has been. I mean, I don't know the last time that there was. Maybe it was back when they needed to get AT&T Stadium built, and Jerry realized, man, I got to get somebody actually that can turn this around and knows what the hell they're doing, and that's let me hire Bill Parcells. And then what did Bill Parcells do? Brian, you were there. You guys were able to finally put together some good drafts. 2005 built a foundation for a team that then could go ahead and contend for the next 10 years. That's really what happened there. And then ever since then, it's like, we'll give Jason Garrett, who's an average as hell head coach. Nobody else wanted him after he was fired. He was one and done with the Giants, orchestrated one of the worst offenses in the history of the NFL as an OC that you thought was a boy genius offensive wonder. He's gone. Then you bring in Mike. Mike brought some stability. But this is, the circus/clown show, whatever you want to call it, it is very, very difficult to manage and deal with as a head coach. And then if you want to look at, the offensive coordinator, maybe that'll get you excited. When's the last time Cowboy fans, you've been happy with an offensive coordinator the Cowboys have hired? It was Kellen Moore. It was Scott Linehan. It was Bill Callahan, Garrett, Mo Carthon, Bruce Coslet, Jack Riley, Ernie Zampese. Do we need to go back to Norv Turner in the 90s? This team's never going to bring in somebody that's forward thinking. They've got to go ahead and deal with somebody that's comfortable. They got to accidentally fall into it. You hit that on the head there, Gavin. Like they've fallen into Romo, they fell into Dak. That's the one thing where, man, I think it's totally crazy and asinine to think about Jason Witten going from head coach in high school football to head coach of an NFL team. But maybe that's the crazy psycho move that I'm not going to respect and the rest of the National Football League shouldn't respect. But can you accidentally fall into then? Maybe he is a great head coach.
Jason Witten doesn't want to be over his skis again.
Maybe he does.
He doesn't want to do something he's not prepared for. He doesn't want to get thrusted and skip the line into another job. He's done that once.
Man, but Kellen Moore sure ain't doing it for you, right? Maybe they just elevate Mike Zimmer. Maybe that's an answer for you. You can keep continuity on defense. Maybe then Zim can go out and bring in an offensive coordinator, assuming they let him. Do they let the head coach do the hiring? That's always a question mark here as well.
Yeah, that's why I feel like that maybe, and I think you very well put the whole situation with Jason Witten, but then also they could help him with the hiring of the staff. then all of a sudden you do see Matt Eberflus show up. You see Mark Colombo show up again. You see Leon Lett come back.
Yeah.
You see George Edwards come back. You see
all of a sudden brought us back in the scouting department.
No, that ain't going to happen at all. But, like I said, I think there's guys that, like, if you don't like Witten, I think Gruden's in play here. I really do. I think there's a certain level. I called out to North Carolina, asked Mike Lombardi. I go, does this change anything that you guys are thinking about, with the Cowboy Open? He says, not at all. So I would eliminate what's going on out there, with Bill Belichick coming back. But I think you have to be open to like the maybe the crazy side of this thing. Maybe it is going to be a very much what we've like to talk about, the Al Davis type of approach where, wow, Lane Kiffin just got this job, and that kind of a coach. And maybe it turns into where, it's guys they're familiar with, but they bring guys back that understand how the operation works. John Kitna coming back. Guys like if you hired Kellen Moore, there goes, there's Doug Nussmeier back in the picture. A fan favorite of Dak.
That'd make your
Dak
quarterback
Prescott.
happy.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's make him happy.
I think that's I think the Ben Johnsons and the Aaron Glenns of the world and stuff like that, probably not for here. But somewhere else, surely. That's going to be a head coach at some of these other stops.
And I still send all that back through the filter of no matter who your coach is. You could go find Shanahan plus Walsh plus Jimmy Johnson plus Newt Rockne, put all their brains into one, have the perfect coach. You still have Dak Prescott as your quarterback. You still don't have a good offensive line. You still have one good wide receiver and an average tight end. You don't have a running back. Like, you have to nail so many personnel things.
And those aren't like necessarily the end of the world problems, because we can see a Commanders roster go from garbage to pretty dang awesome playoff round 2 in one season if you have a front office willing to make it happen. The biggest problem is that you have all those holes and you don't have any avenues other than the draft to fill them.
Well, it looks like they have
so that's a disaster.
To your point, they have a quarterback.
Yeah, the Commanders hit on their quarterback.
Yeah.
That's a huge part of it. And you're right. With Dak, I don't know that any of us know what version we're getting. I think we've all, as Cowboy fans, you want Dak to succeed and be awesome. But even it goes back to Brian, you've been telling us for years. Jerry had questions. Is this our guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
See,
you shouldn't. How much do you need to see before you make the decision? This is our guy.
That's why today is gloom. We can look to the doom that's coming, but today is wonderful, man. I'm glad they didn't wait another 10 years. They didn't do the Jason Garrett thing. They at least drew a line in the sand. Super haphazardly, indecisive, late. All of that.
I don't think they did
ultimate
anything.
Conclusion, I'm just glad that we're getting something different here.
But yeah, I don't think that they deserve the credit here. I think Mike made the decision for them.
Well, to an extent, yes, but they obviously drew their line in the sand of like, hey, if you want to be back, it's going to be on these qualifiers.
Yeah.
And so they helped to make that decision.
I can't give them credit for saying, "Oh, we want to move on here," when they didn't. They didn't want to move on.
Well, maybe it's another example of them falling into something cool, but the idea that we're looking for something new now is really awesome.
Well, see, if you were a Cowboy fan, would you feel even better about the situation if you were looking for a coach and trying to find the quarterback?
Yes, there's no doubt.
That's
there's
where
no doubt.
They could have got to, this thing had a chance before the football season to like, okay, let's just let this thing ride.
Yeah.
If we can, we'll replace the quarterback and replace the head coach.
But that would take foresight and being decisive, a plan.
Yeah.
Which they don't have.
Well, because they don't have an actual football guy doing the things. We talked about it last week. It's just, who's the last guy Jerry heard from? He's just outsourcing everything. So it's hard to have like a true definitive plan, because that can change by the second, by the phone call, by the text. And that's obviously the biggest problem.
Well, you're probably not going with my gut on anything here, but I agree with the 469. He says, how much you want to bet Mike Zimmer is going to be the next head coach?
It could be.
I just feel like that's the perfect bridge to get through 2025 that's going to be worse than 2024, and give yourself maybe a chance to hire a coach with a clean slate.
I tell you what, though, I think Mike Zimmer is tired.
Yeah, I don't think he's just taking a willy-nilly crappy one-year deal.
Did a pretty good job in the second half.
He absolutely did. He absolutely did, but I just wonder if he wants to really go through another 1 year like you're talking about. Okay, Mike, well, we'll bring you along, and when the team goes 5-12, then then we'll fire you and we'll go get a real guy, kind of a thing. So I don't know if Mike wants to go through that again. I haven't talked to Mike about that.
Yeah,
but I do think he was wore down at the end. If he's not having the stomach to come back and be a defensive coordinator, or do you think you want him coming back as the head coach? If he's thinking about not even coming back as a DC, I don't know if I'd want to.
I've got to handle more responsibility, more crap.
Got to deal with Broad is talking bad about me.
Not.
And I mean, no.
Well, he came back to do this.
Yeah, I think he came back
on
as
a 1 year.
Yeah, I think he came back as a favor to Jerry and Steven. I really do. I think that and he talks about his son who he lost, and who was a coach and all that. And, but there's a side of me that just believes that, this was a tough year on him.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder if he doesn't have the stomach to come back as a DC with somebody different, will he want to be the head coach?
You don't think there's a chance he's negotiating saying that stuff?
I don't know. No. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just, McCarthy made a decision. Mike Zimmer has the same ability to do that right now himself.
Well, the only positive I can make out of this, guys, is I do believe I uttered last week, if Mike's not back, another bet payoff, which puts me at 5.
Yeah.
Which is convenient because on Radio Row in New Orleans, there are 5 shows to do.
Yeah, I got 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do a payoff a day on Radio Row. How about that, boys?
I love this.
How about that?
This is making the Super Bowl week way more
We're going to have to sneak in all sorts of crazy contraband for you to be able to pull off these stunts.
Hey, I'm a man of my word. I may not have paid off these bets in a timely fashion, but it has been hanging over me. So it will get done at Radio Row.
How Jerry of you.
In a couple of weeks.
I'll get it done eventually.
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. What do we have next, Woolchuck?
I guess we'll do some true or fart next.
Rolling home with some...
G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. This segment of The Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk as we react to Wild Card Weekend.
All right, yeah, reacting to Wild Card Weekend, reacting to Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys parting ways as he's out as the head coach here in Dallas, according to multiple sources. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, true or fart here, and I'm going to start with you, Gavin, and this is Cowboys related, as our buddy Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram has an article out now about future Cowboy coaching candidates. And Josh Clark, who does an excellent job with the website, pointed out that Nick Harris is saying it's widely expected that Jason Witten is going to be on the staff next year, whether as the head coach or another position. It does not matter. He will somehow be on the staff. Which leads me, NFL True or Fart style, to ask you, Gavin, Jason Witten will be the Dallas Cowboys head coach within 5 years or less.
Ooh, that's a good question. So he'd be the next guy after this?
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to put him on the staff, yeah, they're going to groom him, just like Jason Garrett did with Wade, and then he can sandbag it and end up taking that job.
I'm just going to go off what I think I've witnessed as far as covering Jason Witten as a player. And then, the play-by-play and where he's at right now. I would think, maybe he'll try to do a Dion where he goes to coach in college, where his influence can be bigger. I never got the feeling that it was a guy with the overall intellectual horsepower to be the guy that's determining a game plan or, calling plays or anything like that. I think he could possibly be a Dan Campbell type of coach where it's a lot of accountability and rah-rah and we're going to get him and I'm the culture guy. But I just think it's so far-fetched to imagine Jason Witten leading an NFL team based on, who he is as a person and a personality. It doesn't strike me as a guy that would be a great candidate. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, will the Cowboys still give him a chance? And I guess that's possible. But I think ultimately they'll side with experience and people that have significant more than Witten has.
Sounds like a fart to me there, Wolchuk.
Yeah, big old fart on that one.
A stinky one on there.
I'm gonna. Gosh, it's tough. It's very tough, but I am gonna lean true here. I do think that is. I will say that is the plan if there is one. Like in the back of Jerry's mind, it's like maybe I can't fast track him immediately from Taps to the head coach of the freaking Cowboys as much as I want to. Let me do a little something here. Let him bake here for maybe a couple of seasons and then thrust him in there. So I think it's very, very real, and for that reason, I will go no fart. True.
I think it's true.
Yeah.
I think it might be sooner than later, too. Just, the familiarity. That's the number one thing. And I think they believe that with their help, that they could put together a staff for him. And I think that's what makes it very, very inviting, that they can have control of the guys and the gals that they want to bring here and put on staff. And so I'm going to say that's true.
I'm going to go true as well. I think this
feels awful big.
This is happening.
Oh, it is awful big.
This is happening.
But you're dealing with an organization, as we all know, that aren't going to get fired. There's you could take a chance. See, this is where I thought the Cowboys were going to take a chance and move on from McCarthy and move on from Dak and all those things. And they proved, we'll do it this way. We'll do it. They don't care what we all think, of course. So, but the fact that they're not going to get fired of their jobs and they can make decisions like this makes perfect sense to me.
I'm going to stay right there with you, Brian. Your LSU Tiger, Heisman winner Jaden Daniels. Yeah. He's going to take the Commanders into Detroit and absolutely dominate that banged-up defense and lead them to the NFC title game.
Man, I want to believe that so much because I love Jaden Daniels, but I kind of feel like, though, that Detroit at home, with that offense, Jaden's going to have to put up a ton of points. He's capable of doing that. But I think Detroit. I worry more about the Commanders' defense slowing down the Lions. So I'm going
Shootout.
to say that's going to be a fart.
Yeah, I'll fart on that as well. I think yesterday was more a result of Tampa just not being that good. I mean, what did he get? 2 touchdowns, 3 field goals. So, yeah, and the Lions are a team on a mission. This team's going to run it up, and I think, what are you looking at? At least a 6.5 point spread, something like that. So I think that's pretty far-fetched.
Can you repeat the question, Your Honor? Is this about the Commanders beating the Lions?
Yeah, basically, Jaden Daniels is going to be able to take advantage of that banged-up Lions D.
Oh, he will be taking advantage of that D, but he will not be winning the football game. I think this will be a high-scoring affair. Jaden Daniels is unbelievable. I mean, watching him and the composure, and don't get me wrong, the Bucs certainly shot themselves a million times last night on way to taking that L. But what Jaden Daniels is doing and has done all season, he will light it up. He will be fantastic. He will be keeping old Aaron Glenn up at night this week. But the Lions they're ready for this. They're primed.
Yeah, I'm going to fart on this one as well. I do think Jaden Daniels can play a good game. And if they have an opportunity in the fourth quarter, that drive they went on yesterday was masterful, essentially just running the clock out, getting the game-winning field goal, although that got dicey.
4 minutes and 14 seconds, I believe they ran off that
Unbelievable.
clock.
5-minute drill, basically.
Yeah.
But what Jaden Daniels is a masterful quarterback at such a young age already is much like Mahomes. Fourth quarter, game on the line, I can go win it. So if that's...
He's composed.
He's very composed. If that's a reality, I just think that the running game of Detroit is going to be too much. So I'll go forward on it. Last one I want to throw your way. We get Lamar Jackson. We get Josh Allen. Do away with the MVP voting. Whoever wins this head-to-head matchup, that is who should be given the award post-game at midfield.
I kind of like that. This is a do or die. All the marbles
it's between
for the
those
MVP.
two dudes.
I do think we're talking about a fight for the trophy that is as tight of a race as I can personally remember. Like you can make fantastic arguments for either one. You're doing the finest of hair splitting. So I love that. Just an added storyline to what is already just an epic moment, epic game.
I'll give it to them if the next week they can beat Kansas City, Woolchuck.
All right, there you go. True.
I think it's I like the idea of having
it's kind of awesome.
Winner take all. But I hope it's better than what we saw with Minnesota and Detroit in that winner take all game. So I'm going to say it's true.
Thank you, Woolchuck. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
All right. Yeah. Big news day here. So I'm going to make this fast so we can get back to the big hot news story of the day.
Big hot news, right?
Big hot news, yeah. It's a pretty big story, you know what I mean?
Big story, big.
It's a huge story.
Kind of well-rounded story.
Triple X story.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Our winner and champ so far, I think this is like day 2 for the final Cowboys crosstalk of the season.
Okay.
Where Cowboys great Tony Tolbert, who went to UTEP, he told those boys like a little secret that goes down there at UTEP.
When you go to UTEP, was it a culture shock?
Oh, yeah, it was rough.
he had that blizzard on campus and said, let me go to El Paso.
Well, it was funny because, I right across the campus, of course, was Juarez.
Yeah.
And my first spring tumbleweed wasn't, never seen a tumbleweed. And then, I probably shouldn't tell this story, but it was funny because in the spring, a lot of the guys were sitting out in front, the football guys. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? I'm going to go out and just check it out. And when I walked out, across the border, they were burning marijuana, and all the guys were getting high down there. and so I was like, okay, I get it now. But
That's tumbleweed. You guys ever drove through there?
No, I don't think so.
It's a really cool scene because you got the hill that comes down into
El
the town,
Paso?
and then you can see Mexico over there.
I played the Sun Bowl. When I was on the staff at LSU, and they had us out there for bullfights. We were like, you had to participate in bullfights, which was pretty.
What does that even? You had to get into a fight?
Like Olay, like we were in the ring with actual bullfights. Yeah, we actually had a bullfight.
Like those viral videos of people that go out there and just get mollywopped by a bull.
It was
the
like
last man standing wins some of the prize.
Each team had to put up, and we put up a guy that is that was raised on a farm,
Not a
ranch
starter?
guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
raised, and he did it pretty good. He did it in Olay
Third
and
string.
brought the crowd to its feet.
What motivates those people to do that? There's like 15 to 20 people standing out there, and they let the bull go. And I'm like, what convinced you to go out there?
It's
Is
like
it
running with the
parking
bulls.
lot drinking first.
Yes, that in Pamplona, it's a big part of it.
Yeah.
We're drinking all day.
Drinking all
Working
day.
up the liquid courage. Yeah.
Ooh. Hey, speaking of steers, Texas versus OU game.
Yeah.
I watched the Pat McAfee broadcast of it here in the studio, by the way.
Oh.
Tim Tebow joined those guys, and he predicted Will Howard's run.
Yeah.
Well, you know, he tripped up too during the run.
Yeah.
Turf monster.
Fourth and one, right?
Too excited.
Full Daniel
There goes
Jones.
full Daniel.
Yeah, the poor guy. Yeah, but Tim predicted that.
You know, one other thing that we haven't seen today, we haven't seen a keep by Will Howard on a zone read when they think it's going to a Travion, a Quinshawn. That could be a really perfect time to pull that out too, because he's a capable runner. Just ask the Big 12 of what he did to him.
Travion Henderson's in the huddle. Matthew McConaughey's losing his mind. He's asking the football gods in Texas Nation to come alongside with your voices. We need this one. A triple stamp and a double stamp here. Will Howard's making a check, so is the Texas defense. Will Howard, quarterback keeper. Good call, Tim Tebow. Will Howard stumbles.
You gotta keep your feet, young man.
Will Howard got tackled by the 20-yard line. Great call by you.
Great call.
But also,
It
great
is the
tackle.
great equalizer.
Got tackled by the 20-yard line.
Is
Keep
one
your
of
feet, young man.
The most amazing clips. That's what happens when you pass on giving it to a Quinshawn or a Travion. You get a Will stumbling over his own feet halfway down the field.
That's a ball don't lie moment.
The one way you can fool this defense is to pass on Travion and Quinshawn, and you'll fool the world by giving it to the whitest guy on the team. Inevitably, he will eat dirt halfway to the end zone.
He was stumbling and fumbling, bro. It looked so bad. They got locked up. They did a crisscross.
I can see the end zone.
They did a
Boom.
crisscross.
Falls right over
They did the
himself.
unthinkable.
Play some wacky cartoon music.
Oh, yeah.
Man, Texas fought so hard for 2.5 hours to get back in that game, and then that play and the toss wide on second
toss was
down
terrible.
just slit their
See,
throat.
Speaking of Tebow, Arch Manning should have been there, Tim Tebow. They
Yes.
should have used him just
Yeah.
like Florida used Tebow the freshman year. Put him in there. Now, maybe he was concussed.
Dude,
That's something
I
that
wonder.
he could have been. He took a
He got
big time hit,
smashed.
and I do think he fumbled that football. I
Me
don't think
too.
he was down.
Yeah.
But
Mannings never fumble. You know the rules of the sport.
That's true.
Follow
That's
them.
true.
It's in the gosh dang rule book.
yeah, the
dude.
Mannings never fumble. They just taint incidents.
Tainted. Hey, Mr. Nasty Time called into what you drinking and what you thinking.
Yeah.
He was nasty with it.
He trolled Broadus.
Sure did.
I think he might have triggered Broadus a little bit.
He did.
Broadus, you said now that you were going to be a nicer guy this year.
I tried for a couple of minutes.
Hey, man, that was a fun day.
He got you.
Mr. Nasty's back online. Juan here in the G-Bag Nation. Nasty, what you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm halfway through a handle of 1800 today.
Let's go.
Back in that with a little Diet Dr. Pepper.
Nice.
And what I'm thinking is, I don't understand why Cowboys fans come on here and come after me and take themselves way too serious. I will say this. I've came after Mr. Brian Broadus a couple times, and I genuinely respect how this man defends the worst organization for the last 30 years in the NFL with all his heart. I get that. We all know this is the worst organization in the NFL. It's ran entirely terrible. There's no reason to come after me. But I do respect Brian Broadus for backing the worst team in the NFL for the last 30 years. Hell of an effort. Thank you, guys.
Hell of an effort.
Hell of an effort.
You should have said it's very commendable.
Yeah. Should have said, hey, I know you're proud of that, Brian. That would have been even better.
Wow, yeah. Well done by Nasty, though.
Yeah.
Half handle in as well.
He sounded like he's a half handle in.
I mean, how many shots
he
are in
takes
a
care
handle?
of his kids while he's doing that. It's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was at the liquor store the other day, man, and somebody bent down. You heard what I'm saying? Bent down and picked up some Jose Cuervo, the big old bottle, like $19. I'm talking about it is huge. You can fill up a gas tank with it. I almost Earl just looking at it, pick it up. Like, girl, what you doing? They're going to end up fighting tonight. Somebody's going to go to jail, and there's going to be a lot of throwing up in the morning. Oh, my Lord.
I just looked it up. There's 39 shots in a handle. And you guys took that down last year on that spring training show in like 3.5 hours.
Oh, we were on the Jose?
No, we were
That was
Tito's.
Tito's.
We were Tito's, yeah.
Tito.
But that's 20 drinks each, guys. How are you standing? How did you make it to dinner?
I really don't. There must be something in the air and surprise that really just keeps you
The
going.
altitude.
Yeah.
Altitude.
The
Yeah,
dryness.
Altitude. Yeah. The dryness. Yeah. No humidity.
I'm bad. Before we get out of here, yesterday was church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. You came up this weekend. Somebody reminded me out here in these streets that there was a Jeep club that went through the parking lot of the church, harassing the church members. Oh, my Lord. And he's still out here fighting, being strong. Mr. Freddie Haynes.
A Jeep club went through a church parking lot harassing them?
Yeah, they were harassing them.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, bro. Mr. Broadus, this is your fella right here, the organ player in the church.
Oh, love the, yes, go ahead.
He fell out of his damn seat.
Glory to God.
All right.
Amen. If I know him, Lord, have mercy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Y'all help him. Lord.
Yes, Lord.
This boy done tore up the whole organ.
Seat. Yeah. You done broke it?
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody on a guitar.
Lord, this boy done tore up the whole organ.
That's a shame.
Guy tore up the whole organ. Is it Mr. Nasty Time tearing up Broadus? Texas and Ohio State. Tebow called the QB keeper, or is it Tony Tolbert? As much as that play hurt my heart and my checking account, I'm going to go with Tebow. Call him the QB keeper, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, same here.
Lucius?
Yeah, me too.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I'll go with the church clip.
Brian?
Mr. Nasty Time.
By a score of 3-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion, perhaps for a first time. I don't remember him being it before. It's Tim Tebow here with you in the G-Bag Nation. If you ever do miss the G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays that for you in LA Live every night, 5:40 here on The Fan. Where are we going next, Chief?
I think the best game of the weekend happened Friday night. Let's look back at the Cotton Bowl next year in the nation.
lot of. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Base.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Jerry Jones' statement says, over the past week, Mike and I had the opportunity to conduct a joint review of all aspects, our players and staff, and also spent time discussing the road forward. These discussions were thorough and received an appropriate amount of time and depth. Prior to reaching the point of contract negotiations, it became mutually clear it would be better for each of us to head in different directions. I thank Mike and wish him and his family the best. They have been a wonderful part. We'll commence a search process immediately as Mike McCarthy is out. And now we get to talk about where the Cowboys might go with this. But before we get there, Chief has best of the weekend.
Yes. And I have to admit, I swung and missed on what my pick was for the must-watch game of the football weekend. I put it on Jordan Love having a better game and the Eagles and Packers going down to the wire, but that wasn't the case. Friday night, did we peak? Did we peak Friday night with the football?
Yes.
Did it get any better than that? Because that was as entertaining of a 4 hours, and I was like Lucius watching the McAfee cast, and just adds another fun conversational development. Here comes Tim Tebow. Oh, there's Nick Saban stopping by. Tony Hinchcliffe, the comedian in town, pop on. Fake Mel Kiper makes an appearance evaluating some players. So it was a great time, but my goodness, what a 4 quarters of fun football.
I mean, the only contender would be Commanders Buccaneers, but it was just great with the local angle. And after the first, 15 or 20 minutes of game time, it looked like the Longhorns weren't going to be able to put up a fight. We were just waiting for Ohio State to run it up. But, I mean, their defense got after it. They started running the ball, I think one of my biggest takeaways is there's no way in HE double hockey sticks I'd want my NFL team anywhere near Quinn Ewers. I'm surprised he was allowed to continue because his pocket awareness, his accuracy, his arm strength, his footwork, after so much time post-high school, to have it not be better than that, it was embarrassing, and disappointing at several junctures throughout that game. But to your point, the entertainment was out of this world after they looked so bad for the first quarter plus, and then to come back and actually have a shot to win.
Yeah, I mean, the fight that they showed, because you finally get the answer, and it's 7-7, and then you blink your eyes, and on the very next play, right there before half, you get the 75-yard screen pass.
It was a perfect call into the blitz.
It was just beautiful.
Chip Kelly couldn't have dialed that play call up any better time. It really was beautiful. And I loved watching Jahdae Barron throughout this entire game, because they started off with okay, we're not going to put John Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, they were kind of mixing it up.
And they did. They were moving him around a lot, and they did an excellent job. Jeremiah Smith, I think, had 2 catches.
Useless in the game.
Now it's okay, is this a blueprint for Ohio, for Notre Dame moving into the championship game? I don't know. They're without one of their best corners, so I don't know that that's going to work out for them. But Jahdae Barron lines up over Jeremiah Smith the first time, and he's like, hell yeah. Let's do this. It was so much fun. The sweep call, that's one Sark's going to be having nightmares. And we've seen, if you're a Texas fan, you watch Texas every week. Sark in the red zone, this isn't something new. He has struggled with his play calling. But
Oklahoma game 2 years ago comes to
at the one. Again, at the 1 yard line, there's something about it. They have issues. I was calling for Arch. Maybe Arch wasn't physically able to, but it was. In Ohio State, clearly, to your point, you're watching the game, I just was saying the Buckeyes are too good.
Well, the Buckeyes' goal line defense is just outstanding, right? So I think he was going with the theory that got Arch Manning free on that 4th down run, which was we'll have them thinking middle, we'll have a little misdirection and pop it outside. Maybe we'll have real estate. So I didn't hate that call nearly as much as I hated them taking so much of their time once they got inside the 10. Man. How much time was left in the game? I'm thinking, okay, get some plays run. If you don't get in, let's kick the field goal play defense, and try to get the ball back with a chance to win this game. So that was my bigger issue with Sark there late in the game.
And the way it all came full circle with the former roommate of Quinn Ewers, Jack Sawyer, now a forever legend in Buckeye history. What a legendary moment for him, and in walk-off fashion. And then Texas fans are a little frustrated with the laissez-faire attitude a little bit of Ewers afterwards. Like, darn it, that's my guy, though.
What cracked me up about that Sawyer run is just how relatively unathletic great athletes can look when they're not the wide receiver. The wide receiver is graceful and he's a bolt, and there's Sawyer out there who's an absolute beast, man-child, alpha athlete, and he looked like he had poop in his pants.
Yeah, my wife was laughing. He's like, man, he's not really fast. There must have been no one there. I'm like, yeah, that was just he was afforded an opportunity. Everybody was on the other side of the field. It was awesome. And that was the play before half, the screen touchdown is the first time I've ever rewound it and broke something down as best I could for my wife to just understand how awesome it was that what we just witnessed. Because she was in there. She's like, wait, they just scored. What just happened? I'm like, yeah, Chip Kelly just dialed it up in the most perfect way.
It happened so quick, I thought it was a kick return touchdown because I walk back into the living room after making some dinner prep. Abby wanted dinner at halftime. I'm like, okay, perfect. Longhorns just scored. I go in there. I get the oil going. I get the chicken down. I walk back in. Dude's coming around the corner for the touchdown. I'm like, wow, that's unlucky.
Oh, my gosh.
But
hey, that's a guy.
Brilliant play call.
He's on the running back radar, that's a guy that I don't know if you have to draft him at 11 overall or whatever.
Speaking of that, how about Blue? What round's Blue going in?
I have not I've studied 8 running backs. He just declared, so I have to put him on my list of guys to do. This thing does go pretty deep. I've got this thing for 4 rounds now of actual running backs.
That's the deepest position, no question.
Music to my ears.
It's absolutely a deep position there. I'll say this though about Sawyer. We talked about remember before in the pregame leading up, Downs the safety on the 4th down play.
Oh, dude, you were right about him.
That's what I'm saying. That is a veteran. They talk about NIL money for this team. That their defense is really all about senior players.
Yeah. Except that
their NIL money is spent over on the offensive side of the ball. The defense Downs though is one of those guys though. You exactly saw what he could do playing downhill, being unblocked. It's so funny. I was watching Georgia run the same play against Mississippi and score, and got everybody blocked, and it was a walk-in. But you leave one guy unblocked, especially a guy that could play downhill like Downs can. That makes a big difference there.
Yeah, it was great. And then I think the best decision I made this weekend was halftime of the Packers game, getting the thin crust meat lovers with a little jalapeno from Pizza Hut.
Nice.
I think if I'm just looking back at everything that I did, that was unequivocally the best decision I made. But it was Saturday night was epic.
Saturday night was great.
With the football that was on. Got to hang out with Sean and Bobby and Jake, hanging out at Christie's, pre-gaming for Shane Gillis, watching the football. Shout out to the Texans doing what nobody thought they could do in the early game. Chargers going to Charger. Was that 3 interceptions for Justin Herbert?
Might have ended up being 4.
It was
4.
It was a long day. Long day for the Chargers. And then Lamar Jackson and the Ravens do what they do. But Saturday night was fun. Got to see Walchuk and his lovely lady. Hit a little comedy show action at the AAC. The chicken tenders were on point. Got to show love to that.
They were.
It was a wonderful experience.
Yeah, it was a blast. We ended up getting to sit up in the nosebleeds. Shout out to John Brown, big time Tolo. Hit me up, was like, hey, dude, I got these tickets. You want them? I'm like, hell yeah, get me in the building. And it ended up being a blast. I mean, that place, I think they said it was the largest crowd ever for a comedy show there at the AAC. So incredible performance from Shane.
We were a part of history?
Part of history.
That's beautiful. Yeah,
I had one of my nerdiest weekends of all time. You guys ever do any coding?
No.
On the computer?
My bandwidth doesn't work for that.
So it was my vision to have an artificial intelligence agent for the G-Bag Nation on our Twitter page, right? That could answer questions about the radio station and about Dallas sports. And I probably put 14 hours into it combined from Friday night to last night. And I was on the doorstep, and it all just fell apart, and it was this cascading, computer hell that I was in. So I got to reset probably coming up this weekend and see if I can get it back over the goal line.
That's pretty badass,
dude. Okay, so do you feel like you know what went wrong and how to go about fixing it, or are you still kind of just shooting from the hip?
Yeah. The files and the details and every little character, and
that's a lot.
It matters a lot. The cool thing is you don't need to know how to code anymore, because you can just ask AI to do the code for you.
Oh, okay.
Right? So it's kind of going back and forth from AI, like, hey, code this for me.
Cheat code.
Dude, it was
That's
interesting
awesome.
at the same time maddening. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know
it.
if my stress levels have ever been that high as an adult.
Unreal.
Trying to figure it out.
Well, and shout out to the guy who was vomiting in my backyard at 4 a.m. on Sunday morning. I like your style, sir.
Who the hell was that, man?
That might have been.
You don't know who it was?
I don't know. It definitely wasn't me,
Just a
Dawson.
random
Okay,
guy.
it was definitely not me.
Right on, brother. Well, thank you so much. That's a best of the weekend in the books. NFL news of the day is coming up next, Wolchuk, as Mike McCarthy is out of here. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we'll get the latest coaching buzz. Ashton Genty is shooting his shot in a very bad beat. That's next.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy is out of here. And it's time now for your NFL news of the day. C-Notes coming up here in 20 minutes. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Okay, so we got a lot of football discussions here for you this hour. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, if you maybe you're just hopping in the car for a late lunch, or you're just dialing up the Odyssey app on your phone, or at home, wherever you might be, and you're just turning it on.
Boy, do we have good news for you.
Woo! We got the news today. Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys, they're parting ways. He is no longer the head coach of your Dallas Cowboys. Shefty popped on Pat McAfee, as he does every single Monday. Here's the latest on the Cowboys coaching search from Adam Schefter.
So now we can start wondering about all the names who could be in line to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Who? Who's the top we should think about?
List? Yeah, who's the top of their wish list?
You know what? I do not know that factually. I really don't, because clearly...
Mike Tomlin, huh? They're thinking about trading for Mike Tomlin.
Oh.
Wow.
I don't see the Steelers trading Mike Tomlin. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Now, again, things can always change, but I don't see them being interested in trading Mike Tomlin, no matter who calls them and who checks in to see whether or not he's available.
Okay. Well, that's just Jerry Jones doing hiring here, right? Not Steven or anybody?
Well, it's Jerry's organization, and obviously Steven assists him, and we'll see what they decide to do. But this is going to be a fascinating hire, because now also, by the way, you missed out on the window to talk to some of these coaches, like Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. If you want to talk to them, you can't do that now.
Yeah, and I think they didn't want to talk to any of those guys. I don't think the Cowboys are coming to this conclusion like, oh my goodness, no, we can't talk with Ben Johnson. I wish they were, but I just don't think that matters to them. I don't get the Mike Tomlin hate, like the amount of playoffs that he's made with crappy quarterbacks. Like, how can you have a crappy quarterback and it was like, yeah, you're just never going to win with Tomlin? I don't get that, and I don't think the Steelers are going to move on from him. They just need to find a QB. To me, it comes down to Kellen Moore and Mike Zimmer. Those are the two guys I think that I'm circling.
Which is just so laughable when you think about how Kellen Moore is trending today because of how unimaginative his passing attack was yesterday versus the Packers. And people were feeling like, oh my gosh, similar to McCarthy's offense last year, like the Packers knew they were running the routes for the receivers. And this is not the first time we've talked about poor passing concepts from Kellen Moore in a game where Jalen Hurts is throwing the ball for 130 yards or something. And tons of people have breakdowns on just how bad their offense and specifically their passing game looked yesterday. Yeah. And now Kellen Moore is going to parlay that into getting the job. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Nope, wouldn't surprise me one bit. And that's why it's like, I'm for change, but I don't know that the grass is necessarily going to be greener on that other side. We will see, but I do think Kellen Moore would be at the top of their list.
And I think this, my next take kind of goes to why a fresh GM would be so amazing. But I think the Cowboys are kind of bummed out about their cap situation and their roster. And I think it's hard to have a ton of enthusiasm for a product that is going to suck big time for at least 1 year, but for the foreseeable future as well. Like, I don't know a time, maybe 2011 or 2012, where the outlook was this bad in the medium to long term for the Cowboys. So as they're getting ready for it, it's like, I guess we got to find some kind of coach to come in here and, coach like 6 Pro Bowlers and 45 jobbers, basically. That's what we're heading to this offseason.
Yeah, and it'd be funny, like 214 said Kellen's going to turn them down. That'd be hilarious. I would love to see that. And it could be. Maybe Kellen just decided the way that he left the first time, he doesn't want to be
Nobody's turning down the check and coaching for the Cowboys if you've never coached.
Maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that this is necessarily a desirable place to coach if you're going to meet with that front office.
If you have options, but as an offensive coordinator, you're making a fraction. Everybody wants to be a head coach. Like, it doesn't matter how bad the Lakers are. If a basketball coach gets offered the Lakers, he's going. It doesn't matter how bad the Yankees are. You're going to go coach the Yankees, just like you're going to coach Barcelona. There are certain teams that just have a magnetism, and I think we're kind of immune to it because of how annoyed we are by the Cowboys. But to be on stage the spotlight is on you constantly. It's something that the majority of people aren't going to turn down. I'm not saying nobody would, right? Because certainly there's coaches with skins on the wall that want to run their own program, that have options, that would choose something else, but nobody else wants Kellen Moore.
No, and I guess the option would be you just stay with the Eagles and you try and just build, and hopefully I'm with a great team and that offense keeps humming along, and then maybe some other team with an offer.
But you're not the boss.
Hopefully that defense keeps humming along.
The other misconception here is the money aspect of it. The Cowboys aren't paying their head coach a lot of money. That's something that is not true. The whole idea of like we're going to write a check, that's probably a big reason why McCarthy's not here. They didn't want to offer him a deal or even talk to him about something, and I understand why. In a year, they probably would have been revisiting, hey, should we fire Mike McCarthy? Yeah. It's a very difficult spot to be in, but the money thing, the Cowboys are looking to probably pay as less amount possible for their head coach.
But it's still triple or quadruple what Kellen Moore is getting right now.
Maybe. I don't know what he's making.
$1
million?
$1.1 million.
And I don't know if they're going to be paying him what they were paying Mike, because Mike's won a Super Bowl. So Mike was, at 5?
Yeah, I mean, he's still going to be doubling,
he gets a
tripling his money.
raise. I mean, he's probably making less there than he was as the offensive coordinator.
You don't know when you're going to get another shot, and that $3 or $4 million represents your nest egg and your chance maybe to pay off a bigger house and set yourself up for the future. And plus, if you can make it happen with the Cowboys, you're a legend.
You are.
Yeah,
that's setting you up for life. There's no doubt about that.
And I think, Broadus, you've been obviously on this as well, and Schefter tweeting about it just a few minutes ago. Not only was a deal not close, it was not even discussed.
Yeah. And I think Mike's like, all right.
Reliably reported, Adam. Well done.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
It's just phenomenal.
No part of this do we want to be in anymore.
It's just been wasting time. And you can tell in Jerry's statement where he's like really trying to sell the fact that this was thorough over the past week. We had the opportunity to conduct a joint review, all aspects.
That's
these
well written by the PR department.
These discussions were thorough and received an appropriate amount of time and depth to cover. Didn't actually reach any negotiations.
All a bunch of dudes.
No
Tab
negotiations.
And Scotch and those guys did their job over
They're
there.
very good at what they do.
Yeah, really good.
Well, I think what it comes down to is Mike McCarthy wasn't given any sort of years in their conversation, right? This is going to be short term, and we're going to suck for the foreseeable future. If I'm Mike and I get other options from Chicago and New Orleans, I know what this is like. This is stressful. Losing here stinks, And
I've got money.
I have money, but what if Chicago or New Orleans has offered me 4 or 5 years at $7 million a year? I can't go to my wife and say, hey, I want to stay in Dallas for 2/3 of the money with 1 year and an option for a second.
And if she's a football girl, she's like, are you sure you want to work for Ryan Poles, though, honey?
Yeah.
And he's be like, yes, for the dollars I do.
I mean,
probably better than working for Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's
the McCaskies,
a place he decides, hey,
maybe she's a football girl.
We care a little bit more about winning than what they do here. I don't know. Just very quickly to interrupt with baseball in your home of the Rangers, and we do have an awesome deal tonight if you want to come by. 4131 North Central Expressway. We got Marcus Simeon here. We're going to have Cody Bradford here. We're going to have free Whataburger. It's our first hot stove edition. Baroki Sasaki hasn't told the Rangers he's out, as they're one of the latest teams. He's already told the Yankees, the Giants, the Mets, I'm not going to be signing with you. Rangers are on the list as well. No Dodgers yet. It ends up being the Dodgers. I told you.
So we're still in this thing?
Padres or Mariners?
No, Rangers have been informed that
they're out. They're done.
They did not receive a rose.
Oh, man.
From Sasaki tonight. They're standing there right now, and Chris Young is giving his hugs goodbye to all the other general managers that received their rose.
He doesn't get to get the Sasaki, unfortunately. Despite Rex Ryan saying how excited he was that Mike Vrabel got the Patriots job and he wanted to kick his ass twice a year yesterday, he's the first person that's been told thank you, but no thank you. You're eliminated from the Jets head coaching search. So Rex Ryan's not getting the Jets job.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
but,
Rexy.
I'm struggling to figure out why they even wanted to interview him, to be honest with you.
They've interviewed, talk about a full-on search. The Jets really are interviewing everybody, it seems.
Well, maybe they're doing the thing, taking a page out of the G-Bag Nation's book, the what not to do interviews, right? Where you're bringing guys in and everything you hear them say, you're like, okay, we're going to make sure we do the exact opposite of this guy.
No go here. We're out.
Phil Savage is conducting that interview thing up there. He was good for Baltimore as Ozzy's assistant, then went to Cleveland and didn't have very much success. So,
well, It's Ben's brother. He was a Big Boy Meets World fan growing up. Vrabel, though, did get introduced today as the Patriots head coach. Congratulations to them. That's the guy you swung and missed on. If you had any interest in bringing him in, maybe the Cowboys didn't. We believe he would have taken that job, but the Cowboys weren't interested. Tomlin apparently is safe in Pittsburgh. Steelers have no plans to fire their longtime head coach despite their 6th straight playoff loss. And I'm with you. I think if you're in Pittsburgh, you're probably like, this is annoying. We're one and done. We keep making the playoffs. But you got to kind of use the context here, guys. Like, who has your quarterback been since Ben Roethlisberger? This dude's winning games with Duck Hodges. Now, maybe that's the problem because now you're not bad enough to get into the top 10 to draft your next quarterback, but you're still in the conversation because that guy is going to give every single ounce from that team and get it out of there. He ends up winning 10 games again this year. He's never had a losing season. You don't fire that guy.
That would be the ultimate, though. We got to fire you because you keep taking mediocre teams and making the playoffs. We can't get the next quarterback as long as you're here.
You can't win a playoff game, Mike. You got to get out of here. But thank you for winning 10 games a year for us. Here was Ashton Genty with good old Pat Doney, our buddy, shooting his shot for the Dallas Cowboys.
I would love to play for the Cowboys. It'd be like a dream come true. Obviously, I used to play in their practice stadium in all our home games in high school. Even my freshman year, when we came down here for the Frisco Bowl, we practiced in there again. So it would just feel like I'm at home, honestly. And, I ain't going to say too much, but, Dallas, they've always had a good running back. And when they got a good running back, they play a lot better. You know what I'm saying?
He's not wrong. I mean, if you go through the list of years where they were really contending, it was DeMarco Murray, it was Ezekiel Elliott, you go back to Emmitt Smith. That's very, very true right there. You marry an elite back and an elite offensive line, and the Cowboys have been good. That's a crazy concept to have. But, yeah, I think that at 12, if Genty's around, that's also something they'd probably do. Go ahead and draft Ashton Genty.
I mean, as tough as the morale is or the spirit is around Cowboys Nation right now, I think that could make a lot of sense for the Cowboys to take a run or to get people excited. You're not going to do anything in free agency to get people excited. Drafting an offensive lineman might be the best winning move long term, but I think running back makes some sense for team building, especially if you look around at 12 and you're not sold on any of the other players because of injury or consistency. I wouldn't do it, but I absolutely could see these Cowboys doing it.
Yeah, I absolutely could as well. Nakobe Dean out for the rest of the playoffs. He had a knee injury. We saw him getting carted off the field yesterday. That's sad news if you're an Eagles fan. Although, man, maybe you'll get to the video of the heckling that was going on with that Packers fan a little bit later.
I thought it was so disgusting. I didn't even want to.
There were C words flying around. It was just despicable. Chargers lose, and that was a surprise, right? I mean, the Texans. We thought that they were dead and buried. Well, they come out. They have a spirited effort. Thanks, really, to Justin Herbert, who just peed down his leg. But Khalil Mack now.
We need to start getting on Justin Herbert a little bit now.
Oh, I had started a year ago. I think Herbert.
No, I'm not just saying you. I'm saying like
it seems like everyone is now.
Everybody now.
Because at the time it was like, oh, it's the head coach, right? It was the head coach. Oh, they're not helping him. Now you got a good coach. You got a competent guy in Harbaugh. And what'd you do in the first game with Harbaugh? You threw 4 interceptions. You cost your team the game, including a pick 6 there. So like Justin Herbert, it's maddening because physically, like he's everything you want in the position. He's mobile. He's got a cannon for an arm. At times he can be extremely accurate. The touchdown pass he had to Ladd McConkey was like, holy hell, how did you fit that ball there? But then it's also like, dude, you are finding ways to lose games for our team. And then in the biggest moment, wild card round, 2 of them, he's thrown them away against Jacksonville in an epic comeback for the Jags. And then this year, too, Houston Texans deserve credit as well. Their defense played a really, really good football game. Derek Stingley's a man beast. But now Khalil Mack is uncertain on his future. He might retire with the Chargers. So we'll have to monitor that moving forward. And congratulations to Josh Allen. Night before, Lamar Jackson goes ahead, sets the record in National Football League history, most rushing yards for a quarterback in the playoffs. Next day, what happens? Josh Allen says, give me that record, and he takes it right back. So again, in the battle for the MVP this Sunday, we got Ravens, we got Bills. Whoever leaves the field, depending on if it's Lamar or Josh Allen, one victorious should get the MVP. The other, maybe they own the record, but this is seesawing back and forth between both of them, and it will be throughout the postseason. And then Jalen Hurts apparently got credit the amazing Dallas Goedert play, which was an incredible play by Dallas Goedert. It was a man run after the catch.
The stiff arm was wonderful.
But I guess Sirianni's given all the praise to Hurts. He audibled into that play that got Dallas Goedert the touchdown, so good awareness for him.
I knew there was no way Kellen Moore was drawing that
It
up.
definitely wasn't a Kellen Moore play. That was all Jalen. He audibled out of whatever play Kellen called, said, all right, let's do this, ends up working out. But with 1:11 left, you had Saquon Barkley just decided, like, I'm not going to score a touchdown here. I'm going to go ahead and slide down, which is the right move, unless you bet on him to have an anytime touchdown, in which case this is an ultimate bad beat. And Saquon Barkley, a lot of bettors were very, very sad after he decided to not go ahead and get in the end zone there to seal the game.
I think you house call that one, don't you? I mean, you're up 2 scores.
Like
this is just for fun. Is there a winning strategy to not going in?
I think you just
run the clock out.
Yeah, you ensure victory. You're in control of everything when you have the ball. But yes, you're still
You
up
end
by
the
3
game right
scores,
there is
but
what you do.
Yeah, you're just able to end it. Your
no
defense
more
doesn't have to go
kickoffs,
back
no
on the
more-
field.
yeah,
Never given the game the ball back
Yeah.
in that situation. Last thing tonight, we got Vikings-Rams. Rams are the home team, and this is weird because like inside their division rival stadium in Arizona and Glendale, it's all Rams stuff. They got the Rams field, they got the Rams signage everywhere, but McVay wants to use the road visiting locker room because of continuity there. They're used to it. They usually play there. They go into the road locker room. So instead of getting the home locker room, which they're the home team, they would have been able to do so. He said, no. Attention to detail. Sean McSex, go ahead and trade the 12th overall pick. Bring McVay to Dallas. Please, Jerry. Thank you.
Right on. Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
I love that. Hell of a
NFL
dismount.
news of the day every afternoon, 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Time now to hit the C-Note top storylines from the Cowboys coaching search, which has just gone live as of about 4 hours ago. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40, and we're back in the nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's hit the C note here. Top headline says it's a historic day, Cowboys fans. Mike McCarthy will not be back. News broke around 11 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, and we're reacting to it, talking about, what happened and what could happen next. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Okay, so Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open. I want to know from you, who would you hire as head coach? I think we'd all say Ben Johnson in here. Who do you think is going to be the head coach, though, based on the candidates that are out there at 877-881-1053? Gentlemen, I put mine on the table last hour. I think it's a choice between Kellen Moore and Mike Zimmer if I had to pick what is most probable here. But I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on who you think at this point with the field wide open. If you had to pick one guy, who's it going to be?
Well, I have the odds right here. Kellen Moore is the favorite from Bet Online. And then it's Primetime Dion. And then it's Cliff Kingsbury.
Didn't Jerry already shut down the Dion idea pretty much? I know he says a lot of stuff, and it's hard to tell what you can take seriously and not.
And Dion kind of shut it down himself. Like he said, he really just wants to coach his sons.
Yeah, I think
he's not going to get to do that here.
If he is going to be coach, it would have to be after the draft till he knows where his son is going, and then maybe start next year or start as a position coach with a team. But Deion Sanders would be shocking. I think you're flushing your money away.
Yeah, and all things could be more possible if the Cowboys were willing to money whip somebody and just not allow them to take no for an answer. But we know the Cowboys' position on that. Kingsbury's third, then Joe Brady, offensive coordinator for the Bills, then Lincoln Riley, funny enough, as if he's, give me a break. And then it's Ben Johnson, Bill Belichick, Brian Flores, yada, yada, yada.
The Lincoln Riley thing is hilarious because I don't think the Bears, who have done a lot of interviewing and even requested to interview Lincoln Riley, and that's Caleb Williams' former coach. If you're interested in Lincoln Riley, to me, that would be all I need to know. I've got the player's former head coach at quarterback, and I'm not interested. So if I'm the Cowboys, again, that would be very, very spot on for them. They're a little bit late to the party on this. 2 years ago, Lincoln was a sexy name. Not anymore. So it makes sense for them now to say, all right, let's do this with Lincoln Riley. I think you're right. I think Kellen Moore is number one. He's most likely going to get the job if he wants to take the job. And why? Because also then Jason Witten could be part of the staff, and maybe that's big picture whom they envision as being their guy like they did with Jason Garrett. That seems to be a lot of the momentum right now. In a perfect world, it's exactly what I said. I would love to call the Rams and be like, guys, is there any way I can trade for Sean McVay?
I kind of feel like, though, and I'm going to throw you guys a curveball. I think Aaron Glenn's going to get this job.
I'd be interested in Aaron Glenn, too.
I think Aaron Glenn's going to have a really, really good shot at this job. I think he's going to interview very well. He's going to exude toughness. He's going to exude leadership.
That would be fantastic.
There's going to be a possibility that he's going to put together a very similar staff that, like they have at Detroit. He's got some connections. He knows young offensive coaches he works against. He's as a coordinator, he's worked against most of the really good offenses in the league. He might have an idea of who gives him hell when he has to call defensive plays. I think he's going to be, when he walks through that door, he is going to be a very confident person, and I think he's going to have a plan, and I think he's going to convince Jerry, Steven, and Will that he could work with them and talk to them about personnel and what they need to do and have a really good opinion on that, on team building. So
I would love that.
I'm gonna step away from the Kellen Moore world.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you why you should hire Aaron Glenn. And that's the reasons why I just gave you.
I would love that. That would be the most exciting, because now he knows, most likely being on that staff, like Hank Fraley, their line coach.
Yeah.
Right? Can he call plays? Is he good at this? Because then you're able to bring over an offensive coordinator / offensive line coach that's done a hell of a job there with the Lions. So Aaron Glenn is probably the name that we're throwing around out of possible realistic options, because he does have a history in the organization, having played here. That would get me the most excited and optimistic.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. He checks all the boxes. He's going to build you a culture. I think he might have, the ability to insulate the roster and the guys away from the Jerry Jones noise and the entitlement here. I just think as a program builder, as a culture builder, Aaron Glenn's the guy, and the fact that he's worked with Ben Johnson, he has an up-close appreciation for how important the motion is on offense and running it that way. And obviously his defensive chops are really, really good. And if you're going to win with this team moving forward, I think with Dak Prescott, your defense is going to have to be elite, bro, which could go to maybe hiring a defensive-minded head coach. Speaking of that, Pete Carroll, I think whenever you're talking about older guys, over 65, 70 retirement age, whatever you want to call it, I think that's going to have a higher probability with Jerry Jones and the Cowboys than others because he likes the
Bill
experience.
Parcells. He did that with Bill Parcells, and can Pete Carroll bring in? We'll see the type of staff that he can generate. I think that's going to be huge, whoever gets this job. Like, if I'm Jerry Jones, you have to convince me not only about you doing this job, I need to know your coaches. I need to know who you're hiring as your line coach, your linebacker coach. He goes, hey, I think we have a pretty good one in Al Harris here. Would you be interested in talking to Al Harris? I think there's some ways that I would try and see how this all works out. But man, I mean, to me, it's there's a lot of inviting things about. Just don't go for a guy just because you have familiarity. Go for the guys that you feel like have been in the best programs. Now, you say this about Aaron Glenn. The Saints were winning with Sean Payton when he was there as a player. He's seen like the good and the bad. But yeah, I think everywhere he's been a winner. That's the thing. Give me the guy that's a winner. Give me the guy that can hire the staff. Those are the types of guys I'm interviewing right now.
And I'm with you, and that would be, of all the options here, that's a no-brainer home run, I would say. But, he is a guy that's going to have options. I think the Saints, the Jets, they really want him. You can't just give him some crappy deal and expect him to sign it unless he has some affinity for wanting to coach the Cowboys that I'm unaware of. But the Jets and the Saints they're going to come correct with a contract. The numbers and all that stuff, maybe whatever control – so I don't know.
I don't think he has to worry about control because we know from experience that head coaches, whether they want to take the opportunity or not, do have a big say in what goes on with this personnel department.
Yeah, but there's personnel, and then there's like setting the tone of the organization, which I think was a bigger concern for Mike.
I think that, okay, I'm going to say this. I don't think Mike is a tone setter head coach. I don't. I think Mike wants everybody to like him. I think Mike wants to get along with the players. I think Mike wants to be that. When you start to talk about tone setting and stuff like that, you got to go in there with that mindset. Bill Parcells set a tone with this organization when he came in.
But who said it last week? I want to see Mike have a chance to do it his way. Maybe that's not setting the tone. Maybe it's doing it your way.
That was Mike Zimmer, I believe, right?
No. Dak said that about Mike McCarthy, and then Jane had an article that she wrote that she interviewed a player that said that about Mike as well.
Well, okay, do you guys see Mike McCarthy as a hard-ass coach?
No.
See, it's hard to be a hard-ass coach when you're not a hard-ass coach. You can't fool players. You can't walk into a locker room and one year be a nice guy, and then the next year try and be hard-ass guy.
But you don't have to be a hard-ass to get to choose your starting running back, or have an owner that's not chatting with the media constantly. I think those are things of interest.
There was a time where Jerry and Steven, if you remember, Jerry and Steven were doing less interviews and less. They were letting Mike be the message. They were letting Mike be the message, and they can't help themselves. I think you're absolutely right about that. But if you show you have the ability to be that guy, that leader, I think they'll allow you to do that. Now, we'll see. I think that Aaron Glenn as a head coach, potentially as a leader, would be much different than what Mike McCarthy would be.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I don't know if you're competing against the Jets unless the money's ridiculous. That is such a dumpster fire. If you have concerns with how the Joneses do things, wouldn't your concerns be even bigger with Woody Johnson?
Yes.
Just getting bought out of it.
Yeah, in a lot of ways for sure. But he played for them. He's clearly been everybody's been tying him to either the Jets or the Saints. And I
mean, it is New York. If you love New York, there's only 2 chances to coach there.
Yeah. And if the money could be, double per year, I think that's
the money
on the
aspect.
table.
The Jets would money whip him. The Jets would absolutely go ahead and pay more, I would assume, than the Cowboys would. But played both in Dallas and New York, and then coached, I guess, with the Saints. So familiarity with all 3.
Mm-hmm.
Is it $4 million? Did that put Mike in the bottom 20% of the league?
Yeah, Mike was not one of a very high paid head coach.
That's just crazy.
It's funny that Aaron Glenn. He's from Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's
A&M guy, right?
Humboldt, Texas, I think is where his 52 years old. We've seen like this. He's
right.
the perfect mix of leader, young, get your attention guy, played for the coach. That say what you want about. You have to admire. There's nobody in hell that wanted to go play in Detroit. I think there's people that want to actually go and play in Detroit now with what they're doing. I can imagine. So Detroit, don't trade me there. No, I'm not going to sign in Detroit. I think if you go somewhere and you show people that you can lead, and it pays off, you can get them to play anywhere. Now, again, can the front office stay out of the way? That's going to be the big question. That answer is probably no. But I think that, to me, I would make every effort I could to try and bring that Texan back home. Is what I do if I was Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, no doubt. So Mike was at 20th in the NFL at 4. Ahead of him, Dan Quinn, Zach Taylor, Dan Campbell, Matt Eberflus, D'Amico Ryans. A lot of coaches in their first gigs. Nick Sirianni, Robert Saleh, Matt LaFleur at 6, Sean McDermott at 8, Doug Peterson at 8.5. There's a team that's willing to pay you as well there with the Jaguars. Mike McDonald just got the job with the Seattle Seahawks. He got $9 million. So there's quite, and then the double-digit million club starts at 7th with John Harbaugh at 12, and you go through Tomlin and Shanahan and McVay and Harbaugh and Sean Payton at 18, and then your guy Andy Reid at $20 million a year.
Yeah, we just got a text from Sean Sharif, and he said that Archer reported McCarthy was actually making 8 per. So Sean's saying we were all wrong about the salary. So that's. I don't know if Sean, I appreciate him listening and stuff like that. He's saying...
Yeah, where did that number come from?
I need to ask Archer that question, find out.
Because I saw that on Twitter earlier as well, that it was $8 million, and everywhere I've looked since, has the rankings.
Let me circle back on that for you.
Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though, Brian. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, there's a couple of things from these playoff games I want to point out of why a team won or a team lost. We'll do that next.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Mike McCarthy out. Who's going to be the next head coach? How much are the Cowboys willing to pay? Salute to Todd Archer for writing the story. McCarthy actually made $8 million this year, and salute to Sean Sharif for texting us there at the tail end of that segment. Just looking more into it and reading the article there at the break, when the deal was announced in 2020, it was said to be 5 years and $20 million. But there's a quote in there from Jerry where he says, I'm going to pay you this much, but if you make the playoffs or win the Super Bowl, I'll pay you twice as much. So maybe that's what it was. You make the playoffs in the 3 previous years. There's incentives and accelerations, and I don't know if that means that he's willing to give $8 million to the next head coach as a starting point. But I know for sure, in his mind, we're going to have a base salary for coaches, and then the more success you have, the more money you make. I think maybe that's the most likely read on that situation. Anyway, it's time for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here's the king, Broaddus.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hey, Chief, what are those pouch things you guys put in your lip?
Little Zen?
Zen?
Yeah, a little Leonard Zenard.
Did you see that your boy Vic Fangio zins it during the games?
Wait, Dick Fangio's a Zen guy?
He's a Zen guy.
What's his flavor?
It looks like is the green one winter mint, something like
Yeah,
that.
it could be mint or winter green.
Yeah,
depending on
green,
what
winter
shade
mint.
of green it is.
Okay, what's his milligrams? Do you know?
I have no idea. It's like
He might be swinging for the 9s. I could see him swinging for the 9s.
he's all man.
It looks like the cans you guys have.
Yeah, I believe
green
it.
with the.
Good on him. He's dialed. He's got his defense.
So
cooking with gas.
Maybe
right
bring
now.
him back as head coach.
That's the secret sauce.
Chief knows the best flavor. I don't know if he wants to let the cat out of the bag though. They could be hard to find.
It's the coffee.
Oh,
Only saying it once.
the coffee ones. Is that just like double the?
No, it's just the
intensity?
flavor. Double the flavor. Double the experience.
fun.
Yeah.
I
But
bet
yeah,
Dick Fangio.
A lot of
he would
coaches
be-
are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, players. I mean, it was actually hilarious. Whenever I was at Christie's hanging out with the fellas watching the games on Saturday, I go to the urinal to take a leak. Both urinals, there's nothing but just spit out zins in there.
pouches.
You're just urinating on 12 different zins from patrons in the bar.
Gotcha. Good deal. All right, before I get started with my the postseason from this weekend's game, I have like one nerdy thoughts. I like doing the nerdy thoughts for you now.
You're so nerdy.
You're a nerdy thought guy.
Chief, how is Mike McCarthy going to be remembered as a coach here?
Better than Garrett, but still underachieving and unimaginative.
Yeah.
Fourth best coach, I think, behind Landry and Jimmy and Bill.
Yeah. I don't.
Maybe third best.
I don't know with Bill. I mean, like I said, I wish Jerry would have got Bill when he was younger.
Yeah.
And when he wasn't trying to make $15 million back, kind of a thing. But I wish he would have got him where he would have got the full Bill Parcells, because I think they could have done some really good things. But I'd have to put McCarthy ahead of him.
Ahead of Bill?
Yeah. Even though Bill took that pile of crap
Yeah, I mean,
that
he turned around a losing team, made them winners.
we were bad for three
there
straight
might
years.
not have been a year that McCarthy coached that was more impressive than Bill going 10 wins and Quincy Carter as the quarterback and going to the playoffs. Now, they were one and done. They lost to Carolina.
Yeah.
But that was a damn good coaching job.
It was. I just don't, like I said, I just don't think that Mike McCarthy, I just wonder if they need a tougher coach. And everybody you talk to over there feels like that Mike does a really good job with the players and understanding their
bodies,
and and how much they go through on a weekly basis. Because they said that, Garrett absolutely wore them out in practice. The way that they practice with the padded practices and stuff like that. So I don't know. My hope is Aaron Glenn gets this opportunity.
I'd love that. I mean, out of all the options, that one seems like the best. But again, I mean, you missed out on an opportunity to possibly interview him if you wanted to make that call. So hopefully he hangs around.
I think he'll hang around. I think you're going to get an opportunity to talk to him. I hope the Cowboys do that.
So do you think at this point a lot of these vacancies, the dominoes fall after the Super Bowl? Is time on our side here with the Cowboys?
I think time is on our side here because I think there's some coaches that are willing to. I think Dallas is a big stage, as you like to say, Dawson. And even though all the things that come along with it, there is something to being the head coach here. Sean Payton and I have talked about this a bunch. That's a big stage right there, Brian. That is a big stage for a head coach to be on. If you could work through all the things with the front office, you have a chance. Because people have seen, we've all seen Jason Garrett. We got 10 years, 9 years,
decade, yeah.
So I mean, if you just do what you have to do, but I would think that maybe some of these coaches would like the chance to interview with the Cowboys. I know talking to Mike Lombardi at North Carolina, I'd say, hey, does it change for you guys now with this job open? And he says, no, I don't think so. So, Bill Belichick.
You better hope not.
Yeah. So I kind of felt like that, that maybe maybe Bill Belichick, would Dallas pay the $10 million buyout, to get a chance to talk to Bill Belichick and then have to pay.
That would be the one guy I think where I could imagine that actually happening, the buyout.
Pay that buyout.
Yeah, because the way that Jerry has talked about him in the past and the skins on the wall, I just think right now you got to look at this roster and just understand that Belichick's not turning this thing around, And if you're Bill, do you want to come coach the Cowboys just to say you coach the Cowboys?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just such a depressing roster right now and depressing salary cap situation. Like, you can pay a quarterback as long as you can restructure it to get his cap number low enough so you can go for it. But what if you've already done that so much, your quarterback is barely above average, and now you have a choice. Do we want him to count 90 mil against the cap or 50 mil against the cap?
Yeah.
It's just not workable.
Yeah.
There's that, and I hate to say it, but right now I am as down on the Cowboys' chances of getting a Super Bowl in the foreseeable future as I've ever been, and that's saying a lot. I've been down on their chances for over a decade, but this is as bad as it's been.
I think there are a lot of teams out there that are looking for coaches right now or hating the fact that Dallas now has an opening.
Oh, because all the guys want to see what the Cowboys have to say first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. I think
not the top guys, though.
I think the top guys.
That's not holding Ben Johnson from doing anything.
I think if Ben Johnson has a choice,
Vrabel and Johnson are the top guys, and
I think that if Vrabel was available, absolutely Vrabel would have taken this job. 100% certain that Vrabel would have taken
over the Patriots job.
Over the Patriots job.
I don't think that would have been a good decision.
Well, no, I
understand.
It's your good. It's your opinion, and I respect that.
Yeah,
but I'm just gonna tell you, I know for a fact that he would have absolutely loved this job.
But now all those teams that are trying to make somebody their coach, you have to wait now through this window of opportunity. You can talk to the guys again.
Oh, yeah.
There's no more dominoes are going to fall until people have a chance to talk with the Cowboys.
Right.
It's probably going to drag it out.
You could interview some other guys if you want. Some of those, maybe you want to interview Jason Witten and guys like that. But anyway, I just feel like that there's a lot of teams out there now that need a coach that are going, damn, we didn't expect Dallas to be in the mix on this one. So now they're going to I think they're going to have to compete. All right. Did you notice anything about the Houston Texans offense the other day when you watched them play? Anything with CJ Stroud in particular?
I noticed they were staying away from running the football until the fourth quarter.
Yeah. He was 13 of 16 for 223 yards and a touchdown on in-breaking routes.
Everything was inside, and it was just like three-step drop, ball out.
Yeah.
Three-step drop, or even just catch, shotgun catch, back step, boom, ball out. I mean, it was like 3 seconds or less. Ball needed to be out of there.
This is what Nico Collins does to your offense. Remember him being out and all that, and he comes back against the Cowboys?
He's the man.
This is what 13 of 16 for 223 yards and one touchdown. All in breaking routes. That's where the Texans made hay yesterday. How about this one? Without Zay Flowers in the lineup, the Ravens offense utilized two tight end set on the season high 69% of their plays. It's the second straight game of over 60%, 68 or 69%. It's actually 68.7 in Week 18 versus Cleveland. Across 50 plays with two tight ends on the field, the Ravens posted a 58% offensive success rate at 6 yards per play. Imagine getting in 12 personnel and just running the ball and being able
Wouldn't
to
that be nice?
Yeah.
Oh.
During the regular season, the Ravens offense averaged 7.1 yards per play with two tight ends on the field. That's what everybody in the NFL most in the NFL, the only other team to average over 6 yards per attempt were the Ravens with that.
Henry paid off pretty good, didn't he?
He did pay off real good. Bo Nix, he was pressured on 14 of his 27 dropbacks in the playoff debut against the Bills. That's 52% pressure rate he faced in that game.
Ouch.
That's the highest pressure rate he faced as a rookie. Despite his heavy pressure, and this might give you some hope for Bo Nix, he completed 8 of 11 attempts under pressure, generating a season high of 127 yards and a completion rate of 73%, with a success rate of 50%. Now, how about this? Nix was not nearly as effective from clean pocket, completing just 5 of 11 such passes for 17 yards. So when they pressured him, he was a stud. When they didn't pressure him, he was just a guy.
When they clogged it all up for him and said, just go ahead and read this thing.
Read it up. Saquon Barkley finished with 119 yards rushing on 25 carries in the Eagles' wildcard win against the Packers. Most of Barkley's production came on runs to the left behind Jordan Mailata. 97 yards on 18 carries, 5.4 per carry. He forced 6 missed tackles on the day, all on the ground, gaining another 77 yards rushing after contact.
I mean, no disrespect to Christian McCaffrey, but for my money, Saquon Barkley is like the best guy we've seen in the last decade. You know, there are so many of his runs where a guy's getting a piece of him and he can reset his balance without losing much speed at all. And you're getting, you know, a lot of these breakout runs would be a short gain or no gain with a ton of running backs, like almost every other running back. He's just, this year at least has been different. Again, I'm not paying him that much money. Right. I'm not drafting for that. But when you get it, it is just incredible.
It's helpful.
Yeah.
My final one here is about Jane Daniels real quick. Jane Daniels completed 9 of 15 passes for 108 yards and 2 touchdowns on 3rd and 4th down dropbacks in their Commanders, their win against the Buccaneers.
He had to put the cape on. First and second down was bad for them.
Yeah, they picked up 8 first downs on his 3rd and 4th down passes is what they did. He threw past the sticks 12 of his 15 attempts for 80 yards, tying a career high. During the regular season, Daniels converted a first down on 43% of his 3rd and 4th down dropbacks, trailing only Justin Herbert's 2020 season among rookie quarterbacks since 2016. So Jalen Daniels getting it done on those clutch downs, 3rd and 4th down when they needed him the most.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here with the former Cowboys scout, NFL insider. What are we doing next, Chief?
Sounds of the sports day. We got dueling doinks and a coach short-circuiting right in front of our eyes next in the nation.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Now, if you were hoping Mike McCarthy would not be back as Cowboys head coach, this might be a really great day for you. Okay, so congrats on that. News broke about 5 hours ago. He is gone, and now the search is underway. Top 10 at 4:20 is coming up in about 15 minutes with Wolchuk. Here's the Chief.
Sounds of the sports day, and we look back at a great sports weekend. We'll go chronologically here, and it was Saturday night. Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry doing what they do versus the Steelers. Henry was an absolute animal, and he racks up 186 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's his 4th career playoff game with 150 or more rushing yards. And he reached on a 44-yard touchdown run. He reached almost 21 miles per hour. It was beautiful. He still got wheels. He goes the distance. And this was Lamar Jackson after the game describing what it's like from his vantage point watching Derrick Henry.
It looked like a movie clip. Like, when I'm gonna give Cars. You watch the movie Cars?
Yeah.
A little bit too old to watch Cars, but anyway, for kids, I was a kid when I watched Cars. That's all I'm saying. But when Lightning McQueen just flashing past, and then it's like, that's how Derrick looked when he was running past, and all those guys it looked like a movie, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'd rather be watching it than being on the opposite side of the ball. I know that.
Yeah, amen. And Minkah Fitzpatrick saying the same thing. He took a mean stiff arm from Derrick Henry. He's one of 1,000 stiff arm casualties, I would imagine, in Derrick Henry's career. But I thought that was quite the analogy there, quite the comparison. Derrick Henry to Lightning McQueen. That was brilliant.
Maybe a new nickname for him. I believe Baltimore is the Queen City, maybe?
He's probably Thunder McQueen.
Yes.
He's a Thunder guy.
And that stiff arm was one of the most impressive, because a lot of stiff arms are like, I'm going to get on your helmet and then push you down. It's almost like he just slapped him.
Yeah.
Like, just get down. You know?
He's got his stiff arm highlight reel is one for the ages. It's amazing.
It's a great rabbit hole. If you need 15 minutes of entertainment, you just hit that Derrick Henry stiff arm on YouTube. And
I think he might have punched him in the chin, really.
Yeah,
I don't know if he got him on the helmet. I think he might have throat punched him down.
Yeah, you had Goddard with a heck of a stiff arm play, barreling into the end zone during the Packers game as well. So the football some of those games were not great, but they all had phenomenal moments. Now, of course, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens beat the Steelers. Now Steelers are upset at Mike Tomlin, right? And we're doing Tomlin compared to McCarthy. Well, I'd like to take you to the John Gruden shred line, where we have a Steelers fan giving Tomlin the business.
Hey, guys. It's Casper here from Wheeling, West Virginia. I just want to call and say a big fucking thanks and congratulations to Mike Tomlin on another fucking winning season. It was fantastic. 10-8. Just what we all hoped for. I was looking so forward to it. Week 1, I knew it. I said, if we could just get to 9-10 wins, what a success. And we'll have another Hall of Fame year for Mike Tomlin. And what's even better, hey, it's not enough that he gets a winning season. Why not just get our asses kicked by our #1 rival in the playoffs to top it all?
That's a great show.
I can't wait. Let's do it again next year.
Get that guy's name. Get his name and address, Dave. Let's send him something. That's a great shred.
Okay, Gruden was fired up for that one. He liked it. Casper, the Steelers fan, unhappy with Mike Tomlin. He's not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Steelers fans, that's just not going to happen. I know Jimmy Johnson was trying to trade McCarthy for Tomlin in the Fox pregame yesterday, but that's obviously not happening.
I wouldn't mind that. What am I missing here? Isn't this the front office? Isn't this the GM Omar Khan that can't get a quarterback for you, that wasted assets for Russell Wilson and Justin Fields?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what type of relationship Tomlin has with the team building personnel aspect of the roster and everything, but yes, he's consistently just being handed mediocre quarterback play, among other things. Now, part of it, the play caller stuff, he stuck with an awful, was it Matt Canada for a long time, so he hasn't been able to zero in on the guy there. assuming that's his role anyways. I don't know. But, yes, he's consistently taking subpar offensive talent and either getting to the playoffs or close to it.
I wonder what his opinion was on Kenny Pickett, though, when they drafted him in the first round.
Yeah, I would love to know.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, he's you handed bad quarterback. Maybe you're part of that, too.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because they did.
You can win with these guys.
They did try. I mean, they did try and draft a first-round quarterback, and obviously it's like, man, heck yeah, let's sign Kenny Pickett. He's in our backyard, da-da-da-da-da. And, he's awful.
18th overall. Yeah. I mean, you try it out. Throw the dart out there.
Yeah.
And they paid $1 million to get Russell Wilson. And then the Fields trade.
But they've had some bad quarterbacks. No question.
It's Rudolph. It's Duck Hodges.
He finds a way to overachieve.
I think this OC wanted to play with our guy from Chicago.
It sounded like he wanted to play with Fields.
Yeah.
And Russell Wilson thinks he's going back to Pittsburgh. We'll see if that happens.
Well, Peter King's sending Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh, so I guess we'll see. But yes, you'd love to see what Mike Tomlin could do with a legit quarterback first and foremost, and obviously a legit play caller. Arthur Smith, definitely an upgrade from what they've had over the last few years. But yeah, he hasn't been given too much to work with. Now, let's get to Sunday now, and Walchuk's got the George Pickens sound. That is must-hear sound that we'll get to at some point later on. But Sunday now, we go to Buffalo, and Bo Nix and the Broncos come out of the gates hot, man. They hit a huge strike, first rookie-to-rookie touchdown in playoff history. From Nix to Franklin. It was like, oh my goodness, we might have ourselves a little something here. And then the Broncos offense couldn't really do much after that. But this was the moment where you knew it was all for naught for them when they're working their way to try and get a field goal, tie things up at the half. And they get the doink. We're calling this, people are calling this, you guys decide for yourselves, if this is the loudest doink in doink history. All right? And
more
it's
louder also than NBA doinks or dunks in basketball?
Field goal doinks. This is doink, not dunks.
Okay.
Doinks.
Hearing it live, I would say yes.
This is pretty ridiculous and a nice treat. We get the Spanish call.
El más largo de esta temporada que logró Lutz fue de 55. Centro bueno. Pega en el poste y se queda fuera.
It's not like the cannon's going off.
Isn't that the loudest doink of all time? I don't know. Is that the ball? Is that the leg strength of the kicker, Will Lutz? Or is that just some interesting field goal posts that maybe are unique to what should still be Ralph Wilson Stadium in Buffalo?
I think they had a mic possibly on it. That sounded like a beast doink, if you ask me. There was some strong reverberation.
Yeah.
Might have hit the Richter scale.
I think they've got a mic on that camera. That's how they're able to get some of these sounds.
That
the goalpost cam
on it was intense.
It was an all-time
cold. Shake it, shake the camera kind of a bit.
yeah. I don't really know. I would love to get the details on how that doink was louder and more thuddier than any other doink that we've ever had. We get doinks all the time. Heck, we had a doink in the walk-off for the Commanders that we'll get to here in just a second. Unfortunately for Will Lutz, this was not a doink that doinked in. It doinked afuera, as you heard.
I think it knocked the microphone loose, and the microphone continued to rattle about on the metal goalpost. That would be my best bet for why we got those specific acoustics.
All right, now we head to the afternoon game, and it's filthy. It's Green Bay, and all of a sudden we break into live coverage of A.J. Brown reading a book called Inner Excellence on the sidelines of the game. His team is up, but he himself is not doing much producing, and so he's reading a book. Here was Burkhardt and Brady describing things.
So A.J. Brown, while we're figuring that out, he, he's a little frustrated. Obviously, he hasn't seen too many balls today. He's going to read a little passage here.
I haven't seen too many people read books, but I've seen a quarterback eat a hot dog.
We have.
Thanks for everything, Tom. we really
appreciate
book
reading, but hot dog eating, that's a big thing.
Who's the hot dog eater?
Sanchez.
Marky Mark, football guy of the day.
Yeah.
Somebody was going to say Nerlens Noel.
Oh, that did happen.
But he's not a quarterback, Walchuk.
I forgot all about Nerlens Noel doing
now,
that.
A.J. Brown may have simply just changed this particular author's life forever, old Jim Murphy, because obviously this becomes an extremely
He says he has
viral.
his book on the sidelines all the time.
He does allege that, and I believe we'll hear from A.J. Brown maybe a little bit later on in the program as he explains himself here. But yeah,
you can hear from him if you like.
It's Jim Murphy's book called Inner Excellence, and it went from 500,000 on Amazon bestseller list to #1 in just a matter of hours because A.J. Brown put this book on the map in a huge way.
Yeah, the Eagle fans are just flooding it with 5-star reviews. 5-star, 5-star.
Many of them reading their first book since like the 8th grade.
Oh, they're not reading this book at all.
No.
But they are fired up about it. I mean, Jim Murphy, he's up right now and filthy. There's no doubt. And yes, they are peppering this book with nothing but 5-star reviews. They're leaving great comments about how it completely focused their guy and led to an Eagles victory. So Eagles fans are fired up. I'm sure Jim Murphy, his phone just blowing up constantly. Never
Bank
seen that
account is
before.
too.
What the hell is going on?
Never ever seen that before. Somebody reading a book. His team is up, but his numbers weren't great. So he's trying to stay locked in, and maybe this will be he's going to be a tastemaker. Maybe we'll see guys doing this moving forward.
New developmental toughness here with this book, cultivating focus and clarity under pressure, harnessing the power of mindfulness to improve performance. Maybe this was the key to him and Jalen Hurts getting on the same page.
Good point.
They were on the same page for that one catch for 10 yards. Is that what he finished with?
Well, I mean, look at that passing game. What can you do with that passing?
But he
game?
didn't complain afterwards.
He did exactly.
He didn't make it worse.
No, he's zenned out.
Yeah,
maybe he's zinning.
He had to remind himself that he's on a winning playoff team and advancing, and he's got to be careful with just how ticked off he is about his own performance. And
this too shall pass.
He's going to end up getting traded to New England.
Oh yeah. You think? Oh, Vrabel.
Put that on my wall of takes.
I like that. It's a good take. All right, let's go to Sunday Night Football. This is where Jayden Daniels literally had everyone in the blender on the field and on the sideline because we take it to halftime, and Todd Bowles, head coach for the Bucs, gets the keys to the defense, bringing home a victory here in half number 2. Todd, take it away.
And on defense, how do you limit Jayden Daniels?
Got to get him in long third and longer yardage. Got to win first down and keep getting out of the pocket to his left, our left, his right, and we got to cut that down.
Thanks, Todd.
Yep.
Thanks, Todd. If you were really thankful to Todd, you would say, hey, Todd, this isn't actually live, so why don't we go ahead and redo that? Because that 15 seconds is not going to really shine a good light on
third?
you.
Who's on first?
I mean, he's completely short-circuiting. And to me, this isn't a Todd Bowles, what happened to you? This is just simply Jayden Daniels. This is what Jayden Daniels does to people. Is he going left? Is he going right? He could literally go anywhere. He could go backwards if he wants. This guy is an absolute freak show, and I cannot wait to see what he does to Aaron Glenn's defense versus the Lions coming up on Sunday. It's going to be legendary.
Probably most exciting quarterback going right now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's saying something because Allen and Lamar, no joke, but Jayden Daniels as a rookie, we'll have more in football's finest. But
under pressure, this dude is nailed.
That sound right there is all you need to know about just how special Jayden Daniels is. Todd Bowles had no idea which direction he was going because whichever one you wanted him to go was not the one that you wanted him to go. And then we'll close it down with, of course, the Commanders Radio walk-off. This is our guy, Bram Weinstein and London Fletcher.
Well, they'll cheer. They will cheer it up.
They're going to homer call this thing.
We'll hear the McLaurin call tomorrow for TD Tuesday.
Yes, but this is the walk-off victory.
Gonzalez looking to send Washington into the divisional round. Snap good, hold down, kick on its way. It is good! The Cardiac Commanders are the Clutch Commanders. They do it again. We'll see you in Detroit.
And Zay Gonzalez kicks in the door and kicks us into the second round of the playoffs.
He kicks in the door.
Oh, I have booth envy. I have so much booth envy. The amount of excitement. You can see the video of them in there, and they are just through the roof, elated. And I'm filled with jealousy.
The punctuation from that's London Fletcher, right?
Fletcher,
was just incredible. That's what 30 years of suck will do to you. A lot of pent up excitement in there. Okay, Wolchuk, top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are you taking us?
All right, Boss Man gave me this top 10 idea. 877-881-1053. Top 10 outdated aspects of pro sports. What's the most outdated rule or anything in sports that you think needs to change? That's next in the Nate.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your woolly bully.
What are the most outdated aspects in sports right now? What do you want to see changed? 877-881-1053. I think George Pickens, wide receiver of the Steelers, would like probably an entire offense moving forward. Here's what George Pickens had to say following a one-and-done playoff exit for the Steelers.
Yeah, I seen signs of growth for sure. From past, the first year I've been here, just way more growth for sure.
Does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
Have you seen any growth in the offense since you've been here? Yeah, tons of growth. But are you optimistic moving forward? No, I'm not. That's amazing.
What an epic response by him. And I respect and appreciate the self-awareness.
I do too.
Like that Steelers offense can only go so far here with the ingredients.
Yeah, with what we currently have. And man, he had an unbelievable touchdown yet again, but we'll see what they end up doing at quarterback moving forward. We did get the schedule for the divisional round. As usual, Houston's going to be playing that early Saturday game.
Of course they are.
So you can get excited for that. So 3:30 Texans at Arrowhead against the Chiefs. And then at 7 o'clock, we get Commanders and Lions on Fox. That's the nightcap. Winner of tonight's game between the Vikings and Rams on Sunday will take on the Eagles at 2 o'clock. And then the Ravens and Bills to shut down divisional round weekend at 5:30 on CBS. Can't wait for that. That's going to be an absolutely epic showdown. So there's your weekend schedule. Well, let's get to the top 10 most outdated aspects of pro sports. Had a couple of people reach out, and already somebody said on the text, Jerry Jones was their answer to most outdated. That's a little bit hard to argue after what we're kind of seeing and how things are playing out here with the Cowboys. We also did have one that got texted in about the shaving rule that the Yankees have.
Oh, yeah, that's
like that
brutal.
thing's weird, right? You got to be clean shaven, no beard. So like that's one that's outdated, and the Yankees should change it, but I don't think they ever will.
I think I would just get the clippers and go with the number 0 and just get that thing as close as possible every day. Otherwise, I'd have to leave the Yankees, man. If I do a straight razor, especially across my neck for 2 days in a row.
Oh, you get the bumps,
it's brutal.
Yeah,
massive
the
rash.
Burn.
Yeah. It's not a good look. Trust me, you would not want that on TV, Steinbrenners.
No.
Wolchuk's got the secret sauce. If you got a bad rash, he knows he's got the ointment for you.
That's right.
We got that special.
Well, experience matters in these things.
Yeah, it does, 100%. I mean, look, hang around Eric a lot. Stuff rubs up on you.
The methods are tried and true.
It does. We do have that cornered. Don't get relief from a divot on the PGA Tour from the 903.
That's okay. Sometimes what happens is if it doesn't get replaced, it will hit a tee shot and it will roll into a divot, so you don't get to move the ball out of that. So they usually do a pretty good job of filling those in or replacing the divots with the caddies, but sometimes you get a spot that gets tore up a little bit. Now you got to play that ball.
I tell you what's outdated. I know we're only 6, 7, 8 years into this thing, but leaving the pin in, I will never get used to that.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's weird.
Visually, it just kind of throws you off a little bit.
How about the Cowboys playing Thanksgiving Day games?
You want to get rid of that one?
I mean, I just, you know what?
Maybe change it up.
I kind of feel like I'm working every Thanksgiving, you know. And
you'd like to get a Thanksgiving off?
I would.
I know.
And maybe like celebrate with like normal people. But
I know.
I kind of feel like that maybe everybody in the league needs to get a turn at Thanksgiving Day football.
Football guys going soft on us here, Walt Chuck.
No, I'm just saying though. It's one of those things. I just kind of like to, you know,
equal opportunity.
Yeah, I'd like to see the rest of the league get to celebrate play a Thanksgiving Day game.
Selfishly, you know,
I'd like to get rid of Thursday football altogether. How about that?
That's where I was going to go from.
That's not outdated. That's just
it's outdated as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think Thursday night football's run its course.
It's also they say they've got the ratings have gotten better, but I think that was just because, again, some of those divisional games that they've scheduled have worked out for them.
Yeah.
A little bit better schedule. I think the viewership was up 30% or something like that for Prime. But I'm against Thursday football.
I have some rules from way back yonder over a century ago that were outdated at one point. Like in basketball, in the early days, after every bucket, there would be another tip-off. So you'd go bucket, everybody back to the middle, tip off who's got the ball now.
Oh, my God.
In the early days of football, the field goal was worth more than the touchdown. Had to do away with that.
The field goals were more than the touchdown.
Oh, my God.
They developed some pretty good kickers back in the day, I'd say.
Cowboys with Aubrey might have been the best team in the league this year.
Yeah. Hey, maybe we should bring that one back, actually. That'd be pretty fun.
And in soccer, I want to see the golden goal be put back in extra time. You know, that was a lot of fun. Where when you go to overtime, first team to score, game's over, like sudden death.
Okay, golden goal, that's definitely one of these. The full helmet shield in hockey, that's one that maybe a little outdated. The amount of high sticks that we're getting. And you're not really seeing anybody I think there's 3 players in the NHL, I saw the stat, that doesn't wear any type of face mask.
Did you happen to see overtime hockey, 3-on-3 hockey with Stars and Canadians the other day?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
It was.
That makes me want to have 3-on-3 hockey all the time.
You want to just go 3-on-3 instead of 5-on-5?
Open it up.
Not open ice.
I'll tell you what, man. Those two teams, it was just back and forth. And it was like, I'm like, my gosh. And then, of course, Dallas in the shootout. But that was some fun watch.
All right, how about we get rid of the chain gang? And we've talked about this, Brian. I know you love your chains,
don't get rid of the chain gang.
First down, we get rid of the chains, and we just have the laser. All right, you got the chip in the football, whatever it might be, but we're just going ahead. That certainly, I agree with Spitzy. This would be more accurate here, but you just like the aesthetic of the chains, I guess.
I like it. I like the fact that that like I ran the chain gang crew in Green Bay. I feel like that those older gentlemen need an opportunity to be on the field and be a part of the game. I think it would be unfortunate.
You don't have to do away with them. You can keep the aesthetic of them being there. They just don't have anything. Yeah, they're just the responsibility. You can still go out for the little measurement or whatever.
Let's have more clutter on the sidelines.
Well, it's not more clutter. It's the same amount of clutter.
It's more clutter. I mean, if they're not doing anything,
they're just
why would you?
What are they really doing now?
They're helping you watch the game better. How dramatic
They're
is
helping you watch it better?
How dramatic is it when it's a 4th down and it might be a stop?
Yeah,
and then you could tell by the chain when they put it down that it's this is going to be short, and they pull it past the ball and it's like everybody erupts.
That's a great moment.
That's a great moment right there. You wouldn't have that moment if you got rid of the older gentlemen in the white outfits.
Maybe there's a way to keep it. For those moments, you run those guys out there.
See, baseball umpires, all right, that's another one on here, and that's being texted in. But here's my fear with the baseball umpire. You get rid of the ump, and I do kind of agree with this, but then what are we going to do if there's a bad call and you get a manager come out? Who are they going to argue with?
They're going to beat the hell out of that robot.
Who are we going to end up getting,
or the other way around?
Great videos. Maybe the robot fights back.
It might be more. I don't know if it would be more funny, because that's definitely something that I would have concern with as well, Walt Chuck, like the idea that I'm not going to get the manager versus the ump, but maybe there's a new spin on it versus the robot ump that could actually be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I want to see more robotics. I think the spot of the ball is crucial, and there need to be sensors on the players to know when exactly they are down. All this stuff could be automated, and I think there is a little bit of a downside to it. The human element's always interesting, but we'll find other stuff to be interested by.
601 has a good one. Any football stadium that still has bleacher seating, get rid of the bleachers. We need chairs. That's old school right there. I'm with you. I mean, like the Cotton Bowl, we put chairs in there.
Yes,
I'm with you.
I mean, not having a back in your seat, you got to lean back. I mean, at the Cotton Bowl, it's often easy because there's low-level sporting events happening there. You got a whole section to yourself. But I mean, if it's crowded, you're in somebody's lap. It's just weird. People are cramming in there.
And then from the bleachers, you got to nature calls to go number one, and now you're troughing this thing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, we need to get rid of the troughs. That's definitely something in these stadiums. 1 foot instead of 2 feet for completion in college football. To make this unanimous 2 feet rule.
Oh, yes.
Just go ahead and keep
Well, how about this one? Even worse, the one where the guy falls down, he hasn't been touched, and he can't get back up.
Yes, I'm with you on that. We can change that. That's bizarre. Like, we need to keep this. Let's go both NFL and college, get on the same page here. Okay, I love this. Mandatory boxing matches like the UFC does, best on best. So we're not having these people dodging each other anymore. Like, hey, Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather, you're in your prime. You need to fight each other when you should fight each other.
Every 6 months. Let's do a best of 7.
Top-ranked guys, you're fighting. NFL pass interference joins college. It's just a 15-yard penalty. We're not doing spot of the foul anymore.
That's hard. You get a 48-yard penalty against you on pass interference.
There needs to be levels to it,
Yeah.
If you're pulling a guy down, say like you're beat badly and there's
you're pulling the guy down, that's a spot foul. You barely bump the guy on a pass that probably wasn't catchable, like Texas, Ohio State the other night. It's like, we're not giving you 15 yards for that. You weren't going to get that ball, but on the off chance you miraculously did, we'll give you 5 yards.
All right, so we'll do like flagrants and technicals. Like, we'll do layers to this with the levels, with the pass interference. And then the use of marijuana in sports. Like, I think that one, it helps, guys. And it's probably helping more so than a lot of the crap that you're making them take pill-wise.
I agree.
Just go ahead and we're not testing for marijuana. My number one, though, is the targeting rule. We need to get the targeting rule the hell out of here. At least tweak it, right? We shouldn't be ejecting players, and we definitely shouldn't be ejecting players for half of the next game.
Yeah.
If it happens more than once, you want to put in an ejection because you got a bad player here who's headhunting, fine. But overall, that's usually that's a terrible rule. I think it's the worst rule in sports.
It is, and it's so difficult. It's so unfair to the defensive players. I get like the 15 yards, and if you got a headhunter, go ahead and find his ass if it's the third or fourth time he's done it that year, and maybe suspend him a game after the fact. But I'm with you on that one, Wolchuk. Thank you so much. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. Does this development put the GOAT back in the mix to become the Cowboys' next head coach? We'll get that and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, when I showed up today, there were people already downstairs in the lobby for our Rangers Winter Caravan, which is coming up a little bit later on.
I noticed that too.
And now the line is very long. It's out the door and into the parking lot or into the parking garage. Yeah. So a lot of Rangers fans fired up for this event. And if you were coming, I would say expect a big crowd and maybe bring a jacket and a coat. And that's even if you can make it indoors. Man, that lobby's pretty cold down there on a day like this. It was 31 degrees this morning when I woke up and dropped off Abby at school. So we're not quite out of this winter phase quite yet.
It's going to get colder this week.
Yeah, and I heard that maybe early next week we're maybe looking at another opportunity for snow.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, I was driving around quite a bit yesterday in DFW, and it was amazing how many of the overpasses, especially the more north and east that I got, still had significant amounts of snow that were still kind of like melting that had been piled up on
areas in shade.
Yeah, the shaded areas,
shade and on overpasses.
Yeah.
Where obviously that cold air underneath it. Yes. Yeah. Okay. One of the things about Bill Belichick at UNC that I think is interesting is a report that he hasn't filled out his coaching staff yet. Maybe he's just waiting for everybody to become available, get through the college football championship, get through the NFL playoffs, and start, picking his guys up. Certainly, he's taken it about as seriously as the Cowboys have over the last 5 years. So maybe he's just going to bring in like a McAdoo and Charlie Weiss. I don't know, but that is there, Brian. You're saying today though your sources indicating
Mike Lombardi told me that they were not interested in the Cowboy job now that it came open.
That would be to me one of the few things that are out there that are somewhere in the realm of possibility. After listening to Brian, I'd say less than 1% it's going to be Belichick. But I think you mentioned Aaron Glenn earlier.
Yeah,
that one could be really interesting. Maybe exciting.
I think so. Again, I think that Mike has been very, talking about what Mike Lombardi's talked about with Belichick, and he's gone on some national programs and talked about that. And I wondered, I'm like, hey, do things change now that the Cowboy job comes open? And he's like, no, it really doesn't. So they're committed to what they're doing there. That would be a $10 million buyout if that was the case. Me personally, I know that this thing is probably going to end up with Kellen Moore getting the job. Aaron Glenn would be my guy. That's who I would go get if I were the Dallas Cowboys. To me, that one makes the most sense as far as when you look at the potential of him being 52 years old and being a coach you can grow with. But he's seen the lows, he's seen the highs. He knows
been around Peyton, been around Campbell now.
He's been
played
around
for Parcells.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He knows what it's going to take. And the first axiom of warfare, I believe, is the enemy. He knows the enemy here. And I don't mean to sound the enemy as the front office, but he understands
what the dynamic would be.
The dynamic is, the things you're going to have to deal with, and he's going to, if he were to walk in here, I'm sure every coach would walk in and say, hey, do we have to do this? Do we have to do that? And then Jerry and Steven will make an attempt not to.
Yeah.
And then, like Heggie was talking about in week 9, they'll flip it around and all of a sudden they're like back in the mix of doing things. But yeah, it's going to take it. This job is not for everybody. This job is not for everybody. And it's for the guys that have that ability to like focus on exactly what they need to do for the team, for their coaching staff, and winning football games and having success doing it. You've got to block everything else out.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do.
It's very difficult to do.
But, I think Aaron Glenn is a guy that, like I say, a Texas guy, he understands how the importance of this and the stage. I think he'd be a great hire.
Well, I'd love to see him emphasize defense. That doesn't necessarily have to mean a defensive-minded head coach, but it wouldn't hurt. I think you look at your defense right now, you should have 2 really good corners once Diggs comes back. You have 2 really good linebackers with Overshown and Leafau to look forward to. You have Micah Parsons just destroying game plans down there. I want to add a couple of more players and see what this could really look like, because I feel like Dak has done a pretty decent job mitigating a so-so wide receiver core, offensive line that's been patchy, and still managing to get enough points up on the board. I don't know if you can build an offense so great if you give him another receiver, a better tight end, and another offensive lineman, like over the next 3 or 4 years. What's the ceiling on the offense? We've already seen them lead the league and get wiped in the wild card round, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Double down on defense. Dak will find a way to get you 23 points.
Well, I mean, the one thing that you hadn't seen with Dak is him with somebody that is a difference maker as a play caller.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would be the only reason to go that route. But you're right. I mean, you go back to the wild card loss to San Fran. They put up 17 points. And on that team, you had Amari, you had CD, you had Cedric Wilson, you had Michael Gallup. Right, you had a pretty darn good loaded crew on offense, and you still only put up 17 points. Now, credit to the 49ers defense. I understand who the opponents you're playing, but still, you got to do more than that. So maybe the path forward is we just need to build on defense.
And it's the idea that defense wins championships. You know, like if you build a really good offense, but your defense is average, you're not going to win multiple playoff games unless you have, you know, a Hall of Famer sitting there at quarterback.
And to the 2 and 4, I'd love Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, I just don't see as a realistic option for the Cowboys. That seems like a guy who wants to go in there. He knows he's got a good relationship with his general manager. They're both in phase, lockstep together, like you've got with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. You're not going to have that here. Like, one of your biggest obstacles now, where things are with the Cowboys as a head coach, is you have to find a way to balance out what is now a weak front office. The Cowboys front office is now a weakness to whoever takes over this head coaching job. You've got to find a way to maneuver that.
Yeah, and it's a detriment and a potential distraction for you in the ways that, you know, the sources have said they wanted to see Mike McCarthy get another shot and do it his way. For me, that would be something that would rule a Ben Johnson out, but that would be one of those things that, Jerry, if you're watching your roster get older and Hall of Famers move on and your salary cap situation be less than ideal moving forward, how do you get the fan base to believe for next year? I don't think you could do any better than Ben Johnson in that department. Maybe drafting Genty.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a huge issue when the best guy available, the consensus best available, you probably can't even get a sit down with. You may not even want a sit down with him. Like, it just speaks to the disaster class that you're running, where you either don't want him, he doesn't want you. Nobody thinks that would be a fit, even though he's the best one for the job. And there's no salary cap on it or anything. If you wanted to go make that happen, there is a world where you could, and you probably won't even get an interview with the guy. And that speaks to just how bad it is.
You know, you might get the best of both worlds, though, if you say, like, you were to hire, and I understand hiring Ben Johnson and what that means going forward, but I wonder if you get the best of both worlds if you get Aaron Glenn and then get Mark Brunell as your quarterback coach or as your offensive coordinator, who is the quarterback coach in Detroit. You know, he's been at Detroit the last 4 years, so he's been there through with golf and stuff like that. Do you all of a sudden, like, you fix the defense, but you get a guy that seems to work well with quarterbacks, former, much more success than what Kellen Moore was as a quarterback.
Sure.
Maybe you get that understanding of how that go for your throat type of play calling, throwing the ball to tackles and stuff like that, you know, with Mark Brunell. I wonder how much influence Mark Brunell has on Ben Johnson as you know, like sitting in that room. You know, Ben Johnson's the one calling the plays. Mark Brunell is probably the one standing up in the meetings. Him and Scotty Montgomery, the running back coach, are probably standing up in that room once coaching this thing up.
And I would bet on Aaron Glenn to have the intangible leadership skills over a Ben Johnson. Like, all Ben Johnson has proven so far is he can be an amazing offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You don't know how a guy can bleep the bed once he gets into a leadership position like that. Everybody's staring at him. You know, there's a lot of dynamics that are unpredictable. And for that reason, I do expect Jerry Jones to go with an experienced head coach, probably a long-term experienced head coach, because he, you know, I think he's, you know, nervous about swinging for the fences and creating a situation where his team goes the opposite direction. You know, you get an experienced guy in here, you know, I think your floor is higher. We'll have more on the Cowboys situation coming up at 5:20, hitting the Expressway. LA Live coming up at 5:40. An edition of The Finest next, Chief. What do you got?
Best takeaways and highlights from Wildcard Weekend next here in the nation.
has low V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No,
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for an edition of the finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What stood out from Wild Card Weekend? So much to appreciate and soak in here on a day where Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys have parted ways. We'll have to have a conversation about where the Cowboys rank in terms of the opening spots, the available head coaching spots. Now that the Cowboys are actually in this thing, are they at or near the top of the vacancies if you're one of these coaches? Because there's like the competition's not very hot. Talking about the Raiders and the Jets and the Saints.
Yeah,
we had the Athletic. The Athletic went ahead and polled several coaches, 6 current openings, and they voted the Cowboys number 1.
Oh, really?
Scale. Cowboys were number 1. 2 was Jacksonville. 3 actually was New England, even though that spot is filled now with Mike Vrabel. But the Cowboys were number 1. The appeal is obvious. The roster is built to win now, one former head coach said. And working under Jerry Jones provides some job security. He's had 5 coaches since 2000, all of whom got at least 3 years. So maybe coaches are looking at that and thinking, okay, that's a little bit of stability for him.
I mean, I want to get fired ASAP, though, so I can double dip. You know, I don't care about job security. I got a 4 or 5 year contract. If you fire me after 1 year, I'm getting all of that money.
Mm-hmm. That's my mentality right there.
You know, to me, I think it might be New Orleans just because of what Sean Payton was able to do there over the years. I think there's a culture of letting the coach be the boss, and I want to explore that a little bit more, you know, before I've had a chance to sit down with anybody. I know I don't want the Jets. I know I don't want the Bears. The Jags, I can go there and be anonymous. Nobody's ever going to know my name. You know, if I come to the Cowboys, I am raising my visibility, my image in a massive way, as long as I don't totally screw it up like Dave Campbell or something, Brian.
Yeah, I feel like with Jacksonville, the pressure of the organization, not immense. The pressure of that division, not intense. You know?
Yeah, great division to be in.
Yeah, great division to be in. And you want to also think about it with like the old the NFC South, you know, that kind of thing where depending on where you want to go, where you want to be, you know, you don't want to deal with the AFC East with what's going on there, and surely don't want to be dealing with the NFC North. Green Bay.
I definitely don't want to work with Trevor Lawrence, you know, and we got to dig out of that problem.
I don't know,
I want to find my own quarterback.
Yeah, the thing with Trevor Lawrence, though, is did have some success.
She didn't play good football.
3 years ago, they were a team that, you know, you felt like the roster was pretty solid. You're right, though. The quarterback hasn't played worth a damn.
Yeah, the past season was really bad for him. Really, season and a half, all bad.
But I'll say though that, you know, if you're the guy that goes in there and kind of gets that thing back on path, you get a shot. Especially in, like you say, in that division, you're not dealing with a lot of teams. I mean, the Texans and.
Yeah, Colts swung and missed maybe on their quarterback, so they're kind of going back to the
You might be in pretty
board.
good shape there.
Tennessee's terrible right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with Dawson. Like, I would love to have the quarterback situation handled. I don't know if I'm viewing Dak or Trevor Lawrence as commodities at this point.
Give it a go for 1 year with Trevor Lawrence, and if it doesn't work, then you convince Khan and his son to pull a Russell Wilson and eat the rest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what you got to go in there and do.
Yeah, and you got me on this Aaron Glenn thing. I'd be looking forward to it. What about Robert Saleh as a head coach?
Yeah,
that'd be a thanks but no thanks.
I want to go. I know that Saleh has been primarily a 49er, right? Until he took the Jets position.
I think so. I'll do a back check on him.
I think he lost some credibility in that locker room though too, with some of those Jet players. I know defensively they felt like that, but offensively couldn't get it right. So some of the hires that he made, I think that I would like to say that that Aaron Glenn, to me, give me the fresh start guy, the guy with the new ideas. Maybe the guy that's messed it up a little bit would, kind of, I think it's too quick for Saleh. You know what I'm saying? Coming right off even though Andy Reid was hired right after fired from Philadelphia.
That's a different level of coaching dominance, though.
No question.
Yeah. But I think that, to me, I think Robert Saleh needs to go back and DC it up again and then give it a run maybe a little bit later on.
Yeah. I mean, with the options that are out there, I think Aaron Glenn would be at the top. Robert Saleh would probably be somewhere around there close, but it's a bummer because I do believe in wanting to have an offensive-minded head coach because, I mean, just one, the idea of if you have Aaron Glenn and he nails the OC hire, it's only going to be a matter of time before a team hires him away to go be their head coach. And so that is something that you're going to have a potential revolving door. Like, we got this great offensive coordinator, and then it's a year, it's 2 years, and now your staff is being taken away from you. And when you look at the league right now, like which guys are really staying around as non-offensive head coaches? Obviously, you have some CEO types. You have Harbaugh, of course, in Baltimore. He's stuck around. Mike Tomlin stuck around as more of a defensive guy.
Tomlin has only been a head coach 1 year longer than Harbaugh, 18 years to 17 years. How about that?
So the Final Four in the AFC, the Chiefs are the only one with an offensive coach right now. And this is just judging by, this year. This can change year over year. Texans defense, Bills defense with McDermott, Ravens special teams with Harbaugh. Commanders defense. You've got Nick Sirianni's an offensive guy. Dave Campbell, I guess, would be an offensive guy. Not that he ever really called plays. And then we'll see what happens tonight. But both tonight's guys are offensive guys with McVay and Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell having come through the McVay tree.
Yeah, but just in terms of guys that stick around for a while that are defensive-minded head coach, Sean McDermott doing it with Buffalo for sure right now. But by and large, you're seeing these teams that have been around for a while. These are offensive-minded coaches. Yeah, and we'll see about DeMeco Ryans, how long he sticks around. Seems awesome. He's definitely a really good head coach. But is their offense going to be a perpetual problem for them here moving forward? The Slowick thing just hasn't worked out. Yes, they won the other day, but I don't know if you're even keeping him as your play caller. So I don't know. I still think you want an offensive head coach if you can get it, but unfortunately, with the way it's shaken out for the Cowboys, I think your best bet is Aaron Glenn.
I give that guy at Buffalo a lot of credit. He had Ken Dorsey, and things weren't working there. But what did he do? He had another guy ready. I think that's what these coaching staffs, what you need to do is when you're an assistant to the assistant, you need to be doing the things like the play caller. You need to be learning the offense. You need to be stealing ideas. You need to be that guy. So when Ken Dorsey is shown the door, well, then the next
Joe Brady's ready to rock.
Joe Brady's ready to go, and they get better. I'm sure they've got other people too within the organization that are ready to go. These assistant to the assistants are the ones that are going to make the difference when you start losing coaches.
Okay, let's take a look at the weekend here. Jaden Daniels, I think, is the star of the playoff weekend in the NFL. In NFL history, there have been 3 instances of a team having 0 turnovers and 0 punts in a game behind a rookie starting quarterback. All 3 were by Jaden Daniels this season.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean,
the first time I watched him play, I was like, man, at the NFL level, this guy is different. He mitigated the running into violent collisions for the most part this year.
Yeah, that's been huge. Like his ability to stay healthy, and he's taken some shots. I mean, he had another sort of cartoonish one last night there on the sidelines, but he pops back up. Other than getting, having his ribs banged up a little bit earlier in the season, he has been able to stay healthy, and he's running all over folks.
I mean, right now, I know that I want Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, but beyond that. Is Jaden Daniels the guy that you would be best to put your chips on as far as backing one quarterback with massive upside, the ability to dominate here for the next decade?
He's super accurate. He's well liked by his teammates. He's a tough kid. His physical stature will not wow you, but man, he's so smooth in the way he plays. I watched him for 2 years. Just he carried these LSU teams. He carried them. And there was no doubt in my mind.
He's carrying these guys.
When you watched him play, and I'm thinking, that was my fear of he's going to end up Like, he's my second best quarterback on the board, and I'm thinking, here people are going to think, broadest LSU alum. No, I watched this kid play snap after snap after snap, and he's not doing anything with the Commanders that he didn't do at LSU.
We saw all of it on tape. Yeah, and that's why I was going
This is how
to
he
Washington.
plays all the time.
Yeah, I was going to Washington pop-up here because I was a believer in Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Problem here is, we'll see. Maybe it's a C.J. Stroud thing where, like, regular season next year he's not as good, but looks like he's here to stay, and that's scary.
So, I mean, he moves so much better than Stroud. He throws so much better than Hurts. All of these players, like, he's healthier than Burrow, at least until we find out otherwise. I think you'd say game for game, I'll take Burrow over Daniels, but season for season over the next decade, I don't know how much longer Burrow's going to be in the league, the way that this guy gets hurt. I just, this is every bit the RG3 storyline from over a decade ago.
Well, it's eclipsed it now.
It's definitely eclipsed it. It's definitely
he's won a game.
Yeah. And
like that Bobby Belt comp, he needs to throw that out the way. Like, this is not RG3. I get the stats or whatever were similar. This guy is better than what Robert Griffin III is, and he didn't have a catastrophic knee injury at the end of his rookie season now. He's healthy, and he's won a playoff game. 12 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and overtime. 12. The guy's got a clutch gene that you cannot teach. Yeah. The moment is never too big for him.
RG3'd get out there, though, and make house calls. He was unbelievable.
He was awesome, yeah. And unfortunately, he blew out his knee, and they handled it poorly.
They did.
Yeah, Daniels is, really, I think the only remaining question is obviously just staying power in general as defenses continue to learn and your athleticism slowly starts to decline on you. But I think it's really just the health question for a guy who is putting himself in vulnerable spots. Can he stay healthy? Because he's answered every single question. He's surpassed every expectation possible. He's sort of historic at the position for a rookie, doing what he's doing a ton of heavy lifting for his team. It's not like, hey, I'm just riding a really awesome defense and rushing attack. It's like, no, dude, it's 3rd and 4th down, and we need you to come up with a huge play late in the game or all game long, really. It's just, please, Jaden Daniels, get us going on 3rd and 4th down. So he's absolutely unbelievable, and yes, if he stays healthy, he's going to be a problem for quite some time here. On the flip side of that, the Bucs hurt themselves so much last night. To have the ball with 6 minutes left at the 10-yard line, and you're down 3, but it's 2nd and 1 from the 12-yard line, and then you end up having to kick the field goal and never seeing the football again.
Yeah. Steve Sarkisian thought that was pathetic.
Dude, even Eberflus was kind of scratching his head on some of that stuff. It was really, really bad. I felt for the Bucs last night. Graham Barton, rookie center, snapping a ball when he's not supposed to, fumbling balls. It was really, really bad for the Bucs. But Jaden Daniels now versus the Lions, that's going to be so much fun. On the other side of things, you have some history, you have some dominance. The Bills' 5th home game this season with 20-plus scoring margin and 0 turnovers. That's the most home games for any NFL team in a single campaign where they're doing 20-plus and no turnovers. They're just dominating you on the ground. Josh Allen didn't have to be crazy Superman yesterday because James Cook in the rushing attack is real. And so now you get Allen and Cook with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Jackson and Henry combined for 267 rushing yards.
They had 100 yards after the first quarter to Buffalo. It was unbelievable. But now,
Buffalo, yeah, I love Deion Dawkins
crazy,
shoving James Cook for an extra 10 yards.
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. But yeah, both these teams are coming in with just incredible rushing attacks, and that's really what destroyed Buffalo in the first game. Was just Baltimore running all over, and we'll see if they've got a new plan for that.
You have Ladd McConkey, 9 catches, 197 yards, setting an NFL rookie record for receiving yards in a playoff game. The only players, rookie or not, with more receiving yards in a playoff debut, Calvin Johnson, Demaryius Thomas. That one play was absolutely fantastic after Herbert's been sacked twice in a row. It's just like, all right, let's go it up to old Ladd here. But they got nobody else. They got to get him some weapons, man. But Herbert, he spit the bit in a huge way. I mentioned this earlier, but this is pretty incredible. Bo Nix to Troy Franklin early in that game. Mm-hmm. First rookie-to-rookie TD in NFL playoff history. We've never had a rookie to a rookie touchdown.
And Oregon Duck teammates.
A lot of years.
That's amazing.
Yeah, dude, it really is. Jordan Love, though, man, the turnovers. Oh, my gosh.
He looked so bad yesterday. It really cost them the football game because their defense played outstanding.
Yeah, the defense was legit. Jalen Hurts is the first quarterback to win a playoff game with 131 yards passing or less since course, Jalen Hurts did it versus the Niners in 2022.
There you go. Jalen Hurts just beating Jalen Hurts.
Their rushing attack and their defense getting it done in a big way for the Eagles. That's now 0-6 in their last 6 for the Steelers, by the way, from a playoff standpoint.
You know, T.J. Watt never won a playoff game.
T.J. Watt's never won a playoff game?
Never won a playoff game. Brewski was calling him out yesterday in their pregame show.
Brewski's calling him out?
He's like, where these defensive players that are so good, where was he? Where was T.J. Watt yesterday? Still never won a playoff game in his career. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like T.J. Watt, but it sounded personal.
To me, I think Jordan Love slid back in a major way over the last couple of months from being that up-and-coming player last year to now, like his decision-making being second-guessed. And there might be some Dak comparisons in here as far as compiling some pretty good stats against mediocre teams, but never having the big win.
I wonder how healthy he was as well.
The
he
elbow
was dealing
stuff.
with a ton of injuries.
If you're a Packers fan, that's what you're hanging your hat on all
Hopefully,
offseason
right?
long.
Yeah,
he was
just banged up. He just hurt.
Okay.
I mean, you'll take it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not throwing him away or anything, but I'm like, man, I don't know if he's going to get to that next level.
That's a crazy T.J. Watt nugget you had. How about this one? Kenny Galladay and Cooper Kupp were drafted in 2017. They have the same amount of 1,000 receiving yard seasons. 2. Cooper Kupp has 2,000-yard receiving seasons. Now, obviously, one of them was his ridiculous oh-boy season.
Year.
But it's
so banged up.
Yeah, the injuries.
Yeah.
He has as many
Puka
1,000-yard seasons as Kenny Galladay,
That's stunning.
who is like a punchline.
No longer in the league, right? Kenny Galladay?
I don't know what team that he's on.
I don't believe he is. I don't believe.
He's probably still making money off that Giants deal.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
In addition to the finest in the books, it's time to hit the Expressway. LA Live is coming up at 5:40. We have all your Cowboys Mike McCarthy talking points coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Major Lady.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Club?
469-3500. 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Frustrated by the DIY cameras or smart gadgets you bought online? Just send them back. DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, welcome back, Nation. LA Live with Lucius coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan. This segment of the Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Okay, let's jump into it. Everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast day here in the world of sports. The first thing I want to touch on here just briefly is baseball, because the Texas Rangers are not going to get the Japanese sensation Roki Sasaki. Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays are the three finalists for Roki. And this one stinks because this international money wouldn't impact the luxury tax. So I felt like it was the perfect opportunity for Ray Davis to get in there and splash around some cash, knowing that it wasn't going to hurt your luxury tax threshold, competitive balance tax type of situation. But apparently Roki has decided that he's not interested in coming to the Texas Rangers. So just a couple of teams left, and decision time is coming up early next week. Okay. Yes, Brian?
Well, no, I was going to talk to you about that pitcher, if I could. I know that we kind of there was a couple of teams. My guys in the league were thinking that he was going to end up either at the Mariners or that he was potentially going to end up at the Padres.
Yeah,
and that was because of like player development, pitching development.
Okay,
like one of the reasons why maybe that Texas would not be in the mix is because they weren't developing pitchers. They were going out and getting pitchers, but like pitching development, like what the Mariners do, was something that he was very, very interested. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up with the Mariners.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're a minor leaguer, or an amateur player, that could make sense. But I mean, you're coming here to work with Mike Maddox and Nathan Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom, and I would say over the last couple 2-3 years, this big league organization has done a hell of a job. I wouldn't want to go into the minor league system and try my chances here with the Rangers compared to what they have going on with the Mariners or the Dodgers or the Braves. But I felt like Wolchuk, our big league pitching coaching is pretty dang good.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think what Maddox has done, the three finalists now are just Dodgers, Padres, Blue Jays. So at some point he might have told the M's he's not going there. But
okay. I know that they were talking about like the two teams that were mentioned the most to me from my Major League Scout guys were the Mariners and the Padres.
Which would make some sense, but then maybe it comes down to the Padres now, because Patson said the final three, and they'll find out by January 23rd, but maybe it'll be sooner rather than later.
It's just so difficult if you're not in a West Coast town. I mean, that's already a monster airplane ride. What is that, 12, 13 hours to Japan from California? And then, you add in now coming to Texas for another 4 or 5 hours, and out to Toronto. I mean, you got to just love what they got going on with that organization, or the fact that it's a big international city to consider them. I don't even know what would be closer. Do you fly east or west if you're going from Japan to Toronto? So I know that would be a logistical nightmare for him. But one of those top players, and we don't get him this time, but we've had our success, and we'll see about the next one. What coaching decision the Cowboys made over the last decade would you go back and switch if you are the Cowboys that is somewhat realistic? I was just thinking about the opportunities that have sort of slipped through their hands as they've sat around with Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy. Grabbing Andy Reid before he went to Kansas City, I think is an obvious one. But I don't know. Do you look at, this kind of goes to the Kellen Moore thing as well. Do you look at an Eagles coach as, if you're Jerry Jones, as we don't want to play in that sandbox now? Once you're an Eagles coach, you're a little bit tainted. It feels like, that could play into it if I was the owner, for sure. I mean, once you put on an Eagles lid, I can never look at you the same again.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys something.
That goes for you too, Brian.
Thank you.
We've been looking at you sideways.
We all talked about the Aaron Glenns and people like that, and that we want a tougher guy.
Yeah.
Does Kellen Moore fit into the tougher guy part?
Oh, absolutely not. I think it would be a laughable hire.
It would
I don't
be
think
a
that he
joke.
deserves to be a head coach.
He's not even well respected from a play calling standpoint.
But the only
and he's
reason,
definitely not a leader of men. Stand up in front of the team and lead the charge.
Right. Could you imagine
what
that?
is he bringing to the table at all? Other than he knows the Joneses.
Yeah, they just love him. And that's the only reason it's not something we would want to do. It's just thinking realistically on what they would do.
Yeah.
They have a high amount of respect for him.
Yeah.
And I guess it would keep your quarterback who's going to be here for the next 4 years happy, because I think Dak likes him, and that probably means Doug Nussmeier's your offensive coordinator.
972 asked Cowboys should have hired Sean Payton when they had a chance a couple of years ago. I think that's another no-brainer. Jim Harbaugh last year.
Harbaugh, Payton, for
What
sure.
if I threw out they never let Bill Callahan leave?
Well, Garrett tried to make him stay, and he called Garrett the C word.
Yeah, so you get rid of Garrett, which I don't think anybody would have been upset about, but I don't know if that offensive line's ever been in a better place than what he was doing with the
fact that he removed him as the OC might have been the biggest part.
At that moment, you should have fired Jason Garrett and kept running game Moses?
Yeah, running game Moses, yeah.
I mean,
Callahan was genius.
They've kind of just been shuffling offensive line coaches. Like, we weren't sure really how good Philbin was. I don't know how good Mike Solari's been since he's been here, but that offensive line coach, you knew your offensive line was going to be coached up with Callahan at least.
Okay, Jerry Jones' statement on the matter. There's a lot of stuff in here. I think the TLDR is that, they had a joint review of all the aspects. The discussions were thorough, received an appropriate amount of time. Prior to reaching the point of negotiations, it became mutually clear that it would be better for each of us to head in a different direction, I think, Mike, and wish him the best. So they never really got down to that tough of negotiations. Yeah. Tom Pelissero reporting it came down to an agreement on the length of the deal. That was kind of the point at which their discussions ended. For me, I think Jerry was trying to get him to finish out this rebuild on a 1-year deal, maybe option for a second.
Yeah, maybe 2 years, I think.
Maybe 2 years?
Yeah.
And, if you have feelers in Chicago and New Orleans and they don't want to make a commitment to you here, and Jerry is at the same time telling you, we're not going to spend money on next year's team. Your last 2 draft classes have just been okay. It is going to be more of the same, and I think it's been miserable and depressing around these Cowboys this year. I think maybe the grass can appear greener. In the Adam Schefter story, it said there is interest coming in from New Orleans and Chicago. I don't know if that's genuine, but if I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm thinking if I don't have a real chance with the Saints or the Bears, then maybe that's all she wrote. But yeah, if the owner and GM isn't appreciating you after 5 years and putting up with all of his stuff and the 3 12-win seasons, I think maybe that was the deal breaker right there. Pelissero adding, though, you could have some different types of candidates, names we haven't seen elsewhere that are in the mix in Dallas. Who could this be, Brian?
I'll tell you what, I kind of felt like I tweeted out about Jason Witten and as maybe a guy that to get an interview. I'm talking to people during breaks around the league. They said keep an eye on Rich Bisaccia, the special teams coach from the Green Bay Packers. Keep an eye on Rich Bisaccia.
Raiders interim coach.
He was here at one time.
Yeah,
he was
didn't do a bad job with the Raiders.
Yeah, but they're kind of like there's like I've called 3 different guys, and they're like, hey, listen, I'm just telling you, man. If you're talking about different dudes, it's Rich Bisaccia. Leader of men, respect in the locker room, kind of pulls things together, stands up in front of guys.
All 3 phases.
Yeah, but if you're looking for an outside name, that might be one you need to keep an eye on.
How about this quote from Mike Vrabel today as he takes the job in New England? How awesome would it be to have this kind of presence? He said, we're removing entitlement from our football team. We're going to earn the right to be here every single day. If you could boil it down to the Cowboys and what they need, is that what they need? That kind of accountability and discipline and structure for the team, or is it something else?
Well, I think that would be a huge part of it. Yes, it would be Jerry allowing somebody to come in and really set the tone for what we're going to be about on a day-to-day basis. This is the standard. This is the mindset, and this is how we go about business. And Jerry, of course, is not here for that in any way. But yeah, Jerry opening the door for somebody to come in and actually be the football guy to run things.
Yeah,
100%. That's the missing ingredient.
I think you can use words so much, but the accountability of if I don't do my job today, I'm not going to start or I might not be here. I think that sends like the kind of motivation through a player that nothing can replace. No amount of encouragement or discipline or yelling at you, I think, is more powerful than everybody's going to know I lollygagged so much in practice that I can't play this week. When you take that away from your head coach, which I believe Jerry Jones does, it's really tough to motivate people to do their absolute best. Now, Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys have had a decent amount of success. We good, Lucius? They've had a decent amount of success over the years, but for all the talent that they've had on the team, I think that's a missed opportunity and maybe the reason why they haven't done better.
Okay, so shout out to Will Chambers. He just alerted me of this, and Lucius is doing an awesome job producing on the fly here. This is Troy Aikman, who was just on ESPN Monday Night Countdown getting ready for Vikings-Rams, sounding off on Jerry.
Job. I don't know that that's accurate. I mean, I do think the Cowboys are obviously a high-profile team. Whoever is covered or whoever is head coach of that team is certainly going to draw a lot of attention. But I think most football people that take over as a head coach, they want to do it on their terms. That's fair. That's hard to do. And it's, if you take a Dan Campbell, for instance, is Dan Campbell if he's with the Dallas Cowboys? It's hard to imagine that he is. It's hard to imagine that a lot of these coaches might be. So I love the Dallas Cowboys. I played there for 12 years. I wish them well. But to say that it's a coveted job, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that.
And it's because of Jerry Jones. That's why. And that's where we are.
Yeah.
And, I know that, hey, Jerry lets us come in there and we get to do the draft show, and I love being a part of that. And he's always treated us tremendously. But there's been one constant. We've said this time and time again. And now as he's getting older, I think it's probably only getting worse, right? Father time comes for all of us. So until they really are willing to make a change structurally at the top, nothing's going to change no matter who the head coach is here, because that person is not able to do the job that they need to do the way that they need to do it.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. And they're amazing when it comes to business. I mean, as an owner, what Jerry's done, he's one of the best in sports history, if not the best.
Yeah.
And if they allowed their focus to just be on that and selling and working with their partners and all of that stuff, and just let Will McClay, let the scouts cook, let them just do their job, then maybe things could be different. The greatest thing he ever did was hire Jimmy Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
If he never hired Jimmy Johnson, I don't know how we'd look at Jerry Jones here in Dallas, right? Because outside of that, and this is ultimately what sticks in his craw, there's been no success. There's been none. There's been a couple of playoff wins. There's been some division titles. Cool.
It comes down to me that, the biggest thing that he's looking for is not coaching acumen or leading men or being able to inspire somebody, but it's the loyalty to let him do his thing his way while you're making the most of it, And when your priorities of finding a coach are upside down like that, it's going to be very difficult, So ultimately what he gets is, the guy that doesn't have better options. Although, I think if the money is right, the opportunity is there. This is such a spotlight to be in. I would probably disagree with Troy Aikman a little bit, that I think it is still a highly coveted job. But the difference is Jerry Jones isn't going to consider those Bill Parcells-like guys or Jimmy Johnson-like guys. Like, you have to be willing to go toe-to-toe with Jerry Jones on a daily basis, probably going into his office and screaming at him that you need to be allowed to do it your way or the team is going to suffer. And you have to be willing to not be scared that you are going to lose your job. And I think Jerry has probably become pretty adept at sniffing out that trait in coaching candidates, by either talking with them or talking to people that have worked with him. And he's not even going to go down the path of a dynamic, powerful leader like a Mike Vrabel, or Jimmy Johnson or Bill Belichick, that are going to insist on it being their way and fight Jerry. Like when Jerry says, I don't have time to have a bad time, he doesn't mean we're doing everything possible to win because I can't stand losing. He means I need people around me that are going to continue to make this an enjoyable process to come in here and work on a season in and season out basis. We have top 5 candidates here, some names maybe we haven't discussed as of yet. We go to the morning news, and they have 5 candidates here for you to consider. Is Cliff Kingsbury on the cards in any way? Is that any amount of probability currently the Washington offensive coordinator?
It's all going to be about the staff there. What guys can he pull? The offensive line coach. You get the familiarity with the Washington and how that whole thing works a little bit now because of Dan Quinn being there. But yeah, if you're looking for an offensive coach, offensive-minded guy, a guy that kind of has figured out that he needs to have better relationships. He didn't have good relationships there with the Cardinals at all. Mm-hmm. He was an immature head coach. And I think, being away from it a little bit might make you appreciate things. He kind of saw Dan Quinn and the way he has plans, the way he builds. Yeah, that the second time around, you might get a different guy, but you're getting a really sharp offensive guy. But the relationships have to be there, and he has to do a better job of that.
Yeah, I just think that's too big of a risk. I know Kingsbury is a good coordinator. If I could bring him in as OC or quarterbacks coach, I'd be ecstatic about it. I think his development of young quarterbacks might be the best thing that he does. If we have a veteran quarterback, I don't know how much value is there. How about Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, a guy with some NFL experience?
Yeah, I think Lane Kiffin would absolutely take this job if given the opportunity, but I don't know if Lane Kiffin is hunting NFL jobs. That would have to be something that, he'd probably have to put out the feelers and stuff like that to be, to get on the radar here. But I know the Cowboys know of Lane Kiffin, and I'd be interested in fact that he would take an interview on this job, knowing the position he's in at Ole Miss. It's a little bit different from college coaches. Once you start to talk about interviewing and leaving and things like that, it gets a little hairy.
I think number 3 on the list is just probably a non-starter, even though Jerry Jones has shown over the years he admired things about John Gruden. The controversy there, the racist and homophobic emails that he posted, I think that would just be such a bad look, and it would be difficult to support Jerry Jones if he decided to go with John Gruden. Plus, as Brian has told us, not a good personnel guy. No. So if you want your head coach to be involved in the draft, I think John Gruden would put you down the wrong path there.
And you got to wonder too, and this is, John did what John did. There's no hiding that, and the league kind of hung him out on this stuff.
And then he sued the league.
But you don't know if Jerry's involved in those emails. And I don't know if Jerry wants to be brought back into that.
And then Brian Flores, the Minnesota defensive coordinator, there's a good candidate. If you want to go defense, you couldn't do better than him. I just love the Sarkisian offense. I think the $50 million buyout makes it a non-starter, and then the fact that you're transitioning from college to the pros, I'd be skeptical about. But if you could go back to what he was in Atlanta, like in 2018 or whatever, he gets fired, and just take him there or hire him in 2020 before he gets the job at UT, I'd be very curious to see what everything would look like with Sarkisian. Some of those plays are just so dang fun. I think it's maybe the epitome of what we're looking for in a lot of ways.
Can also juggle a lot of drama behind the scenes that goes on there with Texas, that some of which does not even get reported.
Yeah, pretty good quarterback in his day too. Did he play against Sark? BYU?
I was not there. I was not him.
He's a little bit younger than you?
Yeah. When did Sark come out of school? Because I was
in the late 80s. He was part of that top 10 Cotton Bowl.
I was not a Stark guy.
Well, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup now, where Lucius Alexander has a Monday edition of LA Live.
Yo, who was that Dallas Goedert stiffed arm twice in a row?
It's a great question. Who was that player?
23?
I hope it wasn't my guy, Javon Bullard.
Jeez, dude.
Oh, was it Jair Alexander?
It might have been Alexander.
He didn't want to talk after the game.
That would make sense.
Nah, I would go straight to the gym if I was him.
Yeah.
And post. Look where I'm at.
Is it
number
24
Valentine.
24, okay.
Valentine.
Oh, my gosh, the former
Carrington
Kentucky
Valentine.
Carrington. Blake Carrington.
From Dynasty.
Hey.
He got him with a kind of a truck stick heave-ho first, too. I think he hit him 3 times.
Boy, it's so bad, man. It's really bad.
He kept doing it, too. Like, I don't even think he had to keep going at it, but he wanted to.
You ever see that video of a politician, and they were, like, wearing him out? Yeah. He said, get your ass back. And he mushed that dude in the face. Get him.
Boy, that UT tight end had a hell of a stiff arm Friday night, didn't he? But then he pointed at dude.
Yeah, so they called that flag. That was trash.
Nah, let them boys play, man. I really did not like that. All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Right at the great Rick James. He'd be happy to see Buffalo winning.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. That's weed. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done.
Yeah.
Go out there today with that crackhead energy.
Yeah.
Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy. Don't do crack. but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a f***ing good day.
Yeah, this is LA Live for Monday, January 13th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. And go out there with that crackhead energy this week. Don't do crack, but have that crackhead energy. Now, he may be talking from experience because I heard him getting a groove right here.
I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man.
Yeah. I don't know. He might be talking from experience.
Is that crackhead dialect?
I'm just trying to tell you, baby. It's me. You know me, baby. It's me.
Be desperate, though. Be hungry.
Yeah, be hungry,
Maybe
man.
go fast.
Make it happen.
You know?
Make it happen. You got to rap like the Rents do, as they say. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas rap group PPT for that name. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I definitely did. And I thank everyone for the birthday wishes. I appreciate you.
Sir.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, man, I was telling everybody about your breadsticks, brothers.
Oh, man.
I was telling everybody. I was like, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
They were so damn good.
The
There
breadsticks.
was cheese on them, garlic.
Yeah.
It was just, you really put your foot in there, dog.
I just tried to make those things by scratch.
You need to go talk to the folks at the Olive Garden.
Bro,
Yeah. I think Olive Garden's
You
the
level
best
them
one.
up.
I think I've ever.
A little
best
too
ones.
salty.
Yeah, the Olive Gardens are me.
Olive Garden.
Oh, I thought I hit them with too much salt too.
No, I thought it was
Sometimes
amazing.
that cheese makes them too salty.
No, that was amazing, man. You did that. I cannot wait for another round.
Thank you, sir.
G-Bag for the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, which I've been going through. it. I'll get to you. Just sit tight. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow Solid Von G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here comes from the Pat McAfee broadcast of the Cotton Bowl. Tim Tebow jumped on, got behind the mic, showing off his QB IQ. He was showing off his QB IQ and called for a QB sneak, and it happened.
You know, one other thing that we haven't seen today? We haven't seen a keep by Will Howard on a zone read when they think it's going to a Travion, a Quinshawn. That could be a really perfect time to pull that out too, because he's a capable runner. Just ask the Big 12 of what he did to him.
Travion Henderson's in the huddle. Matthew McConaughey's losing his mind. He's asking the football gods in Texas Nation to come alongside with your voices. We need this one. A triple stamp and a double stamp here. Will Howard's making a check, so is the Texas defense. Will Howard, quarterback keeper. Good call, Tim Tebow. Will Howard stumbles.
You want to keep your feet, young man.
Oh, no. Will Howard got tackled by the 20-yard line.
Perfect time for it.
Great call by you.
Great call.
But also,
It
great
is a
tackle.
great equalizer.
Great tackle. They need to fall back and let Mac just breathe for a second. He has some winners in that right there, man.
Yeah.
Tackled by the 20-yard line.
Bro, he has some winners in there.
Gets the tackle. I love how he's doing play-by-play from the sideline.
Yes.
You know, he really can he see everything? I mean, is he like?
Well, they have like
on
the end
edge?
zone. They're
Oh, the end
sitting there
zone?
watching
Okay.
from the under the field goal.
Okay,
post.
so they're under the goalpost.
Yeah.
I didn't know where he stood for this.
And I think that's the one where they were coming in, so
Yeah.
he was kind of seeing the offense develop that way.
That's the Tony Saragusa spot right there.
Yeah.
Legendary
Yes.
place to
The
broadcast
Goose,
from. I think these guys have a man crush on each other a little bit, Lucius. I think Smart told him, hey, look out for this QB keeper in the fourth quarter. You want to look smart.
think so?
Tim?
Well,
Yeah,
Herbie
Tim.
had it too.
Did he?
Herbie made the call as
Gave
well.
it to Tim T. Okay.
Yeah, they kind of saw it
Dawson a
coming.
little hating right there.
Yeah. I've never stopped
He
hating on
didn't
Tim
have.
Tebow.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I love you, Timmy.
I give
Hell of a
He
guy.
hates Christianity.
It was his belief. It was the Tim
Why do you
Tebow
hate God?
Why do you hate God, Gavin?
I mean, I love God.
Oh, okay.
I love Tim Tebow, right? It's his damn fans when he had that 1 year in Denver that were trying to tell me, no, this guy's amazing.
He's the greatest.
You know,
He was
I
the
never
greatest.
forgot it.
He was the greatest. Hey, who was the black dude on there with the Pat McAfee broadcast that was doing the color commentary?
I think he's with them on the normal show.
Darius Butler.
Yeah, former NFL
Oh,
corner.
He was in his bag, dog, when it comes to the color commentary of the game. I was like, okay, bro.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
Yeah, he can paint quite a picture for you there.
Yes.
And yeah, he's on the main McAfee show throughout the week. I'm pretty sure full time.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on.
Yeah.
So him and AJ Hawk trying to give kind of the defensive perspective.
AJ
a
Hawk
little
always
bit.
comes in just for the second hour.
Hawk's just smoking a cigar. He's trying to do the least amount of talking possible, and you can tell during the game too. It's like just let Darius.
Just
Butler
let
do
him
the
smoke,
analysis.
man. Yeah, I feel you, bro. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Looking over the weekend, and man, these LA fires have been devastating.
Yeah.
Wow.
Are they done yet?
No, they're still not done. 24 people God rest their souls, they have lost their lives during this fire situation. 40,000 acres in LA area have burned to nothing. 40,000 acres. I mean, I don't think you understand how big that is.
No.
The whole city of Altadena gone. The whole city. That's like waking up one day and saying Oak Cliff has burned to the ground. God, we don't want that to happen. But I'm just saying, that's how huge that is, man. And they're all nervous because the Santa and the winds are coming back around, and that's the winds that got it kind of kicked off.
Yeah.
You know, they were blowing like the trees on fire. Just, the winds were just blowing it everywhere, all the ambers. So scary, man.
I need to find a great place for reliable info on this, because whenever I search LA fires on Twitter, it's just a dumpster fire.
Yeah, well,
for another reason.
It's Twitter. It's Twitter. With all the damage to the LA area, people are concerned about the mudslides as well, because mudslide season is on the way when the spring hits here.
The trees hold up the mud. Now they're gone.
Little science right there, people. Just a little bit of science. Lots of celebrities have lost their home and have been affected by the fires. Paris Hilton lost her Malibu beach house. John Goodman, bro.
Yeah.
John Goodman lost his crib. Miles Teller from my TV show that I love so much, The Offer. Miles Teller lost his... Man, it is so scary and sad. And of course, you know, lots of people lost their homes, but celebrities we know, that's why I'm saying their names.
Yeah.
Anthony Hopkins, his house was destroyed.
Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, that's the spot. If you're not in Beverly Hills, like it's close to the airport, you're home, you got the best view in the world. So, I mean, I feel like when I was driving through that area, like every other house had to be a celebrity or an extremely rich person because the real estate alone, a small plot's tens of millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Okay, since you brought that up, do people go in and buy that up now? You think
I don't know what you do yet. Would you just get the plot?
Yeah,
because now you got a whole lot to build, and you hope everybody's going to build around you.
Yeah, but you have people that are just saying, "I don't want to go through this again." You know, I mean, it's some of the most beautiful land in the world.
Yeah,
and you wonder if people like in the Malibu area and all that will just say, "Nah, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm moving somewhere else." And
listen,
I mean, somebody's going to go in there and buy all that land up.
What's my man? Forrest Gump.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks is going to leave his house because he has survivor's remorse.
Yeah.
Because he's the only house standing on the block and everybody else is gone. So he's like, I'm just going to leave it. I feel bad.
Yeah.
I think
Good Samaritan.
I don't know if there's another place like that in all of America. So I think I would rebuild, hopefully get some insurance money. And I want like a 20-foot wide moat, you know, big old, let's fireproof me. We're not building anything out of wood.
No. Billy Crystal lost his home and it was filled with all types of memorabilia, especially a lot of sports memorabilia.
Yeah.
He's a sports guy. Yeah. Mel Gibson's house, his Malibu house, burned down to the ground while he was on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Joe Rogan, he was talking, Joe Rogan asking him questions, and he was like, my house is probably on fire right now.
Yeah, he said it.
I mean, I'm here, I'm talking, my house is probably on the ground right now.
He said, I won't have one by the time I get back, most likely. Yeah. Mel Gibson also said, while on Joe Rogan's podcast, that his friends have cured cancer.
Yeah, 4 of them taking that ivermectin.
Listen,
he thinks that these LA fires were planted too.
Okay.
I'll tell you a good story.
Okay.
I have 3 friends.
I believe that.
All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin.
Fenbendazole.
Fenbendazole. Yeah. I'm hearing that a lot.
They drank hydrochloride something or other.
There's studies on that now where people have proven that
people are drinking methylene blue and stuff like that.
Yeah, methylene blue, which was a fabric dye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a textile dye. And now they find it has profound effects on your mitochondria.
Yep.
He doesn't sound right.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
He sounds like he did during those voicemails.
Oh, well, he's Mel Gibson. I was watching a little bit of